In the province of Tianshu, in the city of Qingping, situated to the east of the town, lies the ninth Villa District, specifically on the top floor of the central building. Shen Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the now transformed ninth Villa District, murmuring to himself, "Unconsciously, I have spent 20 years in this world." Indeed, Shen Feng was not originally from this realm. 2 decades ago, he traversed into this world, becoming a newborn infant and, fortuitously, the son of the province's wealthiest tycoon. Born into affluence, Shen Feng had never contemplated the need for struggle. Though he exhibited a degree of intelligence surpassing that of his peers, it was not remarkable enough to draw undue attention. Shen Feng had anticipated a life of opulence and monotony, however. 5 years ago, fate dealt him a cruel blow when his parents tragically perished in a car accident. At their funeral, he wept to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet he soon gathered his composure, for many were now eyeing the substantial assets his parents had left behind. The combined value of shares, companies, and properties amounted to an astonishing 600 billion. At merely 15 years of age, possessing such wealth made him a target of envy and deceit. Consequently, various conspiracies and extortions ensued. Yet, in just 3 months, everyone witnessed the formidable prowess of this seemingly harmless nephew. He stabilized the internal affairs of the Shun Group, expelling those with ulterior motives. Over the next 2 years, under his leadership, the Shun Group flourished beyond imagination. Everyone was astounded, for Shen Feng's maneuvers unfolded right before their eyes, and the company's remarkable progress was undeniable. From that point forward, he garnered universal respect. However, as the Shen Group thrived, 3 years ago, Shen Feng executed an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. He liquidated some insignificant assets and, with the proceeds, acquired a vast expanse of 3,000 acres in the 9th Villa District, investing a staggering 200 billion into its renovation. 200 billion. Although he remained one of the wealthiest individuals in the province, what was his intent? Had he lost his sanity? The scale of 3,000 acres is immensely an area with a radius of 800 meters. At this moment, the seemingly deranged young chairman stood by the window, reveling in the fortress he had meticulously crafted to his specifications. Suddenly, Shen Feng's gaze became unfocused as he observed a progress bar visible only to him. Ding! System loading current progress 99. 999 now. It is time for me to discern your true nature. 3 years prior, Shen Feng had resolved to invest 200 billion into the renovation of this villa district upon witnessing this progress bar. Uncertain of the system's purpose, he recalled the initial message it had presented him on its first day of appearance. System notification: a significant upheaval will occur in this world in 3 years. System diagnostics indicate a high probability that the host will meet their demise shortly after the catastrophe. Please prepare accordingly. Shen Feng was unsure of the nature of this impending upheaval, but the thought of his own death left him distraught. Having been granted a second chance at life, he could not bear the thought of perishing so foolishly. Thus, with utmost caution, he liquidated assets to transform the 9th Villa District into a fortress capable of sustaining a prosperous life even amidst an apocalyptic scenario. Now, the system's progress bar had finally reached its culmination. All answers were about to be revealed. As Shen Feng focused intently, the progress bar incremented by an additional 0.001. The bar was complete. A mechanical voice resonated within Shen Feng's mind. Ding! System successfully loaded. Congratulations on awakening the life script system. Shen Feng furrowed his brows, feeling quite displeased. I have awaited 3 long years, only to receive this? The life script system, what utility does it possess? Though perplexed, he turned his attention inward. In the next instant, a character panel materialized before him. Name: Shen Feng male, 20 years old, level Tier 1. Level 6 ordinary adult males are Tier 1. Level 5. Talent abilities: Life script system Fate Destiny. Mindless villain black, born to wealth blue. Orphan black, striking appearance blue. Early demise prognosis black life script. Mindless villain, the protagonist's first minor boss. In 7 days, the apocalypse will descend. With your advantageous identity and status, you shall possess certain strength and territory at the onset of the calamity. 3 months later, Tang Shan, who regards you as the murderer of his father, will confront you, leading to your demise. Shun Feng's attention was immediately drawn to the phrase apocalypse descends within the script. A smile crept upon his lips, revealing his inner delight. He had never anticipated that such a catastrophic event would transpire in this world. With a war fortress at his disposal, surely he would reign supreme amidst the chaos. Yet, as Shun Feng perused the entirety of his life script, his expression darkened. I am a mindless villain? Stunned, he read the lines repeatedly, disbelief washing over him. Seated upon a genuine leather sofa, he lightly tapped his right hand, murmuring, "This must pertain to my original fate. But since this body has become mine from the outset, my destiny should have been altered. Surely, with such a formidable fortress at my command, how could I possibly meet such an untimely end? Moreover, now that I possess the ability to perceive the life scripts of others, I need not fear a fate as miserable as the one depicted in the script." However, Tang Shan, Shin Feng scrutinized the name of the individual designated to end his life within the script, his brow furrowing with displeasure. 5 years prior, Shun Feng's parents met their tragic end in a car accident, and the driver responsible was none other than Tang Shan's father. Had the circumstances been different, would he not harbor resentment towards Tang Shan? Yet, Shun Feng bore no animosity towards him. In fact, he had even compensated him with 2 million. Was that not magnanimous enough? However, it seemed Tang Shan did not appreciate this gesture. To regard me as the murderer of your father? What a heartless wretch! Shin Feng spoke with an unruffled demeanor. Although the script foretold his demise at the hands of Tang Shan, Shun Feng felt no trepidation. Wish to kill me? You may certainly try. A cold smirk escaped his lips. Bang! At that moment, the door swung open, and a man and woman entered the room. The man, in his 50s, donned a black suit. He was Sun Hongbo, the family's loyal steward. The woman, of similar age to Shun Feng, possessed striking beauty. She was Qiu Yu, whom Shin Feng had rescued from the streets at the tender age of 7 during a rainy autumn day. "Young master, all outstanding payments have been settled," announced the steward. Shin Feng acknowledged with a hum. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Sun Hongbo and Qiu Yu. What destinies and life scripts did they possess? Chapter 2. Constructing the Doomsday Fortress. I spent 200 billion over 3 years. Shin Feng first turned his gaze towards his steward. Name: Sun Hongbo, male. 53 years old. Level: first tier, level 4, aging, declining strength, talent, ability. Portal: awakening not yet achieved, destiny. Chief steward, gold, loyal and devoted, gold. Insightful and resourceful, gold. Master of combat, gold. Ominous fate, black. Life script: 7 days later, awakens portal talent. 3 months later, sacrifices himself for you. Perishing from a cardiac rupture after blocking an attack from Tang Shan. Shin Feng's eyes nearly widened in disbelief. To his astonishment, the steward possessed 4 golden attributes. Through the system and Oppo's introduction, Shin Feng discerned that the destiny aspect comprised 6 colors: gray, white, blue, purple, gold, and black. Among these, black symbolized villainous or malevolent traits. The remaining 5 colors indicated escalating potential. Given Sun Hongbo's profile, provided he refrained from reckless actions, post-apocalypse, he could easily secure a position of authority in any base he entered. Regrettably, 3 months later, he would perish alongside Shin Feng at the hands of Tang Shan. Yet, he never begged for mercy nor attempted to flee, which attested to his trustworthiness. Shin Feng inquired, "Have all the supplies been prepared?" Over the past 3 years, Shin Feng had not only transformed the villa area but had also organized the acquisition of various supplies, including but not limited to food, metals, industrial equipment, cold weapons, and various vehicles. In essence, everything was meticulously prepared according to the specifications of a doomsday fortress. With the system's awakening, Shin Feng could finally rest assured. It turned out that a global catastrophe was indeed the onset of the apocalypse, placing Shin Feng ahead of the curve. Sun Hongbo replied slowly. "Everything has been arranged as per your instructions, young master. The entire 9th Villa District is roughly circular, with a radius of 800 meters. In terms of construction, every 200 meters, we erected a 30-meter-high concrete wall, segmenting the 9th Villa District into 4 rings. The innermost ring houses a towering 100-meter central building, along with over 100 villas. As one moves outward, the buildings become more densely packed, even in the 4th ring, under normal circumstances. It can comfortably accommodate 100,000 residents. The underground area has been entirely excavated, featuring an enormous basement that is 20 meters high. Regarding stored supplies, we have procured many of the latest industrial, medical, and various other essential equipment. These assets will enable us to swiftly resume production even amidst the apocalypse, provided we have sufficient labor. As for food, the basement is stocked with provisions sufficient to feed 1 million people for 30,000 days. If we practice some frugality, it could last for a century. In terms of weaponry, we have amassed a substantial collection of cold weapons. Due to stringent national controls, our stock of firearms is somewhat limited, but it should suffice in the short term. We have secured transport vehicles, off-road vehicles, and various metals. Sun Hongba continued his detailed report. Shin Feng smiled slightly, saying, "Do not worry about the weapons. We only need to endure the initial phase. If we run out, we can always raid an armory. In 7 days, when the apocalypse descends, the societal order of humanity will undoubtedly crumble, and fortunately, there is an armory near Qingping City, which we can seize when the time comes." It is worth mentioning that Sun Hongba was unaware of the impending apocalypse. However, after acquiring this villa district, Shin Feng had given the directive to prepare according to Doomsday specifications. Sun Hongba possesses an admirable quality. No matter what Shin Feng commands or decides, he never questions. As long as Shin Feng issues an order, he dedicates himself to fulfilling it to perfection. Thus, both Shin Feng's father and Shin Feng himself hold great affection for this old steward. After listening to Sun Hongba's report, Shin Feng smiled with satisfaction and then turned his attention to Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu was found by Shin Feng when he was 7 years old. On that dim and rainy night, a 6-year-old girl stood alone, her feet beside the corpse of a beggar. At that time, Qiu Yu was oblivious to everything, but she had heard of the notion of selling oneself for a proper burial for her father, so she contemplated selling herself to provide a funeral for her adoptive father. Fortunately, Shin Feng happened to pass by. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether anyone would take in a frail, filthy child. Moreover, Shin Feng never anticipated that the emaciated, short, and dark girl would grow into such a striking beauty. With a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, long legs, fair skin, and delicate features, she resembled a celestial being. Shin Feng was not a paragon of virtue. In his youth, he regarded Qiu Yu as a younger sister. However, as Qiu Yu blossomed into an exquisite young woman, 2 years ago, Shin Feng could no longer resist her allure. Name: Qiu Yu, female, 19 years old. Level: first tier. Level 5, talent ability. Ice, awakening not yet achieved. Destiny: born Ice Empress, gold. National beauty, gold. Master of combat, purple. Peerless talent, gold. Early death, black. Fortunate transformation, purple. Life script: destined to be an empress, relegated to a mere supporting role. 7 days later, awakens ice talent, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. 3 months later, sacrifices herself to protect you, exhausting her life force. His 3 golds and 2 purples. Her profile is indeed impressive. Shin Feng felt somewhat speechless. He considered himself a minor boss, yet he lacked abilities, and even his destiny was inferior. Furthermore, Shin Feng discerned that black destinies held a significantly high priority. Despite Qiu Yu possessing a fortunate transformation aspect, which should ideally grant her longevity, she was doomed to an untimely death due to the ominous early death aspect. Of course, this might also relate to Shin Feng himself. After all, they had not aligned themselves with the right person. Had they followed the protagonist, their fates would undoubtedly have soared. Qiu Yu blushed under Shin Feng's gaze and asked, "Young master, now that your grand project has been completed, what shall we do next?" Typically, Qiu Yu maintained a frosty demeanor, but only in Shin Feng's presence did she exhibit a trace of girlish charm. Shin Feng rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at his Doomsday fortress, then smiled. "Next, we shall await our fate. However, it is best to nip any potential troubles in the bud." Huh? Qiu Yu expressed confusion. Troubles? Who would dare to trouble our young master in Tianshu province? Shin Feng smiled subtly and said, "Old son, please investigate Tang Shan, the son of the driver who perished in the car accident with my parents 5 years ago." Understood, Sun Hongba replied before gracefully retreating. Approximately 10 minutes later, Sun Hongba returned, bearing the findings of his investigation. Chapter 3. Meeting the protagonist and Amp, Appo's sister. Does she really have the gift of sacrifice? Young master, I have gathered the information. Steward Sun presented a photograph of Tang Shan and continued, "His name is Tang Shan. and he is currently the same age as you. His father, Tang Ruaji, tragically passed away in a car accident 5 years ago alongside the master and mistress. As for his mother, no one has seen her. She seems to have vanished long ago. He has a younger sister, who is also the same age and frail, currently lying in the hospital. The hospital and Appos' report states that without immediate surgery, she is unlikely to survive beyond a year. Oh, Shen Feng remarked with intrigue. What a tragic protagonist's fate. A deceased father, a missing mother, and a sickly sister. Quite the accumulation of unfortunate circumstances. Moreover, it stands to reason that his mother must have belonged to a prestigious family, right? His sister should possess extraordinary talents as well, shouldn't she? Thus, the protagonist and Appos' initial goals would be to eliminate me, the murderer of his father, while seeking treatment for his sister and subsequently searching for his mother. Ultimately confronting a powerful family, correct? Quite the captivating narrative. Shen Feng then inquired, if I recall correctly, I provided him with 2 million, yes? Where did that money go? Surely, he wasn't an Appos' deceived or had it taken from him. Steward's son replied, I questioned the individual who delivered the funds, and he stated that Tang Shan discarded the card. To avoid the suspicion of misappropriation in your eyes, he recorded the entire transaction, which essentially substantiates his honesty. With a disdainful scoff, Shen Feng remarked, so it was the protagonist's pitiful pride at play. I have little respect for such behavior. It reeks of folly. Let us set aside other matters for now. Regarding Tang Shan, your father was driving the vehicle that took my parents away. I refrained from tormenting or abusing you, and merely sought compensation, yet despite my generosity, you refused the offer for the sake of your meager dignity? How absurd. Where is he now? Shen Feng coldly questioned, concerning such a self-righteous and despicable protagonist. Shen Feng found himself intrigued as to why he, a formidable adversary, struggled to contend with him. Is it true that the protagonist and Appos' halo can defy all rules of reality? At the third hospital, Steward's son succinctly responded. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng immediately comprehended he intended to visit the hospital to see the sister. Let us go and make the acquaintance of the protagonist, Shen Feng declared. The protagonist? Xiaoyu expressed confusion, unable to grasp Shen Feng and Appos' choice of words. However, neither she nor Steward's son pressed further questions and simply followed Shen Feng to the third hospital. Under Steward's son and Appos' guidance, they proceeded without hindrance. Arriving directly at a patient room, Shen Feng pushed the door open, and a pungent scent of disinfectant assaulted his senses, somewhat unpleasant. The room contained 3 beds. Although there were only 3 patients, each required 1 or 2 attendants. Peering inside, Shen Feng observed an elderly gentleman, a portly middle-aged man, and a seemingly young girl lying on the beds. An elderly woman accompanied the old man, presumably his spouse. The middle-aged man had a companion of similar age, likely a friend or relative. The young girl, however, had no one by her side. Nevertheless, a stool beside her bed indicated that she, too, had someone looking after her, albeit temporarily absent. As the door swung open, all 5 individuals in the room turned to look, bewildered. Being in the same ward, they had exchanged glances. Yet they were uncertain whom Shen Feng and his companions were there to see. However, the next moment clarified their confusion. Shen Feng strode purposefully to the girl and Appos' bedside, fixating his gaze upon her. Excuse me, sir, do you need something? The pale-faced girl inquired with a faint smile, attempting to be polite. Yet Shen Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her, or rather, her panel. Name, Tang Shan, female, 20 years old. Level, first stage. Second rank, critically ill, talent ability, rapid healing, unawakened, sacrifice, unawakened, destiny. Bitter trials lead to sweet rewards, white. Deep affection and loyalty, gold. Eager to save others, gold. Naturally beautiful, purple. Selfless dedication, gold. Life script. In 7 days, the ability of rapid healing will awaken. In a month, during a critical moment for her brother Tang Shan, she will awaken her second ability, sacrifice, and subsequently transfer the rapid healing ability to her brother. Note, all time references in the script are based on the present moment. For instance, if today is August 1st, then 1 week later and 1 month later would be August 8th and September 1st, respectively. Staring at this panel, Shen Feng was momentarily stunned. Sacrifice? Is there truly such a concept in the future world? Initially intending to confront Tang Shan, Shen Feng's perspective shifted upon observing Tang Shan's panel. Sacrifice. Rapid healing. Xin Feng's eyes narrowed as he murmured. The implications of these two abilities were immediately apparent. While rapid healing may not seem particularly formidable, Xin Feng, as a minor antagonist, possessed no talents at all. Thus, if he could acquire even a healing ability, he would gladly welcome it. With a sudden smile, Xin Feng elegantly inquired, "Your name is Tang Shan?" The girl timidly nodded. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xin Feng." He naturally took a seat in the chair, while Qiu Yu and Steward's son stood behind him. "Xin Feng," Tang Shan echoed, her voice trembling with excitement. You are the one who caused my father and Appo's death." Steward's son lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Tang Shan with earnestness. A furrowed brow marked Qiu Yu and Appo's expression as she exchanged a bewildered glance with Tang Shan. "Our young master caused your father and Appo's demise? What nonsense is this?" Clearly, her brother had conveyed such a narrative to her. Xin Feng, as if anticipating the reaction, offered a sardonic smile and retorted, "Let me ask you this. Did your brother inform you that your father was actually my parents' driver, and that on the day he perished, my parents also met their end in that very accident?" Tang Chun froze, disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Xin Feng. In her brother and Appo's account, Xin Feng's family were sworn enemies responsible for their father's death. Yet now, Xin Feng asserted that his parents had also died that fateful day, in the very same vehicle. "No, that and Appo's impossible. You must be lying." Tang Chun anxiously shook her head. If Xin Feng and Appo's words held any truth, then who truly bore the mantle of enmity? Tang Chun and Tang Shan had lost their father, and while their mother was absent, she was merely missing. In contrast, Xin Feng had lost both parents that day. Could it be that Xin Feng truly could be considered their enemy? Were they not all simply unfortunate souls? Chapter 4. The Collapsing Sister. The Stubborn Protagonist. Tang Chun gazed incredulously at Xin Feng, as the man in the adjacent bed suddenly shouted with excitement, You are Xin Feng? The prodigious youth who resurrected the nearly crumbling Shin group in just a few months?" The man was visibly agitated, his tone tinged with respect. Initially, he found Xin Feng's appearance somewhat familiar, yet he was certain he had never encountered him before. Upon Xin Feng revealing his identity, the man recalled that Xin Feng was indeed a legend in Qingping City and throughout Tianshu province. The man looked at Xin Feng with a mix of excitement and fear. The excitement was self-evident, while the fear stemmed from the fact that Xin Feng employed several rather underhanded tactics during his rise to power. It was common knowledge that he commanded a so-called security firm that, in reality, operated as an armed faction. "Oh, it seems there are still some who recognize me." Xin Feng cast a glance at the middle-aged man in the adjacent bed. Name, Li Xiang, male, 42 years old. Fate destiny, unsung hero, gray. Life script, 7 days later. Bitten by a zombie, subsequently transforming into one. After glancing at this man's life script, Xin Feng indifferently withdrew his gaze. Li Xiang, brimming with excitement, introduced himself. "I am a supplier for a branch of the Shin Group. It is truly a stroke of luck to meet young Master Shin today." The man beside Li Xiang also stood, respectfully bowing to Xin Feng. Upon inspection, he too was an unsung hero, albeit one who had lived a week longer than Li Xiang. Xin Feng smiled and replied, "Take good care of your injuries. The growth of the Shin Group owes much to the contributions of grassroots individuals like yourselves. This is what one might call eloquence." Had Xin Feng referred to them as the lower class, it could have been perceived as an insult. However, by using the term grassroots, he instilled a sense of pride and enthusiasm in Li Xiang, who yearned to discharge his modest contributions to Xin Feng immediately. Li Xiang, feeling elated, turned to Tang Chun and said enviously, "I never imagined that you siblings would have such a connection with young Master Shin." To many, Xin Feng was akin to a deity. 3 years prior, he was often seen in public, but in recent years, his appearances had dwindled significantly. On the other hand, Tang Chun, under Li Xiang and Appo's gaze, felt a whirlwind of emotions, torn between trusting Xin Feng and her brother Tang Shan. Emotionally, she wished to believe her elder brother. Yet pragmatically, she found herself more inclined to trust Xin Feng's words. After all, someone of Xin Feng's stature had no need to toy with her. Upon hearing Li Xiang and Appo's words, Tang Chun hurriedly inquired, "Uncle, please tell me, is what he said true?" Li Xiang paused for a moment, then directed his gaze toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng shrugged and smiled. "If she wishes to know, you may tell her." However, the young lady and Appo's skepticism was evidently strong. She might suspect that any confirmation was merely orchestrated by me. Thus, I suggest you let her see this. Shenfeng tossed a phone to Tang Shan, which had no password and could be unlocked with a simple touch. The screen displayed an album containing several videos. The first video showed the scene of Shenfeng and Appo's parents and Appo's car accident. The second was a news report from that time. And the third depicted Shenfeng sending money to Tang Shan, who angrily discarded it. In truth, videos could be fabricated, but Tang Shan was not naive. After all, Shenfeng was the chairman of the Shen Group, worth hundreds of billions, while the siblings combined barely possessed a few thousand. Why would he go to such lengths to create fake videos to deceive them? It was a peculiarity of the wealthy, perhaps? Consequently, Tang Shan began to believe Shenfeng and Appo's claims. However, the very act of believing left her more confused. Her brother had told her that Shenfeng was an enemy. Could he really be one now? Tang Shan and Appo's eyes welled with tears as she yearned to understand why her brother had deceived her. Bang! At that moment, the hospital door swung open again, and a somewhat frail yet spirited young man entered. Shenfeng recognized him immediately. This was Tang Shan, the very antagonist who had met his demise at Tang Shan's hands. As a character who had been vanquished by Tang Shan, it was evident that Tang Shan was the true protagonist. Shenfeng's vision revealed Tang Shan's character panel, leaving him momentarily stunned. Name: Tang Shan, male, 20 years old, level, first tier level 4, long-term malnutrition, physically weakened, talent ability, blade of slaughter, awakened, fate destiny, hardships lead to rewards, gold, protagonist's halo, gold, deep fortune, gold, stubbornness, gold, grandiose, gold, hypocrite, gold, striking appearance, gold, lone star, black, life script, apocalypse of Abba protagonist. 7 days later, during a midday rest at the dormitory of Qingnan Third University, the apocalypse descends. That night, a horrific monster appears on campus, and in a moment of crisis, Tang Shan awakens the blade of slaughter, slaying the creature and obtaining a peculiar crystal. Unaware of the crystal's purpose, he merely stows it away. This crystal is later seized by an antagonist who, upon consuming it, gains the ability to manipulate air. 10 days later, having gained a measure of strength, Tang Shan, filled with excitement, rushes to the third hospital to rescue his sister. A month later, he falls into a secret realm, significantly increasing his power. 3 months later, upon learning that you have established a survivor base, a combination of greed and vengeance for his father's death compels him to seek the opportunity to kill you and seize everything you possess, thus paving his path to power. Shenfeng was momentarily taken aback. 7 golds and 1 black? Is this the protagonist? Moreover, terms like hypocrite and stubbornness are hardly flattering, yet they appear in gold on the protagonist's panel. Such double standards, indeed. At that moment, Tang Shan, having pushed open the door, froze for a moment before bellowing, Shenfeng, what have you done to my sister? Without allowing for further contemplation from his perspective, Shenfeng sat by the bedside, flanked by Qiu Yu and Sun Hongba, exuding an intimidating presence, while his sister and Appo's eyes were swollen, as if she had been crying. In Tang Shan and Appo's mind, Shenfeng was the murderer of his father, and now, facing his nemesis with the apparent distress of his sister, how could he not be enraged? Thus, with a furious shout, Tang Shan charged forward. Brother, no? Tang Shan cried out urgently, but it was too late. The moment had passed, not in the sense that Tang Shan had struck Shenfeng, but rather that Qiu Yu had swiftly intercepted Tang Shan. Chapter 5. Severing the protagonist and Appo's arm. Are you teaching me how to do things? As Tang Shan charged forward, Qiu Yu swiftly dodged and appeared before him. She gripped his arm and gently twisted it backward while simultaneously tripping him. Thud. With a twist and a trip, Tang Shan effortlessly found himself kneeling on the ground. To prevent Tang Shan from attacking Shenfeng again, Qiu Yu positioned herself behind him, firmly holding his arm, forcing him to remain powerless. This also placed Tang Shan in a humiliating posture, kneeling before Shenfeng. Shenfeng did not rise. Instead, he looked at the disheveled Tang Shan with a mocking smile. Ah, so this is the protagonist? Shenfeng's condescending gaze infuriated Tang Shan. Let me go? Tang Shan roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Kneeling before the murderer of his father and being subdued so easily by a woman was an unbearable shame for Tang Shan. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not rise under Qiu Yu's pressure. She tightened her grip on his arm and coldly commanded, behave yourself. Perhaps due to a painful childhood, Qiu Yu had taken to martial arts from a young age, displaying remarkable talent. Let us not forget, her fate was entwined with that of a purple-grade combat master. As for Tang Shan, he had never formally studied martial arts and, due to prolonged malnutrition. His physical condition was inferior to that of an average man. Thus, subduing him was effortless for Qiuyu. Observing the disgraced and furious Tang Shan, Shen Feng mused, arrogant, conceited, utterly lacking self-awareness. What gives such a person the right to be the protagonist? How could he possibly threaten me? Who is Shen Feng? The chairman of the Shen Group, valued in the billions. And Tang Shan? A destitute boy who doesn't even know who his mother is, and whose father died 5 years ago. Given such a vast disparity in status, what audacity does Tang Shan have to confront Shen Feng? Only a fool, driven solely by reckless passion, could lay claim to the role of protagonist. Shen Feng thought disdainfully. Brother Shan, my brother didn't mean it. He was just mistaken. Please let him go. Tang Shan implored from the bed, casting a pained glance at her brother. Sister, you needn't plead for him. I shall avenge you, Tang Shan declared, raising his head. Veins bulging, eyes red and furious, glaring at Shen Feng. Hearing this, Tang Shan was taken aback. Avenge? Shen Feng had not harmed her. Huh? What right do you have to speak of vengeance when you deceive your own sister? Shen Feng scoffed derisively. What are you saying? Tang Shan stammered, his eyes darting. Feeling guilty. You know exactly what I mean. I merely intended to take a casual glance today. Yet it appears you and your sister perceive me as the murderer of your father. How amusing. Shen Feng leaned back, smirking at Tang Shan. Was it your parents who caused my father's death? Tang Shan screamed, his face contorted with rage. If your parents hadn't employed my father, he wouldn't have driven for you, and he wouldn't have met with that accident. Shen Feng paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. What an amusing logic you possess. Truly, as a protagonist, everything in the world must align with your whims. In the hospital room, others were present as well. The old man who had remained silent since Shen Feng entered suddenly spoke up. Young man, perhaps you should let him speak while standing. The old man felt Tang Shan was being a bit impulsive and speaking without thought. After all, it is quite disrespectful to make someone kneel while speaking. Shen Feng shot a cold glance at the old man, his expression turning icy and terrifying. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Shen Feng demanded, his eyes glinting with menace. No, I wouldn't dare, the old man stammered, clearing his throat and lying back down obediently. Shen Feng retracted his cold gaze and squinted, fixing his eyes on the boy kneeling before him. Shen Feng could not fathom how someone like Tang Shan could assume the role of protagonist. However, you ought to be grateful for having a good sister, he remarked, glancing at the frail Tang Shan in the bed. What do you intend to do? Whatever it is, take it out on me. Spare my sister. Tang Shan cried out in fear. Clearly, Tang Shan interpreted Shen Feng's words as an interest in Tang Shan. In a certain sense, he was not entirely mistaken, but it was evident that Shen Feng's interest was not what Tang Shan imagined. Shen Feng noticed the expression on Tang Shan's face and guessed his thoughts, yet he found no need to explain. You insult me, slander me, then place a label on me, and even offend me. I truly wish to end your life right now. Shen Feng coldly stated. No, please. Brother Shen. My brother is just overly worried about me. I beg you to let him go. Tang Shan cried out in a trembling voice, struggling to rise. She knelt on the bed, bowing her head to Shen Feng. Tang Shan only hoped that Shen Feng would spare Tang Shan, but unexpectedly, her actions only fueled Tang Shan's anger. He felt it was a reflection of his own inadequacy. He had failed to protect his sister. Sister, Tang Shan roared, his eyes wide with fury. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Since their father's death, Tang Shan's greatest concern had been his sister. Seeing Tang Shan kneel and bow to Shen Feng, the murderer of their father, sent him into a rage. However, Qiuyu's grip remained as firm as a vice, preventing any ESC Chapter 6, positioning and bombs. I must seize complete control over the protagonist. My arm. Qiuyu released Tang Shan. The intense pain caused Tang Shan to roll on the ground, howling incessantly. Brother, Tang Shan, lying on the hospital bed, let out a dreadful scream, disregarding everything else, and tumbled off the bed. With a resounding thud, her frail legs and arms turned red instantly. Yet, she paid no heed, appearing quite disheveled as she crawled to Tang Shan's side. Brother, are you all right? Brother. Tang Shan clung to her brother, her voice trembling with anxiety. Sister. Meanwhile, Tang Shan lay in Tang Shan's embrace, weakly murmuring a few words. Although he was on the verge of fainting from the pain, he heard the tremendous crash and, with bleary eyes, he caught sight of the swelling on his sister's body. In that moment, he silently wept. Tang Shan reached out his left hand to caress Tang Shan's cheek, sobbing, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm a failure. No, it's not like that. It's my fault. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan immediately shook her head, crying out, if it weren't for my illness. If it weren't for you needing to earn money for my treatment, your body wouldn't be so weak. It's my fault, all my fault. I'm sorry. Brother. This poignant scene was enough to evoke sympathy and compassion from anyone with a heart for this brother-sister pair. However, in the hospital room, Li Xiang and his companion, though feeling a pang of heartache, chose to remain silent. On the other side, the elderly couple witnessing this sight had reddened eyes. In their old age, they could hardly bear such scenes. But who was Shen Feng, the chairman of the Shen group? These ordinary old folks, even if they wished to intervene, were powerless. They both hoped to live a few more years. Sigh. The old man let out a deep sigh, then pulled the blanket over his head, resorting to willful ignorance. The old woman, with reddened eyes, turned her head away, refusing to look further. As for Shen Feng, he remained nonchalant, sitting steadily in his chair, as if merely watching a play unfold before him. Why should I act this way towards them? Why don't you ask him why he perceives me as a father-s enemy? Why is he the protagonist while I am merely a side character? Even a doomed antagonist? Why will I meet my demise at his hands in 3 months? Shen Feng would not confide such thoughts to others, for some truths, once spoken, might not be believed. In the past, Shen Feng lived merely to survive, devoid of any ambition. His greatest concern was perhaps the fear of his parents' legacy being snatched away. But now, upon learning of the impending apocalypse, Shen Feng realized he had acquired a purpose. He yearned to explore the vastness of the world. As for the curse of dying in 3 months, he did not take it to heart. Shen Feng was audacious, but he possessed the audacity to back it up. Time passed, and Tang Shan felt the pain subsiding significantly. However, he had completely lost sensation in his right arm, which hung limply at his side. From the shoulder joint downward, Tang Shan's entire right arm was broken. At this moment, his thoughts were not on himself, but rather on how he could earn money to treat his sister's illness with just one arm remaining. A bitter smile crept across Tang Shan's face, his heart heavy with sorrow. At this instant, he even felt a twinge of regret. If only he indeed discarded those 2 million. No, that's not right. Shen Feng should have given me more money. Is a human life truly worth only 2 million? Tang Shan glared at Shen Feng, gritting his teeth. Why do you treat us this way? Tang Shan wept as she gazed at Shen Feng. Her frail figure, resembling a mere shadow, combined with her tearful expression, was enough to stir pity in most hearts. Yet, Shen Feng scoffed, arrogantly declaring, you lack the qualification to question me. If I feel inclined, I might answer a few of your questions, but you wish to interrogate me? I'm afraid you are unworthy. Shen Feng rose, adjusted his clothing, and looked down at Tang Shan, calmly asserting, we shall meet again. His tone was so indifferent, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Tang Shan, having lost an arm, glared at Shen Feng with venomous fury, wishing he could feast on Shen Feng's flesh and drink his blood. Shen Feng observed the rage in Tang Shan's eyes, internally mocking him. If you weren't the protagonist, if I didn't wish to utilize you, I would have eliminated you long ago. Shen Feng smirked disdainfully, then departed with Chiu Yu and Butler Sunday. I will surely kill you. Definitely. Watching Shen Feng's retreating figure, Tang Shan silently roared within. After Shen Feng left, Li Xiang sighed. We've discussed your family's situation before, so I advise you to pretend this incident never occurred. With reddened eyes, Tang Chun choked out, my brother has lost an arm. How can we just act as if nothing happened? So what? What do you intend to do? Seek revenge? Even if you report to the authorities, it would be futile. They can easily absolve themselves of any wrongdoing. You too cannot contend with them. Li Xiang cautioned. Though Li Xiang had their best interests at heart, Tang Shan retorted coldly. Thank you for your kindness, but I will not flatter or fawn over anyone as you do. You. At these words, Li Xiang's expression shifted instantly, his anger flaring, unappreciative. After leaving the hospital room, Shen Feng stated calmly, old son, arrange for someone to treat him. Yes, young master. Butler Sun inquired. Do you have any other instructions? Shen Feng replied coldly. Install a tracking device in his arm to ensure I can locate him at any time. After a moment's thought, he added, then, place a small bomb near his heart and arrange for an automatic detonation program that will trigger the explosion if communication is severed. Understood, young master. Butler Sun nodded and exited, subsequently making a phone call to someone. Before long, Tang Shan and Tang Chun were taken away from the hospital room. The butler had arranged not only for a bomb and tracking device to be installed in Tang Shan's body, but also in Tang Chun's. Butler Sun was indeed a reliable individual. Shen Feng was uncertain if he would still receive signals after the apocalypse, as many apocalyptic narratives begin with global power outages. Thus, to be on the safe side, if communication fails, Tang Shan must perish. The protagonist's halo is exceedingly formidable. Should he slip from control, he must die. I truly hope you do not die, as I still wish to exploit you for my gain. Shen Feng murmured with utmost seriousness. Chapter 7. The Expensive Protective Suit. Becoming a malevolent capitalist. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Within the 9th Villa District, at the Doomsday Fortress, atop the central building, Shen Feng stood boldly before the floor-to-ceiling window, clad only in shorts, his bare torso exposed. Behind him lay a stunning beauty with porcelain skin. Her ample charms on display, none other than Xiaoyu, whom Shen Feng had found as a child. After an indeterminate time, Xiaoyu awoke, her gaze falling upon Shen Feng's silhouette. A blush crept across her cheeks, although she had long since surrendered herself to Shen Feng. Each encounter still filled her with a sense of shyness, especially after Shen Feng had energetically kept her occupied throughout the night. Awake? Then put on your clothes. And don't forget the protective suit, Shen Feng instructed. All right, Xiaoyu replied bashfully, reaching for her garments and dressing. The protective suits had been urgently crafted by a large company at Shen Feng's behest over the past few days. Due to the time constraints, the company managed to produce only 6 sets, 2 for Shen Feng, 2 for Butler's son, and 2 for Xiaoyu, all in a striking black and white design. Despite the limited number of suits, and the fact that they consisted solely of a top and trousers, the cost had nearly reached 10 million. Unbelievable, isn't it? Speaking of prices, have you ever heard of racing suits? Regardless of your familiarity, a quality racing suit typically costs at least $100,000. Why so expensive? Because a premium racing suit can maintain about 80 of its original strength at 200 C and can endure high temperatures of 260 C for up to 100 hours while retaining 65-70 of its original strength. Simply put, they are fire-resistant. The material Shen Feng had chosen was even more precious than that of racing suits, offering both fire resistance and protection against slashing attacks. It could even withstand bullets from light firearms. If we were to double the price to $200,000, that would roughly equate to 1,500,000 yuan, and multiplied by 6, we arrive at 9 million. Thus, spending nearly 10 million for 6 sets of protective gear that are both fireproof and slash-resistant is hardly exorbitant. Master, why must we wear these protective suits today? Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Because today, significant events are about to unfold. Shen Feng replied cryptically. Significant events? What could possibly happen? Xiaoyu was perplexed. Yet she quickly donned her outfit and shook her arms a bit. While it felt somewhat heavy, it was manageable. Shen Feng turned to grab his own protective suit. And after they were both dressed, they exited the room together. Master, the vehicle and supplies you requested are ready. Butler's son had been waiting downstairs. Let us go. We may have to navigate through chaos for a while, Shen Feng declared. Both Xiaoyu and Butler's son were uncertain about Shen Feng's words. Yet they complied and entered the vehicle. This was one of the many bulletproof SUVs Shen Feng had procured, with ample storage space now nearly filled to capacity with provisions, drinking water, and the additional 3 protective suits. Moreover, there were even 4 large boxes in the front passenger seat. Casting a glance at the boxes, Xiaoyu thought to ask, Master, are we robbing a bank? Yet, given Shen Feng's wealth, such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. Despite her curiosity, she remained silent. As Shen Feng's personal bodyguard, and indeed, as his woman, she felt it best to refrain from questioning his decisions too often. After all, she believed Shen Feng was remarkably capable, far more intelligent than herself. If she didn't understand something, it was wiser not to meddle. Inside the SUV, Shen Feng and Xiaoyu occupied the back seat, while Butler's son drove. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Qingnan Third University. Shen Feng had long coveted the crystal that granted its possessor the ability to manipulate air, and as someone devoid of any innate talents, he was determined to seize this opportunity. Son, what time is it? Shen Feng inquired. It's 10:50, Butler's son responded. Let us take a break. By noon, you'll understand my intentions, Shen Feng said, closing his eyes to feign rest. Over the past week, Shen Feng had not been idle. He had inspected his companies and spread word of his Doomsday Fortress. Some might call Shen Feng's actions foolish or naive, yet if he were truly naive, he would have forcibly brought those workers into the fortress. So, spare us the display of your minuscule intellect. After all, did Shen Feng construct such a vast fortress merely for himself, Butler's son, and Xiaoyu? Absolutely not. having enjoyed a life of luxury. He could not tolerate a mundane existence where he had to manage everything personally. Thus, taking in survivors after the apocalypse was a necessity for Xin Feng. However, even in accepting survivors, he would not indiscriminately welcome all. The ability to safely reach the Doomsday Fortress would serve as the first test for them. It was worth noting that the 9th Villa District was located on the outskirts, so anyone who arrived safely, whether through sheer luck or having fought their way through, would be deemed valuable by Xin Feng. As for the possibility of them taking over, that was simply out of the question. The fortress boasted 4 towering walls. When Xin Feng departed, he had secured all but the outermost wall, making it virtually impossible for anyone to infiltrate. These walls stood 30 meters high and 5 meters thick. No one could breach them, no matter their efforts. Thus, even in Xin Feng's absence, no one else would dare to stir trouble. The more people, the better. Those with talents or abilities could be cultivated as elites, while ordinary individuals could serve as laborers. It seems I am destined to become a nefarious capitalist, Xin Feng thought with a sly smile. Approximately an hour later, Xin Feng awoke and glanced at the time. It was 11:55. The moment was approaching. In what form would the apocalypse manifest? He raised his head and peered through the SUV's sunroof at the sky, and in that instant, he was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Why has the sun turned red? Xin Feng exclaimed. The sunlight, typically a spectrum of colors, now appeared solely as a vivid crimson, a hue as bright as blood. Chapter 8. The Day of the Apocalypse. Under the crimson light, all beings are equal. The crimson glow obscured the sun. In that moment, every individual on Earth was struck with astonishment. Oh my, look quickly. The sun has turned red. But hasn't the sun always been red? What is the fuss about? Are you daft? Under normal circumstances, the sun is not meant to be gazed upon directly, and its light manifests in various hues, if you were to truly observe it. Your sole impression would be one of blinding brightness or whiteness. Yet now, it is solely red. What? Goodness, the sun has genuinely turned red. What on earth is happening? Countless people lifted their heads in disbelief towards the scarlet orb in the sky. If it were merely a red moon, it would hardly incite such widespread chaos, as a red moon is simply a rare astronomical phenomenon. However, a red sun was an unprecedented sight for all. Young master, what is going on? Chiao Yu and Butler's son also gazed skyward. Butler's son's face paled, while Chiao Yu anxiously inquired. Boom! A thunderous chime echoed from the heavens, resonating with a melodious grandeur that seemed to traverse the corridors of time, piercing through space, and implanting itself within the minds of every individual. In that instant, all felt an excruciating pain in their heads, followed by screams of torment. Young master, my head aches terribly. Chiao Yu clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Just sleep it off. A brief respite will suffice. In truth, Xin Feng was also beset by a literal headache. Yet he endured the intense pain and swiftly rendered Chiao Yu unconscious. Young master, is this what you refer to as the end of the world? Butler's son turned from the driver's seat, unable to restrain his curiosity. Indeed. Xin Feng nodded in affirmation. Butler's son longed to inquire how Xin Feng possessed such knowledge. But instead, he found himself asking, will we perish? Though unafraid of death, Butler's son feared the prospect of Xin Feng dying before him. He had failed to protect the master and mistress. He could not bear the thought of failing to protect Xin Feng as well. If death were inevitable, he wished to depart this world before Xin Feng. Fear not, we shall not die in the immediate future. Xin Feng reassured him. Boom! Another chime resonated. No one knew the source of this sound, nor could they ascertain what had produced it. Yet in that moment, countless individuals could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and succumb to unconsciousness. Xin Feng clasped his head and gazed upwards. In the sky, the crimson sun became the nucleus of a rapidly expanding crimson halo, enveloping the entire planet in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. The chimes rang out a total of 9 times, the red halo intensifying until it coalesced into a visible crimson mist. Xin Feng was uncertain if a 10th chime would resonate, for he had already lost consciousness by the 9th. As the sounds echoed, innumerable souls around the globe cried out in despair and anguish. Yet from that moment forth, the entire planet fell into an eerie silence, as if it had transformed into a celestial body of death. Under the crimson light, all beings stood equal. Between heaven and earth, red mist permeated the atmosphere. This crimson haze infiltrated every material on the planet. Humans, creatures, plants, earth, minerals, air. All substances on this sphere absorbed the red mist as if they were sponges, tirelessly soaking in the essence that filled the environment. Time passed unmeasured, and the red mist appeared to vanish. However, the planet seemed to have undergone a monumental transformation. Suddenly, Shen Feng jolted awake, glancing at the time. It was 1 in the afternoon. Cursed be this red light. What on earth was it? How could I have slept for an hour? Shen Feng hurriedly roused Butler Sun and Qiu Yu. Ugh, young master, my head aches terribly. Ah, young master. Are you all right? Qiu Yu opened his eyes groggily, then anxiously exclaimed. Shen Feng, exasperated, replied, by the time you gather your wits, I might be reduced to mere ash. Butler's son chuckled softly but soon furrowed his brow, stating, Young master, I feel as though something has been added to my mind. Shen Feng quickly turned his gaze. He observed that Butler's son and Appo's portal ability had awakened. What does it feel like? Shen Feng inquired with curiosity. Butler's son frowned and replied uncertainly, It seems. I can open doors at 2 locations and then traverse between them. Opening doors at 2 locations? Is this the essence of the portal ability? Shen Feng queried, astonished. What are the specifics? Can these 2 doors connect? Can they exist for extended periods? Butler's son pondered before responding, Young master, I can currently only open doors within a distance of 10 meters and maintain them for a few minutes. However, I sense that in the future, I should be able to open doors over greater distances, and not only that, but I believe I could also allow the portals to exist for extended durations, even creating multiple portals simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng was astounded. He was aware of Butler's son and Appo's talent for portals, yet he had not comprehended the full extent of this ability. Now, it appeared to be nothing short of divine. However, this was not merely a solitary skill, but rather a strategic advantage in the midst of total warfare. Contemplating the implications, Shen Feng imagined a scenario where he clashed with a certain faction over a dispute. While they anticipated a frontal assault, he could emerge from behind them, leaving them utterly bewildered. Of course, presently, Butler's son's portal capabilities were still quite limited, but it was evident that this talent would prove increasingly valuable for any large faction in the future. Excellent! Shen Feng exclaimed with excitement. I possess abilities as well. Qiu Yu interjected, eager to gain attention. I feel as though I can control ice. Look, young master. Shen Feng turned to see Qiu Yu raise his hand, and suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped the air, manifesting into a peculiar formation of ice before them. Indeed, Qiu Yu is impressive. Shen Feng replied with a smile. But what is the cost of this ability? Qiu Yu closed his eyes to gauge the energy expenditure, then drooped his head in disappointment, stating, Young master, this takes a significant toll. I estimate that at full capacity, I could only create a block of ice measuring 10 cubic meters. 10 cubic meters? Shen Feng nodded, acknowledging the considerable size. And what of you, young master? What ability have you awakened? Qiu Yu asked eagerly. At this, Shen Feng fell silent. Well, it appears your young master has awakened nothing at all. Such a confession felt somewhat humiliating. Butler's son interjected. Qiu Yu, have you forgotten my previous teachings? My apologies. Young master, I should not have spoken. Qiu Yu quickly offered his contrition. Shen Feng pondered for a moment before smiling. No, I have no qualms about telling you. After all, you are my most trusted confidants. My ability is Foresight. Chapter 9 Fully Armed. Special Forces on a Mission? My ability is Foresight, Shen Feng stated. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu immediately expressed her astonishment. Young master, could it be that you knew 3 years ago? Before Qiu Yu could finish her sentence, she recalled Shen Feng's actions over the past 3 years, leading her to realize, oh right, if you had no prior knowledge, how could you have so extravagantly spent your resources to construct that fortress? Indeed, this was Shen Feng's intention, attributing all his achievements to his foresight. He believed that rather than claiming to possess a system that allowed him to view everyone's life panels, it was more fitting to say he had the ability of foresight. After all, Butler's son had the talent for portals, and Qiu Yu possessed the gift of ice. Was it too much to assert that he had prophetic abilities? Butler's son, equally astonished, inquired, Young master, then what are we doing here? There is something in this school that I must acquire. Shen Feng succinctly replied, before stepping out of the car. What could possibly necessitate such a visit? Qiu Yu murmured, then exited the vehicle alongside Butler's son, following Shen Feng closely. Shen Feng did not immediately approach the boxes in the passenger seat, nor did he enter the campus directly. Instead, he walked straight to a private car parked by the roadside, lifting his gaze to the man in the driver's seat. Supporting character, life script, wake up 10 minutes later, instantly transformed into a zombie. As the bell tolled, numerous car accidents erupted on the streets. though many endured the throbbing pain in their heads to halt their vehicles by the roadside. The weather was neither too hot nor too cold, prompting many to open their windows, which conveniently aided Shinfeng. He surveyed one person after another, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Among the 20 individuals I observed, 18 transformed directly into zombies. Is the conversion rate truly this high?" After examining several vehicles, he found that most of these individuals shared a similar script to the first one he encountered, awakening only to become zombies. If these 20 souls served as a sample, it would indicate a staggering 90% conversion rate. This suggested that, starting today, perhaps not even 100 million among the billions of people worldwide would remain. What a terrifying statistic. Shinfeng sighed. The sample size was too small for certainty, yet globally, the conversion rate likely exceeded 70%. This was merely considering those who transformed into zombies right from the start. What about those bitten by zombies? If these were included, humanity might truly dwindle to a mere 10%. Incidentally, Shinfeng's understanding of zombies was rather limited. Even in cinematic portrayals, disparities existed among zombies. However, he was certain that those bitten would be infected, as evidenced by the 2 individuals who did not initially turn into zombies, with their scripts indicating a transformation following a bite. "Young master, shall we awaken these individuals?" Xiaoyu asked. "No need. They are shrouded in dark energy and have perished." Shinfeng shook his head, returning to the SUV, where he and Butler's son retrieved 4 boxes from the passenger seat. "Dead?" Xiaoyu gasped in surprise, then extended her hand to check for breath beneath one man's nose, exclaiming, "How can they still be breathing if they are dead?" Shinfeng opened the boxes one by one, responding to Xiaoyu's exclamation, "Do you know what zombies are?" "Huh? Zombies? Like the undead from movies?" Xiaoyu's face was filled with shock. "Yes, but I cannot ascertain if they are identical, so hurry and collect the equipment." Xiaoyu's mouth agape in disbelief. She surveyed the numerous vehicles scattered around. Typically, the university entrance had few cars, bustling only during holidays or school hours. Yet, even in such circumstances, with passing vehicles and faculty cars, there were still around 30 private vehicles. Had these individuals truly perished in silence? Xiaoyu, both amazed and numbed, followed Shinfeng. Upon seeing the contents of the boxes, she momentarily forgot the grim reality of their potential transformation into zombies. The first box contained 6 handguns, the specifics of which need not be mentioned. Each magazine held 8 bullets, totaling 12 magazines. The second box housed a sniper rifle with 3 magazines, each containing 10 bullets, along with 12 grenades. The third box contained 2 standard rifles, each with a magazine of 35 bullets and 4 magazines in total. The fourth box comprised 6 daggers, 3 crowbars, and a climbing backpack. Each person will receive 2 handguns, 2 daggers, and 4 grenades. I have reserved space for you to store them, so quickly gather the items. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyu and Butler's son hastily collected the gear. When Shinfeng had customized their protective suits, he had indeed ensured there were designated spots for the equipment. The back waist, both sides of the waist, and the calves featured protruding pockets perfect for stowing these weapons. Shinfeng turned to Xiaoyu and continued, "The sniper rifle is for Butler's son. We shall each take a rifle, and we'll each wield a crowbar. We lack ammunition supplies. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using firearms. Aim to resolve conflicts with the crowbars. If there is no space to store them, simply hold them in your hands." Shinfeng was unconcerned about Butler's son and Xiaoyu and Appo's proficiency with firearms, as he had arranged for them to receive training 2 years prior. Despite Butler's son nearing 60, his eyesight remained sharp, and he exhibited considerable talent for sniping. Although Shinfeng and Xiaoyu were not particularly adept with firearms, their extensive practice had granted them a basic understanding, ensuring they would not merely fire aimlessly. Approximately 1 minute later, the 3 stood fully armed. Each bore 4 grenades at their lower backs, 2 handguns near their thighs, and 2 daggers strapped to their calves. They sported double-layered gloves, one thin, translucent layer and the other thick, crafted from fireproof and cut-resistant materials. All magazines were stored within the inner lining of their suits, designed with small compartments specifically for this purpose. Additionally, Butler's son carried a sniper rifle on his back, while Shinfeng and Xiaoyu bore submachine guns. To an unknowing observer, the trio might easily be mistaken for special forces on a mission. Chapter 10. The Emergence of Zombies. Wielding the Sword of Physics. Fully armed, Shinfeng grasped the mountaineering backpack and began to stow various items from the rear of the off-road vehicle. It was at that moment that Xiaoyu realized that there was more than just food. There were several other small tools, including but not limited to night vision goggles. ropes, and lighters. With a swish, the zipper was drawn shut as Shen Feng packed everything away. He had taken all the small tools from inside the vehicle, but only a portion of the food. Simultaneously, he pulled out a mobile phone, opened it, and exclaimed with relief, "Thank goodness, there's a signal." With a signal, I can track the protagonist's location. If I can control the protagonist and Appo's position, treasures will flow in endlessly. A protagonist with a severed right hand, even with a halo, cannot possibly become invincible in just a few days, can he? Once I acquire that crystal that grants the ability to manipulate air, I shall seek you out. Our esteemed protagonist, do not disappoint me. A smile crept upon Shen Feng's lips. Young master, someone has awakened. Suddenly, the butler's son spoke up. Shen Feng turned to see 3 men approaching. The zombies would awaken in 10 minutes, while those who had not turned would rouse before then. Thus, it was evident that these 3 were the sole survivors in the vicinity besides Shen Feng and his companions. Hey, brothers, is that a real gun? Tian Kai greeted enthusiastically, his gaze fixed firmly on the firearms slung over the shoulders of the newcomers. Could you tell us what is happening right now? I see many people in the nearby vehicles are unconscious, inquired a sharply dressed man, Wan Kaishan. Yes. What is going on? Why did we just inexplicably fall asleep? And why is it so eerily quiet now? The stout Hong Yong asked, confusion etched on their faces as they looked at Shen Feng and his companions. Their attire was indeed peculiar, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Standing beside Shen Feng, Butler's son narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomers with a penetrating gaze. Xiaoyu turned to Shen Feng, who tossed the backpack onto the vehicle and replied coolly, "Wait a few minutes, and you will find out." He was unwilling to engage in lengthy explanations. His foremost curiosity lay in the nature of the zombies. Tian Kai, Wan Kaishan, and Hong Yong could only stand by in silence. Time passed slowly, and soon, the moment of the zombies and Appo's awakening arrived. Roar! At that instant, the entire planet seemed to come alive. In truth, the world had been regaining vitality over the past 10 minutes. Yet, many remained puzzled, contemplating whether to call for help as they observed their colleagues and classmates still unconscious. Only Shen Feng knew that from this moment forth, the world would enter a new epoch. What the hell? What is happening to them? Hong Yong exclaimed, pointing at the surrounding vehicles in astonishment. My goodness! What is this? Tian Kai and Wan Kaishan echoed in shock. As the occupants of the vehicles began to awaken, they emitted inhuman howls. Their faces contorted. Veins bulged from their skin, eyes bloodshot, and elongated fangs protruded from their upper jaws, resembling monsters more than humans. Shen Feng focused his gaze on the nearest zombie. Zombie level. First stage, level 1 life script. None. Description: the life script of monsters is unpredictable, for they have run out of time. Shen Feng had not expected to see the zombie and Appo's panel. However, level 1. He was momentarily taken aback. The strength of an ordinary adult male was at level 5 in the first stage. Thus far, the weakest individual he had encountered was Tang Shan, the sister of the protagonist Tang Shan. Yet, even she possessed a strength of level 2. Good heavens, are zombies this weak? Shen Feng murmured, then shouted, Old son, hold your position. Xiaoyu, let us test the strength of this horde of zombies. Understood, young master. Butler's son lowered his head slightly and stood firm. Beside him, Xiaoyu asked, Young master, what should we do specifically? Shen Feng stepped forward a couple of paces and instructed, Stay behind me, and be careful not to let them ambush me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly followed suit. Shen Feng approached a private car, wielded a crowbar, and forcefully smashed the window. The car immediately erupted with an alarm, its sound reverberating widely. Ignoring it, Shen Feng gripped the crowbar's end and used its L-shaped front to hook the zombie inside the vehicle. Hiss! The zombie tumbled to the ground, its clothing torn by the shattered glass, revealing faint traces of blood on its skin. After pulling the zombie out, Shen Feng remained unfazed as he swung the crowbar, shattering the creature and Appo's limbs with precision. Xiaoyu, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, the young master is extraordinarily fierce. Had Shen Feng known Xiaoyu and Appo's thoughts, he might have retorted, Is it fierceness now, or was it fierceness last night? At that moment, Shen Feng gazed at the fallen zombie and smiled slightly. How intriguing that despite having its limbs shattered, it can still wriggle like a maggot. He lifted the crowbar and swung it like a golf club, striking the zombie and Appo's head. With a sickening crunch, the creature and Appo's neck was torn apart, its head soaring into the air. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The zombie beneath him ceased its movements. This sort of physics is truly effective. Shinfeng mused, then proceeded to extract more zombies from other vehicles. Some zombies, hearing the commotion, crawled out voluntarily. But they were swiftly dispatched by Shinfeng and Qiuyu working in tandem. Indeed, a head turned to mush could also eliminate a zombie, though this method was tricky to control. If one believed they struck too forcefully, it might merely result in a mild concussion. Thus, decapitation was the preferred approach. The heart also served as a weakness for zombies. As long as one pierced it, death was assured. Shinfeng was not solely focused on exterminating zombies. He was conducting experiments as he killed. In the end, he concluded, zombies are exceedingly weak. However, they will only die completely if their heart or head is destroyed, which is somewhat troublesome. What the hell? They're killing them. Hong Yong screamed. Wan Kai-shun adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. Should we run quickly? Tian Kai glanced at Shinfeng and Qiuyu, who were demonstrating their prowess not far away. His eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze toward Butler Sunday. Are those monsters? If so, Tian Kai narrowed his eyes and began to inch closer to Butler Sunday Chapter 11, Global Chaos. The gem within the zombie and amp. Appo's heart. What on earth is happening? Don't bite me. Old son, I've called for help. Why are you biting me? This must be a zombie, right? The apocalypse has arrived. I don't want the world to end. Someone, please save me. At that moment, chaos erupted across the planet. Schools, supermarkets, military bases. Streets, everyone in every scene descended into turmoil. Some survivors woke up early and roused others, but many remained oblivious. Emergency lines were overwhelmed, with calls to 120, 110, and 119 flooding in. Yet, before these services could respond, some individuals were still on the line. Those who could not be awakened were suddenly jolted to life. Then, humanity was engulfed in confusion. Cries of despair, screams of terror, and roars of anguish filled the air. People fled, screamed, hid, and wept. It was pure chaos. An indescribable pandemonium. In that moment, the planet regained its vitality, albeit a vitality no one wished to experience. At the third hospital, in a room with merely 2 beds, Tang Shan and Tang Chun lay motionless on the floor. When the red light appeared in the sky, their curiosity compelled them to rise and stand at the window. But soon after, they collapsed again. Approximately 5 minutes before the zombies fully awakened, Tang Shan stirred. He touched his aching head, his eyes filled with confusion. However, he quickly turned his gaze towards his sister, Tang Chun. Sister, wake up. He shook her gently, his tone laced with anxiety and fear. Thankfully, Tang Shan was unharmed. She awoke swiftly at Tang Shan's urging. Upon awakening, Tang Shan sensed something new within her mind. Although it was a healing power, her abilities were currently too weak. After all, she was merely a level 1, stage 2. Thus, at this moment, she could only tend to minor wounds or scratches. At Qin in 3rd University. At the school gate, a man and a woman, fully armed and wielding crowbars, systematically eliminated all the zombies from the vehicles parked by the roadside. These two were Shinfeng and Qiuyu. Remarkably, after transforming into zombies, their bodies appeared exceedingly frail. While dispatching the undead, Shinfeng mused on the matter. Not long ago, these zombies were once human. Even if they were not at the pinnacle of level 1, stage 5, they surely did not fall below level 1, stage 3. Yet, after their transformation, their abilities had regressed to level 1, stage 1, and their physicality seemed to have diminished significantly, particularly in terms of bone density. Thus, Shinfeng and Qiuyu found it rather effortless to vanquish these zombies. With their crowbars, it was akin to playing golf. One by one, the zombies' heads were severed. Some were sent flying, while others were reduced to a chaotic amalgamation of flesh and bone. Master, what are you looking for? Qiuyu queried. Watching Shinfeng crouched beside a fallen zombie. Due to her angle, she could not discern what Shinfeng was doing, so she stepped closer. Boom. A single glance left Qiuyu wide-eyed with horror. Master, what are you doing? She stammered. Shinfeng was dissecting a relatively intact zombie with a knife. His technique was far from professional, resulting in many organs being crushed in the process. After death, such humiliation, Qiuyu felt a pang of pity for the unfortunate creature. Shinfeng stood, opened his palm, and matter-of-factly stated, "Look at this." In his hand rested a spherical Chapter 12, Ruthless and Merciless. The terrible demise of Tian Kai. Upon hearing the words, Shinfeng glanced with amusement at Tian Kai, who lay beneath the feet of Butler Sunday. In his youth, Butler's son had been a formidable fighter. While age had somewhat diminished his strength, his skills had only sharpened. How audacious of Tian Kai to provoke him. Such ignorance of impending doom. Crushed beneath Butler's son and Appo's foot, Tian Kai seethed with humiliation and rage. Yet, upon catching Shen Feng and Appo's gaze, he quickly pleaded, "Young master, I beg your pardon. I was blinded by folly, overestimating my capabilities. Please, show mercy. I assure you, it shall never happen again." Shen Feng and Appo's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, "Old son, remove your foot." "Yes, young master." Butler's son complied without further comment, lifting his foot. Tian Kai and Appo's hearts surged with relief. This Shen Feng lacked the resolve to take a life. How could he have known that this old man was so formidable? Next time, he would devise a foolproof plan. "Thank you, thank." Tian Kai began to express his gratitude, but before he could finish, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Wang Kaishan and Hong Yong stood frozen in shock. You and Appo's VE killed him," Wang Kaishan shrieked. Meanwhile, the rotund Hong Yong collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief, his body trembling in fear. They could scarcely comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, Tian Kai had been rising. Yet Shen Feng had swiftly raised his crowbar and struck him violently on the back of the head. One blow was all it took. Tian Kai crumpled to the ground. Blood trickling from his lips, his body shaking in a pitiful display. Tian Kai and Appo's mouth opened, his eyes fixed on Shen Feng. And he made faint hissing sounds as if to utter words, but only thick, crimson blood spilled forth as he struggled to speak. "You wish to seize the weapon?" Shen Feng observed Tian Kai quivering on the ground, his lips parting slightly, a sinister smile gracing his features. "What would you do with it?" "I shall not grant such individuals a second chance. One must be accountable for their actions." With a cold sneer, Shen Feng raised his crowbar once more. Bang! This time, he plunged the hook of the crowbar deep into Tian Kai and Appo's skull. With a swift motion, he stepped on Tian Kai and Appo's head and yanked the crowbar free, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Surely, many have used a stick to pry something from the earth? At that moment, Tian Kai's head resembled such an object. The chaotic cavity of his skull oozed a grotesque mixture of blood and brain matter, trickling down his face in a ghastly display of deep and shallow rivulets. In cinematic terms, this scene would undoubtedly warrant a censoring mosaic. "Young master, is it not inappropriate to kill so brazenly?" Butler's son inquired, his tone measured. Wang Kaishan and Hong Yong were left speechless. "What? You are concerned about the manner of the killing rather than the act itself? Is it acceptable to kill in secret?" They wondered in disbelief. Beside them, Chiao Yu appeared unfazed, glancing at the two with cold disdain at their cries. Shen Feng merely smiled lightly. "Old son, we must adjust our mindset." Butler's son paused before responding, "Please guide me, young master. Now that you possess extraordinary abilities in a world overrun by the undead, do you believe we should adhere to the old rules?" Butler's son pondered this, then replied, "Young master, I understand. However, may I inquire about our future objectives? I have constructed a Doomsday stronghold." Shen Feng did not elaborate further. "I see. Might I ask, do you aspire to reign as an emperor?" "That is merely a secondary consideration." Shen Feng lifted his gaze to the now clear sky. "What I truly wish to witness is the vastness of the world after the apocalypse. Establishing power is simply a means to an end, as I recognize the limitations of individual strength." Butler's son nodded solemnly. "Young master, I comprehend." Meanwhile, Chiao Yu, feeling a headache coming on, interjected, "Young master, could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Can we not converse in terms I can understand?" Shen Feng chuckled. Fret not. Just know that anyone who dares to provoke you in the future shall meet their end." At this, Wang Kaishan stepped forward, furious. "You murderer! By what right do you dictate the fate of others? How dare you kill at will? I will remember your face and report you to the authorities." Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. A crowbar flew from behind Shen Feng, interrupting Wang Kaishuan's tirade, and embedded itself in his chest. "Some would ask you," Butler's son remarked casually as he stepped into view. You demons!" Wang Kaishan cried in terror as he fell to the ground. Butler's son approached steadily, closing the distance to Wang Kaishuan's retreating form. He raised the crowbar once more, poised to strike again. "Please, no. I was wrong. I understand now. Spare me. I have a wife and children. I don't want to die. I won't report you. I didn't come here today. I saw nothing. Please, let me go. I know I was wrong." Wang Kaishan sobbed, tears pouring from his eyes. Yet, with a resounding crack, Butler's son mercilessly shattered Wang Kaishuan's skull with the crowbar. "What more is there to say?" Butler's son questioned, lifting his gaze to Hong Yong. In a panic, Hong Yong fell to his knees, rasping, I saw nothing." Butler's son shook his head, We do not concern ourselves with what you may or may not have seen. Just refrain from harboring unwarranted thoughts. If you do, keep them buried within your heart. That is the proper course for individuals like yourselves. Hong Yong froze, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Butler's son turned and walked away. Shin Feng was the chairman of the Shin Group. While not all large corporations engage in unscrupulous acts, Shin Feng had been too young to command respect when he took control of the group. Therefore, he had resorted to underhanded methods to assert his dominance. At this juncture, would Shin Feng still allow himself to be swayed by the triviality of taking a life? Certainly not. With a dismissive smirk, he cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless bodies of Tian Kai and Wang Kaishan. Your fates were sealed from the outset. But since you did not perish at the hands of the undead, let it be by mine instead. Shin Feng laughed lightly. Let us proceed to the school. Butler's son and Chiou followed closely behind. Chapter 13. The Innate Sword Emperor. The opulent Xiaqiu-chan. Help, help. Within the confines of the school, anguished cries echoed from all directions. Simultaneously, the guttural roars of zombies filled the air. The shrieks and growls created a haunting symphony. Although Shin Feng remained uncertain about what precisely attracted the zombies, it was clear that sound was certainly one of the factors. Hence, in Shin Feng's perspective, these frantic students were perilously close to death. However, their demise held no significance for him. With an air of indifference, Shin Feng strode through the school gates alongside Chiou and Butler's Sunday. Young master, that hefty fellow is following us. Butler's son murmured discreetly. Shin Feng turned to glance at the timid figure trailing behind them and scoffed. Pay him no mind. Does he truly believe that shadowing me guarantees his safety? In fact, following me may be the most perilous choice he could make. Curiously, Chiou interjected, Young master, why don't we simply drive the vehicle inside? Shin Feng elucidated. The school is overrun with zombies. While it may be easy to drive in, escaping would be quite the challenge. Oh, that makes sense. Chiou nodded thoughtfully. In truth, she contemplated whether Shin Feng feared the vehicle being stolen, but then recalled that it was an armored car, with a price tag in the millions. Even if others reached the vehicle, lacking the keys, they would be incapable of breaching its defenses. Whether glass or tires, anyone attempting sabotage would find themselves utterly thwarted. Thus, what was there to fear about leaving the vehicle outside? The trio advanced slowly, with the rotund figure trailing at a distance. As they passed a certain classroom building, a loud crash erupted, and 9 students stumbled out in a state of frenzy. Upon spotting Shin Feng and his companions, they paused momentarily before rushing towards them, shouting hoarsely. Help, help. Though they did not recognize Shin Feng and his companions, they were drawn to the formidable gear adorning them. Butler's son bore a sniper rifle, while Shin Feng and Chiou carried assault rifles, in addition to wielding crowbars. Despite their confusion regarding why the armed trio chose to brandish crowbars instead of firearms, the desperate students sought their assistance. Young master, Chiou and Butler's son exchanged glances filled with inquiry. Intrigued, Shin Feng observed the group closely. As their life panels revealed a rather mundane fate, most of them were destined to perish, mere mortals facing imminent demise. Their strength hovered around the first tier, level 5. Yet, the narrative of their lives piqued his interest. They had inadvertently caused the death of a potential sword emperor, and this individual had slain 90% of the zombies before succumbing? Fascinating, utterly fascinating. With a light chuckle, Shin Feng grew increasingly curious about the identity of the Xiaqiu-chan mentioned in their panels. He stood motionless, his gaze fixated on the classroom building from which the students had just emerged. As the 9 students reached Shin Feng's side, they clamored, Big brother, who are you? Are those guns real? Quick, run. My classmates and roommates have gone mad, fighting anyone they see. We must flee. Big brother, they all shouted in unison. Yet Shin Feng and his companions pretended as though they were invisible. Frustrated, one boy shouted, Hey, can't you understand us? Are you deaf? It's dangerous. You must protect us and help us escape. Damn it, if you're not going to do anything, then give us your guns. We can protect ourselves. Another lunged forward, attempting to seize Chiou's rifle, believing it to be more useful than the sniper rifle and perceiving Chiou, as a girl, as an easier target. However, as soon as he came within a meter of Chiou, she swung her crowbar, striking him on the head with a resounding thud. The boy froze momentarily, then clutched his head, noticing the blood that stained his hand. He pointed a trembling finger at Chiou, his mouth opening to speak, yet the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, consciousness lost. A pool of blood quickly formed around his head, and even with swift medical attention, it was likely he would end up as a mere shell of a person. They've killed him. They've killed him. The remaining 4 students screamed. their cries echoing far and wide. Keep shouting, and I will ensure you share his fate. Silencing Chapter 14. The Two Encounters. No one will come to save you. 3 golds, 1 purple, 1 blue, 1 black. Quite intriguing. Observing Xiaqiu-chan's panel, Shinfeng couldn't help but smile faintly, finding it exceedingly amusing. It was evident that her blue affinity for saving others rendered her somewhat altruistic, but the impending black calamity had led to her demise. However, analyzing her panel, as long as she could survive, she had the potential to become an empress of her era, a sword sovereign. Thus, Shinfeng felt a stirring in his heart. High potential and a stunning beauty. How could he not seize the opportunity? He gazed earnestly at Xiaqiu-chan and then remarked, "We shall meet again." Huh? Xiaqiu-chan looked at Shinfeng with confusion. "What do you mean by that? Do I know you?" Her face was a portrait of bewilderment. Yet Shinfeng, accompanied by Butler's son and Xiaoyu, had already departed. Surely, the blue affinity wouldn't be so obstinate, would it? The affinities, excluding black, are classified into 5 levels: gray, white, blue, purple, and gold. Since Xiaqiu-chan's affinity for saving others was merely blue and not gold, theoretically, this trait could be modified through experience. How could he rescue Xiaqiu-chan while also rectifying her detrimental habit? Shinfeng furrowed his brow, pondering silently. An affinity for saving others, how could such a trait exist in the apocalypse? Foolishness. If Xiaqiu-chan did not amend this trait, even if Shinfeng saved her, she would never join his ranks. In the apocalypse, eliminating the altruistic is not merely a saying. First, to the gymnasium, then await the opportune moment. They are all out to harm you. Do you not harbor resentment towards them? If it were me, the desire to protect them at first would swiftly transform into a wish to eliminate them. So, do not disappoint me. Shinfeng turned his head, casting one last glance at Xiaqiu-chan from afar. He eagerly anticipated their impending second encounter in the gymnasium. When Shinfeng and his companions left, the previous classmates approached Xiaqiu-chan in a flurry. "Sister Xia, he killed someone." "Yes, Sister Xia, he is a murderer. We must report him to the police." Faced with Shinfeng and his companions, they had been too intimidated to voice their thoughts, retreating meekly. However, once Shinfeng was out of sight, they crowded around Xiaqiu-chan, as if reporting to a teacher, expressing their grievances. Such is the plight of ordinary individuals, the lament of the weak. Xiaqiu-chan glanced at the corpse on the ground, her heart ablaze with fury. Yet, there was little she could do. Shinfeng and his companions were already several meters away. Although she could pursue them, what of her peers? Thus, suppressing her inner rage, Xiaqiu-chan stated, "Let us find a safe place first. Since he is killed, he cannot escape. The police will surely catch him." "All right, Sister Xia. We will follow your lead. Where are we going? Where is there a safe place?" The crowd looked at Xiaqiu-chan with anticipation, like fledglings seeking their mother eagle. After a moment's thought, Xiaqiu-chan replied, "To the gymnasium." At noon, whether in the cafeteria, dormitory, or classroom, or even the library, throngs of people were present. Yet, the gymnasium should not be so crowded. Thus, all to the gymnasium. Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's reasoning was indeed sound. The apocalypse was set to erupt at noon. The last class of the morning concluded at 11:40, and 20 minutes was ample time for many to rush to the cafeteria for lunch. Therefore, logically, the gymnasium should be devoid of people, or at least sparsely populated. However, one must consider that universities frequently host a myriad of events, clubs, colleges, and classes. A plethora of activities abound. Coincidentally, a badminton match was scheduled for today in the gymnasium. Although the match was set to commence at 1 o'clock, many had arrived before noon for equipment checks and to familiarize themselves with the venue. Additionally, some were not in a hurry to eat, having lingered in the gymnasium to play after class. Thus, the scattered individuals totaled a considerable number. Yet Xiaqiu-chan remained unaware of this. "Quickly, let us proceed. Head to the gymnasium, and we shall contemplate our next steps afterward." Xia Luofei led the group, and they arrived at the gymnasium relatively smoothly. Along the way, others from the academic buildings emerged, and apart from Xiaqiu-chan herself, her entourage had swelled to 16 individuals. Notably, the chubby Han Yong had also joined. Before long, Xiaqiu-chan ushered everyone into the gymnasium. As they stepped inside, Xiaqiu-chan and her fellow students collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Embodying the essence of survival after a calamity, Xiaqiu-chan was fatigued, while the others were gripped by fear. How terrifying! What on earth has transpired? Why has the apocalypse suddenly descended upon us? Wah, zombies. I don't want zombies. I want to go home and find my mother. The classmates cried out in distress. During the outbreak, some had been studying in classrooms or libraries, while others were en route to the cafeteria, only to lose consciousness in the next moment. Upon awakening, they found themselves surrounded by zombies. Fear, panic, and chaos surged within each individual, instilling profound terror. Thus, to them, Xiaqiu-chan was akin to a prince on a white horse, albeit a female one. Sister Xia, what should we do? I had already called my parents. But they aren't answering. Have they turned into zombies too? I called the police, but no one is responding. Wah, what is happening to the world? The crowd erupted in chaos, and Xiaqiu-chan felt a headache coming on. Nonetheless, she could only offer solace. Everyone, please, calm down. Let us rest for a moment. The government will not abandon us. You must trust in the state and the authorities. If we can endure these days, surely someone will come to rescue us. No, no one will come to save you. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. The crowd looked up to see a man standing atop the steel beams, none other than Shen Feng, whom they had encountered not long ago. What do you mean? You murderer! Do you believe you will have a favorable outcome? Someone shouted, pointing at Shen Feng. Yet, Shen Feng appeared unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Whether I have a favorable outcome is something you may not live to witness. What do you mean? Confusion clouded the minds of all present. The next moment, terror gripped them as they turned their gaze ahead. A massive horde of zombies suddenly surged forth from the nearby building, roaring as they charged towards them. Chapter 15. Insults and Abuses. Why bother being angry with the dead? In the gymnasium, a horde of zombies. Help! Sister Xia, save me! The cries of panic echoed as a dozen individuals surrounding Xiaqiu-chan were engulfed by fear. As they wept and screamed, they remained oblivious to the fact that their voices were the primary lure for the approaching zombies. With great effort, Xiaqiu-chan rose and commanded, Do not panic. Quickly. Into the room beside us. To her left lay a dance studio, and to her right, a table tennis hall. Uncertain of the contents within the dance studio, she decided on the table tennis hall, knowing it likely contained numerous tables. She directed the group to rush inside the table tennis hall. Come on, everyone, hurry. We're running out of time. The crowd hastily entered the hall, working together to secure the door. Quickly, push some table tennis tables over. Xiaqiu-chan positioned herself firmly against the door, urgently calling out. Four boys stepped forward, collaboratively moving a table to block the entrance. Encouraged by the sight of the door being obstructed, others joined in, piling more tables against it. With the door completely barricaded, they collectively exhaled in relief. Outside, however, a multitude of zombies pressed against the door, their hands pounding violently on the wood and the glass of nearby windows. The proximity of the dozens of zombies instilled a deep sense of dread in each heart, as the trembling door and tables amplified their fear. They were terrified that the makeshift barricade would not hold, and should the zombies breach their defenses, survival would be a distant hope. Roar! The zombies outside howled, revealing elongated fangs as they bared their teeth. This nightmarish scene drove many girls to tears. Why? Why is this happening? I want to go home. I want to find my mother. I don't want the apocalypse. Amidst the hysteria, the boys cast furious glares at the figure of Shen Feng above, exclaiming, Damn it. Who is that person? Does he intend to kill us all? We were safe here in the gym, but somehow he has attracted every zombie in the vicinity. This is all his fault. Anger painted their faces as they clenched their fists. Yet, just then, the rotund Hong Yong shouted, Wait. Look, what is he doing? The crowd turned their gaze upward, witnessing Shen Feng pull a small object from his pocket while standing on a steel beam. The distance rendered the object unclear, but an ominous feeling crept into their hearts. Sure enough, the next moment, the object emitted a loud sound. That's a portable speaker, the students exclaimed. Confusion spread among them as they wondered about Shen Feng's intentions. Without warning, Shen Feng hurled the speaker into the air. The crowd's eyes followed its arc before it landed on the ground. When they realized its landing spot, they screamed, There's a door there. Crap, I forgot. The gym doesn't have a back door, but there are 3 entrances at the front. Hurry, let us close that door. Damn it. That man truly intends to kill us all. I swear, if I survive this, I will report you. Their cries filled the air, yet their actions were swift. Despite the absence of Xiaqiu-chan's guidance, they instinctively divided into 2 groups, moving to close doors, shift tables, and block entrances in a seamless flow. Damn speaker. One student, in frustration, smashed the device in his hands. Why is he doing this? Why target us? They lamented, grappling with the chaos surrounding them. Amidst the turmoil, Xiaqiu-chan pondered, They have yet to grasp the gravity of their predicament. The table tennis hall had only 3 doors on one wall, while the other 3 walls were mere windows. If the zombies did not disperse, they would be trapped. With no vending machines in sight, starvation loomed as a dire threat. Moreover, the surrounding zombies intensified their fear, and in such a state, desperation could lead to irrational actions. They needed to save themselves. Yet, escape was impossible and confrontation futile. It seemed a certainty of doom. Xiaqiu-chan lifted her gaze towards Shinfeng, realizing that he was their only hope. A negotiation was necessary. She ascended atop a table tennis table, shattering the highest piece of glass. Sister Xia, what are you doing? The zombies are attracted to sound. Why break the glass? Her peers questioned, bewildered. With a sigh, Xiaqiu-chan called out to Shinfeng, what do you want? Shinfeng, understanding her realization of their dire situation, responded with a smile, I want you. Taken aback, Xiaqiu-chan and the others reacted with disbelief. You despicable person. You dare have designs on our school beauty? How dare you? They protested. Shinfeng's expression remained unchanged, for he deemed the others expendable. Why waste energy on the dead? He mused, smiling. Beauty is merely a stepping stone. What I admire is your character and your talent, though he refrained from voicing the latter, for he knew it would be met with skepticism. Xiaqiu-chan opened her mouth to respond, but Shinfeng waved his hand, saying, do not speak. I will not listen. Trust me, you will soon understand Chapter 16, The Farmer and the Snake. I have always been a dictator. You will soon learn who is truly deserving of your trust. Shinfeng said with a smile. Could it possibly be you? Xiaqiu-chan glared at Shinfeng with irritation. Until today, I had never encountered you. So why should I place my faith in you rather than my fellow classmates? Words are futile. Let us wait and see. Shinfeng chuckled and turned away. Some matters, unless experienced firsthand, will never be believed. The moral of The Farmer and the Snake is well known, yet before the venomous serpent reveals its true nature, its existence remains doubted. Shinfeng eagerly anticipated the moment when Xiaqiu-chan, the farmer, would realize that she was surrounded by venomous snakes. Before long, Shinfeng arrived at the rooftop of the gymnasium. The gymnasium of Qingnan Third University, though not the tallest structure on campus, stood at a height of over 20 meters. It was sufficiently imposing. The creature described in Tang Shan's panel was terrifying, and prior to awakening the Blade of Slaughter, that monster had claimed many lives. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that chaos would ensue on campus. Shinfeng mused. If it could incite such turmoil, then logically, the creature must be formidable. Therefore, Shinfeng should be able to spot it from wherever he stood. Contemplating this, Shinfeng glanced at his weaponry and thought, if a recently awakened individual could defeat that monster, surely, with all these arms at my disposal, I should be safe, right? It makes no sense for someone newly awakened to slay the creature while I, armed with numerous firearms, could not. Was Tang Shan transformed into a superhuman upon awakening? That seems improbable. As long as Tang Shan isn't a superhuman, my weapons could likely bring him down. So how could they fail against that unknown creature? Young master. The school is in chaos, exclaimed Butler's son, who was peering through binoculars. Indeed, a most expected outcome. Shinfeng nodded, unperturbed. Young master. With so many zombies roaming the campus, should we not eliminate a few more? Xiaoyu interjected, though I am unaware of the utility of this magic crystal. Surely the more we have, the better. Shinfeng replied with a grin. Zombies are inexhaustible. Conserve your strength. There is a tough battle ahead tonight. Oh, very well. Xiaoyu turned her gaze to the school, feeling a sense of ennui. The streets and gardens were teeming with zombies, and from time to time, the piercing screams of survivors could be heard emanating from a classroom building. This is the apocalypse, a global catastrophe. Although Xiaoyu felt little for the lives of others, the horrific scene before her was undeniably chilling. Not far away, a boy suddenly emerged from the 4th-floor window of a classroom. Gripping the edge of the wall with both hands, his entire body leaning out in an apparent bid for escape. However, in the next moment, he lost his grip and plummeted to the ground with a scream. The sound of the impact, coupled with his cries, attracted the nearby zombies, who surged toward him. In an instant, the zombies surrounded the boy, and amidst the cacophony of their growls, blood could be seen spattering. On another side, a boy cautiously stepped out of a classroom only to suddenly step on a pebble, which ricocheted and made a series of thudding sounds. Although such scenarios are common in television dramas, they are entirely plausible as long as the setting is reasonable, such as a palace. In moments of tension, one is likely to overlook their surroundings. Roar! The sound of the pebble bouncing sent the boy into a cold sweat, prompting him to take off running. Human speed surpasses that of zombies, but one cannot withstand the onslaught of zombies coming from all directions. Consequently, the boy was soon surrounded by the undead. Observing this grim sight, Chiyoyu lamented, "How tragic." She turned to Shinfeng, curiosity piquing her as she asked, "Young master, there is something I am uncertain whether to inquire about." "Ask away. If I can tell you, I will," Shinfeng replied nonchalantly. After a moment of hesitation, Chiyoyu finally asked, "Young master, why are you targeting those dozen or so individuals below?" Shinfeng lifted his gaze to meet hers, not answering directly, but instead countering with a question. "Do you think me cruel?" His tone was flat, yet that single question caused Chiyoyu's face to pale. She promptly knelt, exclaiming with a tremor in her voice, "And no, not at all." Chiyoyu dared not perceive the young master as cruel. She lowered her head, her voice quavering, her body shaking slightly as if filled with fear. "So, it is mere fear? It seems you indeed find me cruel." Shinfeng mused softly. "No, that's not it," Chiyoyu hastily retorted. "It was a mistake on my part. The young master's actions are not cruel in the slightest." Shinfeng replied gently. "Not cruel at all? That seems rather extreme." At these words, Chiyoyu was so frightened that she pressed herself against the ground, stammering, Yes, it was my mistake. To call it cruel is incorrect. To say it is not cruel is also inaccurate." In that moment, Chiyoyu was consumed with anxiety, her heart racing, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her clothing drenched as if she had just emerged from a pool, even though their relationship transcended mere master and servant. Her fear at that moment was akin to confronting death itself. Shinfeng silently regarded Chiyoyu, and after a few moments, he commanded, "Get up. Leave. You should be grateful that your script dictates your demise is to protect me. Otherwise, the mere act of questioning me would have led to your end. Before the apocalypse, I was the dictator of the Shin Corporation. After the apocalypse, I remain the dictator within this team. My team does not require skepticism. Yes, young master." Chiyoyu exhaled in relief and quickly rose. Though it had been less than a minute, she felt as if time had stretched endlessly. Rising, she refrained from inquiring further about her previous question and took 2 steps back, positioning herself at the edge of the rooftop. "You have overstepped," Butler's son admonished sharply. Although his voice was stern, his expression remained indifferent. Chiyoyu lowered her head, reluctant to speak further. "Do not forget who has afforded you your current existence. Do not presume that simply because you have awakened a superpower, one that is the only combat-related ability among us, you are indispensable." Cruelty? The young master has never been cruel to his own. As for outsiders, regardless of enmity, what does it matter if he is cruel? Chiyoyu bowed her head, biting her lip, and confessed. Chiyoyu acknowledges her error. Meanwhile, downstairs in the table tennis hall, a significant event was unfolding. Chapter 17, Betrayal. The despairing heart of Xiaqiu-chan. A significant event was unfolding in the first floor of the gymnasium's table tennis hall. Initially, in the story. After arriving at the gym, Xiaqiu-chan and her companions soon encountered a horde of lingering zombies. Xiaqiu-chan led the group in a frantic escape, repeatedly risking her life to save others. However, upon witnessing the multitude of zombies, her companions abandoned her and fled. To make matters worse, they even shut the door behind them, leaving her with mere seconds to escape. Though she could have pushed the door open and fled, the encroaching zombies left her with no choice but to confront them head-on. In a moment of crisis, Xiaqiu-chan awakened her innate spirit sword, and miraculously, her depleted strength was restored. Yet, despite the zombies' frailty and her possession of the sharp spirit sword, she ultimately found herself overwhelmed. After dispatching 90% of the zombies, she was finally brought down and torn apart by the remaining undead. Had her companions possessed even a shred of conscience, had they chosen to assist her, she would have surely survived. After all, only 8 or 9 zombies remained after her valiant efforts. Regrettably, until her last breath, those she had saved did not appear to aid her. Although their fates had altered, Shinfeng believed that this group would never risk their lives for Xiaqiu-chan. After all, the petty will always remain petty. "What are you doing?" Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's urgent voice suddenly echoed in the expansive table tennis hall. Her incredulous shout reverberated through the air. It turned out that approximately 5 minutes earlier, she had been resting against the wall, when suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. Upon awakening, she found 5 young men standing before her. Without uttering a word, they bound her with ropes. Despite her attempts to struggle, her weakened state made it impossible to escape the grasp of the 5 strong men. "We're sorry, Xia School Beauty, but you must make a sacrifice," one of them declared. "Indeed, We are left with no choice but to sacrifice you, bound like a helpless insect on the ground. Xiaqiu-chan was too stunned to contemplate her predicament. She could only gaze at the faces around her in astonishment. Why? She demanded, her voice laced with fury. I saved you all. I brought you here to the gym. Why are you binding me? What are you planning? At that moment, Xiaqiu-chan was consumed by rage. Recalling Shinfeng's earlier words, you will soon discover who you should trust. Previously dismissive of this notion, she now faced the bitter reality of being bound by those she had rescued. I can't even describe how I feel, but it certainly hurts. Xia School Beauty, forgive us. You did save us, and we are genuinely grateful. If possible, I would repay you in my next life. But right now, we have no food. Upon hearing this, Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's pupils constricted. So, they had noticed the issue too? Xia School Beauty, we are powerless. They lamented. We can forego food tonight. But what about tomorrow? The day after? If we don't find a solution, we will starve or die of thirst within 3 days. We're sorry. But we have no choice. We know we owe you, but we hope you can understand. They continued. A person can survive for several days without food, but without water. Death could come within 3 or 4 days. At that moment, even if they wished to venture out in search of food, they were trapped. Nearly 100 zombies lurked outside. Therefore, their survival necessitated pragmatic considerations for the future. Xiaqiu-chan lifted her head and spoke bitterly. So, you bind me too. The young men nodded, shame written across their faces. We don't know who that person is, but he wants you. We intend to trade you for food. Xiaqiu-chan glared at them, exclaiming, do you even know who they are? Aren't you afraid of their deceit? Her anger flared, and in that moment, she felt as though the ones she had saved were nothing but ingrates. What is Shinfeng to you? Do you know him? You wish to trade me? Fine. But how can you be certain he will honor your wishes? What if he takes me and offers nothing in return? Xiaqiu-chan was bewildered by their reasoning. One of the young men shook his head, speaking earnestly. Xia School Beauty, we have no choice but to gamble. At this, Xiaqiu-chan fell silent. It became clear that they were unaware of Shinfeng's identity or intentions. In this desperate moment, they could only gamble on the hope that Shinfeng would provide them with food or even release them after accepting her. A wave of sorrow washed over Xiaqiu-chan. And she cried out, if you possess the strength to bind me, why not unite and break free together? Yes, there were indeed many zombies outside, but they were scattered. If they opened a door, they could easily escape. Faced with her challenge, the group fell silent, one by one lowering their heads in shame, their expressions revealing fear and guilt. Seeing this, Xiaqiu-chan paused, and then understanding dawned upon her. This group might be willing to quarrel among themselves. Yet they lacked the courage to confront the zombies. Ha, ha ha. Xiaqiu-chan lay on the ground, laughter tinged with profound sadness escaping her lips. Tears welling in her eyes. It hurt deeply. Earlier that day, upon awakening to find her classmates transformed into zombies, she had been at a loss. Yet, she had managed to escape. On her flight, she encountered numerous survivors, and out of compassion, she had fought desperately to save them. But what had she received in return? Betrayal. With merely Shinfeng's words, I want you, and the mere possibility he might provide them with food, they turned against her. At that moment, Xiaqiu-chan felt an overwhelming sorrow. He was right. In the next moment, she spoke with solemnity. You are indeed untrustworthy. Her words ignited anger within the 5 young men, who protested, Xia School Beauty, you are remarkable, but can't you consider our plight? Chapter 18. Despicable and shameless. Is saving someone a burden of responsibility? Xiaqiu-chan, you are formidable. You managed to lead us from the classroom to this gymnasium, but what now? There is no food, no bedding. How are we to sleep? How are we to eat? Xiaqiu-chan, you cannot simply abandon us after bringing us here. In the corner of the table tennis hall, 11 students squatted in silence. Not far away, 5 boys had bound Xiaqiu-chan and unceremoniously laid her on the ground. Their expressions revealed a hint of shame, yet upon hearing the others and Appo's words, they solidified their resolve. Indeed, Xiaqiu-chan, you cannot merely bring us here and then wash your hands of responsibility. What will become of our daily needs? The outside world is overrun with zombies. We cannot go out nor can anyone come in. We can only place our hopes on that individual. Furthermore, since he has shown interest in you, perhaps you might even win his heart after approaching him. After all, you are one of the few beauties in our school. Yes. If Xiaqiu-chan is favored by that person, do not forget us, brothers. We could be considered as matchmakers. Xiaqiu-chan glared at the 5 boys with fury. She could hardly comprehend how they could utter such venomous words. Am I responsible for bringing you here? Am I your mother? Should I also wipe your behinds after you use the restroom? Should I feed you with a spoon during meals? The idea of being a matchmaker is even more laughable. When a man tells a woman he wants her, what else could it mean but physical desire? And yet, you expect me to remember your kindness? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. However, I will indeed remember you. Xiaqiu-chan seethed through gritted teeth. In that moment, she was consumed by a whirlwind of anger, regret, and hatred. Why had she saved these ingrates? Why hadn't she escaped alone? If it were just her, she would have thrived. And she would not be in such a feeble state. In her prime, even if 5 boys had tried to bind her, they would not have succeeded without a scratch. Yet at this moment, Xiaqiu-chan could only leave her fate to chance. Hey, someone, please. Seeing Xiaqiu-chan resign with closed eyes, one of the boys rushed to the window and shouted loudly. Fortunately, the gymnasium was spacious, allowing the echoes to reach the rooftop where Shen Feng and his companions were. Qiuyu approached, slightly bowing her head, and inquired, "Young master, shall I check what those people downstairs intend to do?" Shen Feng waved dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead." "Understood, young master." Qiuyu descended swiftly and soon returned. "Young master, those individuals have bound the woman you desire and claim they wish to deliver her to you. However, they have one small request. They hope you can lure away the zombies outside or provide them with food." Shen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated that those people would eventually act against Xiaqiu-chan, but he did not expect them to succumb so quickly. After all, she is your savior. Do you not need more time to deliberate? Old son, keep an eye out for any unusual occurrences at the school. Understood, young master. Butler's son responded, grabbing a pair of binoculars to continue his surveillance of the surroundings. "Qiuyu, come down with me." "Yes, young master." Qiuyu complied without hesitation, following in Shen Feng's footsteps. Would she harbor resentment? No. Her heart was filled only with guilt for doubting her master. As Butler's son had said, Shen Feng was only cruel to outsiders. Even so, in this apocalyptic world, what does cruelty even signify? I am bound to be his in life and his ghost in death, Qiuyu silently resolved. Since that rainy night, she had become a part of Shen Feng's world. Regardless of his nature, good or evil, she would steadfastly follow him. She should not have doubted him. Thus, Qiuyu felt no hatred, only regret. Before long, Shen Feng appeared near the table tennis hall. Due to the throngs of zombies at the entrance, he chose not to descend directly, but instead positioned himself where he was clearly visible. "Ah, Xiaqiu-chan, how disheveled you appear," Shen Feng teased, resting his chin on one hand while perched on a beam. Beside him, Qiuyu stood silently. At that moment, Xiaqiu-chan lay on the ground like a pitiful insect. She lifted her gaze to Shen Feng. Strangely, she found him somewhat agreeable at that moment. Yet, she ultimately remained silent. What could she say? That she was wrong? That she should not have trusted her classmates? That she should have been more cautious with those she had saved? She had no words. Her heart felt like ashes. "Esteemed young master, we have bound her. You may do as you please, but we have a minor request. Could you help us lure away the zombies?" Stammered the boys who had tied up Xiaqiu-chan, their anxiety palpable. Shen Feng glanced at them, mockingly stating, "Shouldn't she be considered your savior? Is this how you treat your benefactor?" The boys sheepishly replied, "Since she saved us, she must take responsibility. Now we are trapped here, with no one to turn to. So we have no choice but to exchange her for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng burst into laughter. "How amusing. Your situation mirrors a story I once heard. It was said that one day, Zhang San saved a drowning child. However, the child had been submerged for too long and required surgery even after being rushed to the hospital, facing exorbitant medical bills. The child's parents uttered an amusing remark, "You saved my son, so you must bear the costs of his surgery." After recounting the tale, Shen Feng clapped his hands and chuckled, "How delightful. Your predicament is strikingly similar to Zhang San's. Rather than expressing gratitude to your savior, you seek to extract more from her. Ah, such is human nature." Xiaqiu-chan, lying on the ground, felt a deep sense of empathy. Was she not Zhang San? Was she not the foolish farmer from the fable of the farmer and the snake? Chapter 19. Luring the zombies. They dare to ambush Shen Feng? Although Shen Feng mocked them, the classmates who had bound Xiaqiu-chan seemed unashamed, smiling ingratiatingly, "Young master, we merely wish to survive. No one desires death. Since they wish to live, they must seize the opportunity." And at this moment, Xiaqiu-chan was their chance. Even if she was their savior, what of it? Outside, on the beam, Shen Feng nodded and said, "You are correct. You merely wish to live. In this world, Some individuals selflessly dedicate their lives for the greater good, while others act out of sheer selfishness. To Shen Feng, neither type was inherently wrong. In fact, based on the conduct of these individuals, he found himself more partial to these 5 male classmates. Their despicable nature, devoid of morals, allowed them to act without hesitation against their benefactor. Shen Feng believed that only such individuals could endure the apocalypse for the long haul. Regrettably, their talents were lacking. Thus, Shen Feng understood that while they might thrive in the early days of the apocalypse, they would ultimately become cannon fodder, perhaps even less than that. Oh, if only your talents were not so poor, I might have considered bringing you under my wing. Shen Feng sighed internally, then instructed, Qiuyu, lure the zombies away. Understood. Young master. Qiuyu turned and moved away, creating a cacophony at a distance from the ping-pong hall. The zombies, attracted by the noise, surged towards it with enraged roars. Qiuyu remained composed, continuously generating sound to draw the zombies and Appo's attention. Subsequently, Qiuyu led the foolish horde into a gymnasium. The gym had only 2 large doors. After guiding the zombies inside through one, Qiuyu leisurely exited through the other. Naturally, merely leading them in was insufficient. After leaving the gym, Qiuyu locked both doors from the outside. The zombies were trapped. The grave crisis that loomed over the ping-pong hall was instantly vanquished by Qiuyu. Due to their vantage point, the people inside the hall were unaware of what Qiuyu had accomplished, but upon her reappearance, they were left in stunned silence. Was that it? The sound of Shen Feng's footsteps echoed. The 3 main entrances of the ping-pong hall had been blocked, and not wishing to waste time, Shen Feng lifted a crowbar and smashed the middle glass. Everyone looked up at the corridor where the zombies had just vanished. The tremendous noise had not summoned the zombies, leaving them both astonished and perplexed. What had that woman done? Why had the zombies simply disappeared? Shen Feng climbed through the window, ignoring the others, and approached Xiaqiu-chan, sneering. Now, who do you believe is worthy of your trust? From Shen Feng and Appo's perspective, the blue aura of Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's altruism had shifted to white. Hearing this, Xiaqiu-chan, lying on the ground, first glanced at Shen Feng and Qiuyu, then at the 5 boys behind Shen Feng, and finally at the remaining classmates huddled in the corner. She turned her head, glaring at Shen Feng, and gritted her teeth. None of you are trustworthy. In response, Shen Feng was not angered. Rather, he smiled with delight. Haha. Indeed, none are worthy of trust. Rising, he spread his arms wide as if embracing the world, and exclaimed, Today, the streets are teeming with zombies. A colossal crisis sweeping across the globe. In such times, human order has disintegrated. Perhaps in time, nations will begin to establish survivor bases. But in this initial stage of the apocalypse, chaos reigns everywhere. I acknowledge the existence of selfless individuals, yet in truth, most will stop at nothing to ensure their own safety. In this scenario, who can be trusted? Teachers? Classmates? Parents? Friends? No, none are trustworthy. Thus, you are correct. Haha. I am gratified that you have grasped this reality. Shen Feng gazed at Xiaqiu-chan with a smile. He had not anticipated that merely the shift from blue to white in her altruistic disposition would evoke such a profound change within her. However, he perceived this transformation as a positive development. You, Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's pupils widened in shock as she stared at Shen Feng. Her declaration stemmed from a sense of defiance. She believed Shen Feng thought himself the only one deserving of her trust, which prompted her to assert that no one was trustworthy. In reality, Xiaqiu-chan believed her family and close friends were indeed trustworthy. She simply wished to thwart Shen Feng's arrogance. Yet, to her astonishment, Shen Feng's perspective had consistently been that no one was reliable. What a terrifying man. A shiver ran through Xiaqiu-chan as she felt the depth of Shen Feng and Appo's inner world was unfathomable. Simultaneously, Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's eyes narrowed in alarm as she saw the 5 men behind Shen Feng suddenly charge at him and Qiuyu. Xiaqiu-chan opened her mouth to warn Shen Feng, but upon reconsideration, she closed it again, sneering at him. Why should I warn you? You are no better than them. You all are scoundrels. Let the dogs fight. May they injure each other. Go, let us seize their weapons. The 5 boys shouted as they rushed towards Shen Feng and Qiuyu. The distance was not great. Merely 3 to 4 meters separated them, and their voices echoed as they closed in on Shen Feng and Qiuyu. In the corner, the stout Hong Yong recognized the scene as eerily familiar. Previously, at the school gate, someone had attempted to rob Shen Feng and his companions. Back then, it was Tian Kai who sought to snatch weapons from a seemingly frail old man. In that instance, Tian Kai, a robust young man, had been effortlessly subdued by the elderly. Although there were now more assailants, Hong Yong believed they stood no chance. As expected, Shen Feng wielded the crowbar with dexterity, swinging it with precision. A resounding thud echoed as the foremost boy was struck on the head. Dazed, the boy felt a ringing in his ears but continued his charge. Shen Feng sidestepped, then crouched low, delivering a powerful blow. In an instant, the boy's legs lost sensation, and he crumpled to the ground, sliding forward from the momentum. Shen Feng did not cease his assault. Instead, he and Xiao Yu charged headlong into the fray. Chapter 20, A Clash of Martial Arts. If you can't win, you must join. Xiao Yu, do not kill them, merely incapacitate them. Shen Feng commanded. Understood, young master. In less than 10 seconds, the battle concluded. Shen Feng dispatched 3 opponents, while Xiao Yu dealt with 2. Were they mutually injured? A jest. They emerged unscathed. Oh no. Woe is me. The 5 male classmates lay on the ground, some clutching their legs, others cradling their heads, all wailing in despair. Xiao Yu refrained from questioning Shen Feng about his decision to spare them. She understood he had his own motives. After neutralizing the 5 classmates, Shen Feng returned before Xiao Chan. Do you know why I chose not to kill them? Xiao Chan lifted her gaze, meeting Shen Feng's stare with seriousness. Do you wish for me to execute them? With a snap of his fingers, Shen Feng praised. Quite astute. Observing this, Xiao Yu took the initiative, approaching to untie the ropes binding Xiao Chan. Although referred to as ropes, they were merely curtains. After all, what kind of table tennis venue would stock ropes? Rising to her feet, Xiao Chan rubbed her arms and wrists, then coldly remarked, Why should I heed your commands? Though known as an aloof school beauty, Xiao Chan was not inherently distant. She had trained in martial arts since childhood, believing in the supremacy of strength. With her remarkable potential, few peers could rival her prowess. She neither scorned the weak nor drew close to them, leading to her reputation as the frigid beauty. I am unaware of your intentions. If you desire my body, you must seize the opportunity while I am still alive. If you seek my entire being, why should I comply? Do you believe you can best me? She declared with pride. The implications of her words were somewhat amusing. What did she mean by seize the opportunity? Shen Feng was certainly no deviant. He waved his hand dismissively. They bound you. Can you not desire to avenge such treachery? Xiao Chan huffed. Their actions must be judged by the law. I possess no authority to decide another's fate. Shen Feng scoffed. Do you truly believe the law holds any weight now? I will abide by it personally. She retorted swiftly. Very well. It seems a different approach is necessary. Shen Feng sighed, his expression turning steely as he declared, Eliminate them, and then join me. Otherwise, face death. Xiao Chan pondered, then raised her head, stating, If you can defeat me, I shall obey. Uncertain of Shen Feng's trustworthiness, she recognized her value to him. Xiao Chan was not foolish. She understood that as long as she remained useful, she would be secure. Even if she joined Shen Feng's team, she would remain unharmed until her utility was exhausted. Just like those classmates, who, now safe, rendered Xiao Chan temporarily unnecessary. They might betray her for sustenance. However, in a moment of peril, they would need her strength to survive, preferring to let others perish rather than abandon her. Oh, how intriguing. Shen Feng chuckled. Young master, may I engage in battle? Xiao Yu inquired, her gaze lowered. Not necessary. She would not submit to you. Shen Feng waved his hand, then retrieved his rifle and crowbar, instructing, Take care not to be ambushed. Clenching his fist, he stood before Xiao Chan, beckoning her with a finger. Come. Without hesitation, Xiao Chan advanced, launching a high kick aimed at Shen Feng's chest. Shen Feng, unwilling to take the hit, swiftly dodged. In that fleeting moment of proximity, Xiao Chan drew her right hand in a half-circle before delivering a punch toward Shen Feng. Bang! Shen Feng countered by blocking with his left hand while retaliating with a punch aimed at her face, with her right hand pinned. Xiao Chan swiftly circled her left arm outward, deflecting Shen Feng's strike. Should you land that punch, I might end up disfigured. You truly show no mercy. Shen Feng chuckled. If your kick had connected, I might have been sent airborne. You two are quite ruthless. Xiao Chan huffed, maneuvering her right hand in a circular motion around Shen Feng's left arm, then delivered an uppercut aimed at his chin. Shen Feng ducked, executing a swift move to grasp her underarm. Rogue! Xiao Chan exclaimed, swiftly shifting her right hand from an upward strike to a downward smash, confident that if Shen Feng persisted, she could shatter his left arm. As expected, Shen Feng immediately halted his assault, stepping back. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chan lunged forward, leaning into her attack with both arms thrusting toward Shen Feng and Appo's chest. Huh, excellent, Shen Feng shouted in excitement, grasping her fists and forcefully pressing downward. Simultaneously, he leaped, delivering a powerful kick to her chest. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaqiu-chan staggered back, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. However, she raised her hand, displaying her palm to Shen Feng. In her grasp lay a dagger, which she had stealthily taken from beside Shen Feng's leg during the exchange. Seeing the dagger, Shen Feng smiled. If I were to use a weapon, do you think you could withstand so many exchanges with me? Though the encounter had barely lasted a minute, each move was lethal in intent. It appeared both Xiaqiu-chan and Shen Feng were practitioners of authentic martial arts, passed down since the ancient times of the great Xia. The essence of martial arts is singular, to kill. If what others call martial arts does not serve this purpose, then it is mere exercise. Xiaqiu-chan flung the dagger away, stating, I cannot defeat you. Henceforth, I shall follow your commands. Shen Feng accepted the dagger, tucking it away, then smiled. Your first command is to eliminate them. At his words, Xiaqiu-chan's expression turned grave as she approached the 5 male classmates. Chapter 21. Decisive Action. The astonishing Xiaqiu-chan. Xiaqiu-chan approached the 5 male classmates who lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Shen Feng seized the rifle and crowbar from Qiuyu, tossing the crowbar to Xiaqiu-chan with the words, Here, take this crowbar. Meanwhile, Shen Feng pondered curiously why the human skull differed from that of a zombie. After all, at the school gate, a single strike with the crowbar had been sufficient to shatter a zombie and imp, Appo's head, yet when he had struck one of these individuals moments ago, it felt as if he had hit stone. Of course, he did not mean that human skulls were harder than stone. He merely used it as a metaphor. Yet, wasn't it imp, Appo's, it true that zombies were once human? Why had such a significant transformation occurred in such a short span of time? Shen Feng was perplexed, but he felt exhilarated merely by having awakened the life script system, which allowed him to view the zombie and imp, Appo's panels. As for the specific weaknesses of the zombies and how they had transformed, he remained utterly uninformed. Xiaqiu-chan accepted the crowbar and coldly advanced toward the group. As she approached, the 5 male classmates immediately knelt, pleading for forgiveness. Xia, we are truly sorry. We had no choice. One of them exclaimed. Yes, Xia. There is no food here, no supplies. If we didn't act as we did, we would eventually perish. Xiaqiu-chan interrupted their excuses, her voice icy. So you thought to use me as a bargaining chip for food? Her tone was frigid, and her anger was palpable. The 5 fell silent for a moment. Then one of them bellowed, Yes, but we only wanted to survive. What is wrong with that? Sacrificing one for the sake of all. What's so terrible about it? He pointed to the 11 others huddled in the corner, shouting, Look at those 11. They are just sitting there. In the corner, the remaining classmates squatted in silence, their heads bowed. Xiaqiu-chan had hoped that at least one of them would stand up for her, even if just with a few words. Yet, no one did. She had saved a total of 16 people, and yet 5 had resorted to binding her in a desperate attempt to secure Shen Feng's aid, while the remaining 11 merely watched with cold indifference. Did they remain passive out of fear? No, it was more than that. They sought to benefit without risk. The man shouted in anger, They are too cowardly to bear the guilt of harming their own kind, so they remain silent. But do you know what they truly think? Xiaqiu-chan remained quiet, understanding more than she cared to express. The man continued with a mocking smile, If we succeed, they will share in our triumph. If we fail, they will simply be spectators, bearing no blame. With a swift motion, Xiaqiu-chan struck him with the crowbar before he could utter another word. Blood gushed forth as he fell to the ground, lifeless, a pool of crimson staining the floor. Ah, you've killed him. The remaining 4 classmates screamed, kneeling in terror. Xia, I understand my mistakes. Please, hand me over to the authorities. Don't kill me, I beg you. They pleaded desperately as Xiaqiu-chan, her face set in a grim expression, raised the crowbar and methodically dispatched them one by one. After dealing with the last of the male classmates, Xiaqiu-chan looked at the 11 remaining onlookers, bloodied but resolute. She knew the truth of the man's words. These individuals were cowardly, unwilling to shoulder the responsibility for betraying their own. They understood the dangers present, and when the 5 had stepped forward, they had faltered, hoping for someone else to break the deadlock. Thus, they had remained silent, complicit in the unfolding events. Not every situation warrants such a response, yet at times, bystanders can indeed be more despicable than the perpetrators themselves. Xiaqiu-chan hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate these individuals. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the 11 trembled more vigorously, so much so that they forgot to plead for mercy. Suddenly, applause echoed through the empty ping-pong hall. Shen Feng, grinning, remarked, "I truly did not expect you to be so decisive." He had thought that even if Xiaqiu-chan was capable of violence, she would undergo some psychological turmoil first. To his surprise, the kind-hearted Xiaqiu-chan acted with such resoluteness when it came to taking lives. Truly, she was the one I have chosen. Oh, her benevolent nature has now diminished to a gray level. He mused. Indeed, those with a great destiny can rectify their character if given the opportunity. Xiaqiu-chan turned to Shen Feng, then glanced at Chiou beside him. Lowering her head slightly as she softly asked, "Young master, is there anything else?" Having heard Chiou's address, she resolved to refer to Shen Feng as young master from that moment forth. Shen Feng chuckled lightly. "It seems your transformation in status has been quite swift." Xiaqiu-chan raised her head and replied earnestly, "Since young master has recognized my worth, it is clear that Xiu-chan can be of service to you. From now on, I am willing to be your blade. However, should there come a day when you can no longer wield this blade, beware of the consequences." Her expression was resolute. Impudent. Chiou stepped forward, her voice sharp. Simultaneously, she raised the crowbar, pointing it at Xiaqiu-chan. Though Xiaqiu-chan possessed considerable skill, Chiou felt confident in their odds being even. However, with firearms in play, she believed she could easily eliminate her. Shen Feng raised his hand, grasping Chiou's arm and pressing downward to signal her to remain calm. He then took 2 steps forward, positioning himself between the 2 women. While Xiaqiu-chan was slightly taller than Chiou, both were around the height of 1.7 meters. Shen Feng, inheriting good genes from his parents and having received excellent nutrition since childhood, stood at an impressive 1.85 meters. In that moment, Xiaqiu-chan had to tilt her head back to meet Shen Feng's gaze. Chapter 22. Through the Blossoms to Seek a Path. Are you inciting discord? Xiaqiu-chan initially believed that Shen Feng would erupt in fury or utter threats such as, "If that day ever comes, I shall spare no effort to slay you. You shall never surpass me." However, to her astonishment, Shen Feng merely extended his hand, wrapping it around her waist, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of the man, Xiaqiu-chan's cheeks flushed crimson. "What are you doing?" she stammered, a note of anxiety creeping into her voice. "With women, one need not always employ sheer force," Shen Feng replied with a subtle smile, then leaned down to connect their lips. Xiaqiu-chan struggled fiercely, her eyes wide with disbelief at Shen Feng's audacious act. Shen Feng gazed into her startled expression, a smirk playing on his lips, before entwining his tongue with hers. The onlookers, including Chiou and a group huddled in the corner, stood agape, utterly speechless. After an indeterminate passage of time, Shen Feng lifted his head, a mischievous grin on his face. "Now, can you still escape?" Covering her mouth, Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "Despicable, shameless." In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the decisive figure from mere moments ago. Shen Feng chuckled heartily and then bent down, hoisting Xiaqiu-chan onto his shoulder. "Chiou, let us find a place to initiate her into our ranks." Huh. Xiaqiu-chan was momentarily stunned, though she did not fully comprehend what initiate entailed. The current situation made its meaning abundantly clear. "Let me go. You must release me," Xiaqiu-chan cried out. "I agreed to join your team, but you cannot. You must not do this." Her voice trembled with a mix of anxiety and fear. Just moments ago, she was a decisive warrior. Now, she had transformed into a terrified woman. Chiou, observing the scene, sighed helplessly. "Master, is this truly appropriate? You did mention you had matters to attend to this evening. Nightfall is swiftly approaching, although time appears to be on our side. Still." Her face flushed crimson. She recalled that Shen Feng had toiled through the night prior. Did he truly possess the stamina for more? At that moment, Shen Feng glanced at the panel where the words "mindless villain" were boldly inscribed. He chuckled lightly. As a mindless villain, is it not expected to indulge in the company of several beautiful women? With Xiaqiu-chan slung over his shoulder, Shen Feng departed, followed closely by Chiou. Once the crowd dispersed, the remaining 11 students exchanged anxious glances. What shall we do? Should we confront that man? He clearly is not a good person and has already caused the deaths of 6 individuals. What can we do? The world is overrun with zombies. I am terrified. Forget it. We should leave. Let us vacate the gymnasium first, and everyone, be cautious. All right. Hey, who are you? I am Hong Yong. I came from outside the school. As the group exited the gymnasium, a woman's piercing scream suddenly echoed within, only to be abruptly cut off, as though someone had swiftly stifled her cries. Among the surviving male students, they understood all too well what fate awaited Xiaqiu-chan after her abduction, yet they merely sighed and turned away. There was nothing they could do. They dared not intervene. In a secluded corner of the gymnasium, Xiaqiu-chan, tears in her eyes, glared furiously at the man before her and the woman who bound her. Shin Feng reached out to caress Xiaqiu-chan's delicate skin, saying, "Oh dear. It may sting at first. Do not fear. It will soon feel pleasurable." Though Shin Feng smiled, to Xiaqiu-chan, he appeared as a devil incarnate. The subsequent events are best left unsaid, omitted for brevity. Approximately 2 hours later, Shin Feng donned his clothing, the debris strewn across the floor glaringly evident. Xiaqiu-chan rose awkwardly, her eyes reddened as she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "I will find a way to kill you. I swear." Shin Feng lowered his gaze, grasped her chin, and tilted it gently, grinning wickedly. "Very well. Shall I work myself to death then?" Initially, Xiaqiu-chan was perplexed, but upon witnessing the wicked grin on Shin Feng's face, comprehension dawned upon her. Blushing furiously, she spat, "Pervert." Shin Feng laughed heartily. "Qiuyu, remain here with her for a while. I shall ascend first." As Shin Feng enjoyed his time downstairs, the housekeeper's son kept a watchful eye from above, pondering the nature of Shin Feng's character. After he departed, Xiaqiu-chan turned her gaze to Qiuyu. "Why do you assist him in such matters?" In the time that had passed, Xiaqiu-chan found herself utterly bewildered. Qiuyu was clearly aligned with Shin Feng, yet she aided him in tormenting her. What could be the reason? "What the master desires, he shall have. I will assist, not impede," Qiuyu replied coolly. "Even if he is in the wrong?" Xiaqiu-chan scoffed. Qiuyu regarded Xiaqiu-chan briefly before diverting the topic. "I cannot fathom why the master chose to save you. But those you rescued have already betrayed you once. They will do so again. You may have merely lost your virtue, but without my master, do you believe you would still be alive?" At these words, Xiaqiu-chan fell silent. Without Shin Feng's intervention, she would likely have met a grim fate. Yet, for a woman, virtue held significant value. Clenching her fists in frustration, she wrestled with her emotions. She felt she ought to despise Shin Feng for his forceful transgressions. But as Qiuyu had pointed out, without Shin Feng, she would have eventually succumbed to those who would do her harm. An enemy or a benefactor. Xiaqiu-chan closed her eyes, grappling with her conflicting thoughts. Eventually, silence enveloped them until Xiaqiu-chan broke it. "Your master claims that no one in this world is worthy of trust. Do you not feel wronged?" Without hesitation, Qiuyu replied, "I can state unequivocally that regardless of the master's trust in me, I am willing to devote everything for him, even my life." Chapter 23, The Passing of Autumn Cicadas. "He is my entire world. Regardless of whether the young master trusts me, I am willing to devote everything for him, even my life." The cold yet resolute words of Qiuyu left Xiaqiu-chan in disbelief. Why? Standing there, completely bare, Xiaqiu-chan gazed at Qiuyu in confusion. Although Qiuyu was slightly shorter than her, she was still an exquisite beauty, one who could surely thrive in any circumstance. Thus, Xiaqiu-chan could not fathom why Qiuyu would be willing to sacrifice her life for Shin Feng. The stronger the bond, the deeper the wounds inflicted by betrayal, right? How could she utter such words as, "Even if he does not believe in me, I would still die for him"? Upon hearing this, Qiuyu lowered her head and then, in a strangely probing tone, asked, "Do you know what food from a garbage bin tastes like?" Xiaqiu-chan was taken aback. "Food from a garbage bin? Why would I eat food from a garbage bin? Just the thought of it is revolting. You were with Shin Feng. How could you have ever eaten from a garbage bin?" Xiaqiu-chan looked at Qiuyu in bewilderment, but Qiuyu did not pause. She continued to throw out questions one after another. "Do you know how foul the stench of garbage piled under a bridge can be? Do you know the chill of wearing damp clothes on a rainy day, knowing you have no other garment to wear?" For reasons unknown, although Qiuyu's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion of grievance, it sent a shiver through Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's heart, making her feel profoundly uncomfortable. At that moment, Xiaqiu-chan felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet she refrained from doing so before Qiuyu, for this woman was aiding another man, forcefully claiming her. Qiuyu raised her head, looking at Xiaqiu-chan with an expressionless face, continuing, "Do you know the pain and injustice of being kicked by someone while begging? Do you know the helplessness of having to fight a dog for food, despite your fear? Do you know the hope and despair of clutching a corpse in the rain? yearning for a passerby to lend a hand? With each question, Qiu-yu's tone remained unvarnished, yet they struck Xia Qiu-chan's heart like daggers. She did not know. She could not even begin to imagine how one could survive in such circumstances. At this moment, Xia Qiu-chan felt a heavy weight in her chest, as though a stone had been lodged within, making it difficult for her to breathe. You. Xia Qiu-chan opened her mouth, wanting to ask if Qiu-yu had really experienced these things. However, the words remained unspoken. Perhaps, if she did voice it, Qiu-yu might respond that she had not experienced them herself. Yet, could there truly be so many trivial people in this world? Qiu-yu stood up and tossed Xia Qiu-chan and Appos as close to her, stating, "Before I met the young master, I experienced all those things. I was not even 6 years old at that time." Grasping the clothes handed to her by Qiu-yu, Xia Qiu-chan was utterly stunned. How could this be? The biting cold wind and the remnants of food, how could a child not even 6 survive such a life? Xia Qiu-chan was taken aback, shocked by Qiu-yu and Appos' words to the point of forgetting to put on her clothes. Qiu-yu walked to the side, picked up a crowbar, and nonchalantly remarked, "Generally speaking, a person is unlikely to remember much from before the age of 6. Even if there are memories, they are likely mere fragments." Yet, Qiu-yu pointed to her own head, saying, "I remember it all vividly." Qiu-yu raised her gaze to meet Xia Qiu-chan and Appos' eyes earnestly, stating, "I do not know who my parents are, nor do I understand why they abandoned me. But from the moment I gained consciousness, I was with an old beggar. He took me with him to beg, doing everything he could to ensure I was fed and warm. However, he was far too impoverished. When I turned 6, he passed away, and that was when I encountered the young master." Xia Qiu-chan's eyes were beginning to redden. She did not wish to hear more, but Qiu-yu continued unperturbed. "I remember it clearly. That day, I wanted to sell myself to bury my father. The rain fell incessantly, and as a little girl, I quickly developed a fever, yet I knelt on the ground, hoping someone would buy me, even a so-called guardian spirit. Yet, amidst the throngs, no one was willing to pause and look at me until a young master, a year older than I, appeared." As Qiu-yu lifted her head, it seemed she recalled something, and a genuine smile spread across her face. Xia Qiu-chan recognized that warmth. It was a heartfelt smile. "I was like a stray cat, picked up by the young master. From that moment, I learned about hot water, about writing, about milk, and about familial affection." Though Qiu-yu spoke little, Xia Qiu-chan could imagine the significance of these experiences to her. It was the chasm between heaven and earth, the divide between hell and paradise. So, it was true that regardless of what he does, you will silently stand by his side? Xia Qiu-chan contemplated. Meanwhile, Qiu-yu lowered her head, seemingly emerging from her reverie. Looking at Xia Qiu-chan, she smiled and said, "Therefore, I do not care whether the young master is viewed as good or bad in your eyes. To me, he is my entire world. Whatever he wishes to do, even if it means breaking the law, even if it means murder and arson, I will be by his side. If death comes, I will die in the pursuit of protecting the young master." Qiu-yu spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiu-chan fell silent. Not long ago, her resentment towards Qiu-yu was no less than her resentment towards Shenfeng. For when Shenfeng conducted his affairs, Qiu-yu not only did not intervene but also flirted and assisted him. Xia Qiu-chan had never encountered such a situation. She had not even seen it in movies or on the internet, making it impossible for her to accept it. She hated Shenfeng, and she hated Qiu-yu too. However, at this moment, after hearing Qiu-yu's words, Xia Qiu-chan felt as though she no longer harbored hatred towards her. Upon reflection, if she had endured those hardships, perhaps she too would have submitted to Shenfeng's words. Thus, it is all Shenfeng's fault. Xia Qiu-chan gritted her teeth and muttered. Qiu-yu observed the fury on Xia Qiu-chan's face and remarked, "In truth, I truly do not understand why you harbor hatred for the young master. I have already stated, had it not been for him, you would eventually fall victim to others. Besides, now that we are in a post-apocalyptic world, isn't it difficult to find a protector as a woman?" Xia Qiu-chan frowned and replied, "Yet, he is a criminal." Qiu-yu smiled. "Do you still believe that the dynamics between men and women after the apocalypse would resemble those before it? Confessions, courtships, and marriage?" Xia Qiu-chan was left speechless. Boom. However, she had no time to ponder further. A deafening sound echoed from outside. Chapter 24. The Emergence of the Monster. A 10-meter-long alligator turtle. On the rooftop of the gymnasium, Shenfeng ascended slowly and inquired, "Old son, what is the situation?" Butler Sun, seemingly unaware of Shenfeng's prior actions, lowered his binoculars and replied respectfully, "Young master, the situation at the school remains chaotic, and no peculiar occurrences have been reported." Shenfeng furrowed his brow, murmuring in perplexity. Strange, it is already 7 in the evening, yet that monster has yet to reveal itself. Shenfeng had come to this school specifically for the enigmatic creature within Tang Shan and Appos' panel. To be precise, it was the crystal within that beast that intrigued him. However, as the clock struck 7, the creature's absence began to irritate Shenfeng. He retrieved a night vision device from his bag, donned it, and took up a pair of binoculars to survey the campus. Yet, aside from the wandering zombies, there was nothing unusual in sight. Notably, there were no longer any cries or shouts. After such a lengthy period, even the most oblivious individuals had come to understand that the apocalypse had arrived. Consequently, they had all retreated into silence, hiding away. Though some may have contemplated resistance, they were unarmed and defenseless. Fire axes? Regrettably, the students had only encountered fire hydrants and extinguishers. Fire axes were a rarity indeed. By the way, which university would store axes in its corridors? If anyone knows, please do enlighten me. Thus, even if there were those who wished to fight back, their weapons were little more than mops or similar implements. In the dormitories, the situation was slightly better, as some students occasionally indulged in fruit and thus possessed fruit knives. However, these knives were too short. When faced with zombies, most wielders trembled, too fearful to advance. Perhaps physical education students might have access to better weaponry, such as batons or iron rods. Yet, the most effective weapon was undoubtedly a baseball bat. Through his binoculars, Shenfeng spotted several robust young men wielding baseball bats, heading towards the school supermarket. Aside from a scant few, the majority of survivors were utterly inept. Shenfeng couldn't and Appos' help but scoff, remarking, "The average person in Appos' level hovers around Tier 1, Level 5. For physical education students, perhaps Tier 1, Level 6. As for the zombies? Tier 1, Level 1. Even if you've been sedentary, you could still dispatch a zombie. Yet, so many of you are too afraid to engage. Those like you are of no use in survival, so you might as well perish quickly." While Shenfeng and Appos' scorn was palpable, he could empathize with the reasons behind their cowardice. It was only natural for sheltered flowers to struggle in an unfamiliar environment. However, lamentably, if this were a different time, there might have been ample opportunity for adaptation. Yet, the onset of the apocalypse was so abrupt that no one had sufficient time to acclimatize. In such circumstances, those who adapted swiftly would gain a significant advantage. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to a swift journey. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. "Young master, over there," Butler's son exclaimed urgently. Shenfeng raised his binoculars and looked toward the source of the noise, witnessing an entire dormitory building collapse. "Well, the monster and Appos' entrance CGI is quite impressive," Shenfeng exclaimed in astonishment. As the dust settled, a 10-meter-long, 4-meter-tall turtle emerged into his line of sight. Its shell resembled a mountain range, adorned with protrusions, and its beak was as sharp as that of an eagle. This was an alligator turtle. Shenfeng gasped. How on earth did that foolish Tang Shan manage to kill such a colossal turtle? He found it incomprehensible how Tang Shan could have defeated this creature. Was it truly the protagonist and Appos' aura that could replace everything? Beside him, Butler's son interjected, "Young master, is this the creature you were searching for? What shall we do next?" "Let us observe for now," Shenfeng replied, though he did not fully grasp why the massive alligator turtle had emerged from the depths of a dormitory. The tremendous noise had drawn hundreds of zombies toward it. As time passed, an increasing number of zombies congregated around. Through the binoculars, Shenfeng noted that the zombies posed no threat to the alligator turtle. With each step the 10-meter-long creature took, it crushed 7 or 8 zombies beneath its weight. Hiss. Shenfeng inhaled sharply, further perplexed as to how Tang Shan could have killed this beast. Was it merely due to that blade of slaughter? Butler's son, peering through his binoculars, observed the alligator turtle and remarked, "Young master, it seems the turtle is headed somewhere." Shenfeng paused, then scrutinized the creature closely. He noticed that the alligator turtle was indeed moving in a straight line. While some might think this is unremarkable, what if there were other structures in its path? And the turtle brazenly burrowed through walls? Following the turtle and Appos' trajectory, Shenfeng spotted a lake. From what he understood, this university had programs related to marine studies, and thus, a lake had been intentionally constructed on campus. However, he was uncertain of the lake and Appos' specific name. Though the reason for the turtle and Amp, Appos, S approach to the lake remained unclear. It presented an opportunity for him to set a trap. Old son, let us proceed. We shall lie in wait, Shenfeng announced, beckoning Butler Sun as he prepared to depart. At that moment, Xiao-Chan and Qiu-Yu hurriedly approached. Young master, what has happened? I heard a tremendous roar. Qiu-Yu called out, slightly breathless. You and Amp, Appos, just in time. We need to relocate. Shenfeng replied with a smile. Qiu-Yu hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to take the mountaineering bag from Shenfeng. Meanwhile, Xiao-Chan pointed toward the collapsed dormitory, exclaiming in shock, What? What is that? In truth, while the alligator turtle was massive, aside from the dormitory it had emerged from, it had merely breached the roofs of the other buildings. Nevertheless, this was astonishing enough. Qiu-Yu, drawn by Xiao-Chan's exclamation, turned to see the 10-meter-long turtle come into view. Hiss, young master, our purpose for coming here. Could it be for that? Qiu-Yu asked in disbelief. Shenfeng nodded, smiling, indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao-Chan cast a somewhat melancholic glance at Shenfeng. So, in your eyes, a turtle holds more importance than I do? Then why did you insist on claiming me earlier? Chapter 25. 3 Demands. You better be honest. Shenfeng naturally noticed the resentful gaze from Xiao-Chan stepping closer. He stood before her with a slight smile and remarked, Oh, what is this? Just a moment ago, you were on the brink of despair, and now you're reminiscing? Would you like to descend further for your own satisfaction? You, shameless. Xiao-Chan and Appos' face flushed crimson, and she aimed a punch at Shenfeng and Appos' detestable face. Shenfeng raised his left hand, capturing her right wrist. And with a gentle upward motion, she found herself teetering forward. Seizing the opportunity, Shenfeng wrapped his right arm around her delicate waist, pulling her into an intimate embrace. Let go of me. Xiao-Chan protested, her face aflame as she struggled in his hold. However, with one hand immobilized, she found herself unable to exert any force. Shenfeng lowered his gaze to her exquisite features, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he taunted, Why not use your sword? At his words, Xiao-Chan and Appos' figure trembled, momentarily forgetting her struggle. What do you mean? What sword? Her eyes darted, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Shenfeng chuckled softly. Are you seeking an opportunity to assassinate me? I noticed, even while we were downstairs. Your innate spirit sword talent has awakened. It must have happened when that membrane shattered. What surprised Shenfeng was that she had yet to summon her sword. Perhaps, she felt that even if she drew her innate spirit sword in front of Qiu-Yu, it would be futile against him. At this moment, with plans to deal with the giant crocodile turtle, Shenfeng could not afford to have such a threat lingering nearby. You, Xiao-Chan lifted her head. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Shenfeng. She couldn't and Appos' comprehend how he was privy to such information. The innate spirit sword was something she had only recently discovered herself. Shenfeng smiled lightly. I've told you, beauty is merely a stepping stone in my world. If it wherein and Appos' for your destiny as a sword emperor, would I expend such effort to recruit you into my team? Don't be so self-important. In my eyes, beauty holds the least value. Faced with Shenfeng's derision, Xiao-Chan bit her lip, her expression a mixture of grievance and vulnerability. She had never anticipated that her inner thoughts would be so easily seen through by Shenfeng. With a sigh, Xiao-Chan seemed to relax, her body losing some of its rigidity as she tilted her head defiantly to meet Shenfeng's gaze. So what? You claim beauty is a mere stepping stone. But did you ever consider my willingness? Do you think everyone wishes to knock on your door? Shenfeng nodded earnestly. However, without me, you would have perished. I shall take a step back now, distancing myself from your captivating presence. He continued coldly, regardless of your willingness, from this moment forth, you belong to me. You must obey my commands without question. Moreover, I have 3 demands of you. First, do not entertain thoughts of betrayal, lest you discover just how ruthless I can be. Do not presume that because you are now my woman, you can dictate my thoughts. His words were icy and domineering, leaving Xiao-Chan no room for rebuttal. She clenched her teeth, unwilling to yield. Second, you may provoke me, but be prepared to face severe consequences. Third, all actions must align with my interests. For now, those are my only 3 demands. Additionally, I suggest you remain compliant while you lack the strength to resist me. Shenfeng's gaze turned cold as he regarded Xiao-Chan. He then called out, Qiu-Yu, old son, follow me. We must devise a plan to eliminate that giant crocodile turtle. Yes, young master. Both Sun Guangjia and Qiu-Yu responded promptly. As they neared the staircase, Shenfeng added, Think carefully before descending. Otherwise, you may as well jump down and end it all. Xiaqiu-chan watched Shen Feng and Appo's retreating figure, torn within herself. She was reluctant to comply, unwilling to heed the words of a man who had forcefully claimed her body upon their first meeting. Yet, she gazed at the rampaging giant crocodile turtle in the distance and sighed. There are still many classmates alive at school. I can ruthlessly slay those who bear animosity toward me, but I cannot bear to witness the innocent perish. Clenching her fists, she reluctantly followed Shen Feng and the others. At least for now, their goals were aligned. You've thought this through rather quickly. I expected you to come to this conclusion only after we left the gym. Upon noticing Xiaqiu-chan had joined them, Shen Feng commented, then turned to Qiuyu with a grin. Look at her. You were bettered in for a whole day back then. Qiuyu's face flushed as she complained. Young master, you didn't only demand that of me once. Shen Feng laughed heartily. Rogue. Xiaqiu-chan muttered under her breath, casting a glance at Shen Feng and Appo's back. After a short while, Shen Feng inquired, Xiaqiu-chan, do you know the name of the lake at your school? Serenity Lake. Initially reluctant to answer, for reasons unknown, she replied honestly. Some call it heart-shaped lake because from above, it resembles a heart. Shen Feng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon leaving the gymnasium, they encountered several wandering zombies. However, these posed no threat to Shen Feng and his companions. Nevertheless, Shen Feng instructed everyone not to engage with the zombies unless they gathered in numbers. Stay quiet and remain vigilant. Unless a horde approaches, do not act. Shen Feng advised before they exited the gym. Eliminating zombies is simple, but doing so might trigger a chain reaction. The most terrifying aspect of zombie films is not the individual strength of the zombies, but the overwhelming, uncountable numbers. The group proceeded without incident until they arrived at the vicinity of Serenity Lake, standing before two buildings. Shen Feng began issuing commands. Old son, take position on the rooftop and look for an opportunity. Qiuyu, accompany me. We will wait for it to approach from down here. And me? Xiaqiu-chan asked. Shen Feng scrutinized her, questioning, are you certain you won't be a liability? Irritated, Xiaqiu-chan clenched her fists, asserting, at least until we slay this giant turtle. I want tea. Shen Feng regarded her seriously before replying, very well, join us for a direct confrontation. He then exchanged a glance with Sun Guangjia, signaling. If she makes any suspicious moves, eliminate her before dealing with the giant crocodile turtle. Old servant understands. Sun Guangjia nodded and departed. Chapter 26. The Barrier of Secrets. The severely wounded Windswirl turtle. How do you intend to confront the colossal turtle? Downstairs, Xiaqiu-chan looked perplexedly at Shen Feng and Qiuyu, who were calmly seated on the steps. At this moment, under Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's gaze, the enormous crocodile turtle was less than 100 meters away. However, Shen Feng and Qiuyu appeared utterly unfazed. For heaven's sake, that creature was a 10-meter-long, 4-meter-high monstrosity. The distance from the bottom of its shell to the ground was at least a meter high. How on earth were they supposed to fight it? Could they not show some respect for the beast? Shen Feng casually swung the crowbar in his hand and chuckled. We'll just take it on. What? Xiaqiu-chan exclaimed in astonishment. You have guns. Why use a crowbar against it? Shen Feng shot her a glance but said nothing. Meanwhile, Qiuyu interjected. The gunfire will attract all the zombies in the school. Xiaqiu-chan pondered this and nodded thoughtfully before adding, but that doesn't make sense. The noise the giant turtle made while walking here could be heard far beyond the school, so what's the difference compared to gunfire? Qiuyu glanced at Xiaqiu-chan and scoffed. Are you truly unaware or just pretending? What do you mean? Xiaqiu-chan was taken aback. Shen Feng leaned back, resting his chin on his palm, and smiled. Qiuyu, since she is one of us now, perhaps it's time to speak more openly. Xiaqiu-chan looked at Shen Feng. Her eyes filled with confusion. She still Kuden and Amp. Appo's grasped why Shen Feng, despite having firearms, insisted on using a crowbar for combat. Shen Feng raised two fingers and said nonchalantly, there are two reasons for not using them. First, I can't be certain of the level, but sooner or later, firearms will become ineffective and hot weapons will be discarded. In contrast, personal strength will become exceedingly vital. What? That's impossible. Xiaqiu-chan instinctively retorted. Firearms have existed for centuries. How could they be abandoned? Even if guns were discarded. What about missiles? Nuclear weapons? Shen Feng chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. They were only at first stage level 5. And although he was unsure of the upper limits of their levels, he was confident that one day, humanity could withstand bullets with mere flesh. In that case, what use would firearms serve? Thus, Hot weapons should only be regarded as a means, never as the sole method. It would be best to quickly become adept at harnessing their superpowers. Therefore, the first reason is to adapt to our abilities ahead of time. We must learn to fight with our bodies as soon as possible. As for the second reason, Shen Feng lifted his gaze to Xiaqiu-chan and asked, "Before I share the second reason, let me pose a question to you. If you were a survivor and heard gunfire, what would you do?" After contemplating, Xiaqiu-chan replied earnestly, "I would probably call for help." "Not entirely." Shen Feng shook his head. "Indeed, some might ask for assistance, but others could harbor less noble thoughts. Such as, and Oppos, if I had a gun, would the zombies still be terrifying? And Oppos, Xiaqiu-chan felt she was beginning to understand, gasping You don't and Oppos. Do you want to save anyone? Furthermore, you want to eliminate the possibility of others coming to ask you for guns. That and Oppos, that's about right, Shen Feng nodded. In truth, whether they wish for my aid or come to seize my firearms, I am indifferent. However, it is often best to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the giant crocodile turtle could not be dealt with using the crowbar, Shen Feng would not hesitate to resort to firearms. Nevertheless, before using guns, he wanted to see if he could resolve the matter through his own strength. Shen Feng slightly tilted his head, gazing at the giant crocodile turtle now just 30 meters away, thinking to himself, there is no reason that wretched creature could defeat him while he could not. Xiaqiu-chan looked at Shen Feng in shock. After a few minutes, the giant crocodile turtle approached Shen Feng and his companions, and he finally glimpsed the creature in Oppos' status panel. Name, Wine Swirl Turtle, Level. First Stage Level 9 Description. Emerged from the shattered barrier of secrets, currently in a severely wounded state, extremely thirsty, in urgent need of water. Hiss. Upon seeing the turtle for the first time, Shen Feng was taken aback. A first stage level 9 monster? Shen Feng was astonished. But upon reading the description akin to a life script, he breathed a sigh of relief. Severely wounded? That and Oppos, S.A. relief. While he contemplated engaging in a battle beyond his level, at this very moment, with the apocalypse just unfolding, he had no desire for such recklessness. In the early stages, it was wiser to play it safe. I possess a vast and resource-rich stronghold in this apocalypse, along with my loyal steward, son, and Xiaoyu. So why should I risk my life? Xiaoyu, take the gun. You all stay back and keep watch. Shen Feng tossed the firearm to Xiaoyu and then charged forward with the crowbar in hand. Seeing the rifle in Xiaoyu and Oppos' possession, Xiaqiu-chan realized that Shen Feng still did not trust her. A tinge of disappointment washed over her, but just then, Xiaoyu seemed to read her thoughts and said, "If you wish to earn the young master and Oppos' trust, you and Oppos' need to take action." Xiaoyu rose, slinging the firearm behind her, and gripped the crowbar tightly. Xiaqiu-chan paused momentarily before promptly directing her gaze around them. As the wind-swirled turtle lumbered forward, numerous zombies began to converge, making it their mission to eliminate these threats, ensuring they posed no danger to Shen Feng. After a brief silence, Xiaqiu-chan flipped her right wrist, and in an instant, a translucent, exquisitely sharp spirit sword appeared in her palm. Xiaoyu glanced at the spirit sword in Xiaqiu-chan and Oppos' hand, snorted in dissatisfaction, and then charged toward a group of zombies on the right. Xiaqiu-chan followed suit, wielding the spirit sword as she rushed toward the group of zombies on the left. Confronted with the colossal wind-swirl turtle, Shen Feng felt no fear. Rather, he was overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. One must admit, Shen Feng was indeed an oddity. He dashed beneath the wind-swirl turtle, and with his keen eyesight, he immediately discerned numerous wounds on its body, as though it had been slashed by some sharp weapon. Without hesitation, Shen Feng raised the crowbar and plunged it into one of the wounds. Roar! The wind-swirled turtle let out a pained cry and lifted the foot Shen Feng had attacked, crushing the ground beneath it. With a resounding crash, the concrete floor shattered, and debris flew. Shen Feng dodged just in time, escaping serious injury. Once he regained his footing, Shen Feng marveled, wow, even in a severely wounded state, it and Oppos' still this strong? With a light chuckle, he discarded the crowbar and drew 2 daggers from his calves, gripping them firmly in both hands. Yet, no matter how powerful it was, he would ensure it became a dead turtle. If a mere trashy Tang Shan could dispatch it, then he could undoubtedly do the same. With an expression of icy determination, Shen Feng lifted his gaze, his blood surging with excitement as he faced the enormous creature looming before him. Chapter 27, Precision Projection. Once again, 2 grenades were employed. Boom. A resounding explosion startled everyone. At this moment, there were still many survivors within the school, who, Upon witnessing Shen Feng and his companions and Appos' actions, exchanged astonished whispers. What on earth is happening? Who are they? That giant turtle looks terrifying. Why are they charging towards it? The sky was dim, obscuring their view. I can barely make out 3 figures, and the one near the turtle is frequently concealed by its massive body. How frightening. Who do you think will prevail? It must be that giant turtle. It has already destroyed 5 or 6 buildings. How could it possibly be defeated by mere mortals? Although I don't believe these individuals can win, I do hope they succeed, for we are all human, and that monster is too terrifying. If it remains in our school, it will eventually devour us all, one and Appos. Tiet? The discussions and thoughts of the survivors were unknown to Shen Feng and his companions. At this moment, each of them had their own tasks. Butler's son stood at the 10th floor window, firmly gripping the sniper rifle. Master, it is not that I doubt your abilities, but can this monster truly be killed with just 2 daggers? Butler's son murmured uncertainly, his gaze resolute as he tightened his grip on the rifle. He needed to remain focused to avoid missing the critical moment to fire. Master, I wish you swift success. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu and Xia Qiao-chan wielded a stick and a sword, respectively, flanking Shen Feng as they dispatched one zombie after another drawn by the noise. Though many zombies approached, far more had perished at the hands of the wind-spinning turtle, leaving only about 50 to 60 zombies left. This meant that each of them only needed to contend with 20 to 30 zombies. Despite being women, both Xia Qiao-chan and Qiao Yu were formidable fighters. Thus, 20 to 30 zombies posed little challenge for them. Shen Feng took a moment to glance at Xia Qiao-chan and Qiao Yu beside him. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that any significant issues would arise in the short term, but as time passed, unexpected events could occur. Therefore, it was imperative to resolve the battle swiftly. Discarding the crowbar, Shen Feng brandished 2 daggers and charged towards the wind-spinning turtle. Your size may be an advantage, but it is also your downfall. Swish, swish. Swish, Shen Feng slashed fiercely at the turtle's left forelimb, inflicting numerous wounds in an instant. Blood gushed forth. Roar. The wind-spinning turtle bellowed, extending its head towards Shen Feng in a fierce assault. The turtle and Appos' head could elongate, sometimes matching the length of its body. Though Shen Feng was unaware of the nature of the wind-spinning turtle's attack, upon hearing the sound of slicing air, he rolled to the side without hesitation, clumsily positioning himself near the turtle's left hind leg. Though his clothes were now dusty, Shen Feng was indifferent to such matters. Barring certain experiences like romance that required enjoyment of the process, he generally did not care about the circumstances. He recalled when he first took over the Shen group. Facing a dire situation surrounded by 40 to 50 men glaring menacingly at him, with only Butler's son by his side. In that moment of urgency, Shen Feng had to retreat to advance, choosing to submit. Some may have viewed his actions as cowardly and disgraceful. However, the very next night, those individuals and Appos' homes burned down, claiming the lives of 356 souls, including masters, servants, and their families. The final investigation determined it was an accidental fire. Did those who once considered Shen Feng's submission weak still hold that view? Thus, at this moment, Shen Feng cared not for the dust on his clothes. As long as he could slay the wind-spinning turtle before him, he would emerge victorious. In this world, to live is to harbor hope. The victor wields the power to dictate everything. Uft! Shen Feng slid the dagger across the turtle's massive thigh, leaving a series of wounds. Despite his relentless efforts, the limited length of the daggers rendered him incapable of severing even one of the turtle and Appos' legs. A 10-meter-long turtle would have a leg diameter of approximately 1 meter. Hence, at this moment, Shen Feng could not kill the wind-spinning turtle with just these 2 daggers, unless he continued to attack and awaited the creature's blood to drain. He had no other options. Yet, Shen Feng had no time to spare, nor did he wish to wait. Damn it, that Tang Shan and Appos' killing blade talent must possess some peculiar effect, otherwise it would be impossible to slay such a behemoth. Shen Feng cursed with a scowl, standing defiantly before the wind-spinning turtle. I will not be defeated by intellect or might. It must be some strange talent of his, he shouted, pointing at the turtle in frustration. The wind-spinning turtle, oblivious to Shen Feng's grievances, snapped its jaws at the culprit, inflicting pain beneath it. Crack! Shen Feng hurled an object directly into the turtle's mouth. The turtle instinctively closed its jaws, and moments later, with a thunderous explosion, its head burst apart. Shen Feng had resorted to using firearms, which displeased him greatly. With a grim expression, Shen Feng approached and tossed another grenade into the turtle's neck. An enormous explosion ensued. shattering the turtle's shell and sending bits of flesh soaring through the air. Shenfeng looked up to see a multicolored crystal about the size of a yoga ball, mingling with the other debris in the sky. He felt puzzled. How could someone like Tang Shan consume such a large crystal? The next moment, the vibrant crystal began to shrink in the air, eventually reducing to the size of a pellet before dropping into Xia Qiu-chan's ample, fair bosom. Shenfeng's expression darkened. What does this mean? Am I the villain, thus unworthy of possessing treasures? Even in slaying monsters, the spoils must find their way to others through various means? Shenfeng gritted his teeth, cursing, damn Tang Shan. When faced with uncertainty, cursing Tang Shan was the way to go. Upon witnessing Shenfeng's triumph, Xia Qiu-chan and Qiu Yu quickly retreated to his side. Subsequently, Xia Qiu-chan, her face slightly flushed, retrieved the multicolored crystal from between her bosoms. Chapter 28. Swallowing the Crystal. The enhanced mutation of zombies. That, it came in by itself. Xia Qiu-chan said, her face flushed, before handing the crystal that had fallen into her bosom to Shenfeng. She was unaware of its purpose. Yet she noticed Shenfeng's gaze, and realizing his desire for the object, she hastily passed it to him. I know it came in by itself. There's no need to emphasize. Shenfeng seethed internally, nearly beside himself with rage. With a grim expression, he snatched the iridescent crystal. The zombies were closing in. They needed to exit through the back door without delay. Xia Qiu-chan scratched her head, somewhat perplexed by Shenfeng's apparent anger. It had jumped in on its own. Could she be blamed for that? Pouting, she followed closely behind Shenfeng alongside Qiu Yu. At that moment, Shenfeng truly felt disgusted by his role as a villain. If the protagonist were present, would the crystal have not directly leapt into his hands? Yet, let us be honest, if the heavens had granted the protagonist a cheat, how could this crystal have been stolen by anyone? As Shenfeng led the group toward the teaching building, he was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. It was he who fought tooth and nail to vanquish foes, only to have the fruits of his labor snatched away by another. Who would find joy in such a scenario? Abruptly, Shenfeng halted, gritting his teeth in anger. You wretched thing, I understand now. You did this on purpose. This is merely a ploy to create trouble for the protagonist. Having reached this conclusion, his curses became even more fervent. Damn it, how vile. The reason the villain seizes items is to serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist, is it? Very well. I shall see whether I am trodden into the abyss or if the protagonist and Appo's foot shall pierce through me. Young master, the zombies are approaching. Shall we not leave? Qiu Yu glanced back at the approaching horde. Shenfeng inhaled deeply and declared, let us go. At that moment, Stewart's son arrived, having just ascended the elevator. The group gathered and made their exit through the back door. Unbeknownst to Shenfeng, shortly after their departure, countless zombies flooded into the plaza. They ravenously consumed the scattered flesh of the wind-spin turtle, with those who arrived early not even pursuing Shenfeng, opting instead to greedily feast upon the creature's blood and meat. Had Shenfeng been present, he would have surely noticed that the zombies' levels were rising. Level 1, Level 2. Level 3, although most zombies still fell short of the strength of an average adult male, it was essential to recognize that at this moment, their physical frailty was what rendered them easily vanquished. Were their physical prowess, speed, and strength restored to normalcy, would they still be easily dispatched? Certainly not. It must be understood that the only weaknesses of zombies are their heads and hearts. Moreover, it is not a mere tap to the head that brings about their demise. One must sever the head entirely. Thus, inadvertently, Shenfeng had spawned a multitude of formidable zombies. Not only that, while the majority of the wind-spin turtle's body had indeed been obliterated, its 4 stout legs remained intact. For zombies immediately set upon these robust limbs, and astonishingly, one of them even consumed the turtle and Appo's shell. After devouring their respective portions, these 5 zombies collapsed to the ground, emitting a series of furious roars. The transformation had commenced. Meanwhile, Shenfeng and his companions arrived at a dormitory building. After knocking on the door with no response, he utilized a key he had pilfered from the dormitory manager's room to gain entry. It was already 8 o'clock. Everyone should rest, and they would commence their next actions in the morning, he stated. Young master, should we not keep watch? Stewart's son inquired. Given the apocalypse, it may not be wise for everyone to sleep, Shenfeng replied, shaking his head. There is no need, on the first day of the apocalypse. While some may indeed harbor ill intentions, one must have faith in the innocence of university students. Xia Qiu-chan, displeased, straightened her posture and questioned. What do you mean by that? Do you believe university students are all foolish? Shenfeng shook his head. I would never generalize an entire group. It is important to recognize that university students come in all varieties. For instance, there are scoundrels who change girlfriends weekly, and women who, despite having boyfriends, engage with other men. Some even call their boyfriends while in the act. Then there are couples who choose to. Xiaqiu-chan stared at Shin Feng in disbelief. Wait, are you serious? How could such things possibly happen? Scoundrels are one thing, but those with boyfriends engaging with others, surely that cannot exist. Shin Feng continued. Such individuals are numerous, and while I cannot determine whether to label them as clever or wise, we must concede that the majority of university students remain quite naive. Oh. And by the way, others may still have some leeway, but you have forfeited any right to claim you are not naive in my presence. He pointed at Xiaqiu-chan. Instantly, Xiaqiu-chan understood. Shin Feng was alluding to her previous betrayal. Had she not been so earnest in her attempts to save others, she would not have found herself so weakened or bound. Thus, her tone softened, resembling that of a slighted young girl, as she murmured, I never anticipated others would act in such a manner. What you fail to anticipate is your own concern, and it bears no relation to me. Now, do not disturb me. Shin Feng replied coldly, then promptly swallowed the iridescent crystal. Fine, if you wish to be left alone, then I shall retire, Xiaqiu-chan huffed, lying down on her bed and covering herself with a blanket. Yet, sleep eluded her. That day, or rather the course of that afternoon, had been utterly surreal. The apocalypse had descended, classmates had betrayed her, and she had been forcefully taken. Now, she found herself residing in the same room as the one who had wronged her. Truly, the whims of fate were unpredictable. Sighing deeply, Xiaqiu-chan closed her eyes. And before long, she succumbed to slumber. Despite the myriad of thoughts weighing on her, she was undeniably exhausted, fatigued in every conceivable sense. On the other hand, after swallowing the crystal, Shin Feng felt a continuous surge of power emanating from within him. This was not his intrinsic strength but rather an external force, which was compelling his body to adapt to this newfound energy. Chapter 29. Air Manipulation. Some individuals truly invite trouble upon themselves. Young master, please wake up. Early the next morning, Shin Feng was roused by Qiu Yu's persistent shaking. Upon seeing Shin Feng's eyes flutter open, Qiu Yu exclaimed anxiously, Oh, young master, you are finally awake. I've been calling you for ages. Rubbing his head, Shin Feng, still somewhat dazed, inquired, What time is it? It's already 8 o'clock. Qiu Yu replied. Typically, Shin Feng would awaken around 5, yet this time, he had slept until 8. Qiu Yu was quite alarmed, fearing that something terrible had befallen him. Had Shin Feng not been breathing and had a pulse, both she and Butler's son would have swiftly taken him to the hospital. How could I have slept for so long? Shin Feng chuckled lightly, only to feel a surge of strength coursing through him. Upon checking his status panel, he was astonished to discover that he had ascended to level 8 of the first stage. Name Shin Feng, male, 20 years old, level first stage. Level 8, talent ability, life script system, air manipulation, fate destiny, villain, black, born with wealth, blue, orphaned, black, striking appearance, blue, life script. His power had increased by 2 levels, and in addition to this, he had acquired the ability of air manipulation. Furthermore, the ominous fate of early demise had vanished, and even his life script had transformed into 3 question marks. It appeared that he had successfully defied destiny. With this thought, Shin Feng turned his gaze toward Qiu Yu, Butler's son, and Xiaqiu-chan. Their powers had remained unchanged, yet their fates had also been altered, with their life scripts now all reduced to question marks. Ah, I see. Shin Feng mused, stroking his chin. It seems that altering one's life script renders the future unpredictable. He nodded, finding this notion quite understandable. After all, they were supposed to be dead, yet here they were, thriving. To characterize their existence as a glitch in reality would not be an exaggeration. A glitch is inherently unpredictable, regardless of one's awareness of its existence. Shin Feng stretched lazily and then declared, Let us have something to eat before we venture to the place where the wind spiral turtle emerged. Xiaqiu-chan scoffed from the side. We finished eating ages ago. We were merely waiting for you. Shin Feng turned to glance at Xiaqiu-chan, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he said, What you consumed must have been the provisions we brought, correct? Shouldn't you express gratitude for the kindness received? Xiaqiu-chan shot Shin Feng a glare before huffing and turning away. In her view, Shin Feng was a rogue, having taken advantage of her. She felt entitled to his food. Today, however, she was in a good mood and chose not to argue further. Shin Feng chuckled and retrieved some food from his backpack. Upon seeing 3 sets of protective gear within, he took out the second set that belonged to Chiyoyu and tossed it to Xiaqiu-chan. "Put this on," he commanded, munching on his food. Although Xiaqiu-chan was slightly taller than Chiyoyu, the size difference was negligible, allowing her to wear the outfit without issue. "Why should I listen to you?" Xiaqiu-chan retorted, pouting like a petulant child. Shinfeng, with a piece of food in his mouth, furrowed his brow and approached Xiaqiu-chan, his expression chilling. Xiaqiu-chan sat on the bed, defiantly meeting Shinfeng and Appo's gaze. Then, in a swift motion, Shinfeng seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Xiaqiu-chan's eyes widened in disbelief as Shinfeng admonished her. "It seems you have chosen to disregard my words. I have shown you kindness, yet you mistakenly believe I would not take action against you?" He tightened his grip, and within mere moments, Xiaqiu-chan's face flushed, not from embarrassment, but from lack of oxygen. Observing her rolling eyes, Shinfeng loosened his grip slightly and coldly stated, "Your talent is commendable in my eyes, and since you are now under my protection, I may afford you some leniency. However, that does not grant you the liberty to provoke me repeatedly." With a forceful action, Shinfeng threw Xiaqiu-chan to the ground as if she were a mere chick, devoid of any gentlemanly regard or pity. Xiaqiu-chan lay sprawled on the floor, her back aching, tears welling in her reddened eyes as she gazed up at Shinfeng, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yet within Shinfeng's heart, an icy resolve prevailed. Coughing, Xiaqiu-chan touched her neck, now red from Shinfeng's grip, before breaking into a fit of coughs. Due to his newfound strength, Shinfeng had not controlled his power well and had nearly choked her. Nevertheless, he would not apologize. If Xiaqiu-chan proved to be of no use to him, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. A legendary sword emperor would not retain a subordinate who could not contribute to his cause. Remember this. Whatever I say, you shall obey. You may test the consequences of provoking me once more. Casting a cold glance at Xiaqiu-chan, Shinfeng moved to the window to converse with Butler Sunday. "What is the situation outside?" "Young master, there seems to be a problem. The zombies appear to have become significantly stronger since we last encountered them." Is such a dramatic change possible overnight?" Shinfeng queried, perplexed, as he and Butler's son peered outside. Chiyoyu observed the pitiful Xiaqiu-chan on the floor and remarked, "You truly would and Appo's suffer if you didn't and Appo's tempt fate. Young master does not indulge even me. Do you really think you can repeatedly sway his favor?" Xiaqiu-chan, meanwhile, was indeed in a state of bewilderment. However, she began to grasp a vital truth. Shinfeng would never be manipulated by her, nor would he tolerate her tantrums indefinitely. Domineering, arrogant, and self-centered, this was Shinfeng. Wiping away the tears caused by her oxygen deprivation, Xiaqiu-chan slowly rose from the ground, obediently donning the clothing Shinfeng had offered her. Some individuals indeed invite their own misfortune. Without experiencing pain, they seem incapable of treating others with respect. Chapter 30. Entering the Secret Realm. A large crab, measuring 3 to 4 meters in width. Hiss, how could there be first-level and third-level zombies appearing? At the window, Shinfeng was astonished to discover that many of the wandering zombies around him were indeed first-level second-tier and first-level third-tier zombies. What is happening? Have they evolved overnight? At this rate of evolution, won't they reach second-tier in just 10 days? Shinfeng was genuinely taken aback. However, he believed that every challenge has a solution, so he did not dwell on it. Logically speaking, it is not uncommon for initial levels to rise quickly. This is perfectly normal. Thus, while ascending from first to second tier might only take a day, advancing further could possibly take dozens of days. Therefore, Shinfeng naturally did not concern himself with this matter. After finishing breakfast, the 4 of them prepared for departure and left the temporary dormitory. During this time, Xiaqiu-chan had become significantly quieter. Shinfeng, not wanting her to be idle, tossed her the mountaineering backpack. "With fewer hands available, you shall serve as our laborer," Shinfeng declared. "You want me to be a laborer?" Xiaqiu-chan exclaimed, pointing at herself in disbelief. "You are already so rude to me, and now you want me to work like a common laborer? I am still a campus beauty. Are you serious? You truly intend to treat me as an ordinary worker?" Shinfeng scoffed. "What else is there?" Taking a deep breath, Xiaqiu-chan gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine, I will carry it." Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she shouldered the backpack and followed behind the others. At the school, the number of zombies was noticeably greater than the previous day. Clearly, most of these zombies had been confined to various floors before, but today many had emerged. In Shinfeng and Appo's eyes, The majority of these zombies were of first-level first-tier strength, with only a few possessing first-level second-tier or third-tier capabilities. Thus, Shinfeng was not particularly concerned about their presence. As long as they were not surrounded, he felt secure. The four of them made their way to the dormitory area relatively smoothly. Last night, a certain phrase in the wind-swirling turtle and Appo's panel had been on Shinfeng and Appo's mind for a long time, emerging from the shattered barrier of the secret realm. What does a shattered barrier of the secret realm mean? Although he was not entirely certain, Shinfeng had seen the term secret realm on Tang Shan and Appo's panel, followed by the phrase about a significant increase in strength. To Shinfeng, a protagonist and Appo's surge in power is fundamentally different from that of an ordinary person. Hence, it was evident that the secret realm must hold tremendous significance. Given this, could Shinfeng not explore the secret realm from which the wind-swirling turtle had emerged? Everyone, disperse and look for any peculiarities in the surroundings. Shinfeng instructed. Though somewhat puzzled, the others complied with his order and spread out, searching the ruins for anything unusual. The 10-meter-long wind-swirling turtle had left the area in such disarray that the destruction could be described as remnants of shattered walls. Beyond that, Qiu Yu and the others, including Shinfeng himself, were uncertain about what they were actually searching for. However, there must be something strange within the secret realm, right? Suddenly, a piercing scream from Xia Qiuchan echoed. Shinfeng and the others rushed over, only to find that Xia Qiuchan had inexplicably vanished. A living person had disappeared into thin air. What the heck? Is this a ghost sighting in broad daylight? Shinfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Young master, look. There is a door here. Qiu Yu and Appo's shout captured Shinfeng and Appo's attention. He hurried over and discovered a door beneath a pile of rubble. The door appeared to be an ordinary room door, 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, yet its interior seemed reminiscent of a mysterious portal, quite astonishing. It was clear that Xia Qiuchan must have been walking and then suddenly fell into this door. Or perhaps she found the door intriguing, touched it, and was subsequently drawn in. Regardless of how it happened, she had entered the secret realm before them. Young master, do you think Xia Qiuchan fell into this door? Qiu Yu asked in shock. With a dark expression, Shinfeng muttered, she probably did. Is this the power of the innate Sword Emperor? Simply walking could lead one into a secret realm? Damn it, does Xia Qiuchan possess the protagonist and Appo's luck? Her fortune seems to rival that of the main character. But if she is indeed the heroine, how could her original life script lead to her demise? Moreover, Qiu Yu and Appo's panel also indicated an innate Ice Emperor, sharing the same golden fate. Yet why does Qiu Yu appear less fortunate than Xia Qiuchan? Could it be that since Qiu Yu has been by my side for too long, her hidden luck has been drained by fate? No matter, let us go in first. Let us go. Shinfeng sighed deeply and took the lead in jumping through. Butler's son attempted to persuade Shinfeng to reconsider, but before he could speak, Shinfeng had already leaped in, leaving him to sigh and follow with Qiu Yu. Once everyone had jumped through, the portal slowly vanished. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and soon they found themselves on an island. Behind them lay the ocean, while in front was a dense jungle. From a distance, it appeared there was even a volcano deep within the jungle. Shinfeng, what is happening? I merely touched that door. Why have we suddenly arrived here? As Shinfeng regained consciousness, Xia Qiuchan rushed over, clinging to his arm in a state of panic. Xia Qiuchan felt both fearful and apprehensive towards Shinfeng. If she had a choice, she would not want to be here. However, the abrupt change in the world had terrified her, prompting her instinctively to seek comfort from Shinfeng. A secret realm, Shinfeng succinctly stated. To prevent Xia Qiuchan, Qiu Yu, and Butler's son from probing further, he added, do not ask me what this is or how it came to be. I only know it is a secret realm, and beyond that, I am entirely in the dark. Young master, this is astonishing. We suddenly transitioned from school to this secret realm. Qiu Yu exclaimed, astonished. Shinfeng nodded, equally amazed by the situation. Young master, something is approaching. Butler's son crouched on the beach, his expression grave. A rumbling noise echoed from both sides of the beach, prompting Shinfeng to shout, into the forest. Though uncertain of their exact location, this was the very place the wind-swirling turtle had fled from, so it was prudent to avoid lingering on the barren beach. Upon entering the jungle, Shinfeng and the others paused momentarily, only to discover that dozens of crabs, each 3 to 4 meters wide, were emerging from both sides of the beach. Goodness, if these crabs were to be boiled, they could fill several bowls with crab roe. Shin Feng mused whimsically. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu and Xia Qiu-chan exchanged bewildered glances. Their immediate thoughts upon seeing the giant crabs were fear, trepidation, and curiosity. Yet Shin Feng was preoccupied with pondering the quantity of crab roe they could yield, which was quite absurd. Chapter 31. Creatures of the Secret Realm. The mysterious werewolf and lion. At the edge of the jungle. Hey, could you please let go of me now? Shin Feng looked down at Xia Qiu-chan, who was still gripping his arm. Oh. Xia Qiu-chan blushed and took a few steps back. Meanwhile, she felt a twinge of self-reproach. Even if she was frightened, she had Qiu-chan and Butler Sun by her side. Why did she have to seek out Shin Feng? This man had been forceful with her and had even flung her to the ground. Would others think she no longer harbored any resentment towards him? Xia Qiu-chan shyly lifted her gaze, only to find that Shin Feng was utterly indifferent to her. Even Butler Sun and Qiu Yu paid her no mind. Everyone and Appo's attention was directed towards the large crabs not far away. At that moment, Xia Qiu-chan couldn't and Appo's help but doubt her own appearance. She bit her lip and shot a furtive glare at Shin Feng from behind, then turned her gaze toward the massive crabs. However, for reasons unknown, she felt quite vexed and had no desire to look at the crabs at all. Instead, she glared at Shin Feng once more. Why are you so nonchalant? Xia Qiu-chan thought, feeling a sudden wave of grievance. Although she had previously found men who approached her solely for her looks repugnant, she was aware of her own exceptional beauty. Thus, Shin Feng's current demeanor made her question herself. At that moment, Shin Feng was oblivious to Xia Qiu-chan's complex inner turmoil. He was instead fixated on the enormous crabs before him, his expression grave. Damn it, why are they all level 8 of the first rank? Although he had just been contemplating how much crab roe they might possess, upon witnessing their strength, he was genuinely astonished. To Shin Feng, each of these large crabs was indeed at level 8 of the first rank. It was worth noting that after consuming the colorful crystal, his own strength had only just reached that level. Yet here were at least 30 or 40 crabs, all at the same formidable level. This was utterly preposterous. However, considering that the wind-swirling turtle had emerged from the secret realm, it was not entirely incomprehensible. The problem was that encountering level 8 monsters right at the outset raised concerns about the possibility of even stronger creatures lurking within this realm. No. It should be said that this secret realm undoubtedly harbored monsters more powerful than level 8. After all, that level 9 wind-swirling turtle had escaped from here. Though our own strength is somewhat lacking, we possess firearms. Thus, we should not face significant issues, Shin Feng murmured to himself. If a level 9 wind-swirling turtle could be dispatched with grenades, then surely the other monsters would not pose much of a threat. Though Shin Feng believed that firearms would eventually lose their efficacy, he felt that at the second rank, monsters should still be vulnerable to bullets. Young master, look. It seems there are people behind the big crabs. Qiu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. What? Shin Feng was taken aback and quickly retrieved his binoculars to take a closer look. Indeed, behind these two groups of crabs, there were indeed people. They flanked the crabs on either side, seemingly guiding them in this direction. Their intentions were all too clear. They aimed to capture them all. Hiss! Realizing the purpose of these two individuals, Shin Feng could hardly believe it and inhaled sharply. Despite the crabs being all at level 8 of the first rank, under the pursuit of these two individuals, they showed no signs of resistance and simply turned to flee. This indicated that the strength of these two was far superior to that of the crabs. Level 9 of the first rank seems unlikely, so could it be level 10? Surely they cannot be at the second rank. Shin Feng thought in shock as he scrutinized the two figures. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they were not entirely human. A werewolf and a lioness? Shin Feng was momentarily stunned. The figure on the left appeared to be a youth, covered in gray-blue fur. His limbs resembling those of a beast, moving with incredible speed, resembling a wild wolf. Yeah, the wolf boy exclaimed. Then, like a shepherd herding sheep, he drove the massive crabs forward. As for the figure on the right, she appeared to be a girl, adorned with fiery red fur, her limbs also beast-like, resembling a fierce lion. Ha ha ha, we're going to have a grand feast tonight. The lioness exclaimed exuberantly, flames flickering from her fists. For some reason, Shin Feng felt as though he had encountered wild beings. The distance between the jungle and the beach was not far, perhaps merely 20 or 30 meters. Thus, Shin Feng was able to view the attributes of these two individuals. First, the woman. Name, Leona, female, 18 years old, level, second rank, level 1, talent ability, lion transformation. Fire, destiny, extraordinary talent, gold, Courageous, gold. Unrestrained, purple. Upright and honest, purple. Life script. Supporting character. Stepping stone for the protagonist. 20 days later, her brother Finral disappeared. Leona gathered her clan to search for Finral and Amp, Apos' whereabouts. They sensed his presence near a volcano, but his energy halted before a peculiar door. Though she did not understand what the door was, Leona entered without hesitation, subsequently traversing from the secret realm to modern times, witnessing Tang Shan kill Finral. Enraged, Leona charged forward, nearly killing Tang Shan, only for Tang Shan and Amp, Apos' sister, Tang Chun, to sacrifice herself, greatly enhancing Tang Shan and Amp, Apos' power and granting him rapid healing capabilities. Ultimately, Leona was ambushed and killed by Tang Shan, exposing the secret realm door to him. Goodness, you are the one who almost killed the protagonist? Shen Feng realized with sudden clarity. From the life scripts of Tang Shan and Tang Chun, it could be inferred that in about a month, no, counting from today, it should be over 20 days hence, Tang Shan and Tang Chun would encounter a grave crisis, one that would require Tang Chun and Amp, Apos' sacrifice for Tang Shan to escape unscathed. Now, Shen Feng understood the nature of this danger. It was the lioness before him. Damn it, starting off with the combat power of level 1 of the second rank. The protagonist would surely have no chance against her unless he had some kind of cheat. Shen Feng mused. So, that means the secret realm discovered by Tang Shan is this very realm? Shen Feng felt a surge of delight. The protagonist would not find this place for over 20 days, yet he himself had stumbled upon it on the second day of the apocalypse. How fortunate I am to have encountered Xiaqiu-chan. With this thought, Shen Feng turned to glance at Xiaqiu-chan, and their eyes met. Xiaqiu-chan had not expected Shen Feng to look back, and after a few seconds of eye contact, she quickly averted her gaze, her face flushed. What is happening? Shen Feng was utterly perplexed. Though he couldn't comprehend the situation, he shrugged and shifted his attention to the wolf boy. If all went as expected, this should be Leona's brother, Finral. Chapter 32, Braised Crab. Summer Chiu-chan's whimsical thoughts. Name, Finlar, male, 16 years old. Level, first rank, level 10, talent ability, wolf transformation. Gale, fate destiny, extraordinary aptitude, gold, reckless charge, gold, innocence, purple, trailblazing, purple, fortune and misfortune intertwined, life script, supporting character, stepping stone for the protagonist. 20 days later, a portal was discovered near a volcano. Driven by curiosity, he touched the portal and was subsequently transported to the real world. Having never encountered the world beyond the secret realms, Finlar was filled with wonder and began to roam the city. However, in his hunger, he clashed with Tang Shan. Despite Finlar and Apos' formidable strength, easily defeating Tang Shan, he chose not to kill him, merely injuring him and taking his food. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Shan viewed this as a personal vendetta and set a trap to eliminate Finlar. In his final moments, Finlar witnessed his sister, Leona, fall victim to Tang Shan as well, igniting a profound rage within him. Moreover, Tang Shan discovered the secret realm's entrance and ventured inside, while Finlar crawled back only to find a landscape engulfed in chaos. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he succumbed to his fury. Hee, is this the protagonist? Shen Feng scoffed, filled with disdain. What merit does someone like Tang Shan possess to be the main character? He is nothing but pure trash. Someone steals a few items, and he retaliates with murder? If it weren't for the Na'vi wolf boy's mercy, he would have been dead. How dare he speak of vengeance? Nonsense. Although the enemy of my enemy is a friend, this lad and Amp, Apos' destiny includes innocence, thus it is evident that he is blameless. If there is fault, it lies solely with Tang Shan. In that case, I must intervene to save them. Shen Feng mused silently. He had no intention of exploiting the sibling duo. Their ranks, second rank, level 1 and first rank, level 10, held no significance. Their gullible nature mattered not. What was paramount was ensuring they did not perish at the hands of that scoundrel, Tang Shan. After all, I, the great antagonist, am engaged in benevolent deeds. A smirk danced upon Shen Feng's lips. Meanwhile, as Shen Feng observed the wolf boy and lion girl, the siblings had successfully captured a multitude of crabs. To Shen Feng's astonishment, they had excavated an enormous pit on the beach, into which the crabs tumbled. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Feng's mouth twitched in disbelief. Logically, the sandy soil should be quite loose. How did they manage to dig such a vast pit? Although puzzled, The siblings had begun to brace their catch. The lion girl puffed her cheeks and then exhaled forcefully, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that engulfed the crabs. An outdoor seafood barbecue, perhaps? Shinfeng speculated that the pit must contain some flammable material. Otherwise, the flames would not persist after the girl ceased her fiery breath. "Young master, it smells delightful," Qiuyu remarked, sniffing the air. Shinfeng playfully flicked Qiuyu's forehead, retorting, "Did we not just eat this morning? Why are you hungry already?" Pouting, Qiuyu replied, "Young master, there is a saying, it is easy to fall from frugality into extravagance, but difficult to return. We usually feast on exquisite delicacies. This morning's compressed biscuits hardly satiated me." Butler's son chimed in, "Indeed, young master, Qiuyu makes a valid point. I hardly ate much this morning either." Hearing this, Qiuyu eagerly suggested, "Young master, why don't we snatch some of those crabs? They are so large, one would surely suffice for the four of us." Summer Qiu-chan remained silent, embroiled in her own thoughts. Why did he glance at me just now? Was he captivated by my charm? Did he discern my previous musings? No, he is a dominant figure. I must not show him any kindness. Summer Qiu-chan felt her head spinning. Truthfully, she was uncertain of her feelings toward Shinfeng. Many would assert there was no need for contemplation. It must be hatred, considering Shinfeng's overpowering demeanor. Yet, as Qiuyu previously stated, had it not been for Shinfeng, Summer Qiu-chan would surely have perished. This posed a philosophical dilemma for women. If life and virtue were a binary choice, which would one select? Perhaps a century ago, or even a few decades, people would prioritize virtue, but in today's society, most women would likely choose life. Summer Qiu-chan was torn. Yet after a night of reflection, her resentment had indeed waned. When she viewed Shinfeng without animosity, she realized he possessed an undeniable allure. Commanding, resolute, and authoritative. Was he not the epitome of a domineering CEO? Furthermore, unlike her peers, who merely screamed and panicked in danger, Shinfeng boldly confronted a 10-meter-long giant turtle. According to Qiuyu, Shinfeng was merely 20 years old, akin to a sophomore or junior in college. Bravery, insight, charisma, initiative. Summer Qiu-chan had to concede that Shinfeng was the quintessential man, except for his overbearing nature. Yet, she was reluctant to yield easily, hence her hesitation. Sighing, Summer Qiu-chan clenched her fist and thought, if only he could be a bit gentler with me, then I would. I would relent. Alas, it was unfortunate that Shinfeng would never concede. On the beach, Leona, after expelling a plume of fire, sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands resting beside her, exuberantly exclaiming, "Haha, brother, how fortuitous to gather so many crabs today." Given her posture and demeanor, one might hardly suspect her femininity. However, this world also has men with voices akin to women, so such details are best overlooked. The wolf boy, Finlar, chuckled, "You captured these crabs just after they gave birth. Sister, isn't that a bit cruel?" Though crabs are indeed crabs, in this secret realm, they share customs akin to turtles, typically birthing on land. Thus, Leona had timed her capture perfectly. Leona laughed, "Nonsense. I merely feasted upon them. I showed mercy by allowing their offspring to escape." Finlar rolled his eyes, "Sister, isn't that a bit disingenuous? You were merely afraid that if you consumed them all now, there would be none left for next time." Leona feigned seriousness. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Finlar chuckled again, poised to retort, when suddenly he furrowed his brow and crouched down, sniffing the air. Observing his demeanor, Leona sprang up, her expression grave. "Brother, what is the matter?" Finlar furrowed his brow and lifted his head, gazing in bewilderment towards the thicket where Shinfeng and his companions were situated. Then, with a frown, he remarked, "Sister, I detect a scent I have never encountered before." Upon hearing this, Leona also raised her head, her heart filled with intrigue as she directed her gaze towards the location of Shinfeng and his group. Chapter 33, A Slip of the Tongue. Do you think they are easily deceived? Young master, could it be that we have been discovered? Autumn Rain exclaimed in surprise after noticing the gaze of the two individuals on the edge of the forest. Although the distance between them was merely 20 to 30 meters, they were clearly concealed within the woods. How could these two have detected their presence? Butler's son, with a serious expression, remarked, "Young master, my instincts tell me that those two individuals can effortlessly eliminate us." Shinfeng nodded, stating earnestly, "The male youth is called Finlar, and his strength is Level 1, Tier 10. What? Autumn Rain gasped in astonishment. Shinfeng had previously explained the classification of levels, and although they were not entirely certain of the strength associated with each level, Level 1, Tier 10, Wasn't that a death sentence? The apocalypse had just begun, and there were already individuals at such a level? Yet, that was not the most shocking revelation. Shin Feng pointed at Leona and added, "She is level 2, tier 1. Hiss. Even Butler's son inhaled sharply. Having been with the Shin family for over 30 years, he had encountered numerous storms and tempests, and logically, he should not have been so astonished. However, the apocalypse represented an entirely different paradigm, and upon learning of the formidable strength possessed by the male and female before them, Butler's son and Appo's expression changed, and he instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist. In that moment, only a firearm could provide him with a sense of security. Shin Feng understood why Autumn Rain and Butler's son were anxious, so he smiled and reassured them. "Do not worry, they are merely Na'vi wildlings, easily deceived." "Ah, no, I mean they are innocent, so there is no need for such alarm." Xiaqiu-chan shot a disdainful glance at Shin Feng. "You just let something slip, didn't it, Amp?" "Amp, Oppose, to you? You think they are easily deceived?" "Indeed, my previous thoughts were merely illusions. You are just a despicable and shameless man. Come, let us witness the natives of this secret realm." Taking the lead, Shin Feng emerged from the thicket, followed closely by the other three. Autumn Rain fixated on the large crabs that seemed to exude a fragrant aroma, thinking that had Shin Feng not mentioned the formidable strength of the two individuals, she might have rushed forward to taste them. Butler's son, with a grave demeanor, kept his hands on the handgun at his waist, ensuring he could draw it at any moment. The strength of that male and female was terrifying, yet he believed that being merely level 2, they could not possibly be immune to firearms. Xiaqiu-chan looked at Finlar and Leona with a face full of confusion. When these two were chasing the cold water crabs, their fur was thick, and their limbs resembled those of beasts. Yet now, their appearance was no different from ordinary humans, albeit dressed rather scantily. Both Finlar and Leona wore clothing that barely covered their most private areas. Shin Feng also found this scene puzzling. Your abilities must be related to transformation, right? Why then? Do your modest garments not tear? Could it be that their clothing was made of the same material as the Hulk's shorts? Suddenly, upon spotting Shin Feng and the others, Finlar dropped to all fours, glaring fiercely at them, while gray-blue fur began to emerge on his limbs. "Brother, do not be hasty. They mean no harm," Leona interjected. At her words, Finlar's fur receded, and his expression softened, becoming more human-like. "Greetings, I am Shin Feng, and these are Autumn Rain, Sun Hongba, and Xiaqiu-chan. We come from beyond the secret realm." Shin Feng approached Leona and Finlar, introducing himself. Leona scrutinized Shin Feng before her gaze inadvertently drifted to the firearms at the waists and backs of Shin Feng and Amp, Appo's companions. She sensed no malice from them. Yet the peculiar objects they bore radiated danger. Although she did not understand what rifles and handguns were, why they instilled a sense of threat in her. Leona nonetheless spoke up. "Hello, I am Leona, and this is my brother, Finlar." Upon hearing this, Shin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that a language barrier would impede communication. While he was unsure whether this was due to the apocalypse or if the natives had always spoken Chinese, the ability to converse without obstruction was undoubtedly a boon. Excited and curious, Finlar inquired, "Outside? What is out there?" At that moment, Leona, with a wild demeanor, placed her hands at her sides, resembling a bandit leader. Finlar sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands poised in front of him, swaying slightly, reminiscent of a playful dog. Shin Feng chuckled, settling onto the ground as he spoke. "There is an abundance of wonders beyond the secret realm. Although I am uncertain of what exists within your realm, I presume the fundamental geographical features should be quite similar. Moreover, there are our customs. In our world, we have towering residences reaching hundreds of meters, and our modes of transport soar through the skies and traverse the seas. Everything imaginable. There is even a thing called the internet." With a smile, Shin Feng began to describe aspects of the real world to Finlar. During this exchange, Finlar's eyes sparkled, and his tail wagged vigorously. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Finlar and Leona possessed tails. Aside from that feature, their appearances were nearly indistinguishable from humans, provided they were not transformed. "Wow, how amazing! You can fly without needing anything and swim without effort? And the internet, I truly wish to see it." Finlar and Amp, Appo's expression was filled with yearning. Leona then asked, "So how did you come here?" Shin Feng did not conceal the truth and replied, "We encountered a creature known as the wind spiral turtle. After a fierce struggle, we defeated it. Soon after, we stumbled upon a mysterious door not far from the wind spiral turtle. Out of curiosity, We touched the door, and upon awakening, we found ourselves here. Shenfeng shrugged, feigning helplessness. However, his narrative, while broadly accurate, omitted numerous details. For instance, Shenfeng was aware of the existence of the Secret Realm's barrier, and only later did he discover that door during his search. Yet, he chose not to elaborate, leading to the impression that they had inadvertently encountered a wind spiral turtle and, after defeating it, had stumbled upon the door to the Secret Realm. The difference between these two scenarios was considerable. Yet, upon hearing Shenfeng's account, Leona reacted with great alarm. She sprang to her feet, her expression tense, and exclaimed, "Could it be that the war of all races passed down within our tribe is real?" Chapter 34. The Subhuman Tribe. Strength is the foundation of equality. Shenfeng gazed at Leona with confusion, and even Finlar beside her wore a perplexed expression. They could not comprehend why Leona reacted so strongly. Taking a deep breath, Leona turned to Shenfeng and said solemnly, "I apologize, but could you please accompany us back to our tribe? What do you intend to do?" Butler's son interjected sharply, his right hand resting on his firearm, ready to draw it should Leona utter another questionable word. At son's command, Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze from the giant crab, tightening her grip on the crowbar, her expression icy as she stared at Leona and Finlar. With a smile, Shenfeng shook his head and replied, "Old son, there's no need to be so tense. It's merely a visit to their tribe, nothing more. Thank you for your understanding. Please trust me. Our subhuman tribe will not harm esteemed guests like yourselves," Leona said courteously. Shenfeng shook his head again, stating, "I have never regarded words as a deterrent, lest your assurances hold no weight with me." Leona appeared somewhat troubled by his response, realizing she had no means to prove her claims. "Old son, demonstrate our strength," Shenfeng said nonchalantly. "Yes, young master." Butler's son understood immediately. Among them, what special item did Butler's son possess? The answer was a sniper rifle. He retrieved the sniper rifle from his back, surveyed the surroundings, then knelt on one knee, aiming at a massive boulder approximately 300 meters away. A loud bang echoed as the bullet exited the chamber, crashing through the boulder with a resounding thud. "Wow!" Finlar exclaimed in wonder, transforming into a gray wolf and sprinting away. The onlookers felt a gust of wind sweep past, accompanied by swirling dust, as Finlar's figure vanished from sight. Approximately 20 seconds later, Finlar returned, clutching the boulder. "Sister, look. This long thing is amazing. It pierced the stone from such a distance," he exclaimed, pointing at the fissure in the rock with astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, his speed sent chills down the spines of Shenfeng and the others. After all, that was a round trip of over 600 meters, meaning Finlar and Appo's speed was at least 30 meters per second, and he returned while carrying a boulder roughly 1 meter tall. This speed, Shenfeng and the others involuntarily gasped in awe. Following their shock, Butler's son's face turned ashen as he contemplated. While their bodies might not withstand bullets, if they could dodge them with such speed, wasn't that equivalent to resisting firearms? Shenfeng shared the same realization, his expression darkening as he muttered to himself, "I have been careless." Their current weaponry consisted solely of rifles, handguns, and sniper rifles. Facing an enemy as swift as Finlar, Shenfeng could confidently assert that the likelihood of hitting him was exceedingly low. To eliminate such a fast adversary, one would need either the financial means for a machine gun barrage or to approach very closely and catch him off guard for a quick kill. It seemed he would need to reevaluate the strength of the second tier. Perhaps firearms could be effective against third-tier warriors, but what if one could not hit their target? If one failed to connect, words were meaningless. Yet, unbeknownst to Shenfeng, while they were astonished by Finlar's speed, Leona was equally awed by the power of the sniper rifle. Finlar's speed was remarkable, but was the speed of the sniper rifle any less impressive? It boasted a firing rate of 800 meters per second. Moreover, the physical resilience of second-tier humans paled in comparison to that of stone. Thus, if the sniper rifle struck true, it was largely a matter of luck. If a limb was hit, it would result in a minor injury, if an organ, a severe one, and if the heart or brain, it would be fatal. While Butler's son and Appo's reflexes might not be instantaneous, this weapon undeniably posed a significant threat to Leona. "The strength of esteemed guests is truly astonishing," Leona said earnestly, although Shenfeng and his companions were not particularly strong. The weaponry they possessed instilled a sense of trepidation in Leona. Beside her, Finlar touched the bullet mark on the stone, exclaiming, "Sister, this is still warm. It's almost too hot to handle. How fascinating." His demeanor resembled that of a child, curious about everything. Seeing this, Shen Feng mentally berated Tang Shan. What nonsense is this? How can you harm such an innocent child? Are you out of your mind? After scolding Tang Shan again, Shen Feng smiled at Leona, saying, "Strength is often the prerequisite for equal dialogue. Now, please lead the way." Leona, however, did not quite grasp the meaning behind Shen Feng's words. She merely wished for him to accompany her to the tribe to consult the elders. Unfortunately, Shen Feng was not one to easily trust others. Even if Finlar and Leona were beings of the secret realm, even if their character traits appeared innocent as per their profiles, he still opted to reveal a fraction of his prowess. As he had stated earlier, strength was the foundation of equality. Otherwise, doubts would inevitably arise among the subhumans. By the way, what exactly do you mean by subhumans? Shen Feng inquired as he observed Leona and Finlar gathering the roasted crabs. Leona produced a length of rope that resembled hemp and began to bind the crabs together as she explained, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. The elders in our tribe say we are subhumans. In simple terms, we appear more human-like, with perhaps a few symbolic traits from other races, such as tails. Additionally, our subhuman tribe typically possesses the ability to transform into beasts." Finlar chimed in excitedly, "I know about that too." The elder mentioned a race called beastmen, who look more like beasts but can walk upright like humans. "Ah, I see." Shen Feng nodded in understanding. In summary, both subhumans and beastmen were hybrid races. Yet the former appeared more human-like, while the latter resembled beasts more closely. Once Leona finished tying all the crabs together, Shen Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Leona and Finlar had managed to retrieve a massive four-wheeled cart from the nearby thicket and tossed the crabs onto it. Each crab measured nearly 4 meters wide and over 1 meter long, and with approximately 40 crabs piled on the wooden cart, the height reached nearly 30 meters. "How absurd. Esteemed guests, please follow us," Leona said graciously, and Shen Feng and his companions walked alongside her into the thicket. Shen Feng was quite curious about the subhuman tribe within the secret realm. However, what intrigued him even more was the treasure hidden within this realm. Any treasure that could significantly enhance one and Apos' strength, as indicated on the protagonist and Apos' profile, was certainly not to be underestimated. Chapter 35, Signal Lost. The final 24 hours. Shen Feng and his companions followed Leona deeper into the forest. Along the way, Finlar inquired multiple times about the state of the outside world, revealing his curiosity. Additionally, perhaps noticing that Chiyu and Apos' gaze was perpetually fixed on the cold water crabs, Finlar unexpectedly leapt onto the wooden cart and snapped off several crab legs. Feeling a bit awkward, Chiyu asked, "Is this acceptable?" Leona chuckled, "Not at all. Although our clan is numerous, we are not the only ones who hunt. A few crab legs are hardly significant." Upon hearing this, Chiyu turned her hopeful gaze towards Shen Feng. He nodded, saying, "Go ahead. Let us not waste such a generous offering." With that encouragement, Chiyu cracked open a crab leg and took a bite, savoring the delectable flavor. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly handed the peeled leg to Shen Feng, exclaiming, "Sir, you must try this. The cold water crab is simply exquisite." Shen Feng accepted it without hesitation, taking a hearty bite himself. To his surprise, the meat was incredibly fresh and tender, prompting him to indulge in several more bites. Observing this, Finlar took the initiative to procure more crab legs, sharing them with Xiaqiu-chan and Butler Sunday. As Shen Feng and his companions unabashedly praised the deliciousness of the cold water crab, Leona, who was pulling the cart, expressed her bewilderment. "Do you truly find this cold water crab so delectable?" Seeing the expressions on their faces left Leona and Finlar perplexed, as they were on the verge of feeling nauseous from overindulgence. Shen Feng pondered for a moment and retrieved several compressed biscuits from Xiaqiu-chan and Apos' backpack, tossing them to Leona and Finlar. "Give this a try," he suggested. Curiously, Finlar popped a biscuit into his mouth and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so crunchy. Although it's a bit dry, it's quite tasty." Leona sampled a biscuit as well and marveled, "Not only that, but it seems to stave off hunger." Shen Feng laughed. "In our world, it's not that no one eats this, but most people wouldn't consider it tasty. Thus, your aversion to the cold water crab stems from having eaten it for too long. Even the finest delicacies can lose their appeal when consumed daily." Leona fell into thoughtful contemplation. Meanwhile, Finlar, unreservedly, approached Shen Feng and curiously peered into the backpack, as if it were a treasure trove. "Brother, do you have any other delightful treats?" Shen Feng was not a paragon of virtue. When he learned that Tang Shan intended to kill him, He harbored a strong desire to eliminate Tang Shan, but spared him due to his sister and Appo's presence. Nevertheless, Shen Feng did not allow him to escape entirely, incapacitating him by breaking an arm and implanting a bomb and a locator device within him. At the school entrance, Shen Feng had not hesitated to take a life. Thus, while he was not a good person, he nevertheless showed a genuine smile of warmth toward the innocent Finlar. Here, this is a beverage from our land. It can be consumed like water. From the backpack, Shen Feng produced a can of cola. To prevent Finlar from struggling to open it or having it spray everywhere, he opened it for him. Gulp. Burp. Finlar downed it in one go and exclaimed, "Wow, what is this? It's so refreshing." Finlar had never tasted anything so delightful. "That is called cola. Given your kindness in sharing crab legs with my sister, I'll bring you a whole case once we leave this realm," Chiyu teased. As they journeyed, the group exchanged information and food, fostering a closer bond between them. Suddenly, Butler's son approached, quietly asking, "Young master, do you recall Tang Shan?" "Of course, what about him?" Shen Feng replied, nodding. Butler's son quickly added, "Is the secret realm the same as reality? If not, wouldn't the signal be lost?" Shen Feng halted abruptly, retrieving his satellite phone. Sure enough, the signal was gone. While he still didn't fully grasp the conditions for the secret realm and Appo's existence, such concerns were trivial now. What mattered was whether the bomb in Tang Shan's heart had detonated. Shen Feng asked sternly, "Old son, what were the detonation conditions you set?" Shen Feng did not wish for the protagonist to perish at this moment. At least until he acquired Tang Shan's rapid healing ability, Tang Shan must survive. Butler's son responded earnestly, "While I'm uncertain of your intentions, I had arranged for 3 detonation conditions at the time." Shen Feng silently praised Butler's son for his competence. A mere bomb had 3 detonation protocols. The first condition was that if global signals failed, the bomb would explode immediately. Additionally, to prevent sabotage, if the bomb detected any forms of signal interference or machine scanning, it would also detonate instantly. The second condition was to ensure that no one could disassemble the bomb. Thus, the bomb was bound to Tang Shan and Appo's heart. If it moved more than 3 centimeters away, it would explode. Shen Feng nodded, appreciating Butler's son and Appo's meticulousness. With the signal lost, death was inevitable. If the signal remained, even if one discovered the bomb's presence, they could not dismantle it. Attempting to do so would result in death. In essence, Tang Shan was but a pawn at Shen Feng's disposal. He was akin to the legendary Sun Wukong. While Shen Feng was like Buddha, regardless of Tang Shan's struggles, he could not escape Shen Feng's grasp. Continuing, Butler's son explained, "The third condition states that while global signals are intact, the bomb must maintain a connection with your phone. Under this premise, there are 2 detonation conditions. First, if you send a detonation signal. Second, if the connection between the phone and the bomb is severed, it must be re-established within 24 hours. Or the bomb will detonate immediately." Shen Feng nodded, understanding the rationale behind the 24-hour reconnection time. It was likely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. This did not contradict the first condition. If the signal was lost due to global failure, the bomb adjacent to Tang Shan's heart would explode. However, if it was due to some other circumstance, the delay provided by Butler's son would come into play. Having grasped all this, Shen Feng remarked, "In that case, we must hope to exit within 24 hours. Butler's son clarified, "To be precise, it should be 23 hours and 23 minutes. Shen Feng gazed at the brightly lit secret realm, devoid of sunlight, and mused, "Tang Shan, you'd best hope I can leave soon. After all, I wouldn't want you to perish." Chapter 36, Foreseeing the Future? The Mighty Chieftain of the Beast Men. The incident involving Tang Shan was ultimately relegated to the recesses of Shen Feng and Appo's mind. If fortune favored him, Shen Feng would depart this secret realm within 24 hours, ensuring Tang Shan's survival. However, should luck abandon him, it would mean bidding farewell to our beloved protagonist. In all honesty, the ability to heal rapidly was desirable, albeit merely a supplementary skill. Thus, acquiring it would be ideal. Yet, if unattainable, Shen Feng would only lament for a fleeting moment. At this juncture, under Leona and Appo's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the dwelling of the Beastmen. Before them stood an endless expanse of towering trees, reaching heights of 100 meters, adorned with exquisitely crafted circular houses. Wooden staircases connected each pair of homes. "How beautiful!" Xiaoqiu-chan Kuden and Appo's helped but exclaim. The The scene before them resembled a celestial paradise, with soaring trees, encircling dwellings, and seemingly infinite stairways, accompanied by the fragrant allure of flourishing blossoms. This vista left Shen Feng and his companions momentarily astonished. Tang Shan, you truly deserve condemnation. How could you so carelessly mar such a splendid environment? Shen Feng mused inwardly, his animosity towards Tang Shan intensifying. Such breathtaking scenery was marred due to your selfishness. Tang Shan, I simply cannot fathom how you are fit to be the protagonist. As the group emerged at the outskirts of the beastmen's territory, numerous beastmen sprang forth from various nooks and crannies, greeting Leona with enthusiasm. Leona, you're back? Ha ha. Your haul this time is truly impressive. As expected of you. These beastmen arrived through the air, leaping from vines, emerging from lush grass, and even descending from the tree houses via the stairways. They resembled a circus troupe. In Shen Feng's view, these beastmen could be further categorized, such as tiger beastmen, lion beastmen, monkey beastmen, and rabbit beastmen, among others. While they were collectively referred to as beastmen, this race could be subdivided into numerous smaller tribes. Of course, Shen Feng's attention was not drawn to them in relation to the female beastmen. He had no inclination to touch those rabbit ears or foxtails. His lingering gaze upon them stemmed solely from their formidable prowess. In Shen Feng's estimation, the weakest among these beastmen possessed a power level of at least rank 7. Despite their youth, the youngest among them was merely 12 years old. How could they be so powerful? However, despite the beastmen and Appo's overall strength, Shen Feng had yet to encounter a second beastman who had reached the second rank, aside from Leona. Hey, who are these people? Their aura seems peculiar. Suddenly, one of the beastmen noticed Shen Feng and his companions. Ah, Leona, who are they? I've never encountered their scent before. They can't be beastmen, can they? They truly seem like the legendary human race. The distinction between beastmen and humans lies in the fact that before transformation, beastmen exhibit traits from other species, including but not limited to tails and ears. Thus, they must indeed be humans. Leona, why are humans appearing in our midst? The beastmen turned their gazes towards Leona. You are not mistaken. They are indeed humans, and from the outside world. Leona succinctly introduced, then turned to a female beastman with rabbit ears and tail, saying, Klein, please gather these crabs. I will take them to meet the elder. Understood, Leona. The rabbit beastman named Klein replied cheerfully, hastily instructing others to transport the crabs. Meanwhile, she stole glances at Shen Feng and the others, marveling. They truly have no ears or tails. How fascinating. Leading the way, Leona guided Shen Feng and the others to a rather unique treehouse. Elder, Klein has something to report. Leona respectfully announced at the entrance. Come in. An aged voice beckoned from within the treehouse. Leona opened the door, and Shen Feng and the others entered in succession. Honored guests from afar, please take a seat. The old man seemed to have anticipated their arrival, sitting at a table already set with tea. How intriguing. Shen Feng smiled gently as he observed the elder, a beast man with a monkey tail, and stepped forward to sit across from him. Xia Luofei also wished to join him, but was promptly restrained by Qiu Yu beside her. Xia Qiuchan glanced at Qiu Yu and Butler's son standing behind Shen Feng, realizing the situation, and reluctantly remained in place. I am Murata. The elderly beast man poured a cup of tea, offering it to Shen Feng as he spoke. Shen Feng examined the teacup before him and replied with a smile. I am Shen Feng, a newcomer. I trust there are no poisons within? The elder shook his head, stating, as a guest, how could I entertain you with poison? Moreover, at such close proximity, I suspect that the spherical object at your waist could ensure our mutual demise, so please rest assured. I would not dare. Shen Feng inquired in surprise, you are aware of grenades? Murata shook his head. I am unfamiliar with the term grenade, but I know its formidable power. Intriguing, Shen Feng chuckled softly, gazing at Murata's attributes with interest. Name, Murata, 231 years old, male, level, rank 3. Level 2, unable to exert full strength due to age, talent ability. Foresee the future, fate destiny. Diligent and selfless, gold. Kind and gentle, gold. Life short-lived, black. Life script. In 20 days, he will rise to save the beast men, grievously wounding Tang Shan. However, facing impending death, his strength will be severely limited, preventing him from pursuing Tang Shan to deliver the final blow. Mortally injured, Tang Shan will plunge into the volcano and Appo's core. unaware that within lies a unique flame known as the Red Lotus Heartfire. Upon consuming the Red Lotus Heartfire, Tang Shan and Amp, Apos, S power will surge, leading him to massacre all beastmen and incinerate their homes. Once everything turns to ash, Tang Shan will notice a cave within the forest, known as the Ice Firebody Refining Cave. His physical prowess will greatly amplify within this cave, yet he will be unable to reach its depths. At a later time, he will re-enter this secret realm to acquire a treasure. As Tang Shan obliterates the beastmen, Murata will watch helplessly, too frail to act, filled with rage and regret until his dying breath. Chapter 37. The Reclamation of the Aryans. From this moment on, you shall follow me. TSK TSK TSK. Observing the profile of the Aryan chieftain, Shen Feng was astounded. Behold, behold, what is the essence of the protagonist and Amp, Apos, S halo? This individual is akin to an indestructible cockroach. Performing countless sit-ups, you, the protagonist, are indeed formidable. Let us briefly unravel the sequence of events leading to this moment. Initially, Finlar, driven by hunger, nearly ended Tang Shan's life. However, due to Finlar's naive nature, he ultimately spared Tang Shan. Unexpectedly, Tang Shan set a trap and caused Finlar's demise. Subsequently, Leona appeared and similarly nearly struck down Tang Shan. Yet Tang Shan and Amp, Apos, S sister, Tang Chun, sacrificed herself, endowing Tang Shan with enhanced strength and the ability to heal rapidly, enabling him to counterattack Leona successfully. In the end, Tang Shan found himself in this secret realm, where he again faced near death. Alas, Murata was too aged and could only fight with a flicker of life, allowing Tang Shan to survive once more. As a protagonist, as long as one lives, hope remains. Thus, Tang Shan plummeted into a volcano. Astonishingly, he was not consumed by the lava but instead, by a twist of fate, acquired a rare flame. Although Shen Feng was unaware of the nature of this flame, it was undoubtedly a potent treasure. Moreover, after demolishing the abode, he fortuitously discovered an exceptional place for body refinement, greatly enhancing his physical prowess. Truly, it defies reason. Yet, if one can foresee the future, why not flee? Surely, one could escape with their kin? Shen Feng cast a puzzled glance at Chief Murata. Noticing Shen Feng and Amp, Apos, S confusion, Murata inquired, "Do you harbor doubts, esteemed guest?" Without hesitation, Shen Feng asked, "Can you see the future?" Upon hearing this, Murata and Amp, Apos, S pupils contracted, astonished, then responded with a smile. "Indeed, you are an esteemed guest." It became clear that Murata and Apos, S designation of Shen Feng as an esteemed guest stemmed not merely from his visitor status, but from a unique reason. Shen Feng further questioned, "Why not escape?" At this, Leona was taken aback, pondering the rationale for fleeing. By the way, prior to arriving at this dwelling, it seemed Finlar had foreseen their ensuing conversation would be rather tedious and thus departed to another location. This was not indicative of Finlar possessing prophetic abilities, but rather a form of foresight. After all, when an elder visits your home, can one endure idle chit-chat? Why linger in discomfort? Murata sighed and then stated, "Though I can glimpse fragments of the future, I cannot discern the entirety. Therefore, even if I know of impending calamity, I can only respond to the inevitable with steadfastness. It is easy to speak of defying fate, yet how can I ascertain whether my subsequent actions may provoke greater disasters, or perhaps hasten the arrival of doom?" Upon hearing this, Shen Feng was momentarily stunned. So, it is true that fortune and misfortune are intertwined? Or could it be the butterfly effect? Leona exclaimed in shock, "Chief, what do you mean? What is this calamity?" Murata cast a glance at Shen Feng, then sighed deeply, saying, "Since an esteemed guest is present, there is no harm in revealing this. Approximately a year ago, I foresaw the destruction of our Aryans. If we calculate from this moment, it should not exceed 30 days before a man descends into this secret realm, subsequently obliterating our Aryans." Hearing this, Leona gasped in terror, exclaiming, "No, that is impossible. Chief, you are a third-tier warrior, and there are hundreds of second-tier warriors among us. Hasn't Apos, the war of the myriad races only just begun? What sort of person could annihilate us?" Murata lamented, "No matter how strong we are destined to be no match for the child of fate." The child of fate? Leona articulated in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what this meant or why such a being would seek their destruction. Yet, she could not bear the thought of her kin being slaughtered. Murata continued, Over this past year, I have contemplated many times, yet no matter the course of action, we cannot escape the peril of extinction until today. Murata lifted her gaze, fixing it upon Shin Feng. At this, Leona also glanced at Shin Feng, then anxiously inquired, "Chief, could it be that Shin Feng and his companions can save us?" Murata nodded, then shook her head, stating, "I am uncertain." Murata raised her head, looking at Shin Feng with seriousness. "In the 43 timelines I have pondered, I have never seen the individuals before me. Then, does that not imply we are destined to perish?" Leona said bitterly, her expression filled with reluctance. Murata refuted, "No. It is precisely because I have never encountered you that the Aryans have a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Leona paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, if none of the 43 timelines featured Shin Feng, then why was he presently before them? "You are the bug in this world." Murata gazed at Shin Feng earnestly. "Only you possess the potential to save our Aryans." Shin Feng pondered briefly, then chuckled. "It appears I need not exert much effort in persuasion. I was initially contemplating how to recruit you all. Though the enemy of my enemy is indeed a friend, this mattered little to Shin Feng. What he valued more were the inherent talents of the Aryans." "Your honesty is refreshing," Murata remarked with a faint smile, before rising unsteadily, her frail body trembling as if a mere breeze could disperse her. Murata then bowed deeply to Shin Feng, respectfully stating, "I beseech you, esteemed guest, to save our Aryans. From this day forth, the Aryans, including myself, a total of 8,431 individuals, shall be at your command." Observing this, Leona also bowed, imploring, "Please save our Aryans." In response, Xiaoyu and Butler Sun were taken aback, yet did not exhibit much reaction, while Xiaqiu-chan was utterly bewildered. From Leona and Appo's earlier remarks, Xiaqiu-chan had already surmised that the Aryans were not weak, at least not in the present context. Yet, they were now seeking to voluntarily join Shin Feng's ranks? This was utterly preposterous. Shin Feng, oblivious to Xiaqiu-chan's thoughts, joyfully declared, "Haha, excellent. Then from this moment forth, you shall accompany me." As he journeyed, Shin Feng encountered numerous Aryans. While not every Aryan possessed a golden destiny, the majority boasted blue or higher destinies. Such a collective, if accepted, would undoubtedly fortify Shin Feng's stronghold and enhance their own strength. Thus, Shin Feng was more than willing to embrace these Aryans. However, Chapter 38, Profound Heritage. The mysterious ice and fire body refinement cave. However, let it be known, Shin Feng retracted his smile and coldly declared, "I can accept you, but you must never betray me." Leona wished to speak, yet Shin Feng waved his hand, interrupting her, and continued, "I do not place my faith in oaths or so-called guarantees, so spare me such words. I am a man who believes only in actions. I can assure you, if you betray me, unless you can ensure my demise, I will undoubtedly conceal myself and systematically eliminate every single one of your kind." His chilling and bloodthirsty words made Leona shiver involuntarily, while Xiaqiu-chan, standing behind Shin Feng, was taken aback. "You intend to take the lives of 8,000 souls. Are you serious?" Yet, upon hearing this, Murata solemnly replied, "I understand." Murata did not vow nor guarantee that she would not betray Shin Feng. However, her attitude was one that Shin Feng greatly appreciated. Some matters are better left unspoken. Actions speak louder than words. If you succeed, I will naturally trust you. If you fail, then all your words are meaningless. "Master." Murata and Leona rose, addressing him. It felt rather odd for Shin Feng to be called master by a 200-year-old elder. He waved his hand, saying, "Just call me young master." That title has a certain familiarity that is less jarring. "Yes, young master," Murata responded, then added, "Young master. Since our race has decided to recognize you as our leader, all stored items are now at your disposal. Please, follow me." "Oh?" Shin Feng was taken aback. And under Murata's guidance, they descended a staircase carved within the trees. Leona, astonished, exclaimed, "Grandpa clan leader, when was this tunnel excavated?" She was genuinely unaware that the elder and Appo's treehouse concealed such a hidden space. The magnitude of this project was evidently not something that could be accomplished in a day. Murata chuckled. "Did you think that during your hunting expeditions, the crystalline stones found within those creatures simply vanished?" Suddenly, understanding dawned upon Leona. Their race had thrived in this secret realm for at least a millennium. Though they consciously minimized their killings, sustenance was still necessary, and many creatures had perished at their hands. The bodies brought back had their crystals mysteriously disappear, and they had assumed they were laid to rest. But it turned out they were collected by the clan leader. It appeared this storage endeavor had been ongoing for over a century. Under Murata's guidance, Shen Feng and the others arrived at a location that resembled a warehouse. Hiss! Now it was Shun Feng's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated that the subhuman race possessed such substantial reserves. Before him lay an unfathomable number of crystalline stones. In Shun Feng's estimation, there were at least hundreds of thousands. While most were of the first tier, with only a few being second tier, this still constituted a considerable fortune. However, what purpose did these crystals serve? Shen Feng inquired, perplexed. Previously, at the school gate, he had slain numerous zombies and discovered these crystals within them. Although uncertain of their utility, he and Xiaoyu had gathered them one after another. Shen Feng pondered whether these crystals were edible, but refrained from consuming them, as he had not received accurate information from the others. Murata elucidated, "Young master, these are energy crystals. The color varies according to the original owner's tier. Typically, crystals of a single color can only replenish physical stamina." Stamina? Shen Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had initially presumed these crystals could enhance one's strength, only to realize they merely served as stamina potions. Quite embarrassing. Shen Feng then asked, "What about the multicolored crystals?" Murata respectfully replied, "Young master, the multicolored crystals are known as awakening crystals. These can awaken additional talents in individuals. However, they are exceedingly rare and typically depend on luck. If by chance you acquire one, do not assume that the creature you defeated is specifically a producer of awakening crystals. The outcome is entirely based on fortune. With good luck, you might obtain one from a common monster, while with bad luck, even slaughtering an entire race may yield nothing." "I see." Shen Feng nodded in understanding. In this light, he owed a debt of gratitude to Tang Shan. Without him, how would Shen Feng have discovered the existence of the wind-twisting turtle? How would he have acquired the ability to manipulate air? Let us set these crystals aside for now. Since they only replenish stamina, they are of little use. Let us proceed to the Ice and Fire Body Refinement Cave and swiftly enhance our strength," Shen Feng declared. The countdown to Tang Shan's final 24 hours had begun. If possible, Shen Feng wished to continue utilizing him, so it would be best if Tang Shan did not perish. "Yes, young master," Murata said without hesitation, turning to lead Shen Feng away. As they departed the clan leader's treehouse, Shen Feng instructed, "Leona, please find your brother Fenrir, and together, venture near the volcano. There is a teleportation portal to exit this secret realm. Help me locate it, but do not leave prematurely." Leona clasped her fists and replied, "Yes, young master." She turned and departed, swiftly locating Fenrir among the subhumans before dragging him towards the volcano. Meanwhile, Shen Feng and the others followed Murata as they headed towards the Ice and Fire Body Refinement Cave. "What is the Ice and Fire Body Refinement Cave?" Xiaoyu inquired. Puzzled, Murata explained, "It is a cavern that simultaneously harbors frigid winds and intense heat, primarily used by our subhuman race for body refinement, hence its name. Both you and the others may enter to refine your bodies. However, during your first visit, it is imperative to remain for a while, as the effects are maximized only during the initial experience." Shen Feng chuckled, "Did you hear that? The first experience yields the greatest results, so when you enter, be sure to endure for a while." Sun Guanjian succinctly affirmed, "Yes, young master." Xiaoyu pouted, "Young master? Will it be painful?" Xiaqiu-chan remained silent. Secretly clenching her fists, she was determined to grow stronger and deliver a punch to Shen Feng. The group's reactions varied, yet internally, they each harbored a sense of curiosity about the Ice and Fire Body Refinement Cave. Observing Murata leading the way, Shen Feng felt a sense of unexplainable reflection. No one had anticipated encountering such circumstances. While he indeed held an interest in the subhuman race, he never imagined he would so effortlessly earn their loyalty. But it mattered not. The objective had been achieved. Chapter 39, The War of All Races. The two artifacts in the cave. On the journey to the Ice and Fire Refinement Cave, Shen Feng inquired, "By the way, what exactly is the War of All Races? I have heard both Leona and you mention it several times." Murata replied, "To be honest, I am not very well versed in it either, so I hope you will not blame me. From what I understand, countless epochs ago, the main star, which is the planet you inhabit, was vast and home to powerful beings. This main star was connected to numerous smaller worlds. I cannot say exactly how many, but there were certainly thousands. It is said that all beings from the smaller worlds regarded the main star as their sovereign. However, during a certain epoch. Those formidable beings on the main star mysteriously vanished, leading the creatures from countless smaller worlds to launch a counteroffensive against it. Once the battle commenced, the main star, bereft of its strong protectors, gradually became unable to withstand the onslaught, ultimately severing all its connection channels. Although these channels could be closed unilaterally, they could not remain closed forever. Thus, at regular intervals, the beings from the smaller worlds seemed to have agreed upon a time to breach the barriers and retaliate. This, my young master, is the war of all races. At intervals, the flames of war are rekindled upon the main star where you reside. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng, along with Qiu Yu, Steward's son, and Xiaqiu Chan, were momentarily struck dumb. What? Every so often, an apocalypse erupts? This is simply outrageous. They were astounded, filled with numerous questions, yet Malada possessed no further knowledge. What races exactly participated? Why did the powerful beings on the main star disappear? And why did these races relentlessly seek to counterattack the main star? Malada had no answers. Silence ensued. Not long after, they arrived at a cave. Standing at the entrance, they felt a cool breeze one moment, only to be met with warm air the next. It was quite remarkable. Young master, this is the place. Malada pointed towards the cave and continued. As for how deep it goes, I cannot say. However, there are tales among the subhuman tribe that one of their members ventured about 1,000 steps into the cave. There are rumors that deep within lies a certain treasure. Unfortunately, I am also unaware of what this treasure is. Malada and Apos' voice was tinged with disappointment. To possess a treasure, yet have no one to claim it for countless millennia is indeed a lamentable plight. Moreover, Shen Feng recalled that Malada did not even know there was a unique fire within the volcano. If the mysterious treasure in the cave and the unique fire in the volcano could be harnessed by the subhuman tribe, then no matter how formidable Tang Shan was, they would be powerless against the subhumans. Yet, all of this remained hypothetical. The subhuman tribe was unaware of the treasure within the cave, nor did they know of the unique fire within the volcano. They could only remain under the control of the heavenly path, unwittingly serving as a sharpening stone for Tang Shan, a bringer of wealth. Shen Feng felt a sense of injustice for them. Steward's son approached Shen Feng and whispered, "Young master, may I venture ahead to scout the path?" Everything was based solely on Malada and Apos' words, hence Steward's son was concerned about being deceived. Shen Feng shook his head, stating, "There is no need. We shall enter together." Malada indeed possessed the ability to foresee the future. Since he had seen that the subhuman tribe would be destroyed on numerous occasions, Shen Feng believed that rather than intending harm, Malada hoped for their strength to grow. "May you achieve success swiftly, young master." Malada clasped his hands together, his tone earnest. It was evident that Shen Feng's thoughts were not misplaced. Malada truly wished for Shen Feng and his companions to grow stronger. Under Malada's watchful gaze, Shen Feng and his companions stepped into the ice and fire refinement cave. After witnessing their figures vanish from view, Malada stood silently, lost in thought. Time passed, and with a bitter smile, Malada remarked, "The lives of 8,431 of my subhuman tribe now rest upon the young master." Suddenly, Malada exclaimed, "Oh dear! I forgot to mention to the young master that the stronger one is, the more pronounced the temperature fluctuations felt within the cave will be." Meanwhile, Shen Feng and his companions proceeded cautiously. Within the first 100 meters, they felt little sensation. But beyond that distance, the temperature and cold began to intensify, causing their skin to sting. It appeared that the cave was designed to condition the body as if it were steel. No wonder it was named the Ice and Fire Refinement Cave, Shen Feng mused. As they ventured deeper, the cave seemed to breathe, inhaling cool air and exhaling warmth. The drastic temperature differences made Shen Feng acutely aware of his physical fortitude strengthening. "Young master, this alternating cold and heat is quite uncomfortable," Qiu Yu complained, her face scrunched in discomfort. Shen Feng urged, "Let us endure a little longer. Such opportunities for refinement may not come again." A sudden chill enveloped them, and Shen Feng turned to see that Qiu Yu had invoked her ice abilities. Qiu Yu beamed with pride. However, Shen Feng shook his head, saying, "Refrain from using your abilities. Rely solely on your physical strength and willpower. Otherwise, what significance remains in the Ice and Fire Refinement Cave?" He continued, "Moreover, while your ice can indeed counter the heat, what of the cold? Wouldn't that only make us even colder?" With a slight frown, Qiu Yu retracted her powers. Xiaqiu Chan glanced at Qiu Yu, surprised to discover that she possessed an ice talent. Did Shin Feng and the steward also have abilities? Xiaqiu-chan was curious, but she understood that even if she asked, Shin Feng would likely remain reticent, so she chose to follow in silence. After traversing approximately 500 meters, the highest temperature reached about 25 degrees Celsius, while the lowest hovered just above freezing. The immense temperature disparity left Shin Feng and his companions in dire straits. One moment, they were drenched in sweat, feeling intensely hot. The next, they were shivering as if ice had formed on their skin. At around 800 meters, Steward Sun gasped. "Young master, I can go no further. I am unable to continue." Steward Sun, feeling his age, found himself unable to endure any longer. Shin Feng nodded. "Old son, you stay here. Once you feel acclimated, you may proceed." He understood that the effects of the ice and fire refinement cave were most potent during the initial entry, so he hoped everyone could press forward a little more. "Understood, young master." Steward Sun acknowledged. Shin Feng, Xiaqiu-chan, and Qiuyu continued onward. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached a distance of 1,000 meters. Here, the highest temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius, while the lowest dipped to around -10 degrees. Such a staggering temperature range was even more daunting than the temperature differences found in the desert between day and night. However, while the desert and Appo's temperature variation occurred over the span of a day, in this ice and fire refinement cave, it transpired with every breath. Chapter 40. The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. The Yin-Yang Harmony Pearl of Dual Cultivation. Within the ice and fire refinement cave, Shin Feng, Xiaqiu-chan, and Qiuyu found themselves in a dire predicament, their skin faintly tinged with purple, showing signs of impending rupture. "Huff, huff. Are you all right?" Shin Feng gasped, his breath heavy. The dual sensations of heat and cold had become starkly apparent to him. He understood the need for air conditioning in summer and the fog of breath in winter. However, he had never fathomed the immense power that could arise from the interplay of hot and cold air. Had it not been for their relatively strong willpower, they might have succumbed to fatigue long ago. Xiaqiu-chan glared fiercely at Shin Feng and declared, "If you can endure, so can I. I must become stronger than you. And then, I shall strike you." Meanwhile, Qiuyu chimed in, "Young master, I am fine." Shin Feng smiled and replied, "If that is the case, let us continue." With a single step, they had traversed the kilometer threshold of the subhuman race. Beyond that distance, the temperature differential intensified with each passing meter, placing an enormous burden on their bodies. Shin Feng led the way, followed closely by Xiaqiu-chan and Qiuyu. The lagging butler's son, after acclimatizing to the surroundings, gritted his teeth and pressed on, reaching approximately the 1,000-meter mark. Gritting their teeth, the group advanced another 200 meters. Each time the heat surged, they felt as if they had plunged into a steamer, and when the cold enveloped them, it was as though they had entered an ice cellar. At 1,200 meters, Xiaqiu-chan and Qiuyu could no longer hold on. "I must grow stronger, and then strike you." Xiaqiu-chan trembled but fiercely pushed herself to proceed. With one more step, she rolled her eyes and fell to the ground with a thud, unable to rise. Qiuyu, equally determined, gritted his teeth and attempted to move forward, only to collapse into unconsciousness after taking a few more steps than Xiaqiu-chan. In the cave, only Shin Feng remained. Breathing heavily, he too was on the verge of succumbing. Yet, through his hazy vision, he suddenly spotted a stone platform. Upon it lay something of significance. "Is this the end?" Shin Feng murmured, and like a zombie, he dragged his weary limbs forward. With great difficulty, he managed to take another step. In that instant, the temperature differential escalated further. Crack, fissures appeared on his arms, and blood gushed forth like a high-pressure stream. Even iron, after being forged countless times, might shatter. How much more so the frail flesh? It was evident that Shin Feng's body was nearing its breaking point. In that moment, he seemed to lose all sensory perception of his body, relying solely on sheer willpower to take another step forward. Like a zombie, he staggered onward. Thud, at approximately 1,300 meters, Shin Feng too collapsed to the ground. Not yet there? Lying on the ground, his vision blurred. He could see the stone platform just ahead. With a wriggle, he resembled a worm, arching his body and then suddenly pushing forward half a step. In his dazed state, he reflected on his life as if he were on the brink of death. Reborn, he had hoped for a life filled with happiness. Yet his parents had passed away early. In truth, wealth held little interest for him. To him, money was merely a means to an end. Yet, the vast Shin corporation was the culmination of his parents' labor. He could not allow others to ruin it. A smile crept upon Shin Feng's lips as he reminisced about his parents. Despite their vast company, They would take him out to play on his birthday, devoting ample time to his company. Thus, he believed his childhood was filled with bliss. However, everything changed 5 years ago when both parents perished in a car accident, plunging Shen Feng into despair. Yet, he had to be strong. He could not let his parents' efforts be in vain. Thus, he entered the boardroom, successfully seizing control through coercion and persuasion. Just when he thought he would live a mundane life with his billions, the apocalypse struck. Life or death mattered little to him, for he had already faced death once. Yet, he did not wish to perish at the hands of the inept nor fade into obscurity. Therefore, he resolved to grow stronger. As a villain, the mountains would not come to him. He would go to the mountains. Struggling to crawl, the stone platform loomed ever closer in his vision. What the protagonist could achieve, there was no reason I could not. Thud! Shen Feng felt something collide with his head. With a resounding crash, his mind suddenly cleared. His vision sharpened, revealing 2 weapons upon the stone platform, a blue ice-long sword on the left and a fiery red dagger on the right. Through the interface, Shen Feng discerned that these weapons were named the Qing Shuang sword and the Lai Yin dagger, lacking any inherent level. Their strength would grow with their master. Ha ha ha, good lad. At that moment, a voice echoed around him, filled with authority. The destiny does not favor you, yet you wish to defy fate. Therefore, I, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, shall lend you my aid. Young man, split the stone platform, and you shall receive the techniques of the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. Shen Feng furrowed his brows and inquired, Who are you? Ha ha, young man, do you fear that I might seize your body? Fear not. Though I am a being of the demonic path, known for bloodshed and ruthlessness, I am forthright and straightforward, unlike those hypocritical gentlemen preaching morality. Moreover, I possess but a wisp of remaining soul. Should you not come forth, I shall dissipate in a few days, so you need not worry. At this, Shen Feng relaxed slightly. It was not that he was easily swayed, but upon comparing panels, he had found no mention of the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. Thus, the claim of dissipating in a few days seemed credible. After contemplating, he drew the Qing Shuang sword and the Lai Yin dagger, striking the stone platform. Beneath the stone platform lay a pearl, the Yin-Yang Harmony Pearl. Description: the lifelong effort of a powerful being. Upon consumption, the host gains the talent of Yin-Yang Harmony, enhancing strength during dual cultivation with female beings without adverse effects. The better the talent of the female, the greater the benefits for the host. Chapter 41. A significant surge in power. The initial dual cultivation with 2 women. The peculiar orb before Shen Feng, known as the Yin-Yang Huana Pearl, left him utterly astonished. Through the life script system, he learned that this orb could grant him an additional talent, and the system did not indicate any adverse effects. Aside from the requirement of engaging in intimate relations with a woman, was the Red Lotus Demon Lord sincere? Why do you wish to assist me? Shen Feng inquired. Why? Perhaps it is merely my disdain for the heavens, came the booming voice of the Red Lotus Demon Lord within Shen Feng's mind. Even in the face of impending peril from countless races, it stubbornly fixates on the means and methods of gaining strength. Is it not mad? Shen Feng and Appo's lips twitched slightly. The Red Lotus Demon Lord was indeed a formidable character. Before the apocalypse, he might have dared to curse the heavens, for he did not believe in gods or demons. However, after discovering his role as a villain and Tang Shan and Appo's position as the protagonist, he refrained from such blasphemy. The Red Lotus Demon Lord, however, boldly cursed the heavens. What a fierce individual. Forget calling you the Red Lotus Demon Lord. Perhaps Fierce Demon Lord would be more fitting. The voice continued. My Huana technique is rooted in the natural union between man and woman, a fundamental aspect of existence. You tell me, how can this be deemed heretical? Yet, the heavens, in their spite, have conspired to send a group to encircle and kill me. Though I am but a remnant soul now, I would gladly stir up trouble for them, no matter the cost. Young man, you lack destiny and are fated to fade into obscurity or become a stepping stone for the destined. If that is the case, do you dare to consume my Huana Pearl and learn my Huana technique? Will you fight against the heavenly will? Shen Feng picked up the orb from the stone platform, scrutinized it for a moment, and then silently swallowed it. The answer was self-evident. In the eyes of the heavenly will, Shen Feng was merely a villain, thus, how could he possibly revere it? To him, any method that could enhance his power, as long as it did not betray his own desires, was a worthy approach. The concept of love between men and women, especially in this apocalyptic era, was fraught with challenges. Though women could also ascend to greatness, one must admit that powerful women were few and far between. Therefore, Shinfeng naturally felt compelled to rescue the countless young women struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Thus, the Yin-Yang Huanhe pill resonated deeply with his intent. Ha ha ha, splendid, my young friend. The Red Lotus Demon Lord exclaimed joyously. Your decisiveness and disregard for the heavenly will truly please me. Perhaps you might even accomplish what I could not in my time. Young man. Within the neighboring volcano lies the Red Lotus Hearthfire, which I acquired after enduring countless dangers. Now that you have consumed my Yin-Yang Huanhe pill, mastering that extraordinary flame will be effortless for you. I see two remarkable women by your side. Thus, I shall lend you my assistance. A sudden gust of wind materialized, dissipating the cold and heat within the cave. No, the temperatures did not entirely vanish, but rather converged around Shinfeng. Shinfeng's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, the Yin-Yang Huanhe pill he had ingested flowed through him like pure water, permeating his very being. Simultaneously, a mix of hot and cold air enveloped him, each exerting its influence from opposite directions. In that instant, Shinfeng felt as if his physical form might shatter. What of that impotent old man? The Red Lotus Demon Lord mused. Oh well, let us knock him out for now. With that, the butler, who had been inching forward, collapsed to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. After some consideration, the Red Lotus Demon Lord decided that the old man was also part of Shinfeng and Appo's circle. So he transferred a bit of the hot and cold air to bolster the old man and Appo's constitution. Meanwhile, the two beautiful women, Xiao Chan and Xiao Yu, were gently swept to Shinfeng and Appo's side by the wind. Alas, a mere remnant soul, like me, bears such a heavy burden with the slightest action. The Red Lotus Demon Lord and Appo's voice grew faint, as if he were on the verge of dissipating. Remember this, young man. While those destined may have a smooth path under the watchful eye of the heavenly will, those without destiny can still thrive in its blind spots, lurking in the shadows while developing their strength. Do not wallow in self-pity. Many without destiny possess formidable power. Furthermore, if you encounter individuals who miraculously survive perilous situations and obtain treasures, either recruit them or eliminate them without hesitation. This is my final counsel. Take heed. With that, the Red Lotus Demon Lord vanished completely. Shinfeng, standing alone, felt his eyes gradually turning crimson. In that moment, his skin was caught in a cycle of cracking and healing, while his internal organs felt as if they were being seared by flames, causing immense pain. At one point, Shinfeng let out a roar before stripping the unconscious Xiao Yu and Xiao Chan of their garments. Time passed, and Shinfeng slowly regained consciousness. Finding the two beauties at his side, their furrowed brows suggesting they had endured significant torment, he glanced at his personal status panel, named Shinfeng Male. 20 years. Level, 2nd rank level 2, talent abilities, life script system, air manipulation, Yin-Yang Huanhe technique, destiny fate. Villain, black, born to wealth, blue. Orphaned, black, striking appearance, blue. Lustful fiend, black, life script. The first thing that caught Shinfeng and Appo's attention was undeniably his 2nd rank level 2 status. He had surged 4 levels from a 1st rank level 8, now standing as a 2nd rank level 2 powerhouse. At present, he was even stronger than Leona. Additionally, his talents now included the Yin-Yang Huanhe technique, and his fate had added the title of Lustful Fiend. However, it must be noted, why was he branded with such a dark fate from the outset? How many male protagonists do not have harems? They are typically golden or purple, yet here he was, mired in darkness. Just then, Xiao Chan and Xiao Yu stirred awake. Upon awakening, Xiao Yu's face was swollen, as if blood could drip from it. Meanwhile, Xiao Chan shot an infuriated glare at Shinfeng. Chapter 42 Departure from the Instance. Another talent awaits. Shinfeng patted the two young women and smiled. Feel the strength within you. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, then clenched her fists, exclaiming, Master, I seem to have become significantly stronger. With a slight smile, Shinfeng replied, You have reached the 8th level of the 1st tier. Xiao Chan, standing nearby, had also ascended to the 8th level of the 1st tier. Given her initial superiority over Xiao Yu, she was now perilously close to the 9th level. Xiao Chan could not help but ponder. Could it be that this is the secret to gaining strength? Perhaps I should simply extract it from him. She quickly shook her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Let us see what we can wear. We should get ready to leave. Hearing this, both women blushed again. Aside from the 2 sets of protective gear, the remaining clothing lay in tatters, hardly suitable for wearing. Nevertheless, Xia Qiuchan understood that it was best to adhere to Shenfeng and Apos' wishes. Thus, after standing up and rummaging through her clothes, she donned her undergarments and slipped into the protective gear over them. Qiuyu followed suit. Once dressed, the trio departed, encountering the just-awoken butler's son along the way. At that moment, butler's son and Apos' strength had also surged, reaching the 7th level of the first tier. During their expedition through the ice and fire body refining cave, Shenfeng leaped 4 levels, while Qiuyu and butler's son ascended 3 levels, and Xia Qiuchan climbed 2. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Perhaps due to their newfound strength, Qiuyu and Xia Qiuchan felt no discomfort as they walked. Shenfeng glanced at the time. Approximately 18 hours had passed since they entered the cave. Assuming they spent 2 or 3 hours walking, it meant Shenfeng had predominantly occupied the remaining 15 or 16 hours with Qiuyu and Xia Qiuchan. Such intensive exertion would break any machine. Yet, perhaps due to Shenfeng's new talent, Yin Yang He Huan, the trio felt unusually light and unburdened. What Shenfeng did not realize was that to truly enjoy this ease post-event, one must level up. Otherwise, regardless of gender, fatigue would ensue. Upon exiting the cave, Chief Murata's eyes widened with excitement as she exclaimed upon seeing the sword and dagger in Shenfeng's hands, "Master, is this the mysterious treasure from the ice and fire body refining cave?" Indeed, Shenfeng raised the 2 weapons, finding them quite extraordinary as they could adjust their power based on the wielder's strength. This meant even a 9th-tier expert could wield these swords. Curiously, while the flame blade remained unused, the frost blade was perfectly suited for those present. After some contemplation, Shenfeng tossed the frost blade to Qiuyu, saying, "ISN and Apos, to your talent ice-related? This is the frost blade, aligning with your attributes, so it shall belong to you henceforth." Qiuyu beamed, "Thank you, master." She embraced the frost blade and waved it a couple of times, her expression filled with excitement. Qiuyu even shot a provocative glare at Xia Qiuchan, as if to say, "Your talent is swords, and now I too possess one." Xia Qiuchan, bewildered by Qiuyu and Apos' glare, could only remain silent. Meanwhile, Chief Murata sighed, "Master, you are truly blessed. No one from the Beastmen has retrieved such treasures from the cave for millennia. Yet you obtained them in just one opportunity. Truly remarkable." In reality, none were aware that the cave had been conjured by the bored remnant soul of the Red Lotus Demon Lord. Tang Shan and Apos' success in reaching the end stemmed from the dissipating soul of the Red Lotus Demon Lord, which adjusted the cave's temperature to a level just above Tang Shan's limits. Shenfeng and Apos' arrival at the end was due to the interest he piqued in the Red Lotus Demon Lord. Without garnering the Demon Lord and Apos' attention, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone to reach the end of the cave prior to the soul and Apos' dissolution. Thus, Shenfeng and Apos' acquisition of these treasures was justly earned, recognized by their original owner, while Tang Shan and Apos' actions could be deemed thievery, occurring shortly after the original owner and Apos' demise. "Master, Finral has informed me he has located the transport portal. Shall we head there now?" Chief Murata inquired. "Let us go at once," Shenfeng commanded. "After you, master." Murata stepped back, following closely behind Shenfeng. As they walked, Shenfeng remarked, "I will make a brief visit to the volcanic crater, and then we shall depart. However, the transport portal is bidirectional. After we leave, we can return." Shenfeng instructed, "So, for now, calm the other beastmen and Apos' spirits in the secret realm. After some time, I shall return to lead you all out." From the life scripts of Leona and Finral, it was evident that the portal was indeed bidirectional and would not vanish, which meant Shenfeng could easily escort others out immediately if he wished. However, that was unnecessary. Finral's detailed script also indicated that the portal could be relocated, making it more advantageous to allow the beastmen to exit once Shenfeng returned to the fortress. Upon hearing this, Chief Murata pondered and said, "Master and Apos' strength has ascended to the 2nd tier. However, given your esteemed status, please allow Leona and Finral to accompany you as servants or aides." Shenfeng did not refuse and nodded, "That is fine." The group proceeded steadily, soon arriving at the volcano. Under Murata and Apos' guidance, they quickly spotted a portal lying on the ground. At either side of the portal stood Murata and Leona. While Leona appeared calm, Murata's expression suggested she could hardly contain her eagerness to leap into the portal. "Please wait a moment." Shenfeng chuckled and approached the volcano and Apos' summit alone. Peering down, he observed the flowing magma within, stirring curiosity as to how Tang Shan had survived after plunging into it. Though puzzled, Shenfeng soon cast aside the thought. As a brilliant red flame erupted from the volcano and Apos' depths, the Red Lotus Demon Lord was indeed formidable. It was likely that long ago, they had been an unparalleled powerhouse. With a slight smile, Shenfeng consumed the flame. In the next moment, a new talent, the Red Lotus Heartfire, was added to his repertoire. Having swept through the treasures within the secret realm, Shenfeng descended the mountain, leading Qiuyu, Xiaqiuchan, Butler's son, along with Leona and Finral, out of the realm. Thus, Shenfeng's party expanded to 6 members. As they stepped through the portal, Shenfeng reflected on their bountiful gains, exclaiming, "No doubt. This is a realm that significantly enhances the protagonist and Apos' strength." This journey through the secret realm had consumed nearly 21 hours. They had entered in the early morning and exited as dawn broke. Chapter 43, Ineffective Chapter, Driving to the Third Hospital. After a moment of confusion, Shenfeng surveyed his surroundings, soon realizing they stood at the entrance of Qingnan Third University. Behind them loomed a mystical gate. "Master, I believe I can control this gate," suddenly spoke Butler Sunday. "Oh, that's quite surprising," Shenfeng replied, a smile gracing his face. "In that case, I'll leave this gate in your capable hands." "Old son." "Yes, master." Butler's son raised his hand above the mystical gate, and in the next instant, the gate vanished into his palm. Butler's son and Apos' talent lay in the realm of teleportation, and the mystical gate was indeed a form of teleportation. He sensed he could manipulate this gate at will, opening it whenever he pleased. Furthermore, as this gate was not created by him, he merely held the key, resulting in negligible physical exertion. "Wow, what is that? Such a tall building," exclaimed Fenler, his voice filled with awe. Fenler was curious about everything in the real world, and upon seeing the towering structures of the university, he could not suppress his astonishment. Although the mystical realm boasted trees over 100 meters tall, those were naturally grown. Thus, Fenler was fascinated by how such man-made edifices were constructed. Shenfeng picked up his satellite phone and checked Tang Shan's location. To his surprise, it was already the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and Tang Shan remained at the 3rd hospital. Though perplexed, Shenfeng found it convenient. He had expected the protagonist, Tang Shan, to be on the move, gathering treasures, yet here he was, lingering at the hospital. Was he waiting for treasures to fall from the sky? Could it be that the heavens had granted him a shortcut? Shenfeng mused. Perhaps Tang Shan did not choose to stay at the 3rd hospital. Rather, something compelled him to remain there. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. After all, even if the protagonist lost a treasure, he would surely acquire more. Although Shenfeng was unclear about the situation, it mattered little. He had confidence in his own strength. Shenfeng, Riona, and their companions boasted formidable combat prowess. Shenfeng and Riona were at the 2nd tier, level 2. Qiuyu and Xiaqiuchan were at the 1st tier, level 8. Fenler was at the 1st tier, level 10, and Butler's son was at the 1st tier, level 7. With such strength, how could they possibly lose? Even if faced with overwhelming odds, Shenfeng believed victory was theirs. Looking up, Shenfeng noticed a gathering of zombies encroaching upon them. On this 3rd day of the apocalypse, the streets were teeming with the undead. Yet, in Shenfeng's eyes, the strongest among them barely reached the 1st tier, level 4. While he was somewhat taken aback by the rapid evolution of these zombies, it bore little relevance to him, or so he believed. "Let us go, get in the car." Shenfeng waved his hand, leading the group to the location of their off-road vehicle. Despite the numerous zombies approaching, even the weakest among them, Butler's son, was at the 1st tier, level 6, ensuring their safety. Whether it was 1 or even 30 zombies, they posed no threat. However, if hundreds or thousands were to appear, even Shenfeng would find it daunting. Therefore, it was best to leave this place swiftly. "Wow, what is this thing?" Fenler gazed curiously at the off-road vehicle before them. For some unknown reason, he found it incredibly impressive. "Get in first. I'll explain later," Shenfeng chuckled. The disparity between daily life in the two worlds was vast and could not be conveyed in a brief moment. Shenfeng preferred to allow them to gradually acclimate to these new experiences. Moreover, given the current apocalypse, it was perhaps better they remained unaware of certain details. What a peculiar object! Riona's eyes sparkled with curiosity. However, as they departed the mystical realm, the clan leader Murata had instructed them to heed Shenfeng's guidance. Thus, Riona called out, "Fenler, behave yourself. The clan leader ordered us to listen to the master. If you misbehave, I might just send you back. Please don't, sister." "I was wrong. I'll be good." Findler quickly retorted, obediently climbing into the vehicle. For some reason, Shen Feng felt a peculiar sensation as he observed Findler's sparkling eyes, as if the young man were eager to dismantle the vehicle. "Master, where to?" asked Butler's son from the driver's seat. "To the third hospital," Shen Feng replied. "Understood, master." Butler's son nodded and promptly started the vehicle, launching them forward. "Wow, it's moving," Findler exclaimed in excitement. Riona, though equally astonished by the rapidly receding scenery, maintained her composure, unlike Findler. "Master, are we going to confront that Tang Shan?" inquired Xiaoyu, her curiosity piqued. Shen Feng nodded succinctly. Despite their party of 6, the spacious interior of the off-road vehicle comfortably accommodated them all, as they were all quite slender. Xiaoqiu-chan, intrigued, asked, "Who is Tang Shan?" Xiaoyu scoffed, displeased, "Just an ungrateful scoundrel." She proceeded to succinctly recount the conflict between Shen Feng and Tang Shan, prompting Xiaoqiu-chan to exclaim in shock, "Really? Such a person exists?" Xiaoyu disdainfully replied, "Of course. Besides Tang Shan, aren't many boys also quite patriarchal? For instance, there are those who break up with their girlfriends, and when the girl offers him a little money as compensation, he genuinely believes it's her fault. It's laughable. If you cannot provide her happiness, how can you deny her the pursuit of it?" Xiaoqiu-chan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "But we shouldn't generalize. I mean, regardless of the reason. If the woman initiates the breakup and then seeks happiness, I doubt anyone would criticize her. However, if one is in a relationship and then cheats, getting caught, and subsequently breaking up, surely that would be the woman's fault, right? In such a case, a bit of patriarchal sentiment, refusing the woman's money, could be understandable." Xiaoyu nodded. "So do you believe our master has wronged him?" Shen Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned. "Does your example accurately reflect my situation?" Xiaoyu chuckled. "Well, it's somewhat similar." Xiaoqiu-chan giggled softly. Indeed, comparing Shen Feng and Tang Shan's conflict to a male-female dispute was rather inappropriate. Yet, the underlying principle remained consistent, prompting Xiaoqiu-chan to affirm, "Our master has done nothing wrong. That person is simply too self-righteous." After a moment's thought, Xiaoqiu-chan inquired, "By the way, I see you have vehicles and firearms. With all this armament, did you receive advance notice of something?" Xiaoyu contemplated and replied earnestly, "You'll have to ask our master about that." While minor matters could be discussed, the awakening of Shen Feng's precognitive abilities was not something Xiaoyu could divulge. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiu-chan was momentarily taken aback. She cast a glance at Shen Feng in the passenger seat and then fell into silence. She had yet to fully integrate into this group, so it would be unwise to subject herself to humiliation. Chapter 44, Arrival at the Hospital. An interlude on the way. A low rumble echoed through the city. In times past, such a sound would have been unremarkable, yet since 3 days ago, the streets had been nearly devoid of vehicles. The apocalypse had descended upon them with such abruptness that even after 3 days, many remained haunted by its memory, though some felt a stirring within their minds. Few could swiftly adopt a mindset of hunting the undead. The number of those willing to rise against the zombies was, in truth, exceedingly small. Under such circumstances, the majority had retreated into their rooms, perpetually yearning for salvation. Thus, upon hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, many hurried to their windows, exclaiming, "Yes, it's an off-road vehicle. Why is there an off-road vehicle? Help! Help! Oh, please, those inside the vehicle, save us." Human beings, in a certain sense, possess a survival instinct akin to that of cockroaches. Consequently, despite many succumbing to the undead in the initial chaos, a significant number managed to survive. At this moment, witnessing Shen Feng and his companions driving through the city, joy illuminated the faces of the onlookers. To them, it was a sign of impending rescue. Inside the vehicle, Butler's son inquired, "Young master, shall we assist them?" Shen Feng reclined in the passenger seat, eyes narrowed as if in repose. Without opening his eyes, he replied, "No need." "Understood, young master," Butler's son responded, then pressed the accelerator, plowing through the 4 or 5 wandering zombies ahead. Shen Feng was now aware of the crystals within the zombies and their potential, yet he had no intention of collecting these low-grade crystals. The warehouse of the subhumans already housed hundreds of thousands of them, rendering the pursuit of such trifles a waste of time. In the back seat, Xiaoqiu-chan remarked, her expression somewhat pained, "We are all human. Shouldn't we at least try to save them?" Shen Feng, still not lifting his head or opening his eyes, replied coldly, "Do you wish to save them? If so, you may jump out now." His tone was frigid. and Xiaqiu-chan realized he would indeed push her out if she expressed her desire to help. You. Xiaqiu-chan was instantly filled with frustration, exclaiming, "You possess a crowbar, firearms, and explosives. Why not use them to save lives? I thought the incident at school would extinguish your compassion, yet here we are." The statement hung in the air, and Shin Feng remained silent, leaving her feeling as though he were mocking her. Fendler interjected, "Why should we save them? Can't they save themselves?" He looked curiously at Xiaqiu-chan and asked, "Isn't it their responsibility to fend for themselves?" Suddenly, Shin Feng opened his eyes, glanced at Fendler, and laughed derisively. "Haha, the subhumans are akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, yet even they grasp this simple truth, while you, educated as you are, do not." Xiaqiu-chan clenched her fists, retorting, "But they are mostly ordinary people. How can you expect them to resist? They lack weapons like you do." "Fendler, do you have anything to add?" Shin Feng smiled at Fendler. Fendler pondered briefly before responding, "Young master, I cannot say if I am right. But in our daily life as subhumans, if one cannot save themselves in the face of danger, they may never be found by others." Well said. Shin Feng's face brightened with approval. It mattered not if they were ignorant of modern technology. In this apocalyptic world, as long as their minds remained intact, that was sufficient. Therefore, he was pleased with the subhuman customs that resonated with him. However, Xiaqiu-chan was dissatisfied, stating, "So what? According to Fendler, we should assist one another." "Oh." Leona interjected, "Madam, you seem to overlook a crucial point. If a kin cannot save themselves, they will not survive long enough to receive help from others. This may be a profound concept for you, but to put it simply, if one does not act to save themselves, they will soon perish. Thus, why waste our time on such individuals? After all, while we are en route to their rescue, they may already be dead. If we are to save anyone, why not those who dare to resist and can save themselves?" Xiaqiu-chan was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Shin Feng in disbelief. "So, this cold-hearted man deemed the people around them unworthy of salvation? Then why save me?" she asked bitterly. Shin Feng offered no reply, choosing instead to close his eyes and recline in the passenger seat. His reasons for saving Xiaqiu-chan had already been articulated. Indeed, there is a saying, in prosperous times, one saves based on value. In chaotic times, one saves based on numbers. Yet for Shin Feng, this principle did not apply. In the early days of the apocalypse, he would only save those of worth. Those deemed worthless were not worth his time. "Ah." Chiyu shook her head, sighing, "I cannot comprehend your thoughts. We have no blood ties, no friendships, and no societal connections with them. So why should we save them? Just because they are in peril? If that is the case, it should be the duty of police officers, soldiers, and firefighters to rescue them. What is it to us?" Xiaqiu-chan lamented, "Yet humans are social creatures. In the face of danger, we ought to support one another. Is it not absurd if everyone merely clears the snow from their own doorstep?" "Absurd?" Chiyu scoffed. "Aside from the young master, I have encountered no one else willing to assist me. I do not find selfishness to be laughable." Xiaqiu-chan realized that, for Chiyu, all others were irrelevant except for Shin Feng. Thus, her words would likely only invite ridicule from the others. With a heavy heart, Xiaqiu-chan shook her head, sorrow washing over her. Yet, she could not gather the courage to jump from the vehicle. She wished to save others, but the streets were teeming with zombies. 1 or 2 lurking in every square meter. Should she leap from the car, she would likely be engulfed within mere seconds. Perhaps I am merely a coward. Afraid of death, Xiaqiu-chan sighed. She ceased her pleas to Shin Feng, knowing they would be futile. What pained her most was that among the 6 individuals, aside from her desire to help, none of the others expressed willingness to save anyone. Could humanity truly be so callous? Despite the presence of 2 subhumans in their group. As Xiaqiu-chan wallowed in her sorrow, the off-road vehicle maintained its speed, swiftly arriving at the 3rd hospital. Though the gates were closed, this posed no obstacle for the vehicle. With a thunderous crash, the gate was shattered, and the off-road vehicle surged through the entrance. The group disembarked, ready for whatever awaited them. Suddenly, Shin Feng lifted his head and gazed at the hospital, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "I have told you, we shall meet again soon." With that, Shin Feng strode towards the inpatient department of the hospital. Chapter 45, Strategizing. The mighty Zhao Guanghu. In the inpatient department of the 3rd hospital, within a certain ward. "Brother Hu, come quickly." A 4-wheel drive just appeared downstairs. Wow, there are 6 people in total, and 3 of them are stunning beauties. Inside the ward, a group of individuals gathered by the window, exclaiming excitedly. Behind them, a robust man gradually rose and approached the window. Zhao Guanghu gazed at Shen Feng and his companions who had just disembarked, momentarily stunned. The trio of women in Shen Feng's group, whether it be Qiuyu, Xiao Qiuchan, or the recently joined Leona, were all rare beauties. Typically, one might consider themselves fortunate to encounter a single beauty, yet now, three had appeared simultaneously. Zhao Guanghu could not help but lick his lips, a raw desire gleaming in his eyes. Prior to the apocalypse, he had frequented foot baths, so encountering beautiful women was certainly a temptation he could not resist. Wait, what is that? In the next moment, Zhao Guanghu and Appos' pupils constricted, and he instinctively leaned forward, peering intently out the window. My goodness, is that a gun? Zhao Guanghu was taken aback. While he had not noticed the handguns at Shen Feng's waist, he clearly saw the sniper rifle behind Sun Guanjia, as well as the assault rifles carried by Shen Feng and Qiuyu. At that moment, Zhao Guanghu's desire intensified. If only I had a gun as well. His breath quickened. In modern society, who among men did not harbor a desire for firearms? After all, how many men could resist the allure of such powerful weapons? Before the apocalypse, Zhao Guanghu was merely an ordinary thug, having ended up in the hospital after a drunken brawl that required several stitches. Now, he found himself under observation in the hospital when, unexpectedly, the world descended into chaos. With courage that was both bold and reckless, Zhao Guanghu had discerned that shooting zombies in the head was the key to survival. Subsequently, he rescued a group of 10 survivors on his floor, 8 of whom willingly pledged allegiance to him, while others huddled in a separate room for various reasons. At this moment, the 8 new recruits were also taken aback. Is that a gun? My heavens, why do they have firearms? Not just guns. That vehicle must be military grade. Ordinary people can't even purchase such things. My goodness, I sense that this group is not to be trifled with. Brother Hu, what should we do? All eyes turned toward Zhao Guanghu. He clenched his teeth, deeply conflicted. He yearned for Shen Feng and Appos' firearms, but even more so for the 3 beautiful women. Yet, how could he acquire them without jeopardizing his safety? One of the younger men seemed to read Zhao Guanghu and Appos' thoughts and approached with a suggestion. Brother Hu, those people don't seem so formidable. Look, among the 6, there are 3 men. One is young, another is a child, and the last is an old man. I doubt their combat abilities are impressive. Are you implying? Zhao Guanghu scrutinized the younger man. The young man nodded, continuing, Boss, including you, we have 9 men here, and you are immensely strong. How could you not be their match? Zhao Guanghu felt a flicker of temptation. After scrutinizing Shen Feng and Appos' group once more, he noticed Finler's youthful countenance and Sun Guanjia's aged features. If it came down to combat prowess, it seemed Shen Feng alone posed a threat. Yet they had 9 capable men. Victory is within our grasp. However, Zhao Guanghu sighed. If we rely solely on physical strength, we may indeed be stronger. But they have guns. We 9 would be no match for a single volley. Boss, we can employ a dual approach. The younger man's eyes sparkled with cunning as he proposed. Look, aside from the old man, the others appear quite youthful. We could masquerade as ordinary survivors to lower their guard, and then seize the opportunity to disarm them. This way, we could capture them without a fight. Moreover, we can spread out. If they uncover our scheme, we'll charge in and subdue them. Their firearms are slung behind them. If we act swiftly and unexpectedly, they won't have time to react. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guanghu's spirits soared. The younger man, noticing the excitement in Zhao Guanghu's eyes, further fueled his enthusiasm. Boss, the hospital corridors aren't and Appos' particularly spacious. We need not spread out too much. Just blocking both ends will render them trapped. If our brothers move swiftly, we can subdue them before they even draw their weapons. In that scenario, not a single one of us would perish, and you, boss, would acquire all those firearms, and not to mention the 3 exquisite beauties. The younger man smiled obsequiously, his face brimming with a sly expression. Ha ha. Zhao Guanghu laughed heartily, then patted the younger man's shoulder, pleased. Well done. Your plan is quite commendable. I recall you have a frail sister, correct? Rest assured, I promise no harm will come to a single hair on her head. Oh, by the way, what is your name? You shall henceforth be my strategist. With a sycophantic smile, the younger man replied, Boss, my name is Tang Shan. Tang Shan lowered his head, a cold smile curling on his lips. Shen Feng, unexpectedly, you have come to the hospital to seek me out? Tang Shan glanced at his sister. who had undergone secret treatment for days, yet could only move her right arm slightly. A deep resentment towards Shen Feng brewed within him. Tilting his head, he peered out the window at Shen Feng, silently vowing, "Before the apocalypse, I could do nothing against you, but after the world fell, how could I not deal with you? You were once the privileged heir of the Shen family, but so what? That was the old world and Appos, S rule. In this new era, power dictates supremacy. With 9 men at my disposal, can I not contend with you?" Recalling the fury from a week prior to the apocalypse, Tang Shan felt a raging fire within him. "You have no right to question me. We shall meet again." Shen Feng's lofty, indifferent tone echoed incessantly in Tang Shan and Appos' ears. The vengeance for his father's death, the humiliation of his sister, and the loss of his arm ignited a furious inferno within him. Yet, in the next moment, upon seeing the men surrounding him and the immense strength Zhao Guanghu had gained, he felt a sense of solace. "Today, I shall ensure your demise." Simultaneously, Shen Feng and his companions slowly entered the building. Chapter 46. To speak the truth. The terrifying Red Lotus Heartfire. "Old son, do you remember Tang Shan and Appos' hospital room?" Shen Feng inquired as they walked through the corridor. Butler's son replied, "Young master, the room we arranged for him was a double room on the 7th floor." Shen Feng nodded and said, "Let an Appos' go to the 7th floor." Qiu Yu and the others followed closely behind, ascending the stairs floor by floor. It was not that they preferred to avoid the elevator. Rather, a damaged sign had been placed at the entrance, indicating it was out of order. Clearly, the elevator had broken down in the days leading up to the apocalypse, and before the repairman could arrive, the world had ended. One might suppose the repairman was quite pleased, for he would no longer need to fix the elevator. Behind them, Findler sneezed several times and exclaimed, "Oh dear. The smell in here is dreadful." Shen Feng chuckled, retrieving an unopened mask from a nearby machine, and said, "Just wear a mask." Although Findler currently appeared human, he was, at his core, a werewolf. As a member of the canine family, his sense of smell was exceptionally keen. Thus, while the hospital's disinfectant scent might only be mildly unpleasant to Shen Feng and the others, it was akin to being plunged into a cesspit for Findler. Absolutely unbearable. "Thank you, young master," Findler said as he accepted the mask, although he struggled to use it correctly. It was Butler's son who approached and demonstrated how to wear the mask properly. "Ah, much better. It's not so pungent now," Findler exclaimed, delighted. At the same moment, Xiao-Chan, witnessing this scene, pouted and inwardly lamented. "You've never been so gentle with me." Qiu Yu leaned in closer to Xiao-Chan and whispered, "The young master is quite kind to those close to him, so you should sincerely respect him." Xiao-Chan blushed and retorted, "Am I not considered one of his own?" Qiu Yu chuckled and replied, "If merely having shared a few intimate moments with the young master makes you one of his own, then he must have far too many and Appos, close ones and Appos. I'd wager at least 100. Xiao-Chan was taken aback, gasping, "What?" She felt a surge of displeasure. If that were the case, how was Shen Feng any different from the notorious libertine he was rumored to be? She had thought he was a good man, only to discover he was a notorious scoundrel. Qiu Yu, aware of Xiao-Chan and Appos' thoughts, simply smiled and remarked, "Even if we disregard the past, do you truly believe it will just be the two of us women by the young master and Appos' side in the future?" Xiao-Chan was instantly struck dumb by this realization. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the group looked up to see a man wielding an iron rod, smashing a zombie and Appos' head into a pulp. Shen Feng regarded this man with a smile, finding his storyline rather intriguing. Name, Zhao Guanghu, male, 32 years old, level, First Order, level 6, talent ability, strength amplification, destiny fate, philanderer, black, brave fighter, blue, self-serving, black. Bluntly honest, blue, life script. A minor character with a slightly more complex plot. 1 day later, a strong supporting female character A. 2 days later, a strong supporting female character B. 3 days later. 6 days later, a strong supporting female character C. 7 days later. While attempting to pursue the protagonist and Appos' sister, Tang Ling, he is ambushed and killed by Tang Shan. Shen Feng found this individual's storyline to be quite entertaining. Starting today, would he truly become a magnet for women? How audacious of him to even consider pursuing the protagonist and Appos' sister. He was hardly worthy of such an ambition. Not even a true antagonist. Upon noticing Shen Feng, the man appeared equally thrilled, exclaiming, "Ah, I've finally encountered living people. I thought I was the sole survivor, Zhao Guanghu exaggeratedly declared, striding eagerly towards Shen Feng and the others. Shen Feng raised his crowbar, pressing the L-shaped end against Zhao Guanghu's chest, preventing him from advancing any further. Do you know where Tang Shan is? Though Shen Feng had acquired 2 divine artifacts in the half-human secret realm, he had given one to Qiu Yu while retaining the other, preferring to wield the crowbar rather than a blade. It is worth mentioning that after advancing to the second order, Shen Feng had a clear understanding. While a normal person might reach the first order, level 9 or even level 10 through physical training, they could never attain the second order. Thus, Shen Feng had effectively become superhuman. Though not in the fantastical sense of flying or performing miraculous feats, but merely having surpassed the limits of human physicality. In Shen Feng's grasp, the crowbar felt remarkably light. However, its power now was incomparable to before. Zhao Guanghu and Appo's expression faltered, his irritation palpable. Kid, I come to befriend you, and this is how you treat me? Keeping a crowbar against me, barring my approach? To Zhao Guanghu, Shen Feng's actions were nothing less than an affront. Nevertheless, recalling Tang Shan's plan, Zhao Guanghu replied, Buddy, who is Tang Shan? I do not know him. Shen Feng saw through Zhao Guanghu's deceit. Perfect. I shall use you to test my newly acquired ability. With a smile, Shen Feng's right hand ignited in an orange-red flame. The flame spread along the crowbar and then surged into Zhao Guanghu's body. What is this? What just entered me? Zhao Guanghu stammered, bewildered. Was that fire just now? Although he was puzzled by the flames emanating from Shen Feng, he was certain they had entered him. Looking down, Zhao Guanghu pressed his hands against his chest, astonished. At that moment, Shen Feng spoke again. Do you know where Tang Shan is? I don't know, Zhao Guanghu instinctively replied, but in the next instant, his expression shifted drastically, and he collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest, drenched in cold sweat. Cough. Zhao Guanghu emitted a series of strange sounds, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. What is happening? Behind Shen Feng, Qiu Yu and the others were left in stunned silence. Shen Feng chuckled. Didn't you receive a talent that amplifies your strength? This is my talent as well. In simple terms, unless your strength surpasses mine, you cannot utter a falsehood in my presence. Red Lotus Heartfire. Once questioned, one must speak the truth, otherwise, should you lie, it will feel as if your heart is being scorched by flames or gripped tightly by a vice. You have already experienced this pain, so you better think carefully before answering my question. I will ask you once more, do you know where Tang Shan is? And no, Zhao Guanghu instinctively began to reply. But at that moment, his heart quivered violently as if gripped by a powerful hand. He realized that if he continued to lie, his heart might very well explode under this mysterious force. Thus, Zhao Guanghu nodded directly and said, I know where Tang Shan is. Shen Feng smiled and then replied, take me there. Zhao Guanghu lifted his head, casting a resentful and furious glance at Shen Feng. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of any spirit to resist. Damn it, how could such a bizarre ability manifest? Must one speak the truth? Would uttering a falsehood lead to excruciating pain? This is utterly incomprehensible. Zhao Guanghu silently cursed in his heart. Yet he begrudgingly led Shen Feng and the others towards the 7th floor. Chapter 47, Astonishment. One kick sends Zhao Guanghu flying, as Zhao Guanghu obediently led the way ahead. The expression of those accompanying Shen Feng, apart from the rather Navi, Finler, and Leona, turned to one of sheer astonishment. Butler's son's face brightened as he thought to himself, with such innate talent, my young master shall never again be deceived by anyone. This ability will allow him to discern the loyalty of his subordinates effortlessly. Although they had been wandering for some time, their return to the refuge was inevitable. Such a vast sanctuary could not possibly accommodate only a handful of them. Thus, taking in other survivors was a necessity. However, human nature is unpredictable and difficult to gauge, making it possible for some to harbor ulterior motives. In Butler's son's eyes, Shen Feng's ability was indeed remarkable. From this moment on, no one could lie in Shen Feng's presence. Qiu Yu did not ponder as deeply as Butler's son. She simply found Shen Feng impressive. On the other hand, Xiaqiu Chan's thoughts were self-centered. Does this mean I can never tell a lie again? A look of sorrow crossed her face. She even contemplated how she would respond if Shen Feng were to ask her, do you hate me? If she were to say no, it would be a falsehood. If she answered yes, would Shen Feng, with his ruthless nature, decide to eliminate her? Xiaqiu Chan's expression was one of bitterness. At that moment, there was no time for further contemplation. Under Zhao Guanghu's guidance, The group soon arrived in front of a hospital room. Just as Zhao Guanghu opened the door, a thunderous sound echoed as two adjacent doors swung open, and 8 burly men charged out, flanking Shen Feng and his companions. They effectively blocked the corridor. Oh. Shen Feng surveyed the men with a disdainful smile. Surely, you do not consider this a trap? Simultaneously, from the door Zhao Guanghu opened, a man emerged, one of Shen Feng's targets, Tang Shan. Kid, I don't know what sorcery you've employed, but you better undo it. Otherwise, Zhao Guanghu brazenly declared, emboldened by the presence of his underlings. Just a motley crew, Shen Feng retorted dismissively. In his eyes, the individuals surrounding him were all standard level 1, level 5, with only the 2 men before him standing out. Zhao Guanghu was slightly superior at level 1, level 6, while Tang Shan lagged behind at level 1, level 4. Ah, young master, we are surrounded, Qiuyu exclaimed, though her tone bore no trace of fear, rather. It conveyed a sense of incredulity, given that the weakest among them, Butler's son, was at level 1, level 7. It was evident that the surrounding men were blissfully unaware of their ignorance. Thus, it was clear that none of Shen Feng and Apos' companions felt the slightest trepidation. Tang Shan, positioned behind Zhao Guanghu, mocked, Shen Feng, do you still think you are the chairman of the Shen Corporation? This is the apocalypse now. Your former status is utterly irrelevant. The mention of Shen Corporation momentarily stunned Zhao Guanghu. In Qingping City, who was not familiar with the Shen Corporation, it was a colossal entity spanning numerous industries. Moreover, a mere youth, not yet of age, had single-handedly turned the tides and saved the crumbling Shen Corporation, propelling it further into greatness. To many, Shen Feng was nothing short of a myth. Furthermore, while others may have been unaware, Zhao Guanghu, having dabbled in the underworld, had heard whispers of Shen Feng's exploits. If such rumors were to spread, they would be enough to silence a crying infant. Thus, upon hearing Shen Feng and Apos' name, Zhao Guanghu and Apos' heart raced with unease. However, after listening to Tang Shan's remarks, he steeled himself. Yes, indeed, this is no longer the dawn of the apocalypse. Status and wealth have lost their significance. I have no reason to fear him. With so many underlings at my disposal and his companions appearing weak, victory still lies with me. With this determination, Zhao Guanghu boasted. Since you can manage such a vast corporation, you must possess considerable abilities. Why not join me? Boss. Tang Shan's expression shifted dramatically. He and Shen Feng were sworn enemies. However, before he could utter more, Qiuyu interjected in shock. You? Say that again? She doubted her ears. Could it be that Zhao Guanghu wished for their young master to join him? Zhao Guanghu, with his head held high, proclaimed proudly, and you 3. You are quite pleasing to the eye. Come be my concubines. Qiuyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Shen Feng erupted into laughter. Pointing at Zhao Guanghu, you are too amusing. You think I would follow you? You wish to claim my women as well? Ha ha ha. Shen Feng's laughter echoed, genuinely surprised to encounter such an entertaining character in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Little did he know, he would soon encounter even more intriguing individuals and events. Zhao Guanghu's expression shifted to fury. How dare you? With so many of us here, what gives you the audacity? Boom. Before Zhao Guanghu could finish, he was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall of the hospital room. Upon closer inspection, it was Shen Feng, having ceased his laughter, who delivered the kick. This single blow rendered Zhao Guanghu incapacitated. Hu Ge has been defeated? How could this be? One kick and he has sent flying? Am I seeing things? The entire room was in shock. Tang Shan stood frozen, gazing at the bloody Zhao Guanghu embedded in the wall, trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? He thought, struggling to comprehend how Shen Feng could possess such strength. A single kick had sent Zhao Guanghu, who had awakened his powers, crashing into the wall. Was this strength even humanly possible? In just a few days, how had Shen Feng become so formidable? If Tang Shan were to learn that all Shen Feng had acquired rightfully belonged to him, he might very well collapse under the weight of despair. Heh! Shen Feng tilted his head slightly, sneering before commanding, Xiaqiu-chan, eliminate them. Huh, why me? Xiaqiu-chan was momentarily stunned. Shen Feng glanced at her, then took a step forward, positioning himself in front of her. I believe I mentioned that from now on. You shall do as I say. Shen Feng's voice was cold as he extended his hand, grasping Xiaqiu-chan's left arm. Chapter 48. The Carnage of the Multitude. Tang Shan's life script takes a dramatic turn. Sensing the warmth emanating from her left hand, Xiaqiu-chan's expression shifted abruptly, and she declared, I understand. I shall go at once. However, it was too late. With a crisp crack, Xiaqiu-chan's body froze in place, disbelief washing over her as she turned her head to gaze at her left arm. Shen Feng had rendered her left hand useless. The onlookers gasped in horror, their faces pale as they murmured, "Is she not his friend or subordinate? Why would he strike her directly? How could he harm such a beautiful woman? Her left arm is completely severed." They were bewildered by Shen Feng's capacity for such violence. Tang Shan, nearby, felt a chill run down his spine as he touched his own right arm. His sister, Tang Shan, had awakened a rapid healing ability, though at her only second-tier level. She could utilize it but once a day, and its efficacy was limited. Though his arm had healed significantly over 3 days, complete recovery would still take several more days. At that moment, Tang Shan truly empathized with her plight. Xiaqiu-chan initially stood in shock, then let out a piercing scream. The agony of her dismembered arm surged through her mind in an indescribable wave of pain. In the next instant, with a resounding thud, Shen Feng delivered a brutal kick to her abdomen. "My patience is finite. Should you defy me again, I will not hesitate to end your life." Shen Feng spoke with a cold demeanor. Xiaqiu-chan rose from the ground, her left arm dangling pitifully. Did she harbor hatred? Indeed. Yet, she lowered her head, gritting her teeth, and replied, "Yes." As she stood, the sight before her resembled a devilish tableau. Shen Feng's gaze turned frigid as it met hers, while Butler's son maintained an impassive expression, and Xiaoyu regarded her with a mocking sneer. The newly joined Findler and Leona exhibited contrasting reactions. The former appeared intrigued, while the latter was lost in contemplation, their thoughts unknown. To Xiaqiu-chan, the 5 individuals surrounding Shen Feng exuded an aura of malevolence, each bearing a grotesque visage. Demons. They are all demons. Do you wish to squander my time further? Shen Feng's voice was icy. Gritting her teeth, Xiaqiu-chan rose, despite her injured left arm. Her right hand remained intact. With a flick of her wrist, a crystal-clear spiritual sword materialized in her palm, and she resolutely advanced toward the 4 men at her side. "Curse it, she is but one. Do not be afraid. We shall take her down together," one man shouted. "Indeed, although I know not how she conjured a sword. The 4 of us can surely defeat her. Charge." The 4 men lunged at Xiaqiu-chan, yet they were unarmed, while she was a seasoned martial artist. Moreover, Xiaqiu-chan now possessed the strength of a first-tier 8th-level warrior, wielding her formidable spiritual sword. Consequently, the men fell one by one beneath her blade. "I apologize. You bear no grudge against me, yet I must eliminate you." Xiaqiu-chan spoke somberly as she surveyed the lifeless bodies in the corridor. At school, she could mercilessly slay those 5 male classmates due to their animosity, but she otherwise could not bring herself to harm the innocent. Yet now, under Shen Feng and Appo's coercion, she had no choice but to kill. Xiaqiu-chan rose and proceeded to the opposite side of the corridor. Bang! Upon seeing the blood-soaked Xiaqiu-chan, one of the men trembled and collapsed to his knees, pleading, "I am sorry. I was wrong to confront you. Please spare me." This man understood their predicament. Escape was futile, for the only exit lay ahead, and even reaching the corridor and Appo's edge led to a wall. Unless they leapt from the building, there was no hope for survival. Yet from the 7th floor, such a leap would be fraught with peril. The other 3 men soon followed suit, kneeling and imploring Xiaqiu-chan for mercy. "I have a 4-year-old child at home. I cannot allow my son to lose his father. Please spare me." Another pleaded, "I realize my mistakes. I will leave immediately. I beg you, grant me a chance to live." Xiaqiu-chan paused, then lifted her gaze to Shen Feng. He coldly replied, "I am not deaf. If I wished for you to cease, I would command you to do so." After a moment of silence, Xiaqiu-chan raised her spiritual sword and severed the 4 heads. Gazing at her blood-stained blade, she bitterly remarked, "This sword, it should embody justice. Yet now it is tainted with blood." In response, Shen Feng scoffed, "Those swords are often deemed noble. They are merely weapons. If a weapon is not wielded for the purpose of killing, it is devoid of meaning." With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized Xiaqiu-chan, beginning to regret his decision to save her. Initially, he believed her to be resolute in her decisiveness, but he soon realized that her resolve was contingent upon the presence of animosity. Such a tedious notion. After observing her innate sword emperor potential for an extended period, Shen Feng sighed inwardly, "Very well, I shall grant you another chance. After all, you were not raised under my tutelage, and your initial disobedience is somewhat forgivable." Ultimately, Shen Feng could not bring himself to end Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's life. not due to her beauty, but rather for the potential benefits she might yield. The future accomplishments of Xiaqiu-chan were sufficient to warrant Shenfeng and Appos as patients. However, he would not tolerate repeated insubordination. Thus, should Xiaqiu-chan question his commands again, he would truly have no choice but to kill her. Casting a final cold glance at Xiaqiu-chan, Shenfeng shifted his focus to Tang Shan, who had undergone a remarkable transformation in the few days of their separation. Name: Tang Shan, male, 20 years old. Level: 1st tier. 4th level talent ability: Blade of Carnage, not awakened. Fate Destiny. Protagonist: Halo, gold. Celestial Lone Star, black. Life script: Protagonist. 7 days hence. Zhao Guanghu harbors designs to force himself upon Tang Shan. In a moment of peril, Tang Shan awakens the Blade of Carnage, stealthily striking down Zhao Guanghu. 10 days later, Tang Shan encounters several bailiffs and allies with them. 15 days later, Tang Shan and his companions face a vicious group of survivors. The bailiffs perish in battle. Tang Shan is abducted, and Tang Shan inadvertently stumbles into the Goblin and Appos' secret realm. 16 days later, having recovered from his injuries, Tang Shan embarks on an adventure, fortuitously retrieving treasures hoarded by the Goblin King. 20 days later, empowered, Tang Shan exits the realm, infiltrating the survivors' camp to successfully rescue Tang Shan. 30 days later, he confronts a terrifying monster. In a moment of crisis, Tang Shan sacrifices herself, prompting Tang Shan to retaliate with tears in his eyes. 2 months later, Tang Shan leaves the city for others, only to gradually uncover the conspiracy behind his father's death. Chapter 49. Shenfeng's Fury. Is there more to the death? Now, it is time to confront Tang Shan. Shenfeng gazed with keen interest at Tang Shan, whose face was a mask of fear as he slowly retreated. To Shenfeng's surprise, the life scripts of the others had radically changed, most of them transforming into mere. However, Tang Shan's panel altered entirely, resulting in a completely different narrative. After a moment of contemplation, Shenfeng mused, "If I am not mistaken, this situation implies that the roles of supporting characters are fundamentally insignificant. In the realm of storytelling, the focus predominantly rests upon the protagonist. Thus, the lives of others, no matter how they unfold, bear little relevance. In essence, regardless of how the script may shift, the protagonist will invariably bask in the fortune of destiny, often stumbling upon treasures. Meanwhile, the fate of supporting characters, be it life or death, holds no consequence." Yet, a slight smile graced Shenfeng and Appos' lips as he remarked, "How fortuitous for me." In summary, Shenfeng and Appos' thoughts conveyed that once the script of a supporting character alters, their life becomes unpredictable, as they have stepped beyond the confines of the narrative. In contrast, the protagonist, even if they do not acquire treasures in one location, is destined to find others elsewhere, ensuring the protagonist's script remains predetermined. If this were another person, it would matter little. But Shenfeng possesses the ability to perceive the life scripts of others. Therefore, you truly are my lucky star? Shenfeng regarded Tang Shan with a grin. The treasure of the Goblin King. Surely, it cannot be inferior to the treasures obtainable within the realms of the demi-humans? At this moment, Shenfeng even contemplated sparing Tang Shan. However, due to his remarkable fortune, Shenfeng felt compelled to exert every effort to suppress him. "Give me Tang Shan's rapid healing." What? What do you intend to do?" Tang Shan exclaimed in a tone laced with dread. With merely one individual confronting him, and that individual being a woman, all 8 men in the corridor had been effortlessly slain. Furthermore, the formidable Zhao Guanghu was unceremoniously kicked into the wall by Shenfeng. Unbeknownst to Tang Shan, he was the protagonist, leading to his overwhelming fear in this moment. Before the apocalypse, one could not kill. Now that it has arrived, is he going to kill me? Tang Shan thought to himself. Had Shenfeng been privy to Tang Shan and Appos' thoughts, he would have derisively replied, "Even before the apocalypse, I could easily eliminate you." However, at this moment, after realizing the drastic alteration in Tang Shan's script, Shenfeng's gaze grew serious as he fixated on the final line of Tang Shan's life script. 2 months later, Tang Shan gradually uncovers the conspiracy behind his father and Appos' death. Conspiracy? Shenfeng and Appos' expression darkened instantly. What conspiracy? The deaths of his parents and Tang Shan's father were shrouded in conspiracy? Rage surged within Shenfeng as he took 2 steps forward, seizing Tang Shan by the throat. And with a resounding crash, he slammed him against the wall of the hospital room. With a fierce countenance, Shenfeng bellowed, "Speak." What peculiarities surround your father and Appo's demise? Shenfeng had always believed that incident was merely an accident, although he had dispatched someone to investigate after taking control of the Shin group from every perspective. It appeared to be an unfortunate mishap. Yet now, the script indicated that there was a conspiracy. Shenfeng's fury reached a boiling point. Cough. Tang Shan writhed in pain, unable to endure the agony. Moreover, Shenfeng's grip was akin to a vice, constricting his throat and rendering his face beet red, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. I do not know what you speak of, Tang Shan gasped laboriously. You do not know? Shenfeng's expression twisted with rage as he delivered a punch to Tang Shan's abdomen. How could you possibly not know? Boom. Another punch. Why do you not know? Boom. Shenfeng shouted, again striking Tang Shan's midsection. The sound of a thud echoed as the wall behind Tang Shan caved in. Tang Shan's throat convulsed, as if blood were about to erupt from his mouth. Desiring to avoid staining his own garments with Tang Shan's blood, Shenfeng released his grip on Tang Shan's throat and swiftly covered his mouth. A faint layer of a translucent, mysterious substance began to manifest on Shenfeng and Appo's hand. One of his talents, air manipulation, due to the obstruction of air. The blood that Tang Shan had intended to spew forth remained trapped within his mouth, causing it to bulge like that of a frog. Shenfeng's face contorted with fury as he grasped Tang Shan's head, slamming it forcefully against the ground. Wow. Uffed. Tang Shan grimaced, unleashing a copious amount of blood, his eyes filled with terror and wrath as they locked onto Shenfeng. The onlookers displayed a myriad of expressions. Butler's son and Xiaoyu stood at either side of the doorway like sentinels, while Fenlair watched with curiosity, and Leona appeared contemplative. Why does the young master exhibit such rage in the presence of this man? Is there a grudge? Beside them, Xiaqiu-chan wore an expression of pity, yet ultimately remained silent. Observing Xiaqiu-chan's countenance, Xiaoyu snorted and remarked, "How utterly ignorant. I wonder how you managed to gain admission to university with such a low intellect. If you claim you only eliminate those who bear grudges against you, then those people clearly wish to do us harm. So what is wrong with killing them? In school, 5 male classmates could easily bind you. What of these 9 men? What could happen to a woman in the apocalypse when bound by men? Must I elucidate it for you? Killing a few individuals is merely a matter of decisiveness. Your hesitance and overly compassionate heart render you a fool." Upon hearing this, Xiaqiu-chan and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly grasped a significant issue. Those surrounding them were not innocent. Initially, she had failed to comprehend the undertones of the situation, or rather, she had overlooked the ulterior motives of these individuals. After all, in Xiaqiu-chan's eyes, even if they banded together, the surrounding individuals posed no threat to any of them. Yet, since these people had encircled them, it was evident they intended to bring harm. And despite their apparent weakness, their intentions were far from pure. Thus, she was mistaken. Xiaqiu-chan sighed. I was wrong, but humans are creatures of habit. One cannot expect an immediate shift in mindset, can they? Xiaoyu scoffed. And yet you still stand here to argue with me. Xiaqiu-chan paused, glancing at her left hand, forcing a bitter smile, and remained silent for a prolonged moment. Forget it. I shall cease pondering. After all, I am at someone else and Appo's mercy. Thus, I shall simply follow orders. If I were a soldier, would I question the rationale behind my commander and Appo's orders on the battlefield? Regardless of whether the outcome is favorable or unfavorable, he will bear the burden. Therefore, why delve into the details? Xiaqiu-chan shook her head, and a wave of relaxation washed over her. Simultaneously, a group of several individuals appeared at the opposite end of the corridor, those saved by Zhao Guanghu, who were unwilling to heed his command. Dead. There are corpses. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn across the corridor, panic surged within them. Meanwhile, a frail girl dashed forward, shouting, "Brother!" In the hospital room, upon hearing her sister and Appo's voice, Tang Shan struggled to turn her head slightly, then whispered through a torrent of blood, "Sister, sister." Chapter 50, heart-wrenching. Is it not you who desires me? Brother, Tang Chun cried out, rushing over in haste. Due to her perspective, she could not discern the state of Tang Shan within the ward. Yet the countless deaths outside instilled a profound sense of dread within her. She feared for her brother and Appo's safety, for she had seen the housekeeper's son and Xiaoyu, who had been standing behind Shenfeng earlier. Upon reaching the door of the ward, Xiaoyu stepped forward, blocking Tang Chun's path. Simultaneously, Tang Chun beheld Tang Shan lying on the ground, barely breathing. "Brother!" Tang Chun cried out in anguish, her eyes instantly reddening. "Let her in." Shinfeng said coolly. Understood, young master. At his command, Qiuyu immediately lowered the hand that had been obstructing Tang Shan. With swollen eyes, tears streaming down her face. Tang Shan trembled as she approached Tang Shan. Brother. Tang Shan knelt beside him, her voice quaking as she called out. Then, she abruptly lifted her gaze to Shinfeng. Her tone laced with sobs. What do you truly intend to do? Why must you treat us this way? Shinfeng chuckled lightly, replying. I suggest you attend to your brother's wounds first. Otherwise, he may very well perish. Healing? Yes. I possess the talent for rapid healing. Tang Shan spoke urgently, extending her hand to rest upon Tang Shan, a faint green light emanating from her palm, gradually enveloping him. Shinfeng made no attempt to hinder her. Rather, he observed this scene with keen interest. Under Shinfeng's gaze, Tang Shan's previously dire condition improved slightly, albeit marginally. However, after about a minute, Tang Shan coughed up a mouthful of blood, the green light from her hand diminishing significantly. Is this all? Shinfeng furrowed his brow. The notion of rapid healing sounded rather impressive. Yet was this truly its extent? An individual in critical condition, and yet it could barely alleviate his suffering? If one considered a healthy person as a 1 and a dying person as a 10, then Tang Shan before treatment was near a 9, and now he hovered around 8.5. Rapid healing. Is this truly all it amounts to? Brother, I will save you. I promise I will. Tang Shan whispered fervently, her green light intensifying once more, yet in the next moment, she violently expelled another mouthful of blood, her previously faint color now entirely drained. Though she had awakened the ability for rapid healing, since the apocalypse, she had been expending this ability on Tang Shan's right arm daily, leaving her own injuries unhealed, indeed worsening. In simple terms, Tang Shan had begun to overexert her already limited vitality. It was likely that during her sacrificial moments, in addition to saving Tang Shan, she was also aware of her own impending demise, thus genuinely wishing to bestow her ability upon him. Stop. Do not push yourself any further. Tang Shan weakly grasped Tang Chun's hands, uttering with frailty. At his words, Tang Chun immediately began to weep, collapsing against him, sobbing, I'm so useless, brother. I cannot heal you. I am sorry. It is my fault. Tang Shan lifted a hand to gently caress Tang Chun's cheek, offering a faint smile. He was not oblivious. He understood that for some time, his sister had been draining her life force. Yet, in his eyes, following the apocalypse, there might emerge miraculous means to restore Tang Chun's vitality. Thus, he tacitly accepted her actions. However, given his severe injuries, even if Tang Chun exhausted her life force, it was unlikely she could save him. He had resigned himself to this fate. In this moment, Tang Shan yearned desperately for strength. If he possessed the power akin to Shinfeng's, would not everything transform? Tang Chun, in tears, reproached herself. I am sorry. It is my fault. I have burdened you. Brother, I am sorry. It is all my fault. The scene before them evoked deep sorrow, stirring the hearts of all who bore witness. The bond between siblings was heartrending. Yet, Shinfeng, rather unceremoniously, sighed, Alas, while it is true that I may have acted out of anger, I truly did not anticipate that your rapid healing would prove so ineffectual. A significant question mark loomed within Shinfeng's thoughts. One must remember, in the narratives involving Leona and Fenler, Tang Shan had initially struggled against Fenler, yet after Tang Chun's sacrifice, he was capable of withstanding even the assaults of higher-tier adversaries. Yet, what was the situation now? This talent seemed utterly inadequate. Tang Chun suddenly raised her head, glaring furiously at Shinfeng, demanding, What do you truly seek? Yes, my brother is in the wrong. He should not see you as a nemesis. Yet are you, the esteemed chairman of the Shin group, truly so petty? It was not Shinfeng who was petty, he mused, but he found no desire to engage in further banter. Why bother with empty words? He had come with no intention of allowing either Tang Shan or Tang Chun to depart unscathed. Shinfeng lifted his chin, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, If you wish for your brother to perish here, feel free to continue provoking me. At his words, Tang Chun's expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to glance at Tang Shan. Throughout her life, she had been frail and sickly. Their father labored tirelessly to provide, while their mother had vanished when they were young, making Tang Shan not only her elder brother but also a father figure. How could she bear to witness his demise? Biting her lip until it bled, Tang Chun abruptly stood, facing Shinfeng, shedding her outer garment to reveal her pallid skin. Shinfeng regarded Tang Chun with a hint of confusion. Outside the ward, Qiuyu and Xiaqiu-chan were equally taken aback. Leona hastily covered Fenler's eyes, exclaiming, Inappropriate for children. Tang Shan's eyes blazed with fury, as if he had realized something, shouting in rage. He attempted to rise. Yet the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through him, causing him to cough up more blood. Nevertheless, he stubbornly sought to stand. He could not allow Shen Feng to defile his sister. Hearing Tang Shan's anguished and self-reproachful cry, Tang Shan trembled, blood trickling from her lips. Her previously pale visage suddenly revealing a glimmer of determination. Shen Feng stroked his chin, musing, "Oh, so you believe my targeting of your sibling is due to your body? Is it not?" Tang Shan defiantly raised her head, glaring at Shen Feng. "Do you not desire me?" That day, within the very confines of the hospital, Shen Feng had remarked that Tang Shan should be grateful for having such a good sister. Tang Shan, not deaf, had certainly heard these words, leading her to conclude that Shen Feng's actions were indeed motivated by her physique. Haha. Shen Feng's face twisted into a mocking grin. Chapter 51. Without money or power. The rules tailored just for you. In the hospital room, Tang Shan shed her clothing, leaving only her undergarments. At that moment, Shen Feng scrutinized her from head to toe, then mockingly remarked, "Have you taken a look at your own physique? Emaciated and flat-chested. What gives you the impression that I am attracted to your body?" To be fair, Tang Shan was indeed very slender, with a modest bust, and her face bore a pallid expression indicative of her illness. Perhaps, with a little adornment, she could appeal to certain individuals' peculiar tastes. Yet, regrettably, Shen Feng's interest lay elsewhere. Was it the allure of ample bosoms, elongated legs, or a shapely rear that did not intrigue him? Why did he have to settle for a mere washboard? Shen Feng's words pierced Tang Shan deeply. Did she not envy those voluptuous beauties with ample curves? After all, she was a woman too, yearning to possess beauty. However, in her past, merely surviving was a luxury, so how could she dare to covet such things? Thus, Shen Feng's remark struck a profound chord within her. She had thought Shen Feng was interested in her body, but now it seemed she had been deluding herself, bringing upon her own humiliation. Aware of her brother lying behind her and the crowd gathered at the door, Tang Shan felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing for nothing more than to vanish. "Shen Feng, how dare you humiliate my sister so? I will kill you." Tang Shan, lying on the ground, roared in anger. However, before he could finish, Shen Feng casually seized an iron cabinet from the bedside and hurled it towards him. With a resounding crash, the cabinet struck Tang Shan directly. The sharp corner of the iron cabinet pierced his abdomen, and blood began to seep forth, instantly staining his clothing crimson. "Brother!" Tang Shan cried out in despair. Then turned to Shen Feng, her voice laced with fury. "What do you intend to do?" Shen Feng flashed a devilish smile and, like a demon, inquired, "Do you wish to save your brother? Did you not disdain me?" Tang Shan replied bitterly, "If that is the case, what do I have left to offer?" Desperate to rescue her brother, Tang Shan realized that the only bargaining chip she once believed she possessed, her body, was deemed worthless in Shen Feng's eyes. Consequently, she could not fathom what else she might trade. "No, you certainly have something left to offer." Shen Feng finally revealed his intention. "If you sacrificed your talent to me, I will spare your brother." Talent? Sacrifice? Tang Shan was taken aback. Even the individuals at the door, including Xiao Yu, looked incredulous at Shen Feng and Appo's words. Could such a thing as talent be transferred to another? Of course, Shen Feng replied with a slight smile. "But I don't know how to do that," Tang Shan exclaimed urgently. If sacrificing a talent could save her brother, she would gladly comply, yet she was at a loss on how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng pondered for a moment before striding towards Tang Shan's position. "You don't know how to do it?" Shen Feng smirked wickedly. Tang Shan's face paled, and she exclaimed, "What are you going to do? My brother is already gravely injured. I beg you, do not harm him further. I truly do not know how to offer my talent." Tang Shan immediately knelt on the ground, bowing her head in supplication to Shen Feng. However, Shen Feng had no intention of letting them go easily. In fact, he believed Tang Shan's claims were genuine. Nevertheless, he also understood that as long as Tang Shan hovered on the brink of death, Tang Shan would inevitably figure out how to sacrifice. Therefore, Shen Feng stepped onto Tang Shan's left leg, and as Tang Shan's expression morphed into one of rage and terror, he applied pressure. Crack. Tang Shan let out a wretched howl. His leg had shattered. "No." Tang Shan cried in disbelief, her face streaked with tears as she crawled towards him. "Brother. Brother." Her voice was filled with fear and sobbing. "Why?" Tang Shan knelt on the ground, gazing up at Shen Feng. Her voice a mixture of anger and sorrow as she roared. "Why are you targeting us so ruthlessly? Did my brother merely speak ill of you? Can't we make amends? Must you go to such extremes?" The scene before them was enough to evoke pity in any compassionate soul. Shen Feng stood like a villain, one foot pressing down on Tang Shan's leg, while he regarded the woeful Tang Shan with an expression of cold indifference. At the doorway, Xiaqiu-chan could no longer bear to watch. Although Qiuyu had explained the feud earlier, there was no need for such humiliation and torment. The young girl appeared frail, and having previously tended to Tang Shan, she bore the marks of her distress, her complexion pale and devoid of color. Moreover, she had crawled on her knees, leaving them scraped and raw. Not even a dog would deserve such treatment, and yet Xiaqiu-chan felt powerless to intervene, as she herself was in a precarious situation. Thus, she chose to avert her gaze and step aside. As she departed, Xiaqiu-chan cast one last glance at the room, letting out a deep sigh. Observing her retreat, Qiuyu curled his lip in disdain. Is that all it takes to break you? Apart from the incident where he incinerated hundreds, I am well aware of many of Shun Feng's deeds, each one devoid of humanity and destined to be condemned. For instance, when a certain company executive disregarded Shin Feng's orders, that evening, Shin Feng delivered the man's 8-month pregnant wife's corpse, declared to have drowned accidentally. Yet, who would allow a pregnant woman to wander near the river? Or when a project manager attempted to betray the Shun group, Shin Feng crushed the man's son into a pulp and turned him into dumplings. After enjoying the delectable meal, the man was tormented by a video replaying the entire grisly process. Shin Feng's misdeeds were numerous and varied. However, it is often said, if you possess wealth, the rules may be bent. If you wield power, the rules serve you. But if you have neither money nor power, congratulations, the rules are tailored just for you. It is essential to note that over the years, Qiuyu had indeed never witnessed Shin Feng unleash his cruel methods upon the innocent or strangers. Shin Feng's malevolence was primarily directed at his enemies, and if, during the course of punishing foes, a few innocents were accidentally harmed, it could hardly be blamed on him. It was simply unfortunate for those individuals. Shin Feng believed that while making mistakes is part of being human, one must never commit grave errors. For example, should one attempt to betray the Shin group, must he be coddled into returning? Shin Feng would certainly not take such an approach. Thus, it was far better to eliminate the threat outright. Chapter 52, A Heart-Wrenching Wail. I know not how to sacrifice. In the hospital room, confronted by Tang Shan's weeping and pleas, Shin Feng let out a cold smile and raised his foot once more, placing it upon Tang Shan's other leg. For an ordinary person, such an act would not necessarily shatter bones. Yet the disparity in strength between Shin Feng and Tang Shan was insurmountable. To Shin Feng, Tang Shan resembled nothing more than a mere insect beneath his heel. No, please. Tang Shan cried out immediately upon witnessing the scene. But this would not soften Shin Feng's heart. Without hesitation, he pressed down with his foot. A sickening crack echoed, accompanied by Tang Shan's anguished scream. After the cry subsided, Tang Shan lay on the ground, expressionless, as the pain radiating from his legs overwhelmed him, unable to suppress the turmoil within. At present, his right arm had yet to fully heal, and now his legs had been crushed by Shin Feng. Grief welled up within Tang Shan. In a world overrun by zombies, facing an unprecedented catastrophe, he found himself rendered powerless. In his eyes, he had become a mere husk, destined for demise. Although he remained unaware that he was the protagonist, his spirit would not allow him to accept such a fate. Shin Feng. Tang Shan glared at Shin Feng, hatred burning in his eyes like a palpable force. Yet Shin Feng appeared oblivious to Tang Shan's inner fury. Casting a casual glance at Tang Shan and speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, do you understand how to make a sacrifice now? To Tang Shan, Shin Feng and Appo's calm demeanor made him seem like a demon from the depths of hell. How could he crush the legs of others while maintaining such an indifferent expression? This was the essence of Shin Feng, a villain willing to resort to any means, ruthless and bloodthirsty in pursuit of his goals. I do not know. I truly do not know how to make a sacrifice. Tang Shan gritted her teeth, weeping. If you desire my talent, so be it. But I implore you, spare my brother. Tang Shan, already frail, had strained her voice with her cries, leaving her throat hoarse. Her pitiful demeanor was likely to evoke sympathy and protectiveness from many. Yet Shin Feng's heart remained resolute and unyielding. Hey, what is happening in there? Just the sounds alone give me chills. Indeed, but let us remain prudent. Look at those 8 corpses on the ground. I do not wish to join them. Exactly. Let us observe quietly from a distance. These were the survivors who had descended with Tang Shan. They dared not approach but also could not flee, for Zhao Guanghu had only cleared the zombies on 2 floors, leaving the others untouched. Thus, they remained huddled at the corridor's edge, cautiously eavesdropping. In the hospital room, Tang Shan, tear-streaked and aggrieved, gazed at Shin Feng, sobbing. I truly do not know how to make a sacrifice. Upon hearing this, 2 tears trailed down Tang Shan's cheeks as bitter anguish filled his heart. Despite having been a brother and protector, he could not shield his sister. He clenched his eyes shut, overcome with resentment and fury, causing his body to tremble. At that moment, Tang Shan felt an overwhelming hatred. He despised Shen Feng's cruelty and loathed his own cowardice, for he could not even protect his sister. Sister. Silent tears flowed from him like a spring. Listening to his sister plead, "If you spare my brother, I will give you anything." Tang Shan was consumed by despair. He was the brother. He should be the one protecting her. Yet here he was, the one in need of protection. What a disgrace. What a humiliation. Tang Shan felt as though a massive stone weighed heavily upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. However, had Shen Feng been privy to Tang Shan's thoughts, he would have scornfully retorted, "You abandoned your sister the moment you refused my compensation." Some matters, driven by your male pride, may seem inconsequential. Yet that money was beyond dispute, and Tang Shan foolishly cast it aside for a pitiful, laughable conviction. To Shen Feng, this was sheer folly. Yet at that moment, Shen Feng had little interest in such matters. The priority was to acquire the ability of rapid healing from Tang Shan. Currently, aside from the system, Shen Feng possessed 3 talents: air manipulation, Crimson Lotus Heartfire, and Yin-Yang Harmony. Shen Feng regarded air manipulation as highly versatile, excelling in both defense and offense. Although the Crimson Lotus Heartfire bore the name of fire, it lacked warmth. Its primary ability lay in discerning lies. However, Shen Feng speculated that other exotic flames existed beyond the Crimson Lotus, hinting that this talent might one day yield surprising benefits. As for Yin-Yang Harmony, it too lacked offensive capability, but it enhanced strength through intimacy with women, an auxiliary ability no man could resist. Thus, with air manipulation handling offense and defense, Crimson Lotus Heartfire assessing loyalty, and Yin-Yang Harmony serving as a support tool, Shen Feng found himself lacking only in healing abilities. Therefore, acquiring the talent for rapid healing was imperative. It seemed he had yet to reach his limits. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, stepping forward to place his foot upon Tang Shan's head. Feeling the hard soul against his face, Tang Shan's eyes reddened, as if they might bleed from his rage. Such shame, such humiliation. His chest heaved violently. Despite knowing this would worsen his injuries, he could not restrain himself. Roar. Tang Shan and Amp, Appo's furious roar was stifled as gravel, blood, and flesh mingled, filling his mouth and rendering him voiceless. Observing this, Shen Feng mused that had he known this would occur, he would have visited the restroom beforehand. Although somewhat regrettable, he smiled at Tang Chun and inquired, "Tell me, which is harder, your brother and Amp, Appo's head or his leg bones?" Tang Chun paused for a moment, then rushed forward in panic, exclaiming, "No, please." Tang Chun knelt and crawled towards Shen Feng, her delicate skin tearing against the floor, leaving trails of blood behind. Yet she seemed oblivious to her pain as she clutched Shen Feng's legs, pleading. Shen Feng smiled faintly, applying more pressure as he slowly pressed down. "No." Tang Chun cried out desperately, attempting to use her fragile body to halt Shen Feng's actions. Yet how could her frail form accomplish such a feat? In that moment, Tang Shan, beneath Shen Feng's foot, even managed to force a smile. Perhaps, to perish thus, was not the worst fate after all? Chapter 53. The Sacrifice Begins. "I want to speak with my brother." Tang Chun clung desperately to Shen Feng's right leg, yet her feeble strength was utterly incapable of hindering him in the slightest. Thus, amidst Tang Chun and Amp, Appo's anguished despair, Shen Feng and Amp, Appo's foot descended slowly. Unbeknownst to Tang Chun at that very moment, Tang Shan had already felt the crushing of his nose beneath Shen Feng's heel. The pain was excruciating. "No," Tang Chun wailed in agony, her heart shattering as she beheld her brother's pitiful state beneath Shen Feng's foot. She could not bear the thought of her brother perishing. In that instant, time seemed to stretch interminably. Tang Chun stared blankly at her brother beneath Shen Feng's foot. "No." Suddenly, a hoarse and piercing cry resonated into the distance, and a rich green light began to emanate from Tang Chun and Appo's body. Upon witnessing this, Shen Feng and Appo's face lit up with delight, halting his advance. In Shen Feng and Appo's perception, in approximately 5 more seconds, Tang Shan would be truly crushed beneath his foot. In this critical moment, Tang Chun finally reacted. Shen Feng looked at her with excitement. "This." Tang Chun gazed at the vibrant green light enveloping her, momentarily stunned, as a plethora of extraordinary information flooded her mind. If she were to offer her life, sacrificing everything she was, she could transfer her talent to another. So this is what sacrifice entails? Tang Chun raised her hands, Observing the wondrous spectacle of green radiance surrounding her, and a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Although she was perplexed as to how Shen Feng had knowledge of this revelation, which she had only just discovered herself, she finally comprehended the essence of sacrifice. To sacrifice oneself is to fulfill another. Haha. It appears you understand the art of sacrifice. Then now, simply bestow your talent upon me, and I shall release your brother. Shen Feng exclaimed with glee. At that moment, anyone witnessing Shen Feng would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly wicked." How terrifying! Shen Feng and Appo's actions were utterly excessive. Yet Shen Feng was precisely such a person. He would not relent until his goals were achieved. Tang Shan lifted her gaze to Shen Feng, then glanced at her brother Tang Shan beneath Shen Feng's foot, a flicker of hesitation evident in her eyes. Observing this, Shen Feng coldly remarked, "I believe I understand your thoughts, but do you truly think that even if you sacrifice your talent for your brother, he could turn the tables on me?" Tang Shan forced a bitter smile. Naturally not. Through the information imprinted in her memory, Tang Shan knew that after the sacrifice, Tang Shan would experience a brief enhancement in power, but this did not imply he would become invincible. Though she was still uncertain of Shen Feng and Appo's true strength, she estimated that the best possible outcome would be that Tang Shan, after his enhancement, could at best match Shen Feng in combat. However, Shen Feng was not alone. There were 5 others waiting at the entrance. Thus, should she sacrifice her talent to her brother, his death would be inevitable. Tang Shan took a deep breath and earnestly asked, "Will you truly spare my brother?" Shen Feng sneered, "You must trust me now." A hint of reluctance flickered across Tang Shan and Appo's face, yet ultimately, she sighed in resignation and replied, "You are right. I can only trust you now." Tang Shan closed her eyes, tears of sorrow streaming down her cheeks, as if narrating the grievances and indignation of this young woman. Throughout her life, she had scarcely known a day of happiness. All beauty and joy were but reflections seen through the screen of a television. And now, perhaps she could find liberation. "I want to speak with my brother," Tang Shan declared resolutely as she opened her eyes. Shen Feng contemplated for a moment, then lifted his foot, saying, "Very well." Shen Feng took a step back, yet did not retreat too far. The plan was on the verge of perfection, and he would not allow any unforeseen events to occur. "Brother." Tang Shan knelt on the ground, cradling Tang Shan's head, choking on her sobs. At that moment, Tang Shan was on the brink of death, his face marred by a large shoe print, rendering him a pitiful sight. I am sorry, I have burdened my brother," Tang Shan cried out. Tears flowed freely from her eyes, splattering onto Tang Shan and Appo's face. Tang Shan felt as though this body were not his own, every inch of him aflame with agony. He wished to lift his hand to caress his sister and Appo's cheek, but his injuries were too severe, and despite his best efforts, he could manage only a few inches off the ground. Observing this, Tang Shan immediately grasped Tang Shan and Appo's bloodied hand and placed it against her face. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Tang Shan smiled. Though the effort caused a torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth, he was still elated. In the next moment, Tang Shan opened his mouth, attempting to convey something. "Escape, quickly escape. Do not worry about me. Hurry. Escape." Even in his grievous state, he wished for her to flee. Hearing this, Tang Shan immediately threw herself onto Tang Shan. She longed desperately to offer her rapid healing talent to her brother, yet Shen Feng loomed nearby, rendering her powerless to act. In that moment, Tang Shan felt an overwhelming rage against the heavens. In this vast world, could it not accommodate their bond as siblings? With a heavy sigh, Tang Shan raised her head, wiping away her tears, then offered Tang Shan a gentle smile, softly murmuring, "Brother, from now on, you shall sob. Be free of burdens, sob." As she spoke the final words, Tang Shan could not contain herself, tears spilling forth once more. Tang Shan was equally overcome with sorrow, his tears flowing like a fountain. Outside, the others, save for Xiaqiu-chan, displayed indifference. Qiu Yu and Butler's son had witnessed Shen Feng's cruelty time and again, while Leona and Fin Lar had endured countless partings and deaths within that secret realm. Thus, only the naive Xiaqiu-chan felt a sense of frustration at the plight of others. The brother and sister clung to one another, weeping and lamenting. However, Shen Feng, with a disheartening lack of sentiment, declared, "Enough. I believe I have been sufficiently kind. Now, relinquish your talent to me." At these words, Tang Shan forced a bitter smile. Casting a lingering glance at Tang Shan, she abruptly shook her head, attempting to rise and depart, yet the moment she did, she felt a sudden force tugging at her garment. Turning back, she discovered her brother grasping at the hem of her clothing. Upon seeing Tang Shan turn back, Tang Shan gently shook his head, signaling her not to proceed. Yet, in this world, their powerlessness rendered them mere prey to be slaughtered. Tang Shan's face was etched with reluctance, but in the next instant, her form began to dissipate slowly. Brother, Tang Shan wept. Yet she gathered her strength to lift her head, smiling as she spoke. In this lifetime, it is I who have burdened you. Had it not been for me, how would you have encountered such tribulations? If there is a next life. Chapter 54, The Sacrifice concludes. At last, the gift of rapid healing is granted. In the hospital room, Tang Shan's body gradually dissipated, along with her clothing, which had vanished completely. Tang Shan's hand crashed heavily onto the ground. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his sister slowly faded away. The pain was indescribable. Before he could form memories, he had lost his mother. 5 years ago, he lost his father. And now, he was about to lose his sister as well. One beloved after another departed from him, and at this moment, Tang Shan felt an overwhelming hatred for his own insignificance and cowardice. He felt as if his heart were bleeding. In the air, only the head of Tang Shan remained. Suddenly breaking into a sweet smile, she softly said, "Brother, if there is a next life, I will be your wife." Hee, I must admit, it's a bit embarrassing. As soon as Tang Shan uttered her final word, her body completely vanished. A green light replaced her original position. Subsequently, this green light flowed into Shun Feng's body. Gentle, serene, and healing. Shun Feng suddenly felt a profound relaxation in his body, and in the next moment, he noticed an additional talent appearing on his panel. Talent ability, life script system, air manipulation, crimson lotus heartfire, yin-yang harmony, rapid healing. With these 5 talents in hand, what need had he for a golden fate? Haraha! Shun Feng laughed joyfully, then promptly turned to leave. Hearing Shun Feng's laughter, Tang Shan was instantly consumed by rage, and with a sudden surge of strength, he grasped Shun Feng's leg with one hand. You can still move? Shun Feng looked down, astonished at Tang Shan's resilience. Truly, he was the protagonist, an indomitable force, remarkably tenacious even when gravely wounded. At this moment, Tang Shan's eyes were filled with bloodlust, his face streaked with tears and congealed blood. The veins on his forehead throbbed, revealing the fury within. Yet, who would care about your anger? Or perhaps, isn't it the protagonist's destiny to endure some setbacks? How considerate of me. Shun Feng mused. He crouched down and slapped Tang Shan's face, the force akin to a resounding slap. Tang Shan instantly felt a wave of humiliation. You won't kill me. I will find a way to kill you. Tang Shan spat blood as he spoke. The vengeance for his father's death. The loss of his sister, the insult, he had never harbored such hatred for anyone. In truth, Tang Shan no longer wished to live, yet for some reason, Shun Feng would not kill him. If he could survive, he would strive to grow stronger and then kill you. Tang Shan glared at Shun Feng with bloodshot eyes. Filled with resentment, Shun Feng delivered a decisive blow to Tang Shan's head, driving him into the ground, then contemptuously remarked, "Without sufficient power, empty threats will only hasten your demise. However, I am a man of my word. Since your sister has sacrificed herself for me, I shall naturally let you go." Shun Feng smiled faintly, then raised his other foot and crushed the hand Tang Shan had used to grasp him. 1 hand and 2 legs lost. Surely he couldn't recover so quickly? Shun Feng chuckled coldly and turned to leave. Xiao Yue, Steward's son, as well as Leona and Fin Lar, followed closely behind Shun Feng. While Xiaqiu Chan cast a sympathetic glance at the pitiful Tang Shan before sighing and following suit. However, it seemed everyone had forgotten one person, Zhao Guanghu, who had been kicked into the wall by Shun Feng. Well, whether forgotten or not was irrelevant. This fellow lacked the protagonist's resilience and had long since lost consciousness. Hearing the gradually fading footsteps of Shun Feng and the others, Tang Shan felt an immense sorrow within, yet he realized he seemed powerless to act. His vision began to dim. Tang Shan fell into a state of unconsciousness, and his life script underwent another transformation. If Shun Feng had glanced back at Tang Shan, he undoubtedly would have marveled at the fate of the chosen one. Young master, is this not akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Steward's son inquired with a furrowed brow in the corridor. He could not fathom why his master would spare Tang Shan. Compassion, mercy, kindness, integrity. Oh, how absurd. How could anyone apply such descriptors to his own master? Shun Feng replied gravely, I have my own plans. After a moment's thought, Shun Feng tossed a satellite phone to Steward's son, instructing, Old son, keep this phone. Check it every so often. If his location changes or if the signal goes dark, you must inform me immediately. Shinfeng did not wish to waste time on Tang Shan, so he entrusted the matter to Steward Sunday. Understood, young master. Steward Sun accepted the phone and promptly placed it in his pocket. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Shinfeng encountered a group of several individuals. He did not recognize these people nor understand why they were present, yet a mere glance revealed that their fates were all but sealed. The highest among them possessed merely a fate of gluttony. What use was that? A voracious eater? Thus, in Shinfeng's view, there was no need to rescue these individuals. If he had already returned to the base, perhaps they could serve as laborers. However, at this moment, Shinfeng had only a single off-road vehicle, and any rescue would require useful individuals. Consequently, Shinfeng turned away and led the group slowly away. As they departed the hospital, Shinfeng looked up at the sky and growled. Heavenly Path, his voice dripped with anger. Did he truly believe that Shinfeng spared Tang Shan out of a sense of integrity? Nonsense. For one who constantly sought to take his life, Shinfeng held no trust whatsoever. The only reason he spared him this time was entirely due to the last words on Tang Shan's panel. Tang Shan had gradually begun to uncover the conspiracy surrounding his father and Appo's death. If the death of Tang Shan and Appo's father constituted a conspiracy, did that mean Shinfeng's own parents had become collateral damage? Tang Shan's rage over his sister's sacrifice paled in comparison to Shinfeng's own fury. For Shinfeng felt as though the heavenly path had toyed with him. Were his parents to perish merely for being in the company of the protagonist and Appo's father? Shinfeng gazed at the sky with a somewhat twisted expression. He had always believed it to be an accident, yet it seemed this matter was far more complex. Damned heavenly path, cursed Tang Shan. To uncover the truth behind the scenes, Shinfeng had no choice but to spare Tang Shan. He suspected that the heavenly path was orchestrating events from the shadows. The goal was to prevent Shinfeng from killing Tang Shan at this moment. Since you wish to protect your chosen one, I shall grant him a little more time. Shinfeng lowered his head, then calmly led the group back to the off-road vehicle. Just then, a voice crackled through the car's radio. It appeared that the vast organization of Daxia had finally reacted. Chapter 55, The Great Xia Announcement. The Terrifying Apocalypse. The Great Xia Announcement. A letter to all survivors of Great Xia. It is with great regret that I convey the unfortunate news that 3 days ago, humanity worldwide fell into a simultaneous state of unconsciousness. Subsequently, approximately 90% of the global population transformed into the legendary undead, according to incomplete statistics. As of 6 o'clock this morning, the survival rate of ordinary individuals within Great Xia is less than 1%. In contrast, the survival rate among military personnel or veterans stands at 6%. At this moment, Great Xia faces an unprecedented upheaval that has not been seen for centuries. Rest assured, the Great Xia government shall not easily abandon any of its citizens. However, the military's strength is currently limited. Aside from the 5 major military districts that still retain combat capabilities, other station units have suffered catastrophic losses. I urge all citizens of Great Xia to bravely take up arms and assist in their own rescue. Thus far, the predominant monstrosity is the undead. Experts have calculated that the combat strength of an ordinary zombie is significantly weaker than that of a human. As long as you bravely wield your weapons, you can effortlessly dispatch the zombies. Remember, the weaknesses of the undead lie in the head and the heart. One must completely destroy either of these vital areas for the zombie to perish. If, for any reason, certain citizens of Great Xia are unable to leave their homes, I implore you to stockpile supplies and strive to survive. Trust in our military and police. They will exert every effort to rescue you. Citizens, Great Xia has never placed faith in fate or deities. We only believe in our own hands. I beseech you to stand together with Great Xia in facing this calamity. This announcement was repeated several times. The reactions of Shinfeng and the others in the vehicle varied. Finar and Leona, unaware of what a broadcast entailed, exclaimed in confusion upon hearing a voice. Wow, what is that? Why is someone speaking inside? In previous times, Shinfeng would have smiled and explained, but at this moment, his expression was grave. Noticing Shinfeng's solemn demeanor, Leona promptly tugged at Finlar to silence him. Shinfeng could not help but reflect. Is it really true that even the survival rate of military personnel is only 6%? As far as Shinfeng knew, Great Xia comprised 5 major military districts, each with over 100 regiments. The number of combat personnel alone was approximately 180,000, and including logistical support, the total was estimated to be around 250,000. Yet, according to the official figures released by Great Xia, each military district has only about 15,000 survivors. This includes all logistical support personnel. Butler's son interjected. Young master, is it possible that the military's survival rate is understated? After all, Great Xia has always favored discretion. Shenfeng shook his head and replied sternly. The probability of turning into a zombie is indeed 90%. Therefore, even under ideal circumstances, where all 10% of survivors remain alive, the numbers are still alarmingly low. Even in the best-case scenario, only 25,000 would survive across all military districts. This is hardly sufficient, given that each district oversees an area of 200,000 square kilometers. How can 25,000 people rescue survivors spread across such vast terrain? This disaster is indeed dire. However, if the military had not suffered such heavy losses, it is unlikely that the announcement would have urged citizens to fend for themselves. We cannot concern ourselves with the military's affairs, but what about the soldiers surrounding Qingping City? Shenfeng murmured. As Shenfeng knew, there were over 600 cities nationwide, each housing at least one regiment, with a standard regiment comprising about 1,500 personnel, totaling around 2,000 when logistical support is included. If a city has a large population, it may host more than one regiment, but the maximum would likely be 3. Thus, according to the 6% survival rate, there should be approximately 360 survivors. Under the 10% ideal scenario, there would be around 600. To rescue a city with a population of 10 million with just a few hundred people, it appears to be an insurmountable challenge. Qiuyu interjected. Young master, we cannot calculate it that way. There are also retired veterans, in addition to conscripts, police officers, firefighters, and so forth. After reflecting on her words, Shenfeng responded. While those individuals possess commendable physical attributes and combat skills, have you considered the sheer number of zombies in our city? Upon hearing this, Qiuyu's pupils dilated in realization. There are only 16 cities in the nation with populations exceeding 10 million, with the capital having approximately 39 million residents. Qingping City ranks fourth, with around 23 million inhabitants. It is vital to note that only the top 5 cities boast populations exceeding 20 million. The 6th place already drops to 18 million, and the subsequent 6 cities barely surpass 10 million. Thus, even in the most favorable conditions, there are at least 20 million zombies. In other words, Qingping City currently has a maximum of 230,000 survivors. Conversely, if we assume the official figure of less than 1% survival among ordinary people, Qingping City may have only about 200,000 survivors. This is the reality of the apocalypse. Shenfeng could not help but lament. Though Shenfeng was accustomed to violence and indifferent to human life, the starkness of these cold figures was brutally harsh. A city of over 20 million, reduced to a mere 20,000 in just a few days? The despair and horror are unimaginable. Xiaqiu-chan remained silent throughout, yet she also calculated the grim statistics. Currently, Qingping City has a minimum of 200,000 and a maximum of 2 million survivors. Xiaqiu-chan stared blankly out the window, where numerous zombies gnashed their teeth against the glass, and hordes of the undead roamed the streets. With a bitter smile, Xiaqiu-chan remarked, human life has become utterly worthless. In one day, or rather, in just 1 hour, the global human population plummeted by 90%. Humanity now exists at a mere fraction of what it once was before the apocalypse. How terrifying indeed. Master, what shall we do next? Should we head directly to the base? Butler's son inquired from the driver's seat. The base? Xiaqiu-chan looked at Shenfeng in surprise. What does the base mean? Unaware of Xiaqiu-chan's thoughts, Shenfeng gazed out the window and stated, First, let us proceed to the broadcasting building in the center of Qingping City. Understood. Young master. Butler's son did not immediately comprehend Shenfeng's intention to visit the broadcasting building, but as the steward, his duty was to fulfill the orders of his master without question. As the vehicle navigated through the streets, Shenfeng observed the increasing number of zombies outside and smiled wickedly. With the military reduced to a mere few hundred, they cannot save the people of this city. Then allow me to be the one to rescue them. In Shenfeng's base, even if there were 100,000 people, they could be accommodated with ease, and the resources available were abundantly plentiful. However, while there are resources and locations available, there is a glaring absence of people. The broadcast from the Daxia government sparked an idea in Shenfeng. If the Daxia officials can transmit messages, so can I. Even individuals lacking in strength or intellect can serve as laborers or reproductive vessels. As the vehicle sped along, a cunning and treacherous face was reflected in the window. Chapter 56. The Signal Tower in the City Center. On the streets, an SUV sped by, attracting the attention of many. Who could that be? Driving an SUV like they're the king of the road? If I had that vehicle, I would certainly head out of the city. Yet here they are, driving straight in. Are they seeking their doom? Such envy and jealousy coursed through the onlookers. Help! Help me! I'm light and easy to push over. Brother, lend me a hand. I can adopt any posture. The cry for assistance echoed through the air. The recent announcement from the Daxia government had indeed emboldened some to venture out of their rooms, yet these bold souls were but a handful. The majority remained entrenched in their homes, unwilling to step outside until their food supplies were depleted. In simpler terms, they would not budge until they had consumed every last morsel. However, let it be known that if one were to wait a month before venturing out, they might as well resign themselves to fate. Though the zombies of today are feeble, who can predict the strength they may possess a month hence? One must not forget that within Qingnan Third University, upgraded zombies had already begun to emerge by the very next day. Buzzing, clearly. Neither the curses nor the pleas for help could deter Shen Feng and his companions. In the next moment, creak, with the sound of a sudden halt. The SUV skidded to a stop, leaving behind 2 long tire tracks on the ground. The passengers lurched forward uncontrollably, but soon regained their composure. Young master, we cannot proceed. Butler's son remarked sternly as he surveyed the scene before them. Shen Feng looked up, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the towering signal tower in the city center. A magnificent structure reaching 400 meters into the sky, this was their intended destination. Yet, at this moment, the street ahead was completely blocked by zombies, rendering their vehicle immobile. Let us not forget, this was a city teeming with over 20 million zombies. Although many remained trapped within buildings, the streets were far from empty. And the closer one ventured toward the city center, the greater the horde became. A glance revealed a stark delineation ahead, within the line lay Shen Feng and his companions, surrounded by a manageable number of zombies. Beyond it, however, the density of the undead seemed to rival that of 2 bustling scenarios. First, students flocking to and from school. Second, a supermarket announcing a massive sale. One could easily fathom the sheer number of zombies lurking ahead. Roar. The abrupt sound of the SUV's braking had attracted the attention of the zombies, who began to rush toward them, not waiting for Shen Feng's command. Butler's son immediately reversed the vehicle, executing a perfect drift as they turned around. The SUV sped away from the signal tower. What shall we do now, young master? Butler's son inquired as he maneuvered the vehicle. Find a place to park and abandon the car, Shen Feng replied calmly. Understood, Butler's son affirmed, weaving through the city streets. To everyone's astonishment, he led the zombie horde in a circle, only to return to their original location. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Butler's son drove the SUV directly into a supermarket. Young master, we are less than a kilometer from the central broadcasting building. If we proceed further, we risk being surrounded by the zombies. It would be prudent to disembark here, Butler's son suggested. Agreed. Let us exit the vehicle. Shen Feng nodded in agreement. As they stepped out, he beheld thousands of zombies pouring in from the shattered entrance of the supermarket. Ah, another grenade wasted. Shen Feng sighed, tossing a grenade that obliterated the already broken door. The explosion was deafening, but the debris from the blast effectively sealed off the path between Shen Feng and Apos, S group, and the approaching zombies. If the undead wished to enter, they would have to take the long way around. Yet, by the time they attempted to do so, Shen Feng and his companions would be long gone. Wow. What a formidable weapon! Findler exclaimed in awe. Leona shuddered at the grenade's power. She felt that if it exploded within 5 meters of her, her survival would be in grave jeopardy. The human race is truly terrifying. Leona's pupils contracted in quiet alarm. Suddenly, a series of growls erupted from behind them. It turned out that a small number of zombies had already occupied the supermarket. A quick glance revealed merely 20 or 30 of them, an inconsequential threat to Shen Feng and his companions. Thus, Shen Feng did not need to intervene. Xiaoyu and Findler swiftly dispatched the feeble undead. After eliminating that small group of zombies, they began searching for the supermarket's back exit. During their search, Shen Feng spoke up. Leona, this sword is of little use to me. Since you possess the fire affinity, would you care to take it? Leona shook her head. Young master, I prefer to fight with my claws. Indeed, my apologies for the oversight. Shen Feng nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. He would reprimand subordinates for disobedience, yet he would never force them to wield something that did not suit them. Besides her fire affinity, Leona also possessed a lion transformation ability, making her best suited to utilize her natural claws as weapons. To ask a lion to wield a sword would be absurd. Chuckling softly at the fiery blade in his palm, Shen Feng never imagined he would hold such an artifact. yet none would claim it. Though he too possessed a fire affinity, his red lotus heart flame leaned more towards introspection rather than offensive prowess. Both the flame blade and the azure frost sword drew their power from their wielder, which meant that even if Shen Feng were to wield the flame blade, it would likely become a mere decorative piece. To illustrate, multiplying 0 by any number results in 0. Shen Feng and Amp, Oppo's red lotus heart flame lacked offensive capacity, and consequently, wielding the flame blade would yield no greater power. Moreover, Shen Feng had never been particularly fond of using swords. After some contemplation, he finally shook his head and said, "Very well, once we return to the base and our numbers grow, there will surely be someone who can put this sword to good use. I shall consider it a reward for my subordinates." After searching the supermarket for a while, they soon discovered the back door. Perhaps the explosion at the front had attracted too much attention, for the rear was surprisingly free of zombies. This fortuitous circumstance worked in Shen Feng's favor. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with an overwhelming number of zombies just 100 meters away. "Young master, while the number of zombies near the entrance has decreased slightly, it appears that every square meter out there is occupied by at least one zombie. We cannot proceed." Butler's son frowned. Shen Feng mirrored his frown, feeling quite helpless. His goal was to reach the broadcasting station in the city center, where the signal tower stood, to encourage survivors to make their way to the base he had established. Yet, it seemed that his plans were doomed before they could even begin. Gazing at the densely packed zombies in the distance, Shen Feng fell into deep contemplation. The signal tower in the city center was a destination he could not forego. He must devise a comprehensive strategy. Chapter 57. How could the hands of capitalists be devoid of blood? The back door of the supermarket. Shen Feng and his companions found themselves utterly trapped in this position. Glancing at the distant signal tower, a sense of despondency washed over him. He had initially believed that driving would allow them to pass directly. Yet in just 3 short days, the streets of the city had been overrun by the undead. Along their journey, the number of zombies on the outskirts of the city had not been overwhelming, but here in the city center, they were rampant. It was nearly impossible to walk, let alone drive. Frowning at the horde in the distance, Shen Feng then surveyed the space between the buildings and declared, "Let us return to the supermarket." Upon their return, he added, "Everyone, search for ropes or similar items. We shall and Amp, Oppos, fly and Amp, Oppos, over from the rooftop." "Understood, young master," the group replied in unison, and one by one, they began their quest for sturdy ropes within the supermarket. Such menial labor was beneath Shen Feng, of course. It is worth noting that his notion of flying was not akin to the effortless flight of birds, but rather the utilization of a grappling hook to traverse between the towering edifices. The grappling hook has a storied past. Many ancient assassins and rogues employed it. Today, with the aid of technology, it has evolved into a remarkably convenient tool. However, despite having prepared the launching mechanism for the grappling hook, Shen Feng had not packed an ample supply of ropes, compelling him to instruct his companions to search for durable ropes within the supermarket. "Oh, by the way, the supplies are with Xiaqiu-chan," Shen Feng called out. Then with hands in his pockets, he made his way to the top floor of the supermarket. This particular establishment was quite expansive, boasting 3 stories. But the building itself towered over 20 stories high, reaching heights of 60 to 70 meters. In fact, in this central urban area, few buildings fell below 50 meters. Such terrain was a crucial factor in enabling Shen Feng to make his daring crossing. As the other 5 searched for ropes, Shen Feng leisurely ascended the stairs. Although only 3 days had passed, many construction workers had ceased their labor, resulting in widespread power outages across the city. With the elevators out of service, he was left with no choice but to take the stairs. The dimly lit and empty stairwell echoed with the sound of his footsteps. As he climbed, Shen Feng contemplated his next move. First, he would head to the broadcasting station and publicize the location of his base to the entire city of Qingping. Typically, in apocalyptic narratives, protagonists conceal their strongholds, fearing discovery. However, Shen Feng took the opposite approach, intending to reveal his base's location openly. It must be said, his actions were indeed peculiar. Initially, Shen Feng had harbored reservations about this plan, fearing that his base might be seized by military forces. Yet after the announcement from the Daxia government, he felt liberated. With only a few hundred soldiers remaining in the vicinity of Qingping City, and with a fortified base surrounded by high walls in his possession, who could possibly breach it? Of course, while the military possessed formidable weaponry, including tanks and aircraft, and despite their dwindling numbers, They could potentially mount a direct assault on Shun Feng's defenses. But would they truly wish to damage his base? A forced entry would lead to chaos, rendering any takeover futile, as they would need the base intact for their own use. Thus, even if the military were to attack, they would likely refrain from deploying overwhelming force. Others would behave similarly, implying that even if they sought to seize Shun Feng's stronghold, they would avoid violent measures. In this manner, Shen Feng found himself in an inherently advantageous position. Moreover, even if adversaries managed to infiltrate, he had a basement to retreat to. The vital elements of his base were concealed underground, and while Qiuyu and Butler Sun were aware of some aspects of the entrance, only Shen Feng knew how to operate the mechanisms for opening and closing it. What? You ask about the fate of the creator of these mechanisms? Naturally, Shen Feng had discreetly seen to their demise. Thus, he felt no fear of others attempting to seize his base. Consequently, he hoped for as many survivors as possible. Even those lacking skills or combat prowess could serve as breeding machines. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, population numbers are of paramount importance. Shen Feng pondered whether this endeavor might be excessive. He stroked his chin, musing, "After all, I have constructed 4 massive walls in the eastern city. One would think this peculiar event would have circulated through the internet by now. Is it truly possible that anyone in the city remains unaware of my base?" After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. "Never mind, it is still worth a visit. Perhaps some do not engage with the internet, or others simply do not care. Maybe some know of the base's existence but are unaware of its location in the eastern part of the city. Therefore, this mission remains essential." As he ascended, he reflected. Once the location of the base is made public, those who venture forth may be cultivated into warriors for the future. The Daxiao announcement conveyed the horrors of the catastrophe, while Shen Feng would offer them tangible hope. However, opportunity favors the brave. Should they proactively seek out the base, he would not hesitate to extend certain privileges to them and groom them as future defenders of the stronghold. Conversely, should they remain passive, merely awaiting his rescue, barring exceptional abilities, they would be relegated to mere breeding machines or the lowest tier of laborers. A smirk played upon Shen Feng's lips, a blend of charm and coldness. In the wake of the apocalypse, unless one were exceptionally clever or powerful, a solitary individual held little value, yet numbers were of utmost significance. For history has repeatedly shown that sheer numbers often determine victory. Some might denounce Shen Feng and Appo's actions as repugnant. Yet, how could the hands of capitalists ever be free of blood? Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past him. With a resounding thud, Shen Feng felt a blow to his head from a wooden club, caught off guard by the ambush. Shen Feng had been lost in thought and failed to notice his surroundings. However, having ascended to the second tier of power, he was far from being easily dispatched by a mere stick. He lifted his head, his expression darkening as he regarded the man who had unexpectedly appeared beside him. Chapter 58. Provoking me? Go to hell. How utterly humiliating. Shen Feng said coldly, his face darkened. If this were to be known by others, they might burst into laughter. Wouldn't they? Yet, I must admit, I have become a bit too complacent, daring to lose focus all on my own. However, who could have anticipated that amidst the multitude of zombies in the supermarket, there could still be survivors? What? The man wielding a wooden stick stared at the unresponsive Shen Feng, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. A normal person struck on the head would at least stagger back a couple of steps, wouldn't they? Yet, Shen Feng displayed no reaction whatsoever. What on earth? As the man trembled with fear, Shen Feng suddenly extended his hand and seized the man's neck. You have quite the audacity, Shen Feng said, his face cold and unyielding, with veins protruding from his arms, a testament to his immense anger. Humiliation, pure humiliation. This is my disgrace. In Shen Feng's frigid gaze, the man's profile was reflected. Name, Wei Ping, male, 18 years, level, first order level 5, talent powers, none, fate destiny, an inconspicuous pawn. White, life script, 1 day later. He encounters a little girl in a neighboring doll store, and both are subsequently killed by a powerful monster. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the girl's father is none other than the future renowned sniper, Li Hong. Upon seeing the man's profile, Shen Feng was momentarily taken aback. As the chairman of a vast corporation, he could be furious, but he must not act on impulse. Thus he quickly focused on the little girl mentioned in Wei Ping's script, more specifically on the father of that little girl. A perfect shot? A sniper? This is intriguing. Shen Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, Wei Ping screamed, then began to plead. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. You all came in such numbers. I was frightened, so I had to strike first. And look, You're unharmed, aren't you? I was careful. At most, I would have only injured you. I wouldn't kill you. At these words, Shen Feng let out a cold laugh and then grabbed Wei Peng's right arm. Injured? That blow you delivered, even if it were a first-order level 7 individual, would surely lead to unconsciousness. You dare to claim you were careful? With a slight exertion of his left hand, a sharp crack echoed as Shen Feng broke Wei Peng's right arm, causing a look of excruciating pain to contort his face. Crack. Following this, Shen Feng employed the same method to snap Wei Peng's left arm. Wei Peng screamed, his eyes filled with profound fear and regret. What had he done to provoke Shen Feng? Even if Shen Feng's group was large, even if they had firearms, even if they had beautiful women. What was he thinking? They clearly looked like they were just passing through, yet he had the audacity to attempt to extort them? Now, he had paid with his life. Wei Peng gasped. Even as pain threatened to overwhelm him, he struggled against his suffering, drenched in cold sweat. Big brother, are you satisfied now? Just let me go. I swear, I will never do it again. Shen Feng scoffed disdainfully, then dragged Wei Peng towards the window. At this, Wei Peng seemed to grasp the impending doom, fearfully shouting, No, please. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Don't feed me to the zombies. Unmoved by Wei Peng's cries, Shen Feng expressionlessly pushed him out the window. Then, with a gentle release of his right hand, Wei Peng plummeted downwards. Feeling the sudden loss of weight, Wei Peng stood frozen for a moment, unable to fathom that such cold-hearted individuals existed in the world. Was it really necessary to react this way just because he struck him once? If he intended to kill him, that would be one thing. But to use him as bait for zombies? As he descended, Wei Peng cursed into the air. I curse you to a miserable death. You wretched scum. You shall undoubtedly die pierced by 1,000 arrows. After your death, you will surely descend into the depths of hell and suffer endlessly. You. Bang. Wei Peng hit the ground, and in that instant, countless zombies surged forward, tearing into him. The sounds of his screams, curses, and the horrific sounds of tearing flesh filled the air. Shen Feng closed his eyes, slightly tilting his head back, his ears attuned to the cacophony. To him, the chaotic symphony of sounds resembled the most exquisite piano piece, melodious and enchanting. After several minutes, the tumultuous noise gradually subsided. With the absence of a sound source, the zombies became restless again. Unaware of his fate, Shen Feng observed the grotesque remains of Wei Peng being devoured, a cold smile gracing his lips as he continued his ascent to the rooftop. Perhaps Shen Feng would not resort to exterminating an entire family merely because someone glanced at him. However, should anyone dare to strike him, regardless of the severity, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Under certain circumstances, he might even seek to eradicate their entire lineage. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, Shen Feng could not spare the resources to investigate Wei Peng's family, so he reluctantly chose to let them be. Nonetheless, it was entirely possible that Wei Peng's family had already turned into zombies, given the staggering conversion rate of 90%. After disposing of Wei Peng, Shen Feng no longer allowed himself to be distracted. Although individuals of first-order level 5 were unlikely to pose a lethal threat to him, he was determined to avoid any further unwarranted ambushes. Reflecting on Wei Peng's recent actions, he cursed inwardly, what a stroke of bad luck. If given the chance, Shen Feng would truly relish finding Wei Peng's family, breaking their fingers one by one, flaying their skin, and finally using their bones to brew wine. Of course, Shen Feng was not depraved enough to drink bone wine, but who said he couldn't brew it for animals instead? Evidently, while Shen Feng may not be the archetypal mindless villain, it cannot be denied that he embodies the essence of arrogance, recklessness, and audacity. And these descriptors barely scratch the surface. In truth, 5 years ago, Shen Feng, though somewhat headstrong, was not as extreme, irritable, or murderous. However, after the tragic demise of his parents 5 years prior, his demeanor transformed, akin to an eagle that is broken free from its cage, unstoppable and unrestrained. In Shen Feng's eyes, humanity could be divided into 3 categories: subordinates, useful individuals, and the useless. Perhaps this was why, upon the arrival of Xia Qiuchan to his team, the very first thing Shen Feng did was to assert his dominance over her. In Shen Feng's perspective, Xia Qiuchan possessed considerable potential. Yet her attractive exterior was also a temptation, meant to be indulged in. It can also be said that Shen Feng harbored an inherently selfish mindset. Good things, valuable items, beautiful people, almost belong to him. It is undeniable that Shen Feng truly lives up to the moniker of a villain. With such a disposition, the heavens would never choose him as the protagonist. By the way, through the script altered for the second time by Tang Shan. we can discern that there are deeper secrets surrounding the death of Shinfeng's parents. Clearly, this mastermind has opened a Pandora's box. Chapter 59, The Portly Blade Sharpening Man. On the rooftop, Shinfeng's gaze drifted towards a nearby residential building. From Wei Ping's life script, Shinfeng learned that within that very structure, a little girl was ensnared. And her father would eventually become a remarkably precise sniper. Yet, a mere sniper's daughter. Shinfeng shook his head and coldly remarked. It was abundantly clear that he had no intention of rescuing the girl at that moment. For her sole value to him lay in her potential to win over the sniper. In Shinfeng's assessment, a sniper was hardly worth altering his current course of action for her sake. When I return to fetch the vehicle, should you still be alive? I may as well rescue you then. So, good luck. Evidently, Shinfeng was oblivious to the extraordinary potential of a naturally gifted sharpshooter. He seemed to believe that snipers were akin to ordinary folk, with sufficient ammunition that could be nurtured into excellence. It is essential to recognize that most individuals who ascend to the pinnacle in various domains possess remarkable innate talent, rendering mere effort futile in the face of genius. For instance, in a particular war, despite an army's antiquated weaponry, a notable number of sharpshooters emerged, capable of dispatching an enemy with merely 2 shots. What? Some casual observers may dismiss this as simplicity? Pray tell, these individuals had not undergone training and lacked scopes. They were thrust into the fray with no preparation. Can you assure me that you could hit even 1 target out of 2 shots? How audacious you are. Thus, in this world, effort pales in comparison to innate talent. Of course, this does not imply that the victories of any military solely stem from the soldier's talents. It merely highlights that, in many instances, talent outweighs effort significantly. This must be added for the sake of those overly sensitive individuals. As Shinfeng's attention returned, it became apparent that he did not share this view. At that moment, he was intently observing the broadcasting building not far off. Young master, we found the ropes. Before long, others arrived carrying ropes. Xiaqiu-chan, Qiuyu. And Butler's son brought ordinary ropes, while Findler and Leona presented steel cables, which was rather absurd. Well, my brother and I thought this looked quite similar to a rope. So we brought it, Leona said, her cheeks flushed. In the secret realm, Leona had always exuded a commanding presence, yet here she appeared somewhat bashful. Especially upon seeing that others had brought ordinary ropes, leaving her feeling somewhat deflated. Shinfeng shook his head. It matters not. The steel cable is even sturdier. Indeed. It was inconsequential. As long as the rope was sufficiently robust to form a bridge between the 2 buildings, it sufficed. After a brief respite, the group utilized their grappling hooks to traverse between the towering edifices. Their physical prowess was on par with well-trained soldiers, thus no unforeseen incidents transpired. However, Xiaqiu-chan seemed to have a fear of heights, trembling noticeably as she navigated along the rope. Just don't look down, Qiuyu advised. Taking a deep breath, Xiaqiu-chan resolved to gaze upwards at the rope in her palms, her body rigid as she crawled to the other side. Without encountering any zombies, the group soon approached the broadcasting building in the city center. The structure soared over 300 meters tall, with 2/3 of its height occupied by a signal tower, while the remaining third housed a square building, which was Shinfeng's intended destination. The group glided down upon the rooftop of the building. With a resounding thud, Shinfeng kicked open the rooftop door and stepped cautiously into the interior of the broadcasting building. I hope there are still survivors, he murmured. Given that neither he nor the others possessed knowledge of the building and Oppo's layout or broadcasting equipment, the presence of any living staff would be immensely beneficial. As the group descended the floors, they were perplexed to discover that the number of zombies within the building was remarkably scarce. A 100-meter-tall edifice should have housed no fewer than 700 to 800 individuals, and with a 90% conversion rate to zombies, several hundred should have roamed the halls. Yet, Shinfeng and his companions encountered not a single undead creature. Truly peculiar. Young master, there's a map here. Butler's son pointed to a bulletin board. Shinfeng approached and remarked, I see. The first 5 floors are for reception, while floors 5 to 10 are for recording. Floors 25 to 30 pertain to broadcasting. Let us proceed to the 30th floor. The group continued downward, and upon reaching the 30th floor, they found it still shrouded in silence. With no other option, they pressed onward. Upon reaching the 26th floor, they suddenly heard a strange noise. Scrape, scrape. The eerie sound echoed throughout the vast building, sending shivers down their spines. Xiaqiu-chan frowned. What an unsettling sound. After a moment's contemplation, Qiuyu stated, Young master, that noise bears a resemblance to knife sharpening. Butler's son nodded in agreement. Young master, although I have never sharpened a knife, this indeed sounds like it. How curious that someone would be sharpening knives here. Leona and Finler were bewildered, unfamiliar with the sound of knife sharpening. Why dwell on it? Let us descend and investigate. Shenfeng chuckled. Now on the third day of the apocalypse. Shenfeng and his companions had first visited the third hospital before leaping from the rooftop to arrive at the city center's broadcasting building. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Although the sunlight outside remained bright, the unoccupied broadcasting building reverberated with the chilling sound of knife sharpening, inducing a genuinely haunting atmosphere. Were a frail woman present, she might have been frightened to tears. However, with a robust group and formidable strength, Shenfeng and his companions were unfazed by such sounds. Following the noise, they advanced and soon discovered a plump man's silhouette in a room with an open door on the 25th floor. Despite not concealing their footsteps, the rotund figure appeared oblivious to their presence, continuing his sharpening. The man repeatedly placed a kitchen knife against the sharpening stone, occasionally adding water. Upon closer inspection, they noticed several other kitchen knives beside him, at least 10 in total. Intriguing, Shenfeng murmured. His curiosity was piqued. Naturally, because he glimpsed the intriguing life script of this portly individual. Chapter 60. The Enlightened Xiaqiu-chan. Name: Wen Shui. Male. 32 years old. Level: First Order. Level 6. Talent Ability: Flame, Manifestation, Fate Destiny, Culinary God Gold, Butcher, Gold, Grateful and Gracious Purple, Loyal and Righteous Purple, Suicide Black. Life script: 3 days hence. Eliminate everyone within the skyscraper, then take his own life. Shenfeng clasped his hands protectively before his chest, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the rotund figure before him with keen interest. A culinary god and butcher of golden fate? Dual talents of flame and manifestation? How curious it is that such a person would succumb to suicide. Truly fascinating. Beside him, Finral approached with curiosity, moving with a swiftness akin to a flash. In an instant, he appeared beside the hefty man like a gust of wind. Wow, is this sharpening? It certainly seems sharper. Finral remarked inquisitively. Brother, come back. Leona admonished. Their young master may not appreciate their impulsive actions, prompting Leona to urge Finral to return promptly. Meanwhile, Butler's son seemed to sense Leona's concerns and interjected. Do not fret excessively. If the young master has assigned you a task, it is imperative you complete it swiftly. The young master will not concern himself with the methods you employ, as long as the task is fulfilled. Conversely, should the young master not have given you a mission, you are free to act as you wish. We have a base in the eastern part of the city. Upon your return, you may even venture out for a stroll. However, given the current dangers of the world, it is best to refrain from wandering aimlessly. Upon hearing this, Leona's understanding dawned, and she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the clarification, Butler. Butler's son appreciated Leona's demeanor, believing that with some guidance, she might one day inherit his role. Thus, he added, in the future, should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me directly. Leona's face brightened at his words. Coming from a secret realm, they were often oblivious to many matters. And Leona, reluctant to speak up, felt troubled by Finral's unyielding curiosity, which rendered him indifferent to subjects of no interest to him. Hence, Leona often found herself in a quandary. Previously, it was not that she did not wish to speak, but rather a fear of saying the wrong thing. Now, with Butler's son's invitation to ask questions, she boldly declared, I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Butler. Butler's son regarded Leona with a kind smile. The chatter of the group was unabashed, yet the rotund man seemed oblivious, continuing to sharpen his knife with obstinate focus. After finishing with the knife in his hand, he lifted the hefty cleaver, examined it momentarily, then tossed it aside, raising both hands and closing his eyes. In the next instant, another cleaver appeared in his grasp, seemingly identical to the previous one but lacking sharpness, as if it had not been honed at all. Ah, so this is the talent of manifestation? Shenfeng mused. The ability to bring one's imagination into reality. This talent is indeed formidable. Contemplating this, Shenfeng felt a surge of admiration for such a gift. With such talent and fate, what could possibly drive one to suicide? Xiaoyu stepped forward, exclaiming, Fatty, what are you doing here? Do you have any idea where the others have gone? The mention of others seemed to pique Wen Shui and Appos' interest, as he replied without turning. If you are referring to those who have transformed into monsters, they are all trapped below the 10th floor, and it seems they have likely fled the building. If you mean the survivors still in this building, to my knowledge, there are approximately 20 or 30 who remain alive, and they are situated on the 20th floor. Xiaoyu's expression brightened at this news, and she inquired, are there staff members among them? Those capable of operating the broadcasting equipment? There should be. But I cannot be certain, when Shui replied nonchalantly. He then resumed sharpening the knife he held. Shen Feng asked, "Would you mind sharing your story with us?" When Shui and Appo's body tensed momentarily, but he quickly masked it, responding, "What story could I possibly have? That is for you to know. In this apocalyptic scenario, perhaps your loved ones have been slain or humiliated, or perhaps you had a vendetta against someone prior to this calamity. Otherwise." Shen Feng leaned closer to Wen Shui, a smile playing on his lips. "Why do you wish to kill them before taking your own life?" Wen Shui halted his movements entirely, lifting his gaze to meet Shen Feng and Appo's. His brow furrowed in confusion. "How do you know that I intend to commit suicide after killing them?" At the entrance, Xiaqiu-chan was taken aback. Indeed, how did Shen Feng know? Qiu Yu and Butler's son, however, appeared unfazed, having been informed by Shen Feng earlier at the school gate that he possessed the ability to foresee the future. Xiaqiu-chan turned to glance at the impassive expressions of Qiu Yu and Butler's son, suddenly realizing something. She asked, "Does Shen Feng possess a talent for foresight? Or something akin to it?" At last, Xiaqiu-chan grasped the peculiarities surrounding Shen Feng. Butler's son and Qiu Yu exchanged knowing smiles, refraining from directly confirming her suspicion. But at that moment, Xiaqiu-chan was already convinced that Shen Feng indeed possessed a talent reminiscent of prophecy. "What was my original future?" Xiaqiu-chan murmured. And then a realization struck her. Shen Feng and Appo's presence had undoubtedly accelerated the progression of certain events, but it was evident that in her original fate, she would have been killed by those classmates she had saved. Xiaqiu-chan let out a bitter laugh, remarking, "I thought they merely wished me harm, but did not intend to take my life. Now it seems those bystanders among my classmates are equally deserving of death." During her time at school, Xiaqiu-chan had only slain the 5 principal offenders, sparing the other onlookers. However, in hindsight, she realized her mercy may have been misplaced. Xiaqiu-chan closed her eyes, unable to suppress thoughts of the past few days. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her resolve strengthened. If Shen Feng had saved her due to her usefulness, then, if she were of no value, what right would she have to expect someone to save her? Xiaqiu-chan seemed to awaken to a profound truth, murmuring to herself. Upon reflection, if it were not Shen Feng rescuing her, but another young man, would he not harbor ulterior motives? Therefore, regardless of appearance, character, or even talent, those deemed without value are destined to be cast aside. Chapter 61. Is the end of handsome men fatness? What I have done in recent days has indeed been rather foolish. Xiaqiu-chan murmured to herself, then gazed at her hands. Vaguely, she even perceived large patches of blood appearing on her palms. Since I am already stained with blood, it is evident that I cannot withdraw unscathed. In that case, Xiaqiu-chan lifted her head and looked at Shen Feng, smiling as she remarked, "Since it is the end of the world, surely the executioner will outlive the saint." From that moment on, Xiaqiu-chan found herself no longer harboring hatred for Shen Feng. She realized that Qiu Yu was right. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it is not difficult for women to depend on men. Although Shen Feng and Appo's previous actions were not commendable, who would grant you the luxury of time to accept such circumstances after the end? Can one plead with the heavens, saying, "Wait, allow me a moment to react before you bring about the apocalypse"? Can one ask the zombies, "Excuse me, could you hold on a moment? I am still processing this. Could you charge at me a little later?" Clearly, the answer is no. No one will afford you the time to adjust to the advent of doom. You can only be compelled to accept it. Moreover, some matters indeed reflect Xiaqiu-chan's stubbornness. While Shen Feng may have been too forceful with her, what if he had not been? Would other male classmates not have acted in kind? Perhaps her fate could have been even more tragic. In the present moment, Xiaqiu-chan raised her head to glance at Shen Feng, smiling as she declared, "Though there are no feelings between us, given his proud character, I need not worry about being bullied by other men before his demise." Xiaqiu-chan was somewhat self-deprecating, yet her thoughts were not entirely unfounded. However, this notion rests on a crucial premise, that Shen Feng sincerely accepts Xiaqiu-chan. Take Qiu Yu, for instance. Shen Feng had raised her from a young age, initially regarding her as a sister, but eventually taking her into his embrace. He would never allow another man to lay a finger on her. To put it bluntly, Shen Feng has come to regard Qiu Yu as his own cherished possession. Nevertheless, Shen Feng often indulged in the company of actresses and nurses. Who can guarantee that these women are virtuous? Thus, for such individuals, Shen Feng merely seeks fleeting pleasures. with each party pursuing their own desires and returning to their respective homes afterward. Consequently, if Xiao-Chan desires Shenfeng to treat her as he treats Qiuyu, she must secure a significant place in his heart. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Meanwhile, when Xue looked at Shenfeng in astonishment and inquired, "How did you know I intended to take my own life after killing them?" He could not comprehend why Shenfeng was privy to his forthcoming actions. Shenfeng smiled faintly, gesturing towards the cleaver in the chubby man and Appo's hand, and remarked, "Arin and Appo's, you also capable of conjuring a cleaver out of thin air?" When Xue glanced at the cleaver he held, realization dawning upon him. "So, it is a talent akin to foresight? Truly extraordinary." Shenfeng chuckled. "ISN and Appo's, your ability to materialize equally remarkable? Indeed, my talent is not lacking." When Xue nodded, brimming with pride, "Do not underestimate the cleaver the first have conjured. It may not be sharp yet, but that is merely due to my lack of mastery over this skill. Give me some time, and I might just conjure a sharp long weapon." When Xue spoke with considerable pride, much like Butler's son, who, despite the current limitations in the number, distance, and activation time of his portals, would undoubtedly become invaluable as his level increases. When Xue's ability could be of significant use even in the early stages, and it would only grow stronger as time progressed. Therefore, Shenfeng nodded slightly and asked, "May I inquire why you wish to take your own life? I cannot believe someone like you is oblivious to the current situation." When Xue offered a bitter smile, "I am fully aware that we are in the midst of an apocalypse. My talent could allow me to thrive in this new world. Yet, once I exact my revenge, there is truly nothing left in this world that I hold dear." "Revenge? How intriguing. Did something happen to your wife, family, or friends? Oh, must you pry into my affairs?" When Xue sighed, Shenfeng replied, "You are a chef, and I am quite eager for you to join my base." Upon seeing Wen Xue, Shenfeng became acutely aware of a pressing issue. While his constructed stronghold possessed ample resources, it was critically lacking in one essential aspect: people. Initially, Shenfeng believed that mere force would suffice. However, upon reflection, he recognized that brute strength alone would not suffice. Professions such as doctors, chefs, and blacksmiths are essential for survival. Even if this apocalypse is one of superpowers, who can guarantee that such professions will be rendered useless? Therefore, Shenfeng deemed it necessary to gather elites from various fields. For instance, who could assure him that his base would not require expansion in the future? Yes, he must begin by recruiting essential workers, starting with a chef. Sigh, very well. When Xue sighed, and then produced a photograph, handing it to Shenfeng. Upon receiving it, Shenfeng beheld 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, a quintessential anime protagonist trio. The 2 men donned military uniforms, standing tall and imposing, while the woman appeared youthful. She could more accurately be described as a girl, with bright eyes and a sweet smile. "So do both of you fancy this woman?" Shenfeng instinctively queried, envisioning a scenario of jealousy leading to conflict, reminiscent of countless Clitch D dramas. When Xue shook his head solemnly, "The man in the middle is my comrade, and the girl is his daughter. While you could say there is affection, it is certainly not in the manner you assume." "Wait," Shenfeng abruptly interrupted, pointing at another robust man in the photograph, who appeared neither overweight nor chubby. "Do not tell me this is you?" Shenfeng's tone was one of incredulity, for the man in the photograph, though well-built, bore a handsome visage. In contrast, the chubby man before him weighed at least 200 pounds, if not 300. Now, he was being told they were the same person? When Xue chuckled, "That was me 10 years ago. Some can gain 50 to 60 pounds in 4 or 5 years. This is not unusual." Shenfeng shrugged. "All right, please proceed." Though he said this, Shenfeng continued to glance back and forth between Wen Xue and the photograph multiple times. Qiuyu and the others also gathered around, scrutinizing the image repeatedly. Finally, everyone could not help but exclaim, "Time indeed ages us. Merely 10 years can transform a strong and handsome youth into a portly figure." Chapter 62. I will assist you in killing, and you shall follow me from now on. In truth, I have a semblance of understanding regarding your thoughts, although they may not be as mundane as you imagine. The narrative that envelopes us is indeed not as intricate as it appears. When Xue reflected for a moment before speaking, "I enlisted in the military 15 years ago, at the tender age of 17. My comrades, on the other hand, were a decade my senior. Thus, while we referred to each other as comrades, in reality, he was my old squad leader." The photograph was taken a decade prior, when I was merely 22 and my squad leader was 32, with his daughter just 12. We were all in the prime of our lives. When Shui tilted his head back, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if reminiscing fondly about those days. Yet, before long, a sigh escaped him as he continued, but then calamity struck. It was perhaps a few months after that photograph was taken. The troops were deployed on a mission, and during that operation, my squad leader perished. A bittersweet smile emerged on Wen Shui's face, tears welling in his eyes. Despite the passage of 10 years, the memory of that event always stirred a deep sorrow within him. Not for any trivial reason, but because his squad leader had sacrificed himself to protect him. If given the chance, I would gladly have taken my squad leader's place in death. After all, I am but a solitary figure, whereas he had a family. How could I ever face his daughter? How could I confront his wife? When Shui and Appo's voice trembled. His eyes reddened. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng, along with Qiuyu and Butler's son, maintained a stoic demeanor. Perhaps when Shui's words were poignant and his tale heart-wrenching. Yet it bore no relevance to Shinfeng and his companions. Unless it directly impacted them, it remained merely a narrative, devoid of factual weight. As for Xiaqiuchan, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she stood silently by, choosing not to speak. When Shui continued, choking back sobs, "Thus, I vowed to protect my squad leader's daughter. However, upon my return from military service, I discovered that she too had met a tragic fate." The group was taken aback. What a cruel twist of fate. A father lost in the throes of war, and now his daughter as well. What could possibly account for such misfortune? They remained attentive as Wen Shui unfolded his story. I could not comprehend how a girl barely in her teens could die in the city. Therefore, I embarked on an investigation. Yet, I was but a mere individual, and despite my efforts, I unearthed little of substance. A bitter expression marred Wen Shui's features. He was an ordinary man, even after his discharge. He was no commander or general, merely a common soldier. However, in the next moment, an expression of rage ignited within him as he declared, "But eventually, I located the coroner who had examined my comrade's daughter." Under duress, he finally divulged a fragment of information. Tears streamed down Wen Shui's face as he sorrowfully recounted. Initially, the public report stated that my comrade and Appo's daughter drowned. However, upon further investigation by the coroner, it was revealed that she had been brutally assaulted and murdered. Moreover, due to her tender age, she was incapable of enduring strenuous exertion, leading to a fatal hemorrhage. Wen Shui's voice rose in anger. "Can you fathom this? A girl not yet 15, victimized by an unknown number of perpetrators. Do you have any inkling of the shock and fury I felt upon receiving this news?" Xiaqiuchan felt a chill creep into her heart, her thoughts spiraling toward her own fate. Had she not encountered Shinfeng? Might she too have suffered a similar demise at the hands of countless men? A shiver ran through her as the horror of the situation settled in. Meanwhile, Leona observed the expressions of those present, deep in thought. Although the language spoken was familiar, the nuances were often lost on the demi-human folk, lacking systematic education. Yet, from the somber faces around her, Leona and Finler grasped a fragment of the gravity of the situation. Shinfeng nodded and inquired, "So, your adversary resides within this very building?" Wen Shui's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his cheeks as he affirmed, "Indeed. Initially, I was oblivious to the identity of the murderer, but from the coroner, I gleaned a name, Jiao Wankai." Clenching his teeth, Wen Shui seethed, as fate would have it. "He is now the director of the central station. That cannot be right." Qiuyu interjected, furrowing her brow. "To attain the position of director, one must surely be in their 40s or 50s, given the requisite experience. Is this director perhaps a pervert?" Wen Shui shook his head. "I cannot ascertain whether the director himself is a deviant, but the true perpetrator is indeed his son. Back then, he was merely the deputy director." Realization dawned upon the group. When Wen Shui's comrade's daughter met her tragic end, she was likely under 15, which suggested that her assailants were of a similar age. Thus, if the director had fathered a child at 30, he would now be around 45 or 60 years old. "I refuse to accept this." Wen Shui roared, tears marking his face. Why? Why does his son escape the consequences of such heinous crimes while he still holds the position of director? Why did my comrade's daughter have to endure such a tragic fate, devoid of truth? Wen Shui lifted his gaze. Fury etched across his features as he looked toward Shinfeng and the others. Yet, it was clear that his ire was directed not at them, but at Jiao Wankai. Qiuyu sighed. "Now I understand. So, you have been with this company for at least 5 years?" Wen Shui managed a faint smile. raising a hand to gesture the number 8 before stating, including today, it has been exactly 8 years and 5 months. A heavy silence enveloped the room. 8 years and 5 months. When Shui had endured such a lengthy tenure in this company. Under ordinary circumstances, such a duration might not be noteworthy. However, when Shui had joined this establishment with the singular purpose of uncovering the truth behind his comrade's daughter's death, what resolve? Though none asked, it was evident that when Shui had, in his own way, unearthed the truth, Shen Feng, hands tucked into his pockets, leaned against a desk and asked, "Do you believe you have the capacity to take the lives of so many?" In truth, Shen Feng was aware that when Shui possessed such capability. After all, the display on Wen Shui and Amp, Oppo's, S panel indicated, 3 days hence, eliminate everyone within this building, followed by his own demise. Shen Feng knew that Wen Shui had indeed achieved his objective. However, the question remained, did Wen Shui understand this? Thus, an opportunity presented itself for Shen Feng. I will assist you in eliminating everyone in this building, and in return, you shall follow me and relinquish your life to me. What say you? A sly smile danced upon Shen Feng's lips. Were Wen Shui merely an ordinary chef? Shen Feng might not have been so invested. Yet, this individual possessed 2 golden destinies, culinary god, gold, and butcher, gold. Such a precious gem could not be allowed to shatter prematurely. Upon hearing Shen Feng's proposition, Wen Shui hesitated. He truly questioned whether he could carry out such a massacre, pondering that the best outcome might well be mutual destruction. Finally, Wen Shui raised his head and nodded, declaring, "Very well. As long as you assist me in eradicating everyone in this building, I shall follow you henceforth." A smile of satisfaction graced Shen Feng's face. Chapter 63, From Benefactor to Foe. In the radio building on the 20th floor, a meeting room was surrounded by makeshift barriers of tables and chairs in 2 corners. A foul odor permeated the air, hinting that the group had resorted to addressing their physiological needs in those very corners over the past 3 days. Scattered across the floor were crumpled snack wrappers, and remnants of crushed biscuits could be discerned within them, while opened beverage bottles contained the dregs of what once was refreshment. Within this room, there were 22 individuals, 10 men and 12 women, representing almost every position within the company, from the cleaning staff to the receptionist and even the station director. Jia Wankai. However, at this moment, they were confronted with a grave predicament. Food had run out. To be precise, sustenance had vanished a day prior. "Director Jia, we must find a way out," one voice called out. "Indeed, Director Jia, we haven't had a drop to drink in a whole day. If this continues, we might perish from starvation." Amidst the cries and lamentations, Jia Wankai stood at the center, equally bereft of solutions. He too was desperate for a resolution. Yet, after 3 days of waiting, the only outcome had been the official expectation for them to take initiative. If I could take the initiative, would I still be here? Having navigated the system, Jia Wankai understood that one could not rely on the officials. Survival often necessitated a few more days, lest one succumb before assistance could arrive. With a heavy sigh, Jia Wankai addressed the group. "Everyone, I too wish to escape, but those in Amp, Oppo's, living dead and Amp, Oppo's, have not entirely vacated the premises, leaving us uncertain of their presence in the corridor." It was evident that Jia Wankai was unaware that these living dead were, in fact, zombies, merely using the term to describe them. A suggestion arose. Why not send security guard Fan to scout the area? Even if he could retrieve some food, it would be beneficial. At this, the group turned their hopeful gazes toward a robust man in the corner. Fan Xiao, the security guard, had played a pivotal role in their safe arrival at the meeting room. Although the specifics remained unclear, Fan Xiao's strength had inexplicably surged. 3 days prior, at the onset of the apocalypse, he had pushed through hordes of zombies, granting the others a chance to flee. However, as the days passed, their perception of Fan Xiao shifted. When someone proposed he venture out, the collective sentiment morphed into resentment. "You glutton. You consumed so much food. It's time for you to find more. Aside from your strength, what else are you good for? Since you're so powerful now, you should help us." "Yes, indeed. Let Fan Xiao go." Under the mounting pressure, Jia Wankai approached Fan Xiao, stating with conviction, "Fan Xiao, I know you are an experienced guard. Everyone is famished and lacks the means to act. Could you venture outside to see the situation? If possible, please find us some food. Rest assured, once the crisis abates, I will reward you handsomely. How does 100,000 sound?" Fan Xiao lifted his gaze, weakly responding, "I haven't eaten enough in 3 days, so I truly lack the strength." The meager supply of food in the meeting room had dwindled rapidly, despite some having brought provisions during their escape. The scant amount had been consumed in a mere 2 days. At this moment, they had all endured a day of hunger, while Fan Qiu had suffered for 3. It was well known that Fan Qiu had a hearty appetite even before the apocalypse, and it had only intensified since. Yet, from the beginning, he had not taken much food for himself, meaning he had been in a state of starvation for 3 days. Now, he was utterly drained. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, a man rose, exclaiming, "Impossible. With your strength, how could you possibly lack energy now? You simply do not wish to help us find food." The others echoed his sentiment. "Yes, you must be unwilling. Why are you so selfish? It's just a matter of finding food. You're so large, you must have ample reserves. I've heard that heavier individuals can survive longer without food than slimmer ones. Your consumption should be the least among us. You should go help us find sustenance. Must you be so selfish? There are so many of us. Can't you show a little spirit of sacrifice? Do you think 100,000 is small? If you do, I'll add another 10,000. I will add another 10,000. I will too." Now the sum had reached a staggering 170,000. "Just go find us food, and once the disaster passes, we will honor our word. Will that not suffice?" Fan Qiu raised his head, surveying the faces before him, and found himself perplexed by their demeanor. Though they bore the appearance of humanity, through his foggy vision, they resembled demons from the depths of hell. With faces contorted in a terrifying manner, they preached morality while wielding the whip of money, chastising him with the harshest of judgments. It was as if failing to venture out for food was the greatest sin imaginable. Selfish? How could these individuals utter such cold-hearted remarks? If I were selfish, I would not have braved the attacks of zombies to protect you. If I were selfish, I would not have willingly consumed less to ensure you had ample food. It was their gluttony and wastefulness that had led to the swift depletion of supplies meant to last a week. How could they have the audacity to accuse me of selfishness? A bitter smile crept across Fan Qiu's lips. At that moment, a young girl stepped forward from the crowd. "Why are you all blaming Uncle Fan so harshly?" Fan Qiu looked up, his lips pale from hunger, his eyes somewhat glazed as he regarded her. Though his vision was blurry, he recognized her voice. Chao Mengding, the new intern at the radio station, a girl of average appearance yet brimming with passion. Chapter 64. Simplicity is not a vice. "Uncle Fan has been eating so little for your sake these past few days. Did you not notice? Normally, Uncle Fan can consume 5 bowls of rice. Are you completely oblivious?" Chao Mengting stood in front of Fan Qiu, her voice tinged with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Fan Qiu smiled slightly, pondering whether she was praising or mocking him. Is eating 5 bowls of rice truly something to boast about? "Little girl, do you really think you have the right to speak here?" A cleaning lady interjected, her dissatisfaction with the young girl evident. 3 days prior, during a frantic escape from the undead, the cleaning lady had unfortunately twisted her back. When she later sought Chao Mengting and Amp Oppo's assistance for a massage, the latter had rebuffed her, asking why she didn't and Oppo's seek help from others. To the cleaning lady, this implied that Chao Mengting was too timid to approach anyone else and instead chose to bother her. Though it was a truthful observation, it filled the cleaning lady with resentment. Chao Mengting, however, would not indulge the cleaning lady this time. With a huff, she retorted, "Even if I am just an intern, does that give you the right to criticize me? What about you, a mere cleaner?" The cleaning lady's face contorted in anger. "You little brat, who are you referring to? You are still just an intern, not even officially employed." Others joined in, scoffing, "Indeed. Do you genuinely believe you are someone of significance? You haven't even been hired yet you dare meddle in our company's affairs? Little girl, perhaps you should spend a few more years studying. Or else, wouldn't that just make you foolish? Ha! It's truly nonsensical. Do you think society is akin to school? Just because you excel academically, do you think that suffices? Do you know why you have been interning for 3 months without being promoted? You spend all your time buried in tasks, neglecting to show respect to us older folks. Do you really believe you can remain after your internship ends? Ha! How naive. Typically, you wouldn't even serve tea or fetch water. What good would you be once you were formally employed?" At these words, Chao Mengting felt her eyes redden, a sense of injustice welling up within her. "So, is it my fate to be bullied by you? Even if I were to be hired, I would have to start serving tea and fetching water?" In that moment, she realized why she always seemed burdened with work. It was because she had consistently refused others and Amp Oppo's request for assistance. The crowd responded, "What else could it be? Are you a privileged heiress here to gild your resume? If you are nothing, then you naturally deserve to be bullied. Everyone starts from the bottom. Do you think you can remain unscathed in this circle? In any group, an oddity must be excluded." "Ah, But we cannot blame you. After all, schools have raised you like greenhouse plants. Little do they know that once these plants leave their sheltered environment, whether faced with a higher or lower temperature, they will perish. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among them. At that moment, even Chao Mengting perceived them as creatures clad in human skin. How could they be so devoid of empathy? How could they be so insane? Are they even human? Are they not monsters in disguise? Why do they insist upon bullying me? No. It is we who are bullied. With teary eyes, Chao Mengting felt utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, she felt a pat on her shoulder. It was Uncle Fan. Turning to look, she saw him offering a gentle smile, and he said, "Embrace simplicity. There is nothing wrong with it." Fan Xiao stood, seemingly drained of all his energy at that moment. Chao Mengting felt as if her shoulder might shatter under his grip. Yet, gritting her teeth, she refrained from crying out. She did not wish to be belittled. Fan Xiao, with a reassuring smile, then turned to Jiao Wangkai and said, "Director, I wish to go out. However, I have one condition." Jiao Wangkai had been an observer during the commotion, but upon hearing Fan Xiao's words, his eyes gleamed with interest. "What do you desire?" he inquired. "I know that you all have been hoarding some food. I want you to hand it over, and then allow me to eat my fill. Once I am satiated, I can assist you in finding more food." Jiao Wangkai paused, contemplating for a moment. Soon, he turned to address the others earnestly. "Did you all hear that?" The crowd protested in unison. "No, Director, I truly have no food left. Indeed, I have none, not even a morsel. Director, I still have a corn sausage. I have a biscuit." A few scattered items were presented, yet collectively, they barely filled a single ordinary plate. Listen closely. Jia Wangsai's expression hardened. "If you wish for Fan Xiao to venture out and find food, then you must relinquish your hidden supplies. If not, continue hoarding your food. Let us see if anyone else besides Fan Xiao is willing to go out." His words resonated deeply with the others. The undead were relentless, and those who fell victim to them emerged transformed and grotesque, instilling fear in everyone present. Thus, they conceded, "Director, I have 2 bags of instant noodles. I have 2 boxes of biscuits. I have a bottle of milk." In the past, these items would have been considered commonplace, yet now they had become treasures, hoarded and coveted. Life, indeed, is filled with strange ironies. As they beheld the pile of food resembling a collection of oversized toys, Jiao Wangkai turned to Fan Xiao and asked, "Do you think this will suffice?" Fan Xiao nodded and, with a sudden motion, sat down on the ground. Grabbing a bag of instant noodles, he tore it open and stuffed the noodles into his mouth. Chapter 65, The Meeting in the Conference Room. As they watched Fan Xiao indulge in his feast, the others unconsciously swallowed hard. At that moment, some even regretted having surrendered their food. However, Director Jiao was correct. At this juncture, they could only hope for Fan Xiao to venture outside. There is a saying that goes, if you want the horse to run, you must provide it with grass. "Chao Mengting, come here." After a short while, Fan Xiao called out to the young girl behind him. "Huh, me?" Chao Mengting blinked in surprise, pointing to herself. "You don't think you can stay here, do you?" Fan Xiao chuckled, then turned to Jiao Wangkai, saying, "It's not unreasonable for her to accompany me, is it?" Fan Xiao, though kind-hearted and honest, was not foolish. He realized that if Chao Mengting remained there, he would be the first to be expelled, and she would undoubtedly follow. If she were to leave on her own, he was certain she would meet her demise. Yet, if she were to accompany him, there remained a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, if she perished alongside him, then enduring hunger in that conference room for several more days was utterly unnecessary. Hence, Fan Xiao was determined to take Chao Mengting with him. Director Jiao Wangkai pondered for a moment, his expression shifting several times, before finally speaking in a serious tone. "Given the circumstances, I should detain her. However, I will grant you this favor. You may take her with you. I hope you will not go back on your word once you procure food." Director Jia and Appo's tone was grave, and he himself was uncertain whether his decision was indeed the right one. The reason Jiao Wangkai wished to retain Chao Mengting was to leverage her against Fan Xiao. As someone well-versed in the system, utilizing friends or family to manipulate subordinates was a tactic Jiao Wangkai executed with ease. However, he understood that Fan Xiao and Chao Mengting were not previously acquainted. So if Fan Xiao truly wished to escape, it would matter little whether he had control over her. If Fan Xiao could be swayed to return for a stranger like Chao Mengting, he would likely do the same for other survivors. Therefore, rather than creating discord with Fan Xiao, it was wiser to allow things to unfold naturally and offer him this concession. Hearing this, Fan Xiao smiled broadly and replied earnestly, "Director, you know, While your act of allowing me to leave is akin to sending me to my doom, you have provided me with a great deal of food. Thus, once I find provisions, I shall return them, and only then will I take my leave." Having said that, Fan Xiu resumed his hearty consumption of the food before him, while Chao Mingting seemed to understand his intent and slowly began to nibble on a packet of biscuits. Fan Xiu was not lying. He could be quite stubborn at times. In his view, even if these individuals were to expel him, they had shared a bond, and they had indeed offered food in this moment of crisis. Therefore, should he depart, he would not do so without first repaying their kindness. Crunch, crunch, as Fan Xiu and Chao Mingting savored their meal. She ate only a small portion while most of it was consumed by him. Once they were satiated, Fan Xiu stood, surveyed the conference room, and began to dismantle the iron wire beneath the tables and chairs with his bare hands. He then twisted the wire into a makeshift, albeit ungraceful, iron rod. "This will have to suffice. It's hardly practical," Fan Xiu remarked, swinging the crude weapon a couple of times in jest. At this sight, the others were filled with trepidation. Although Fan Xiu had exhibited some strength before, it was nothing compared to his current terrifying prowess. They had indeed hoped to send the strongest among them to scavenge for food, yet simultaneously, they harbored thoughts of self-preservation. After all, if such a formidable individual as Fan Xiu harbored ill intentions, these ordinary people would be utterly powerless to defend themselves. Taking a deep breath, Fan Xiu approached the door to the conference room, leaning in to listen for any sounds from the outside. Silence. It appeared safe. Fan Xiu murmured to himself before opening the door and stepping outside. Chao Mingting glanced back at the others in the room, perceiving them not as people, but as monsters cloaked in human skin. "I am truly ashamed to be among you," she huffed indignantly before turning to follow Fan Xiu out of the conference room. "Close the door. What if there are monsters? Hurry, shut the door," the others urged in a flurry. Hearing this, Zhao Wangkai sighed, stepped forward, and closed the door. If given the choice, he would have preferred to recruit Fan Xiu as an ally. However, his suspicions ran deep. He feared that if he were to let his guard down, Fan Xiu might strike him down in his sleep. "If only I had that kind of strength." Zhao Wangkai squatted down, gazed at his own hands, and murmured with a bitter smile. Outside, Chao Mingting inquired, "Uncle Fan, what shall we do next?" Fan Xiu considered for a moment before responding. "Every floor typically has vending machines, so if we are merely seeking food, it should not be overly difficult. However, food from a single vending machine would only suffice for 20 or so individuals for approximately 2 or 3 days. Therefore, our objective is the staff cafeteria on the 15th floor." Chao Mingting gasped. 15th floor? What if there are monsters there? Fan Xiu reassured her. "Those creatures are attracted to noise, and the first floor of the broadcasting building resembles a beehive, teeming with passageways. Therefore, theoretically, even if monsters exist within this building, there should not be many. As long as we exercise caution, we should encounter no significant issues. However, for safety's sake, let us first check the 10th floor to see if anything unexpected occurred with the doors that were previously locked." Chao Mingting nodded. "Understood, Uncle Fan. I will follow your lead." As the two made their way down the corridor towards the staircase, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from above. It sounded like quite a number of people. "Uncle Fan, could it be monsters?" Chao Mingting and Appo's voice trembled, revealing her inner terror. The conference room was not devoid of windows, so Chao Mingting had naturally seen the grotesque forms of the living dead and the grim fates of those they had ensnared. At just over 20 years of age, while she may not have been extraordinarily beautiful, she possessed a delicate appearance, enough to be considered a charming young lady. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, and she certainly did not wish to become a horrifying monster after death. Fan Xiu listened intently to the footsteps, then declared, "It should not be monsters. Those creatures make a raucous noise when they walk. It would never sound as calm and rhythmic as this. Thus, it must be humans." "Humans? Are there other survivors on the upper floors?" Chao Mingting exclaimed in astonishment. Fan Xiu furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. They had fled from the 4th or 5th floor and, upon discovering a horde of living dead above, had sought refuge in the conference room. Logically, there should have been no one left on the upper floors. Even if there were other survivors, it would likely only amount to 1 or 2, at most 5. However, the sound of footsteps suggested there were at least a dozen individuals. It seemed improbable that so many survivors could exist. The next moment, a group of people appeared on the staircase, led by none other than Xin Feng. Chapter 66, Semi-Awakened Talent. "Ah, there are actually others here?" Xin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively glancing at the panels of the two individuals. Name, Fancio, male, 39 years old, level, 1st rank. Level 7, talent ability, omnipotent enhancement, semi-awakened, fate destiny, grateful and repaying, purple, wisdom appearing foolish, purple, righteous and unyielding, purple, kind-hearted, blue, disaster approaching, black, life script, supporting role. 1 day later, encounters a mutated monster and perishes. Omnipotent enhancement? Quite an impressive talent. Shenfeng's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Although this individual lacked a golden fate, the omnipotent enhancement talent seemed formidable. For Shenfeng, the absence of a Grand Emperor's golden fate was inconsequential. As long as their talent was commendable, that sufficed. While fate does signify potential, Shenfeng currently held little regard for it. For how could a golden female emperor and amp Oppos S fate withstand the onslaught of a Black Death fate? Thus, what value did a golden fate truly possess? The Black Fate was undeniably the most powerful. Yet, Shenfeng possessed the ability to nullify the Black Fate, making him, in this context, the most formidable. Turning his gaze to the woman beside him, he found no surprise whatsoever. Name: Chao Mingting, female, 22 years old. Level: 1st rank. Level 4, talent ability, none, fate destiny, righteous and unyielding purple, graceful, blue, intelligent and wise, blue, business genius, purple, disaster approaching, black, life script, 1 day later, perishes. Lacking talent and possessing no noteworthy fate, the best she could claim was that of a business genius. Yet, in a post-apocalyptic world, was there still a need for commerce? If he desired something, why not simply seize it? Why engage in conventional trade? Thus, Shenfeng merely cast a fleeting glance at Chao Mingting before redirecting his focus to Fancio. Semi-awakened, Shenfeng and amp Oppos S curiosity piqued. Could there truly be such a classification as semi-awakened talent? In the wake of the apocalypse, he had encountered numerous individuals, and talents generally fell into 4 categories: awakened, unawakened, talentless, and now semi-awakened. It was worth noting that some individuals did not awaken their talents on the day of the apocalypse, while others experienced immediate awakening. For instance, our protagonist Tang Shan had awakened his killing blade during Shenfeng's torment of their siblings, yet due to his frailty at the time, he deemed it futile to summon the blade. As expected, the protagonist should endure what others cannot. Even after his sister and amp Oppos S demise at Shenfeng and amp Oppos S hands, he lingered in thought instead of taking decisive action. Conversely, the latter group was vast, requiring no examples, regardless of whether talents were awakened, unawakened, or non-existent. Shenfeng had seen many, but this semi-awakened talent was a first for him. It was rather intriguing. "Who are you?" Fancio inquired sternly, furrowing his brow. He had never encountered Shenfeng and his companions before, so how had they arrived? As Shenfeng scrutinized Fancio and Chao Mingting, the two were equally observing him and his group. Initially, they had assumed there were over 10 individuals due to the sounds of footsteps, but upon closer inspection, there were merely 7. Among them, the 3 stunning beauties, Qiu Yu, Xiaqiu Chan, and Leona, caused Fancio to instinctively tighten his grip on the makeshift iron rod in his hand. How could they appear so immaculate? Fancio and amp Oppos S mind screamed. Were any other men present, they might have been captivated by the 3 beauties, yet Fancio's pupils constricted in shock. In his view, these 3 stunning women bore not a speck of dust, their complexions radiant, as if they had not suffered the ravages of the apocalypse at all. What did this signify? It implied that their quality of life remained unchanged from before the apocalypse. What could this suggest? Fancio glanced at Shenfeng, internally acknowledging this indicated their group was remarkably formidable. Shenfeng smiled. "You should accompany me from now on." Before Fancio could respond, Chao Mingting interjected. "You think we will simply follow you because you say so?" Having caught a glimpse of disdain in Shenfeng's eyes, she retorted sharply. Of course. This could also stem from her envy of the 3 women and amp Oppos S stunning appearances. While Chao Mingting was aware she could not compete with their beauty, she envied their pristine cleanliness. She recalled her time in the conference room, having gone 3 days without a shower, with a makeshift toilet in the corner. Although the others instinctively avoided that area, she bore an unpleasant odor, leaving her feeling ashamed and igniting a sense of jealousy. How could those 3 maintain such cleanliness? "Mind your words," Fancio admonished, quickly pulling Chao Mingting behind him. He then turned to Shenfeng, offering an apology. "I apologize. She's merely an inexperienced intern, just a young girl. Please, do not hold it against her." Fancio appeared quite tense. Chao Mingting was simply too naive to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, one need not look beyond the cleanliness of these individuals to discern their prowess. Did he not see the firearms they bore? At that moment, Fan Xiu feared Shen Feng might, in his dissatisfaction, eliminate both of them. Chao Mingting could not help but internally scoff. A young girl? Aside from the upright elder and the cook, the others hardly seem older than I. Though she felt quite indignant, Chao Mingting understood the importance of decorum. So she remained quietly behind Fan Xiu, lowering her head to gaze at her toes. After a moment's thought, Shen Feng nodded. Yes, I was hasty. How about I save you once in the future, and then you will accompany me? Upon hearing this, Fan Xiu contemplated before responding, all right. There was nothing wrong with agreeing. Although he was unsure why Shen Feng and his companions were present, avoiding conflict was preferable. Shen Feng led his group past Fan Xiu and Chao Mingting. Phew. Watching Shen Feng and his group depart, Fan Xiu exhaled a long breath. Uncle Fan, is it really necessary to fear them so much? Chao Mingting whispered. You foolish girl. Do you wish to meet your end? Fan Xiu scolded, ushering her downstairs. In the distance, snippets of conversation reached their ears. Did you not notice the firearms they carried? And if they have guns, can they truly kill us? Murder is against the law. Foolish girl, if murder were truly illegal, the others in the conference room would not have expelled us. Moreover, did you not notice the black-red stains on the leader's attire? That is dried blood. Ah? So they have killed? Not necessarily humans. It could have been monsters. Yet, do you think someone capable of hunting monsters would shy away from killing humans? Hiss. Chapter 67. Are there good people here? After Fan Xiu and Chao Mingting departed, Shen Feng led the group to the conference room door. With a resounding crash, he forcefully kicked the door open. For Shen Feng at this moment, unless it was a reinforced security door, a typical door posed no barrier to his advance. The instant the conference room door shattered, a chorus of shrieks erupted from within. Clearly, the occupants of the room believed a monstrous entity had arrived. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Has the creature outside vanished? Upon spotting Shen Feng and his companions, a voice in the crowd shouted excitedly. The broadcasting building housed no fewer than several hundred individuals prior to the apocalypse. While they may not recognize everyone, most would be familiar with a few faces. Yet, none had ever laid eyes on Shen Feng's group. This group. Jia Wangkai scrutinized Shen Feng and his companions closely, noticing their strikingly clean appearances. He raised an eyebrow, realizing their formidable strength. Then, he recognized the only somewhat familiar face among them, Wen Shui. Zhao Wangkai was uncertain of Wen Shui's role. After all, with so many people in the broadcasting building, it was improbable for a mere station director to know everyone. Nevertheless, he was certain that Wen Shui was an employee of their building. Yet, at this moment, the man's gaze was fiercely fixated on him. The newcomers harbor ill intentions. Zhao Wangkai furrowed his brow, sensing a sense of foreboding. Throughout his journey, he had offended countless individuals, at least a few hundred, so he could not fathom what animosity might exist between him and Wen Shui. While Jia Wangkai pondered, the others in the conference room were consumed by a singular thought. Were Shen Feng and his companions here to rescue them? 1, 2. A total of 20 individuals. 9 men, 11 women. Shen Feng counted the people in the room, then turned to Wen Shui and inquired, Are you planning to eliminate all of them? Wen Shui contemplated this and glanced at the spot where Fan Xiu and Chao Mingting had vanished before retorting. Are there any good people among them? Shen Feng understood Wen Shui's implication but still pressed further. Are there none? Is there anyone? Wen Shui fixed his determined gaze on Shen Feng. Haha, how intriguing. You are quite the character. Shen Feng pointed at Wen Shui, bursting into hearty laughter. Wen Shui, a veteran soldier, was expected to uphold the duty of protecting his homeland, never harming innocents under any circumstance. Yet now, he contemplated the execution of everyone present, leaving Shen Feng utterly astonished. Wen Shui's initial query about the presence of good people implied that since they had forced Fan Xiu and Chao Mingting out, there could be no virtuous souls remaining. If any truly existed, they ought to have followed Fan Xiu outside, correct? However, Shen Feng countered, suggesting that perhaps some were too afraid to step forward. Wen Shui replied, asking if such individuals could even be considered good people. It was evident that Wen Shui was resolute in his intent to eliminate everyone before him. Xiaoyu, Xia Qiu-chan, and Leona, along with their group, were utterly perplexed, unaware of the silent exchange between Shen Feng and Wen Shui. Meanwhile, Butler's son observed with a thoughtful smile. As Shen Feng laughed, Wen Shui maintained a serious demeanor, stating, I understand that within any team or organization, individuals can be a mixture of good and bad. However, sometimes I lack the time or ability to discern them. So it is more efficient to eliminate them entirely. Furthermore, silent bystanders are often not virtuous either. Clap, clap, clap. Shinfeng raised his hands in applause, grinning. Well said. Your perspective is commendable. He gestured. Then I leave these individuals to you. When Shui raised an eyebrow, did you not say you would assist me? Shinfeng chuckled. Though you have been retired for several years and have become rather portly, I trust you will find no difficulty facing these feeble individuals? When Shui scrutinized Shinfeng and replied with a slight smirk, a blood oath? Engaging with an intelligent individual simplifies matters. Shinfeng chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Shinfeng had consented to aid when Shui, yet the specifics of this assistance remained unstated. In essence, Shinfeng sought to recruit when Shui into his ranks. But when Shui must demonstrate sufficient strength, otherwise he would not qualify to join. When Shui held 2 kitchen knives firmly, contemplated, and then nodded, very well. It is only fitting that I avenge my grievances myself. He stepped forward, his corpulent form trembling slightly. Upon seeing when Shui approach, some familiar faces in the room took a step closer, attempting to ingratiate themselves. Brother one, what is happening outside? Are you here to rescue us? When Shui scrutinized him briefly before recalling, I may have forgotten your name, but I remember you, a mere logistics team leader. I recall a time when you made my life difficult during a supply run, and only after I gifted you a box of cigarettes did you relent. Ah. The man's face turned crimson with embarrassment. In the previous society, such acts were commonplace, yet to have it brought up in this context was undeniably humiliating. Well, brother one, that is just how logistics personnel operate. If I didn't conform, wouldn't I be ostracized? He muttered, his tone submissive. When Shui nodded in agreement, indeed, others do it. So we must too. It is essential for group cohesion, I assent it. The kitchen is no different, whether chefs or staff. How many do not pilfer from it? When Shui was no exception. When Shui mused, rules, such a love-hate relationship. The man eagerly nodded. Yes, yes, brother Wen. We are but small players, unable to alter such realities. So we must go with the flow. But enough of that, brother Wen you. Puff, huh? The man was momentarily stunned as his vision began to spin. Bang! As his sight blurred, he blinked, staring vacantly at the headless corpse before him. Why does it look so much like my own body? The man blinked. And in the next moment, his eyes closed forever. It turned out that when Shui had cleaved the man's head from his shoulders in a single stroke. A cacophony of screams erupted from the conference room, particularly from the women, who fell to the ground, hair disheveled. When Shui lifted his head and solemnly declared, from this moment forth, I shall no longer adhere to those rules. If rules still existed, could I avenge my comrade and his daughter in my own way? If rules still existed, could I massacre 20 individuals in one breath? If rules still existed, there are no ifs. No, there are no rules. I am liberated. Chapter 68. Zhao Wankai is not the greatest shield. When Shui, what are your intentions? When I call you Wengu, do you truly consider yourself a master? Why have you resorted to murder? This is a violation of the law, an affront to humanity. Await your capture by the authorities. No, please don't kill me. After when Shui made his move, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of screams. Some pointed fingers at one, cursing him, while others knelt in supplication, pleading for their lives. Yet, when Shui showed no mercy, he stepped forward, seized a woman by her hair, and without a moment's hesitation, severed her head. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, a nearby man collapsed, stammering, "Madman, you are nothing but a madman. Please, when Papa, do not kill me. I have never mocked you, I swear." At Wen's feet, another woman, witnessing the brutal slayings, immediately fell to her knees, pointing at several others, exclaiming, "Wengu, they have all ridiculed you. They laughed at your weight, your looks, your odor, but I have never mocked you." The women she accused erupted in rage, shouting, "Ninghui, you wretched creature, how dare you claim you never insulted him? You are the one who mocked him the harshest, saying how fat he is, that he must be inadequate, and that his wife could never be satisfied. Now you pretend to be virtuous? Do not believe her, Wengu. She lies, she deceives. Do not trust her." The coldness of human nature was starkly revealed. These women, once close friends, now turned on each other in a desperate bid to survive. Yet, when Shui had come with the intent to spare no one, swish, swish, when Shui had crafted his knives, while they may not have been sharp initially, after his meticulous honing, each was sharper than the last. Resistance was futile, A handful of men were no match for one. With a swift throw, he lodged a blade into a man's chest, then barreled forward like a bulldozer, striking the remaining individuals. Simultaneously, he drew another knife from his waist, using it as a throwing weapon. Each moment, he ensured a knife was gripped tightly in his left hand to fend off any approaching colleagues, while his right hand hurled knives one after another. Let us not forget, when Shui was not merely a chef endowed with golden fate, he was also a butcher. Ironically, despite his dual golden fates, when Shui ultimately met his end through suicide. A tragic twist indeed. Observing this scene from the doorway, Shen Feng smiled faintly, remarking, "What a treasure I have stumbled upon." In the blink of an eye, only 2 men remained in the conference room, Jiao Wangkai and one other, who cowered on the ground, visibly trembling with fear, having soiled himself. As for the women, for had managed to survive. At this moment, aside from Jiao Wangkai, the others were paralyzed with terror, their bodies curled in on themselves. Jia, the director, remained remarkably composed. When Shui then turned his gaze toward Jiao Wangkai, who surveyed the bloody scene with discomfort but sighed, "I just pondered, although I do not know your name. I am aware you have been here for at least 5 years. What deep-seated vendetta could drive you to endure such hardship?" When Shui replied with a smile, "Do you recall that 8 years ago, you suppressed a case for your son?" 8 years? A case? Jiao Wangkai furrowed his brow, realization dawning. "So, you are connected to that girl. Yet, given your age, you should be over a decade her senior. Do you have a penchant for younger girls? Bah. If your aim is to provoke me, know that it is utterly unnecessary." When Shui spat and continued, "The father of that girl was my sergeant in the army. He died protecting me. After that incident, I sought to retire and safeguard my sergeant's daughter, only to find she had been violated by your son. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to locate you?" As one spoke, his fury was palpable. "So, it is merely a trivial matter." Jiao Wangkai roared with laughter, tears streaming down his face. He had not anticipated that what he thought to be an intense grudge was entirely unrelated to Wen Shui. How absurd. Upon hearing Jia and Amp, Appo's dismissive laughter, Wen Shui retorted, "How can you trivialize this?" Jia Wangkai lowered his head and then looked at Wen, mocking. "I do not quite grasp your camaraderie. Yet, if you could endure humiliation for over 5 years for a girl, I doubt a few words from me could sway you. That is only natural." When Shui huffed, Jiao Wangkai smirked enigmatically, saying, "But do you truly believe I am the greatest protector? Back then, I was merely an assistant director. Do you think I wielded such power?" Wen was momentarily taken aback, fists clenched. He shouted, "Who else? Tell me who else?" Jia Wangkai glanced at the remaining man and 4 women, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he remarked, "You intend to keep them alive, hoping to claim my son's position, correct? If you do not speak, I shall encourage them to do so." Wen, breathing heavily, replied, "If it is about finding my son, you may save your breath." Jiao Wangkai raised his head, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "On the day of the apocalypse, my son perished. He fell victim to a woman transformed into a zombie." When Shui scoffed, "So he died beneath the peony blossoms." Wen did not doubt Jiao Wangcai's words. However, whether true or not, it mattered little. In this apocalyptic world, it was likely that transportation had become obsolete. Thus, even if his son were alive, Wen Shui would likely never cross paths with him again. Jiao Wangkai looked at Wen Shui, taunting, "Whatever I say now, it seems I am destined for death. Logically, I should guard their secrets, but with my son gone, and my own demise imminent, why should I protect them?" Wen Shui, remember this. There were 5 individuals responsible for that girl's brutal demise. Chapter 69. Hell is empty. As he observed the subtle mockery etched upon Jiao Wangkai and Amp, Appo's face, a flicker of dread coursed through Wen Shui and Amp, Appo's heart. Yet, in that moment, he found himself unable to thwart Jiao Wangcai's revelations, or perhaps, he simply lacked the desire to intervene. He yearned to uncover the truth behind the matter. Jiao Wangkai tilted his head to meet Wen Shui's gaze and, with a sneer, declared, "At that time, there were 5 individuals involved. First, my son, no need to elaborate further on that. Second, the son of Wang Zhong, the chief official of the Qingping city government. Third, the son of Yi Longhao, chairman of the Yi group in the 2nd district of Tianshu province. Fourth, the son of Xiang Yidong, one of the deputy mayors of Qingping city. Fifth, the son of Zhou Guanglong, the president of the Black Dragon Society in Qingping city. Now, I divulge the names of the other 4 to you. But tell me, do you dare seek revenge upon them?" Ha ha ha. The arrogance and disdain in Jiao Wangkai and Appo's tone were palpable. When Xue felt a pang of panic, his legs trembling as he took a few steps back. He had never anticipated that the truth behind the incident would be so harrowing. His investigations over the past 8 years had led him to the most inconsequential of figures among them. At that moment, when Xue felt utterly shattered, "You wish to avenge yourself, do you? I can assure you that even in a society on the brink of collapse, amidst the multitude of monsters lurking outside, those four live more lavishly than you can imagine. If you possess any courage, go seek your revenge." Ha ha ha. Jia Wancai's laughter echoed mockingly. Standing at the entrance, Shen Feng crossed his arms, silently observing the unfolding scene. While it was true that the individuals Jia Wancai mentioned held considerable power, to Shen Feng, they were insignificant. Outside of Tianshu province, he would not dare claim to be the unrivaled champion, but within this province, he was akin to a local sovereign. The deputy mayor of Qingping City? Even the mayor himself would not command Shen Feng's respect. The top official of Tianshu province might be another matter entirely. As for Zhou Guanglong, Shen Feng scoffed disdainfully. He had previously crossed paths with Zhou Guanglong during the early days of his leadership over the Shen group. At that time, his grasp on the company was tenuous, allowing Zhou Guanglong to clandestinely siphon off a substantial amount of its assets. Initially, Shen Feng lacked the resources to confront him. But later, he hired retired soldiers at great expense to establish a security firm, which ultimately dismantled Zhou Guanglong's influence. Oh, and by the way, Zhou Guanglong is no longer in Qingping City. I have driven him out. Were it not for his cowardice in preparing numerous escape routes for himself, he would have perished at my hands long ago. Shen Feng remarked coldly. Zhou Guanglong was indeed ruthless in a fight, but he was equally adept at self-preservation. Allowing him to slip away before Shen Feng could capture him, had he not heard Zhou Guanglong's name mentioned today, he might have forgotten him entirely. As for Xiang Yidong and Wang Zhang, one was financially subdued by Shen Feng, while the other could be bought off. Thus, Shen Feng cared little for these four individuals. Ordinary people might tremble at the mere mention of their names, given their connections to power and crime, yet for Shen Feng, they were merely inconsequential. However, when Xue lacked the formidable background that Shen Feng possessed, and in that moment, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. Could it really be them? When Xue's face twisted in anguish. The daughter of his former commander had fallen prey to the vile actions of the sons of these 5 men. A bitter disbelief coursed through him. Though he should have anticipated such an outcome, Jia Wancai had once been merely a deputy director. How could he possibly possess the authority to suppress such a significant incident? Thus, it was evident that individuals of even higher standing were involved, and there were certainly those within the government colluding in this affair. The chief official of the Qingping City government, the deputy mayor, the chairman of the 2nd district of Tianshu province, and the leader of the underground organization in Qingping City. If these four were to join forces, they could easily silence any scandal or even topple the city itself. It seemed that the only reason when Xue had managed to uncover Jia Wancai and Appos' involvement was that he occupied the lowest rank among them. No, wait. Suddenly, when Xue lifted his head, breathing heavily as he exclaimed, "Why would they target the daughter of my commander? What could they possibly want with her? These individuals have wealth and power in abundance. They could have any woman they desire. What could have attracted them to my commander and Appos' daughter? While she was not unappealing, she was hardly a celestial beauty deserving of such a heinous act." Jia Wancai sighed. "Do you truly wish to know? The reason behind this affair is, in fact, rather trivial, a matter that is almost laughable. Perhaps you should adhere to your own theories, such as the notion that those 5 got drunk and acted out of impulse." "No." When Xue growled, "Tell me. I must know the complete and unblemished truth." When Xue had long been a doomed man, 10 years prior, during that fateful event, he should have perished. Yet, his former commander had saved him. Ever since, he had lived for the sake of his commander and Appos' daughter, only for her to meet her untimely end after his retirement. At that moment, when Xue felt utterly broken, had he not sensed something amiss regarding her death? He might have already taken his own life, seeking to apologize to his commander in the afterlife. Thus, he was determined to unveil the truth. Jia Wancai regarded when Xue then sighed, "In my lifetime, I cannot claim to be a virtuous man, yet I do not consider myself truly malevolent. It is merely that my son, He shook his head, his countenance marked by bitterness. This was not an attempt at absolution. Rather, Jia Wancai had indeed not committed many heinous acts. Compared to certain others, his actions had been quite merciful. After the incident, his initial thoughts had not been to suppress it, but to provide compensation to the girl and Apos' mother. However, she was relentless and insisted on reporting the matter to the authorities, prompting the other four to take decisive action. To them, their sons were not to be sullied by any stain. Zhao Wangkai spoke solemnly. If you insist on knowing the truth, then I shall disclose it. In addition to the sons of our 5 families, there was a girl named Chu Ziki, hailing from one of the most prestigious families in the capital, the Chu family. This girl was willful and reckless. It was at her behest that our sons acted in such a manner. The reason she commanded them was because. Zhao Wangkai lifted his gaze to meet Wen Shui's and continued, your commander's daughter possessed a head of naturally lustrous black hair. Chapter 70, The Devil Among Us. It was all ignited by your class leader and Apos' daughter, who possessed a head of naturally lustrous black hair. Zhao Wangkai calmly revealed the catalyst for all this chaos. Boom. When Shui felt as though his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. Hair? It was merely hair? How could this be? When Shui clasped his head in disbelief and shouted, no, impossible. You must be lying to me. How could such a person exist in this world? Just because my niece has beautiful hair, does that justify her being subjected to such a horrific fate? He stepped closer, grabbing Zhao Wangkai and Apos' shoulders and shaking him vigorously. He could not accept it. How could he believe such a thing? Over such a trivial matter, that Chu Ziki had orchestrated the demise of his niece? What a vile act. What a monstrous individual. Zhao Wangkai waved his hand and said, I told you, the reason behind this incident is just a trivial matter. Something you are unlikely to believe. How could this happen? When Shui released Zhao Wangkai and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. After enduring countless hardships, he finally learned the whole truth, yet this truth was one he wished he had never known. Even now, he refused to believe that such demons existed in the world. Perhaps it truly echoed that saying, hell is empty, and the devils are among us. Clang. Ah, you shall die. Suddenly, another man, still alive, picked up a kitchen knife from the ground and charged at Wen Shui. Let us not forget, Wen Shui had not left Zhao Wangkai alone. Wen Shui lifted his head. Sorrow etched across his face as he gazed at the approaching man. Then, weeping, he swung the knife in his hand. Thud. The man was struck. Blood gushing forth immediately. Shenfeng could not help but comment to those behind him, in the future, when you fight, don't be like this fool, clearly. It was an ambush, yet he still shouted, as if afraid the victim might realize it. Qiu Yu and the others were rendered speechless. While this man was indeed foolish, it seemed he had never taken a life before, and perhaps he shouted to motivate himself. Regardless of the reason, he was undeniably foolish. After Wen Shui struck down the man, he approached Zhao Wangkai and earnestly said, thank you for revealing all of this. Swish, a cold glint flashed, and Zhao Wangkai's head was severed from his body. Yet at the moment of death, Zhao Wangkai bore a smile. I cannot claim my life has been exceptional. Under the torment of wealth and power, I have indeed lost my true self. Yet, at the very least, I can say I have not been idle. Thud. Zhao Wangkai's head fell to the ground, rolling to a corner like a soccer ball. Subsequently, Wen Shui rose and walked towards the group of women huddled in the corner. Wen Gu, please, don't kill me. They believed they might still salvage their lives, but it now appeared that Wen Shui was resolute in his intent to slay them. Wen Gu, I beg you, do not take my life. I am only 28, with a beautiful life yet to enjoy. I bow to you, just spare me. One woman immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing her head to Wen Shui. Wen Shui squatted before these women, his expression cold yet frenzied as he asked, tell me, why do such terrifying humans exist in this world? You are merely 28, yet my comrade's daughter, my niece, was only 13 or 14 when she died. You wish for me to spare you? But who spared my niece? It was Chu Ziki, who, out of jealousy over another's beautiful hair, sought to end her life. 5 young men, in a bid to curry favor with the scions of elite families from the capital, committed such heinous acts against a girl. What has become of this world? Why do such events transpire? Faced with Wen Shui's inquiry, the remaining women trembled as they replied, Wen Gu, this is just how humanity is. There are both good and bad people. Isn't that normal? You cannot claim that because you encountered a villain, everyone else is evil. Indeed, Wen Gu, there are many murderers and rapists, but the majority of humanity is good. Wen Shui, somewhat bewildered, asked, but why is humanity so malevolent? One woman could no longer contain herself. She stood up and shouted in madness, humanity is inherently wicked. We are the only species on this planet that hunts others for reasons beyond mere survival. Are you satisfied with that answer? Are you pleased? Wen Shui did not respond with anger to the woman's outburst, Instead, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head, tears staining his face, and said, "Yes, you are right. Humanity is indeed the only species that hunts others for reasons beyond survival. In nature, most predation among species is driven by the need to eat, to satiate hunger. In simple terms, they kill for survival. Yet humanity does not operate under such principles. Perhaps initially, we hunted for food, but as time passed, this changed. Humans may hunt animals for amusement or even for their beautiful pelts. Humanity is the most repugnant species on this planet." When Shui wept, raising the kitchen knife in his hand, like a butcher slaughtering a pig, blood gushed forth amidst the ghastly wails. He swung the knife down, crying as he did so. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and Shun Feng came to when Shui and Appos side, smiling. "Though I did not intervene, those four do not seem to be your match. So what do you think? Shall we renegotiate the terms?" Although those four men posed no threat to Shun Feng, for when Shui, their identities, status, and resources were insurmountable peaks. When Shui raised his head, scrutinizing Shun Feng earnestly, then sorrowfully asked, "Is humanity truly the most wicked creature in this world?" Though when Shui had previously agreed with that notion, at this moment, he found himself doubting it. Humanity is indeed complex. Even in taking action, one must hesitate. Shun Feng chuckled. "Why concern yourself with the nature of good and evil? What matters is that in that past world, humanity was the mightiest creature, capable of controlling other life forms at will. In other words, how can you ensure that a tiger, a wolf, or even a cat or dog would only hunt for survival once they attained a position akin to that of humans?" Chapter 71. Shun Feng's Discourse on Strength. Shun Feng lowered his gaze upon Wen Shui and continued, "In my opinion, the assertion that humans are the only beings on this planet that hunt life for reasons beyond mere survival is nothing more than an absurdity. If you truly wish to arrive at such a conclusion, then I implore you to conduct an experiment, grant an animal the status, intellect, and weaponry akin to that of humans, and observe whether it would hunt other beings as we do. If you cannot perform this experiment, then your conclusion is merely a reflection of humanity's actions, a confounding of perceptions, and utterly devoid of rationale. You cannot definitively ascertain whether other creatures would hunt for reasons beyond survival, given that the power dynamics between them are profoundly uneven. Any conclusions drawn from such a comparison would be inherently unreliable." With his hands tucked into his pockets, Shun Feng turned his gaze towards Chiu Yu and the others at the entrance. It was evident that his subsequent words were directed not only at Wen Shui, but also at Chiu Yu and the rest. Thus, we need not overthink this matter. What we must endeavor to do is become strong, for in this world, only the powerful can shape their own destinies. Perhaps I cannot ensure that harmony prevails among all individuals in this world, but if I must choose between being an aggressor or a victim, I would prefer to be the former. As for whether I would actually act with violence, that would depend on my mood. Who knows? Perhaps once I possess the power and status of an aggressor, I may instead choose to coexist peacefully with the populace. Yet, should you find yourself in a position of weakness, you will have no options. Your fate would rest solely in the hands of those powerful enough to govern you. And you can only hope that they are benevolent. So why ponder so deeply? If you truly find this world intolerable, then strive to grow stronger, and, in accordance with your vision, endeavor to change it. Shun Feng and Appos' resounding declarations echoed in the minds of all present. When Shui bowed his head, murmuring, "First attain the strength and status of an aggressor, then decide whether to engage in violence?" Xia Qiuchan's eyes widened, reflecting disbelief. "If I find this world intolerable, I should first work to become stronger, then alter it according to my will." Chiu Yu's eyes sparkled with pride, declaring, as expected of the young master. Sun Guanjian sighed inwardly, pondering whether the young master's steadfastness was a blessing or a curse, as rigidity often leads to fracture. Leona paused momentarily, then broke into a hearty smile, exclaiming, "Such a hero is precisely the leader our subhuman race should rally behind." Fennel raised his head and proclaimed, "I too aspire to be strong." No one dared to refute Shun Feng. They all embraced his words. If one finds themselves in a position of weakness, they possess no choice. Their lives are dictated by the strong. Perhaps not everyone in this world aspires to strength, but within Shun Feng's circle, no one wished to be weak. When Shui raised his head and knelt before Shun Feng, earnestly proclaiming, "I beseech you, young master, to take me under your wing. Should I encounter those who wronged me, I hope you will permit me to seek vengeance. If fate prevents our paths from crossing, then it shall simply be my misfortune. Regardless, my worthless life from this moment forth belongs to you. Shen Feng smiled at Wen Shui. Engaging with an astute individual is truly refreshing. Were it anyone else, they might have inflated their own importance and made various demands. Yet, when Shui did not barter vengeance, he viewed himself humbly, merely requesting permission to retaliate if fate allowed. This humility, in turn, made Shen Feng more inclined to assist him in seeking retribution. Rise, Shen Feng instructed, turning away. Zhou Guanglong was driven away by me years ago. I am uncertain of his whereabouts. The headquarters of the Yi family conglomerate is not located in my Qiping city. So the arrival of Yi Longhao and Amp, Apos, son likely pertains to that Shu Ziki. Therefore, only Wang Zheng and Xiang Yidong remain. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in locating them. Since when Shui had extended a gesture of goodwill, Shen Feng was more than willing to provide him a taste of benevolence. After all, it is merely a matter of manipulating circumstances to one's advantage, even if they were to encounter these individuals in the future and eliminate them. Shen Feng deemed them of little value. In his vision of the impending apocalyptic world, those of worth would either possess formidable strength or possess certain skills. However, what value do these individuals hold? Cunning politicians? Corrupt officials? Merchants? Regrettably, in Shen Feng's eyes, the most useful among them would be Zhou Guanglong of the Black Dragon Society. Yet given the severe oppression he faced at Shen Feng and Apos' hands, it is unlikely he would join his ranks. Thus, should the opportunity present itself, Shen Feng would indeed fulfill Wen Shui and Amp, Apos' modest request. Upon hearing this, Wen Shui nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your support, young master. The group gradually vacated the conference room, and as tranquility enveloped the space, the 20 corpses bore silent witness to the events that had transpired. Young master, all have been slain. How shall we proceed with the broadcast? Sun Guanjian inquired from the side. Shen Feng smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Goodness! I almost forgot the primary purpose of our visit. However, there are still 2 individuals left alive. They should be capable of handling it. He referred to Fan Qiu and Qiao Mingting. Fan Qiu, as a security guard, might not be proficient with the equipment, but as an intern, Qiao Mingting would surely possess some knowledge. Shen Feng did not require dulcet tones, sophisticated sound cards, or even fluency. He merely needed a broadcast to relay the location of their base. Thus, the intern would suffice. Young master, shall we go find those 2 now? Qiu called out. Shen Feng shook his head, replying, The time is not yet ripe. Fan Qiu will not meet his demise until a day hence. Going now would be premature. Shen Feng intended to wait until Fan Qiu was on the verge of death before offering his assistance. Glancing at the time, he noted that evening was approaching. Reflecting on the day and Apos' events, Shen Feng acknowledged that it had indeed been quite eventful. He had visited the 3rd hospital in the morning and received the gift of rapid healing from the Tang siblings. He nearly found himself encircled by a horde of zombies while driving in the afternoon and ultimately arrived at the broadcasting building with the group. What a busy day it had been. During mealtime, Qiu stared at the cookie in her palm, pouting slightly. Young master, can we not have something else? This is so difficult to swallow. Shen Feng paused momentarily before chuckling. You certainly know how to seize an opportunity. He turned to Wen Shui and suggested, Wen Shui, are you not a chef? Come, lead us to a proper meal. Wen Shui pondered for a moment before replying, It is possible, but it has been several days. I cannot guarantee that what remains in the kitchen is still edible. Shen Feng raised his hand. Let us first investigate. Very well, as you say, young master. The group promptly rose and made their way to the 15th floor of the broadcasting building. Chapter 72, The Hunter. As Shen Feng and his companions made their way to the 15th floor, Fan Qiu and Qiao Mingting had already arrived. Uncle Fan, there is plenty of raw meat in this freezer. We can have barbecue. Qiao Mingting exclaimed with delight. Although Shen Feng and the others had not fared poorly in terms of food over the past 3 days, they had not experienced true hunger. In contrast, Qiao Mingting, a rather earnest young girl, had hoarded no food for herself, which resulted in her enduring 2 days of hunger. In modern times, who truly faces starvation? Despite having consumed a fair amount before leaving the conference room, the sight of the available meat now left Qiao Mingting feeling hollow, even instilling in her the illusion that she could devour an entire pound of beef. Fan Qiu chuckled. Hold your horses. Let us ensure the area is safe first. If you're eager to eat, I can fry you some beef shortly. I may not be a master chef, but I usually cook for myself, and it should taste decent. All right, Uncle Fan, Qiao Mingting replied with a grin, then began to search the kitchen for any lurking beasts. However, She felt that Fan Xiao was being overly cautious. They had not encountered a single monster on their journey, so what could possibly be in the kitchen? Suddenly, a scream erupted from Chao Mengting, followed by a loud crash. It was as if something had shattered a window and invaded the building. What happened? Fan Xiao rushed over, only to find a lizard-like creature perched atop Chao Mengting. The beast opened its gaping maw, ready to bite down on her. Uncle Fan. Seeing him, Chao Mengting reached out, her voice trembling with fear. Damn it! Without a second thought, Fan Xiao charged forward and hurled the creature away from Chao Mengting. The monster flipped in midair, landing on the wall like a gecko. Once it steadied itself, its eyes locked onto Fan Xiao, as if enraged by the interruption of its meal. What the hell is this creature? Fan Xiao and Appo's expression grew tense as he scrutinized the monster. It bore some resemblance to a glutton, but lacked the exposed flesh characteristic of one. Instead, it appeared more akin to an anteater, sporting a layer of silvery gray skin, an elongated oval head, and a body that moved on all fours like a lizard, equipped with sharp claws and a long, whip-like tail. Though Fan Xiao had seen little of nature and Appo's wonders, he was certain this creature had never existed in the past world. Uncle Fan. Chao Mengting quivered as she stood behind him, gripped by terror. Just moments ago, she had thought no monsters would appear, yet now one had crashed through the window, nearly giving her a heart attack. Had Fan Xiao not arrived in time, she might have been consumed. Be careful. I Don and Appo's know where this creature came from, but I sense it could rival a tiger. I can't say if I can slay it like Wu Song. Fan Xiao said earnestly. Chao Mengting's hands trembled as she reached for him, as if grasping his clothing or arm would provide her solace. Yet, in the next moment, she clenched her teeth and, overcoming her fear, retreated behind the refrigerator in the kitchen. Uncle Fan, be careful. Don't mind me, she shouted. Fan Xiao kept his gaze fixed on the mysterious creature clinging to the wall like a gecko. Though he didn't turn around, he could sense her actions by sound. He smiled inwardly, thinking, what a clever girl she is. With a roar, the creature lunged at Fan Xiao, its oval head open wide, revealing a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, an unsettling sight indeed. No wonder Chao Mengting had been so frightened. Even Fan Xiao, a man, felt a chill run down his spine. If that thing bites, one would surely be left with more than mere scratches. With a swift thought, Fan Xiao seized an iron pot from the stove and brought it crashing down upon the creature and Appo's head. The beast staggered, nearly losing its balance. However, in the next instant, its tail lashed out like a whip, striking Fan Xiao with tremendous force. Damn! Fan Xiao staggered sideways, glancing at the fresh red mark appearing on his arm, blood seeping from the wound. Is its tail really that powerful? He thought, his expression tense as he faced the creature. The creature shook its head, slightly dazed from the blow, then leaped onto the nearby refrigerator. It knocked down countless bags and utensils, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Yet, it moved with ease across the cluttered surface, charging toward Fan Xiao. Can a living man be outdone by a beast? I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. Fan Xiao bellowed, raising the iron rod he had fashioned from wire beneath the conference room table. He thrust it at the creature, only for it to swat the rod aside effortlessly, bending it in the process. What the hell? This thing is far too powerful. Fan Xiao's heart raced. He had not anticipated that his makeshift weapon would falter so easily against the creature. Without hesitation, he lifted the L-shaped rod and swung it at the creature and Appo's head. Immediately after, he lunged forward, delivering an uppercut that struck the creature's jaw. Though its head was predominantly oval, did it even possess a chin? Regardless, Fan Xiao, having awakened to his versatile enhancements, despite their current partial state, managed to deliver a blow that lifted the creature and Appo's upper body, nearly sending it airborne. However, after such an exertion, he found himself momentarily vulnerable. The creature's tail whipped back around, slamming Fan Xiao against the wall. Coughing, he spat out blood. His expression twisted in pain as he glared at the creature. This beast was far stronger than he had anticipated. Chapter 73. Betrayal? No. Seeking help. In the kitchen, Chao Mengting, huddled in a corner, felt a sudden jolt of alarm as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. This was it. Uncle Fan seemed unable to contend with that monstrous creature. What to do? What to do? Panic surged within her. In truth, her relationship with Fan Xiao was not particularly close, yet she could not tolerate the grotesque expressions of the others in the meeting room. Being young, she naively believed in the inherent goodness of the world, so she could not abide the betrayal of trust. Thus, she had followed him out. In such a dire situation, Anyone else would have undoubtedly fled, indifferent to Fan Xiu's fate. However, with her innocent disposition, Chao Mingting could not bring herself to act so callously. At that moment, she felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. What to do? What to do? Uncle Fan, you must defeat that creature. Bam! 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 Not far away, Fan Xiu was exchanging blows with the monster. Although his punches had inflicted some damage, the creature's onslaught was far more severe. In addition to its elusive tail that struck without warning, its razor-sharp claws and menacing fangs compounded the threat. With each exchange, Fan Xiu and Apos' apprehension grew, as this beast appeared to be a relentless killing machine. Could it be that he was destined to perish here today? A wave of sorrow washed over him. The creature's gaping maw filled with jagged teeth was the most terrifying aspect. Fan Xiu would have preferred to endure a few scratches from its claws rather than suffer a bite. Yet even the claw and tail attacks left him battered and bleeding. Utilizing the kitchen and Apos' layout to his advantage, he managed to hold his ground, but it was evident to any observer that he was on the defensive. His endurance was solely due to his superior physical condition. No, I cannot remain idle and watch. I must find a way to assist Uncle Fan, Chao Mingting pondered. However, she was acutely aware that her own strength was insufficient to aid him. Rushing in might only hinder him further. In such a case, doing nothing would be preferable. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. They had encountered a group of individuals not long ago. While she was uncertain of their capabilities, she knew they had not been present in the building when the apocalypse erupted. This implied that their strength should not be underestimated. Uncle Fan, hold on. I'll call for help, she shouted, springing to her feet and dashing out of the kitchen. Initially, Fan Xiu felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing Chao Mingting flee, believing she had abandoned him to save herself. However, upon hearing her call, he grasped her intention and thought to himself, perhaps that is the best course of action. Suddenly, a memory struck him. When they had parted ways, the leader of that group had remarked, perhaps I will save you one day, and then you can follow me. Could it be that he had foreseen this very moment? Fan Xiu briefly lost focus. How could one afford to lose focus in battle? At that instant, the creature struck him with its tail with a resounding thud. Thud. Fan Xiu coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent crashing into a metal cabinet. Ah! He cried out in agony, realizing that his back had collided with a protrusion on the cabinet. A sharp pain surged through his abdomen. If he were to look, he would see blood seeping from his lower back. Damn creature! I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Fan Xiu spat, expelling another mouthful of blood as he grasped the cabinet's handle. In the next moment, his muscles tensed, and he roared, "Get down!" To his astonishment, he ripped the cabinet door from its hinges. With a powerful throw, he launched the half-door like Captain America and Apos' shield. Roar! The creature howled as it leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the impact. The door collided with a pipe behind it, bursting it open and sending a spray of water everywhere. Splash! Simultaneously, Fan Xiu, like a titan, leapt onto various kitchen utensils and charged at the creature, delivering a heavy punch to its head. The creature staggered, dazed from the blow, yet it remained undeterred, its tail striking once more like a treacherous scorpion. Do you think I will fall for your tricks again? Fan Xiu bellowed, seizing the creature's tail with precision. With a swift spin, he executed a perfect throw. Boom! A tremendous noise echoed. Then he turned again, delivering another throw. Boom! 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 In that moment, the creature was akin to a mere toy in Fan Xiu's hands, slammed repeatedly to the ground, reminiscent of the Hulk pummeling Loki. Roar! The creature roared in fury but remained powerless against Fan Xiu's grip, unable to escape, and was battered down again and again. To the onlookers, it appeared as though victory was within Fan Xiu's grasp. However, the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the shattered glass where the creature had first struck, another hunter emerged. Fan Xiu was plunged into despair. Meanwhile, Chao Mingting, having raced out of the kitchen, quickly discerned her direction and ascended the stairs with urgency. Faster! I must hurry. The creature's formidable strength was terrifying, and Uncle Fan might not withstand it. She had to locate that group. Were they still on the meeting room floor? They must be there. Panting heavily, she ascended the stairs. As just a small girl, merely 260 months old, she felt a surge of fear in the presence of the ghastly creature. Even now, the memory sent shivers down her spine. At this moment, she was not so much running as crawling with all her might. Before long, she caught snippets of conversation. Young master, although it has only been a few days, it feels like an eternity. I can no longer bear the thought of those biscuits. Xiaoyu, cease your foolishness. While such individuals may have been scarce in the past, at this moment, Many are likely going hungry. Oh dear, it is difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. Huh, is that not the girl from before? Chao Mingting raised her head, drenched in sweat, as she gazed upon the group before her. Chapter 74, The Butterfly Effect. A perilous moment. At this juncture, Chao Mingting felt utterly exhausted. After a bout of intense exertion, her vision blurred, allowing her only a hazy glimpse of Shenfeng and the others. Despite the obscured view, she recognized them as the individuals she sought, prompting her to exclaim, "Quick, save Uncle Fan." Observing the frail and weary Chao Mingting, Xiao Yu inquired curiously, "Young master, did she just ask us to rescue that burly man from earlier?" Shenfeng regarded Chao Mingting with a puzzled expression. It was peculiar. According to Fan Xiu's original life script, he should not have encountered danger until a day later. Why was he in peril now? In truth, this was the manifestation of the butterfly effect. Unbeknownst to Shenfeng, as he and his companions leapt from the rooftop, numerous monsters below were gazing upward at them. At this moment, the building's exterior harbored more than just the two predators. In accordance with the original narrative, Fan Xiu was supposed to attract a monster while cooking in the kitchen, the aroma luring it in. Yet now, the creatures drawn by Shenfeng and his group had bypassed him to assault Fan Xiu directly. This meant that Fan Xiu had unwittingly suffered misfortune, bearing the brunt of Shun Feng's troubles. Nevertheless, it was best to investigate the situation. Shenfeng was unaware of the convoluted circumstances, but if trouble had indeed arisen, it provided him the opportunity to rescue Fan Xiu, thus securing his allegiance to the team. "Finler, you go ahead," Shenfeng commanded, directing his gaze towards Finler, the swiftest among them. He felt reassured by Finler's capabilities. Being a member of the subhuman race, Finler had engaged in combat with various monsters within the secret realm, honing formidable battle skills. Despite being only a level 1, Tier 1, Shenfeng believed that even a Tier 2, level 1 individual would struggle against Finler. "Understood, young master." Finler replied with a grin, vanishing as swiftly as a gust of wind. "Take her with you. We shall descend together," Shenfeng instructed, leading the way down. Leona contemplated briefly before stepping forward to hoist Chao Mingting onto her shoulder. "Everyone else can precede my brother and me into the team, so leave these minor matters to us," Leona declared, her tone exuding confidence. Perhaps the others had forgotten Leona's remarkable talent. She was a shapeshifter. Since joining Shenfeng's team, Leona had remained silent, but in truth, she was a woman of immense vigor, merely suppressing her true nature. "No, it and amp, oppos, s unnecessary. I can walk myself," Chao Mingting protested from Leona's shoulder. Leona replied earnestly, "You are currently experiencing severe muscle spasms and can hardly move. To ensure our progress remains unimpeded, it would be best for you to comply." Xiaqiu Chan observed Chao Mingting being carried and felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth, but refrained from commenting. After all, it was preferable to be carried than to be dragged by a single limb, a notion she believed Leona would not shy away from if necessary. The group descended the stairs slowly, guided by Chao Mingting towards the employee cafeteria on the 15th floor. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Fan Xiu stood frozen at the sight of yet another predator. Although he had managed to inflict considerable damage on the creature in his grasp, those injuries were far from fatal. Determining a victor would not be a swift affair. Yet, at this moment, another predator appeared. "This is madness. The heavens conspire against me," Fan Xiu lamented, oblivious to his role as a scapegoat for Shenfeng, while his original script foretold a demise. At least he had enjoyed a warm meal prior to it. Roaring, the battered predator shook its head and regained its footing. Two predators, one not far from Fan Xiu and the other near the window, eyed him hungrily. "Perhaps I shall meet my end today, but I must take one of these beasts with me," Fan Xiu resolved, his spirit ignited. Life inevitably culminates in death, however. He was determined not to perish without a fight. With a roar, both predators lunged at him. Fan Xiu struck the one nearest to him, but just as he prepared to swing again, the predator by the window leapt toward him. The distance was merely 5 or 6 meters, a trivial span for a predator to close in a heartbeat. With a sickening crunch, the predator's jaws clamped down on Fan Xiu's shoulder. The sharp pain surged through him. "Ah!" he screamed, only to find the second predator sinking its teeth into his other shoulder moments later. At that moment, it felt as though he were ensnared by two ferocious koalas, one in front and one behind, relentlessly biting into his flesh. Fan Xiu had evaded the predator's jaws thus far, but now, amidst their fierce assault, he was finally caught. The pain was excruciating. He felt as if his shoulder were caught in a meat grinder, as countless razor-sharp teeth ground into his flesh. Blood gushed forth, staining his clothes crimson. Desperately, he spun in circles, flailing his arms to dislodge the beasts, but it was too late. Like crocodiles, once they clamped down, they would not let go until death ensued. An indescribable agony flooded his mind, causing his vision to blur. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a revelation dawned upon him, his fully awakened omnipotent enhancement ability. Could it be? My talent extends beyond mere strength enhancement? Speed, stamina, even other attributes can be amplified? Fan Xiao mused bitterly, realizing the futility of his awakening at this juncture. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes, contemplating surrender. Against one predator, perhaps he could muster the strength to prevail, but against two, he was utterly outmatched. Just as he resigned himself to despair, a vivid scene flashed before his eyes. A sunlit field, where a boy and girl frolicked amidst golden grains, pure and serene. Yet, in an instant, the tranquility shattered. A blinding light, a roaring truck sped by, and he turned to find his beloved vanished, leaving only an arm in his grasp. Fan Xiao and Appo's eyes flew open, now ablaze with fury. Chapter 75. Finler arrives just in time. As they grew up, would you marry me? Sure, but what does marrying you mean? It means living together. Aren't we already together now? Well, right now we are still young. We can only be considered playmates. All right, whatever you say. Under the azure sky. A little boy chuckled innocently, while a nearby girl cradled her cheeks in her hands, gazing at him dreamily. Fang Qiu was besieged by haunting memories. In the kitchen, he was being torn at the shoulders by two predators, plunging him into unconsciousness. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly lifted his head, and his eyes blazed crimson as he let out a furious roar. Astonishingly, the muscles on Fang Qiu and Appo's shoulders hardened like steel, effectively immobilizing the predators and Appo's sharp fangs. Universal enhancement allowed for the amplification of strength and speed, as well as the fortification of weapons, equipment, and even flesh and bones. In that instant, Fang Qiu reinforced his muscles, increasing their density, and astonishingly clamped down on the predator's teeth. One must admit, Fang Qiu was truly formidable. I cannot perish. I must carry on living for Ling. She is watching over me from above. How could I die so pitifully? Fang Qiu roared, then crossed his arms and seized the heads of the two predators. In the next moment, he performed an astonishing act. He opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth into the neck of the predator before him. With a sickening sound, his teeth, now razor-sharp from the enhancement, pierced through the predator's neck, and blood surged into his mouth, overwhelming him with a foul stench. Ignoring the taste, Fang Qiu and Appo's face contorted with rage as he violently tore a chunk of flesh from the predator and Appo's neck. Simultaneously, Fang Qiu swiftly retreated, crashing into an iron cabinet in the kitchen. Since another predator lurked behind him, the impact was mostly absorbed by it, spitting out the bloody morsel in a terrifying display. Fang Qiu declared, even if I die today, I will not let you have it easy. He stepped forward slightly, then retreated again, slamming the predator behind him into the iron cabinet. Boom! Fang Qiu, like an unyielding machine, alternated between advancing and retreating, relentlessly battering the predator behind him. Meanwhile, he repeatedly opened his mouth to bite at the one before him. His mouth filled with the rancid blood, yet he remained oblivious, repeatedly spitting out the bloodied flesh torn from the predator and Appo's neck. Although the predator and Appo's mouth was immobilized, it could still roar in agony from its throat, and the sound held a tinge of despair. Suddenly, the predator's tail whipped through the air and, like a scorpion stinger, lunged at Fang Qiu. With a sickening thud, it pierced his abdomen, sending an indescribable pain coursing through his mind. At that moment, Fang Qiu felt as fragile as a dying old man, utterly spent and exhausted. Another piercing sound echoed as the predator behind him likewise struck with its tail, piercing through Fang Qiu's abdomen. Truly, they were imitating each other. Blood gushed from Fang Qiu's mouth, not from the predator, but his own. Weariness, weakness, and heaviness enveloped him. He longed to succumb to slumber. As if someone whispered in his ear, sleep now, and the pain will cease. Fang Qiu's eyelids grew heavy, but in the next moment, he howled and once more activated the universal enhancement. He refused to die here. A sheen of silver black, as hard as steel, emerged on his abdomen, effectively immobilizing both predators' tails. Two of the three strongest attack methods of the predators, mouth, limbs, and tail, had been neutralized. But what of their limbs? How would Fang Qiu contend with that? With swiftness akin to blades flashing, the two predators unleashed their 8 claws upon Fang Qiu. Instantly, he was drenched in blood. Though the universal enhancement was formidable, reinforcing his shoulders and abdomen consumed a significant portion of his energy. In essence, while his talent had just begun to fully unleash, he lacked the capacity to render his entire body as unyielding as steel. Faced with the predator's limbs, Fang Qiu was genuinely powerless. Thus, wounds of varying depths marred Fang Qiu's body, and blood flowed freely, pooling around him. I have done my utmost, he thought. He had exhausted every last resource. Had there been only one predator, he surely would have triumphed. But who could have anticipated the presence of two? Roar. Fang Qiu tilted his head slightly. And to his horror, he spotted yet another predator outside the window. A third one. Despair enveloped him completely. He could barely contend with two. And now there was a third? Just then, a gust of wind suddenly rushed past outside. Is this an illusion? Fang Qiu smiled faintly. In anime, lines are occasionally used to signify the presence of wind. Yet, how could such a thing exist in reality? But in the next instant, a hand gripped the kitchen door, and a boy's head appeared before Fang Qiu. It seemed as though the boy had sprinted at breakneck speed, using the door to halt his momentum, even leaning sideways due to inertia. "Oh, I found you," Findler exclaimed cheerfully, then glanced at Fang Qiu's grievous state, saying, "Wow, your injuries are severe." Fang Qiu's vision blurred, and even though he recognized a figure at the kitchen door, he could not discern who it was. Yet, what could one person accomplish? "Quick, run," Fang Qiu urged weakly, another mouthful of blood sputtering forth. "The young master sent me to save you. I cannot flee," Findler replied, darting toward Fang Qiu like a gust of wind. Within a heartbeat, Findler had crossed the threshold of the kitchen and stood before Fang Qiu. However, when Findler appeared again, it was not a mere boy before him, but a werewolf walking upright. Findler had transformed in under a second. Chapter 76. The Werewolf Finral, Slaughtering the Predators. With a fierce howl, the werewolf lunged forward and sank its teeth into the neck of the predator before Fang Qiu. A sharp crack echoed as the predator's neck snapped instantly, and with a slight exertion, the werewolf severed its head completely. Though the reason was unclear, your body had immobilized them, leaving me no choice but to eliminate them. The head can remain with you for now. The werewolf spoke in human tongue. In his human form, Finral's speech resembled that of a youth, yet in his werewolf state, his voice carried an eerie chill and a raspy quality, evoking an involuntary sense of dread. With another roar, the werewolf swiftly dispatched a second predator, revealing how fragile these creatures were in Finral's capable hands. Perhaps their vulnerability stemmed from their immobility, akin to a mouse secured on a chopping board, merely waiting to be slain, making it a rather effortless task. Unless you happen to be a cat named Tom, this task is undeniably simple. Be careful. Though astonished by Finral's prowess, Fang Qiu shouted a warning. Don't forget, there is a third predator at the window. In a swift motion, the third predator lunged forward. But before it could reach Finral, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared above the predator like a gust of wind. Too slow, Finral proclaimed arrogantly. Then with a powerful kick, he sent the predator crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Come on, I haven't dealt with those two yet. Let us have a proper fight. Finral squatted on the kitchen counter, curiously observing the predator with his hands gripping the edge. Nearby, Fang Qiu stood in awe, struck by Finral and Oppo's incredible speed. After the predators ceased their assault, Fang Qiu utilized his all-encompassing enhancement to forcefully seal his wounds and reduce blood loss, allowing his vision to improve significantly. However, he could hardly catch a glimpse of Finral, who seemed to vanish in an instant, only to reappear at his desired location moments later. Is this the extent of their power? Fang Qiu murmured to himself. This young man had once stood behind Shenfeng, suggesting he was not the leader of that formidable team. If such terrifying strength was not that of the leader, then just how powerful was Shenfeng? Hiss. Contemplating this, Fang Qiu gasped in astonishment, feeling a mix of surprise and fear. Yet, it seemed I have little choice left. With a wry smile, Fang Qiu seized a nearby kitchen knife and severed the tails of the two predators. Bang! The next moment, Fang Qiu, as if drained of strength, collapsed to the ground. Anyone glancing at Fang Qiu in that moment might have burst into laughter, for he bore two still dripping monster heads on his shoulders, and two severed tails hung limply from his abdomen. Though drenched in blood and looking pitiful, the sight had an ironic humor to it. As for Fang Qiu's lack of astonishment at Finral's transformation into a wolf, well, with zombies on the loose and monsters like predators emerging, and considering his own all-encompassing enhancement talent, what was there to be surprised about? If that girl, Chao Mengting, were here, she might be shocked. But Fang Qiu felt no such surprise. With a roar, The predator that had been knocked down regained its footing and shook its head, angrily roaring at Finral. It then charged towards him on all fours. "Hey, that's the spirit," the werewolf replied, his tone fierce yet calm. This time, Finral did not rely on his speed. Instead, he collided directly with the predator. The impact resonated with a loud crash as Finral gripped the predator and Oppos as forelimbs, resembling a contest of strength. "Wow, not bad," Finral remarked, glancing at Vankio. "For an ordinary person, holding your ground against two monsters for so long is truly impressive. You should strengthen yourself quickly, and then we can have a proper match." Vankio's lips twitched as he saw the predator begin to wield its tail again. "Watch out." In that very moment, the predator launched a surprise attack with its scorpion-like tail, yet Finral seemed to anticipate it, deftly sidestepping the strike. "Wow," Vankio exclaimed in disbelief. How did Finral evade that without even looking at the predator? "Hey, while I understand that you mindless creatures often prefer ambushes, I really don't appreciate such dishonorable tactics." Finral turned his head back, glaring at the predator with disdain. With a roar, the predator either understood or did not. But it simply lunged forward with its jaws wide open, aiming to bite Finral. "Cut it out. You want to compare biting strength?" Finral scoffed, refusing to dodge as he opened his mouth wide and bit back. With a splat, they nearly bit each other simultaneously, yet in the next instant, Vankio watched as Finral's massive jaws snapped shut, tearing the predator's shoulder away. "Ugh." Finral spat out the limb, glancing at the predator, which had merely grazed his skin. "Hey, you lost. Why are you still biting?" The predator, unyielding, continued to exert force, attempting to sever Finral and Oppos' arm as well. However, Finral, being a beast man with superior physical attributes, and standing a level above this predator, meant that no matter how long the predator bit, it could not sever Finral's arm. Sighing, Finral expressed his frustration. "Talking to you mindless creatures is such a hassle. Fine, just go die already." With that, Finral seized the predator's head, and bang! The predator's skull was crushed in Finral's grip. Meanwhile, Vankio stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "Ah!" A sudden scream rang out as Vankio looked up to see Shen Feng and others approaching, with Chao Mengting perched on the shoulder of a woman with fiery red hair. Upon seeing Vankio and Oppos' pitiable state, Chao Mengting let out a shriek and hurriedly crawled toward him. Chapter 77. A newcomer joins. "Uncle Fan, please Don and Oppos, die?" Chao Mengting cried, shaking Fanchio and Oppos' arm vigorously, her voice filled with despair. "If only I had been more careful, we would and Oppos have encountered this monster." Shen Feng stepped forward, gently patting Chao Mengting and Oppos' shoulder with a smile. "Stop shaking him. If you keep it up, Uncle Fan might truly perish." Chao Mengting froze at his words. At that moment, Fanchio was drenched in blood, two monster heads dangling from his shoulders and two monster tails embedded in his abdomen. Could he possibly survive such injuries? She turned to Shen Feng in disbelief. Meanwhile, Fanchio was equally perplexed. "Sister, can't you see how grave my injuries are? If your intention is to shake me to death, just say so." On the other side, Fenler gradually shifted back from his wolf-like form and approached Leona with a grin. "Sister, this monster is rather amusing." Leona glanced at Fenler's relatively minor injuries and sighed. "Did I not tell you? There is no need to exchange blows with these mindless creatures." Fenler chuckled. "Well, it's all in good fun." However, due to Fenler's carefree demeanor, Tang Shan ended up causing him significant trouble. It was truly unfortunate for Tang Shan. Just then, as Fenler and Leona conversed, Chao Mengting let out a shriek. Shen Feng had reached out and seized the two tails protruding from Fanchio's abdomen. Then, with a swift motion, he yanked them out. Fanchio gasped, blood spilling forth as he looked at Shen Feng in disbelief. "Brother, did you not just invite me to join your team?" "I accepted. But now, are you saving me or trying to kill me?" Shen Feng tossed a few low-grade magic crystals from the heads of the zombies, casually stating, "Eat this." Though Fanchio was puzzled by the object, he swallowed the magic crystal without hesitation. If Shen Feng intended to kill him, in his current state, he would surely perish. Thus, it was not that Fanchio blindly trusted strangers. Rather, he was left with no choice but to heed Shen Feng and Oppos' command. Yet, in the next moment, Fanchio was astonished to discover that his vitality had significantly improved, despite the uncertainty surrounding the cause. He immediately utilized his innate ability to seal the gaping wound in his abdomen. Then, with a decisive motion, he removed the two heads from his shoulders. His actions were so forceful that remnants of his flesh and blood remained lodged in the predator and Appo's sharp teeth. Watching this, Xiaoqiu-chan couldn't and Appo's help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. What a tough character. Xiaoqiu-chan thought that if she were in his position, even if she managed to detach the heads, she would likely scream in agony. Yet Fan Xiu merely grunted, indifferent to the flesh torn away by the predator and Appo's fangs. A true warrior. Upon closer inspection, Fan Xiu stood nearly 6 feet tall, weighing over 200 pounds. However, he was not overweight, his physique was well proportioned, and he appeared robust due to his large frame. Universal enhancement is indeed incredible, Shen Feng remarked, intrigued by Fan Xiu and Appo's talent. He had initially intended to use rapid healing to assist Fan Xiu, but now it seemed unnecessary. Fan Xiu could heal himself. As Fan Xiu closed his eyes and skillfully employed his ability, the wounds on his body began to heal and scab over, while his pallid complexion gradually improved. After an indeterminate period, Fan Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of relief. How remarkable! Just one bead, and my strength has returned to its original state. He clenched his fist, marveling at the experience. Meanwhile, Shen Feng smiled. It seems we are quite fated. Consider this my saving grace for you. May I inquire once more? Do you wish to join me? Hearing this, Fan Xiu fell into silence for a moment. Shen Feng granted him ample time for contemplation, patiently awaiting his decision. Although Fan Xiu possessed formidable abilities, he harbored no aspirations of dominance. To be honest, without directives from others, he often found himself at a loss regarding what to do. This phenomenon is a lamentable consequence of modern education, which molds individuals like machines before suddenly granting them freedom in university, leaving many bewildered. Ultimately, Fan Xiu did not yearn for supremacy. He had never envisioned himself as a ruler. Following orders had become second nature to him. Moreover, he cast a glance at Chao Mengting. Were it not for her, he might have thrived under the influence of his universal enhancement alone. However, she was in need of protection. Thus, Fan Xiu resolutely declared, "Very well, I shall join." Shen Feng smiled, replying, "Congratulations on making the right choice." For reasons unknown. As Fan Xiu beheld Shen Feng's smile, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, as if rejecting the offer would summon dire consequences. In truth, had Fan Xiu uttered a negative response, Shen Feng would have promptly eliminated both him and Chao Mengting. Fan Xiu and Appo's talents were simply too potent. Shen Feng lacked the magnanimity of a Cao Cao. For him, if someone possessed great strength or exceptional talents, they must be utilized. Otherwise, they were better off dead. What if that person were to join Shen Feng and Appo's adversaries? Such a scenario would only complicate matters for him. The individual's protests, asserting they had no desire to oppose Shen Feng, would fall on deaf ears. Moreover, some situations cannot be avoided simply by wishing them away. Take Fan Xiu as an example. Though Shen Feng was unaware, Fan Xiu was deeply concerned for the young girl beside him. If someone were to capture Chao Mengting and coerce Fan Xiu into opposing Shen Feng, would he comply? Shen Feng would never allow such a predicament to unfold. Chapter 78. Dining. Oh, how fortunate I feel to have a warm meal after just 3 days. Chao Mengting exclaimed with a quivering voice. Although the cafeteria had been devastated by the predators and Appo's assault, it was improbable that there was only one cooking facility for the staff. Fortunately, the group discovered another well-equipped kitchen nearby, and the power had not yet been entirely lost, allowing them to access the food stored in the freezer. Thus, with a chef's innate talent. When Shui showcased his culinary prowess, preparing a sumptuous dinner for everyone. "I am glad you all enjoy it," he smiled. Just a short while ago, when Shui had wielded a knife to slay 20 individuals, yet now he donned a white chef and Appo's coat, a tall hat, and held kitchen tools, beaming at Shen Feng and the others. After his retirement, when Shui had lived solely to seek vengeance, but during this time, he had indeed grown fond of the culinary arts. While his vendetta was far from over, he had now acquired a clearer objective, allowing his heart to feel less burdened. Transformed after his liberation, when Shui's culinary skills had inexplicably ascended to new heights, akin to a legendary epiphany. Consequently, the meal was a delightful feast for all. Even Xiaoyu and Shen Feng indulged wholeheartedly, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Some things are taken for granted until they are lost, revealing their true beauty. "This is delicious," Xiaoqiu-chan exclaimed, reclining in her chair while patting her slightly rounded belly. Findler nodded enthusiastically. "Sister and I have never tasted anything so exquisite." Leona affectionately ruffled Findler and Oppos. As Heron remarked, in the realm, aside from salt, there are nearly no seasonings, so our meals are primarily roasted, lacking the variety of frying or boiling. Please forgive my earlier comments. When Shui chuckled, I can grill meat too, but the current conditions are not ideal. Given the opportunity in the future, I shall demonstrate my skills. Chao Mingting suddenly inquired, what is the realm? At her words, when Shui, Fan Qiu, and Chao Mingting were momentarily taken aback. Ah, you can think of it as an alternate dimension, akin to those fantastical realms in two-dimensional stories. Qiu explained. Really? Such a thing exists? Fan Qiu was astonished. Xia Qiu-chan added, you already possess superpowers. What else can't you accept? Fan Qiu and Wen Shui glanced at each other and chuckled. True enough. Chao Mingting, feeling somewhat aggrieved, whimpered, you all have peculiar superpowers, yet I have none. Shin Feng replied nonchalantly, do not lose heart. Within the bodies of monsters, there exists a type of crystal. If it is monochromatic, it is nearly useless. But if it is multicolored, it can bestow talent upon those without any. Chao Mingting's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, so, I could choose my superpower freely? Shin Feng paused, chuckling, that's one way to look at it, but multicolored crystals are quite rare. After all, he had only acquired one from Tang Shan, and for an ordinary person, it would likely take a lifetime to find such a gem. However, Shin Feng did not anticipate that, shortly thereafter, he would indeed encounter an extraordinarily fortunate ordinary person. Oh. Shin Feng stretched and then said, Xia Qiu-chan, please share your experiences since joining the team, and then everyone should retire for the night. Oh, wait. Just as Shin Feng was about to leave, he turned back to Chao Mingting and asked, are you familiar with the equipment in this building? Chao Mingting puffed out her chest proudly. Though I am merely an intern, I am quite capable. Shin Feng nodded. Very well, then. Everyone should rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will broadcast, and then we shall depart from here. With that, Shin Feng and Qiu left first. As for where to rest, they could find their own spots. In such a vast company, locating a few resting places should not be arduous. If all else failed, they could simply sleep on the floor. After Shin Feng's departure, Butler's son addressed the group, saying, ladies and gentlemen, my young master can sometimes be ill-tempered. So I kindly ask that you do not overstep your bounds. I believe, Miss Xia Qiu-chan, you are more qualified to speak on this matter than I am. At his words, Xia Qiu-chan and Oppos' face flushed. I will not oppose Shin Feng in the future. It was my ignorance before. That was my mistake, and she stammered, but Butler's son shook his head and said, our young master does not trust verbal promises. If you genuinely wish to change, it is best to reflect that in your actions. He despises those who speak one way but act another, as well as those who fail to take action. Butler's son concluded, rising to leave. Observing this, Chao Mingting bounced over to Xia Qiu-chan, embracing her arm affectionately. Sister Xia, what do you wish to tell us? Leona and Finler also lingered, as they had not been with the group for long and felt it prudent to listen. Sighing, Xia Qiu-chan resolved, very well. I shall share my experiences from the past few days, hoping you will learn from them. After Xia Qiu-chan recounted her tale, Chao Mingting voiced her dissatisfaction. How could he do that? After forcibly claiming Sister Xia, he only struck her because she asked why a few times. This is utterly tyrannical. Xia Qiu-chan shook her head. No. That is not my young master's fault. It is my own. By the way, when Shin Feng had dislocated Xia Qiu-chan's arm, he had healed her with his ability during their travels, warning her that if it happened again, it would not merely be a matter of dislocation. Clearly, Shin Feng's patience was rapidly reaching its limits. Fortunately, Xia Qiu-chan had indeed come to a realization. Sister Xia, you are not experiencing love sickness, are you? This could be considered domestic abuse, and yet you defend him? Chao Mingting queried, astonished. Xia Qiu-chan's face flushed instantly. Love sickness? Domestic abuse? Although these terms were not flattering, there was an underlying premise. Both parties must be in a romantic or marital relationship. Were she and Shin Feng considered a couple? It seemed not. Xia Qiu-chan pondered helplessly. Chapter 79. Only darkness can confront darkness. Xia Qiu-chan spoke. The master and Oppos' thoughts occasionally diverge from ours, yet I have gleaned a few insights. In essence, the master will not afford his adversaries a single opportunity. Moreover, while he permits you to inquire after the completion of your tasks, he forbids you from questioning his orders at the moment they are given. Chao Mingting, in a disgruntled tone, retorted, what distinguishes this from the tyrants of feudal society? It is utterly unreasonable. Fan Qiu responded solemnly, child, you are mistaken. The world of the future is inherently devoid of reason. Ah? Chao Mingting gazed at Fan Qiu in astonishment. Fan Qiu glanced towards the door, whereupon the group beheld several corpses of the predators. By the way, it is worth mentioning that even though the predators are deceased, perhaps due to their recent demise, their bodies still radiate warmth. Thus, Shen Feng was able to discern the predator's attributes, which were as follows: name, predator, level, first order, 9th rank, ability, pursuit, description, a born hunter. Shen Feng pondered that given its innate ability, the magical crystals within might very well be of the rainbow variety. However, upon crushing their skulls, he was left with mere ordinary magical crystals. Alas, given Shen Feng's villainous nature, even if they contained rainbow magical crystals, they would likely vanish. Returning to the matter at hand, Fan Qiu scrutinized the predator's remains and remarked earnestly, in this era of zombies and monsters, where individuals have begun to exhibit extraordinary abilities, it is evident that the future will be a realm where the strong reign supreme. If you are strong, perhaps you may reason with others. If you are weak, who will deign to reason with you? Fan Qiu turned his gaze towards Chao Mengting. Chao Mengting furrowed her brow. Shouldn't the strong protect the weak? Fan Qiu shook his head. That is your perspective. However, who decreed that the strong must save the weak? This. Chao Mengting was momentarily taken aback. Fan Qiu continued. Let me rephrase it. Among those in the conference room, do you believe I am the weak one, or are they? Mentioning the individuals in the conference room, Fan Qiu couldn't help but sigh deeply within. Though he did not voice it, his intuition suggested that those individuals had perished. Perhaps it was for the best. There was no need to scavenge for food on their behalf. Chao Mingting's eyes brightened. Certainly, they are the weak ones. Yet, Uncle Fan, you still chose to help them find food. Isn't that the strong protecting the weak? You still fail to grasp my point, Fan Qiu sighed. Let me ask you this. If another individual, equally strong, faced demands from these weaklings to seek food on their behalf, would that strong individual comply? Perhaps for a day or two, but what about a month? A year? Eventually, the strong will grow dissatisfied. Why should they, the strong, toil while the weak reap the rewards? No one would willingly accept such an arrangement, and thus, the strong will dominate the weak, who in turn will begin to offer tributes to the strong. If the strong are benevolent, they may grant some benefits. If they are malevolent, they will treat these individuals as mere slaves. History has witnessed this cycle repeat itself countless times. Chao Mingting was rendered speechless, stammering, "No, this cannot be. How could the world become so callous?" Beside them, when Shui scoffed, "You are still too young, too inexperienced. What do you mean by the world becoming so cruel? The world has never been warm. If it were, why would the perpetrator of my class leader's daughter's death remain unpunished? Justice? Light? Warmth? How absurd. Without power or wealth, you lack even the right to demand fairness. Do you believe you are formidable? Do you think you can change the world? Nonsense. You cannot alter anything. You are but refuse, the detritus of society. The strong have always ruled over the weak. This has been the rule since time immemorial. The future is merely a different manifestation, exchanging wealth and power for genuine strength. However, and when Shui and Appos, view, the future world appeared brighter, for it bore the promise of empowerment. He would not succumb to the despair of the past. When Shui stood, pointing accusingly at Xiaqiu-chan, individuals like you should have been eliminated long ago. It was the master who saved you. Yet in the face of his commands, you hesitate and question him. How ungrateful. With that, when Shui turned and left, for him, Shen Feng represented the hope for vengeance. Yet, even absent this motivation, he would follow Shen Feng. For such a person was worthy of allegiance in the apocalypse. Only darkness can combat darkness. Light is forever but a hope conjured by those ensnared in the shadows. A mere pursuit. Some may argue that one should not despair over a few incidents. Yet one cannot demand that the victims of those incidents continue to believe in a luminous world. Your ability to speak so eloquently stems solely from your status as an observer. You have never truly experienced the so-called darkness. Otherwise, you might find yourself descending into deeper depravity and malevolence. At the dining table, Leona spoke earnestly. If the clan leader were to issue us a command, we must fulfill it before posing any questions. How could one inquire prior to execution? If we miss the opportunity, what then? Finlar chimed in nonchalantly, regardless. I know the master is a good person. Even if he makes a mistake, so be it. Xiaqiu-chan sighed. You all adapt so swiftly. For an ordinary person, Chao Mingting and Appos' reaction is the correct one, is it not? She gestured towards Chao Mingting, who sat with her head in her hands, consumed by despair and sorrow due to Fan Qiu and Appos' words. Fan Qiu shook his head. Humans are creatures of habit. and it is challenging to alter one and Oppo's perceptions, personality, or thoughts instantaneously. However, he too rose and departed, stating gravely, "The apocalypse has never granted us the luxury of adaptation. Therefore, we must swiftly transform our characters." After Fan Qiu left, Leona and Finlar followed suit. At the table, only Chao Mingting and Xiaqiu Chan remained. Observing the sorrow etched on Chao Mingting and Oppo's face, Xiaqiu Chan felt a familiar pang reminiscent of her own recent past. Xiaqiu Chan stood and placed a reassuring hand on Chao Mingting and Oppo's shoulder, saying, "If I could, I would prefer to disclose these harsh truths to you gradually. Yet, they are correct. The apocalypse has not afforded us time to acclimate, and thus we must adapt swiftly. Keep your spirits up." Chapter 80. So many subordinates. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating two pale bodies. Shen Feng and Oppo's eyelids fluttered, and upon waking, he felt a wave of lightness wash over him. The talent of yin-yang harmony was indeed remarkable, benefiting both physical and mental health, alleviating fatigue, and even enhancing strength. Shen Feng mused that it was a grave oversight for the heavens not to grant Tang Shan this extraordinary gift. What a splendid talent it was! "Rise, lazy cat." Shen Feng playfully patted Qiuyu and Oppo's snow-white backside, eliciting a soft whimper from her. Blushing, Qiuyu opened her eyes and gradually climbed off Shen Feng. The two dressed and exited the room, reuniting with the others. As for breakfast, in the past, it would have been a mere formality. However, with Wen Shui present now, everyone was determined to make it worthwhile. During the meal, Shen Feng noticed that Chao Mingting had dark circles under her eyes, as if she had not slept at all. Did their activities last night disturb her? But that didn't seem right. The others were unaffected. Could it be that she was the only one who heard? Yet, she lacked any extraordinary hearing abilities. Shen Feng was perplexed until the lively Finlar provided the answer. It turned out that after Xiaqiu Chan's revelations the previous night, Chao Mingting had become mired in confusion. Understanding this, Shen Feng decided not to play the role of life coach. Some matters must be resolved individually. He shook his head, refraining from further comment. After all, certain realizations must come from within. Moreover, he felt she was not worth the extra effort. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated quite a number of subordinates. As he surveyed the group around him, he recognized his fortunate circumstances. Each individual possessed remarkable talents, and should they flourish, they could undoubtedly become formidable leaders in their own right. Qiuyu and Steward Sun were the first he had brought along. One wielded the power of ice, while the other commanded portals. Though their abilities had rarely been employed thus far, their significance would undoubtedly grow with time. Qiuyu was a primary combatant, while Steward Sun's talent served primarily as support. To Shen Feng, Qiuyu's prowess was impressive. Yet the utility of Steward Sun's portal ability was unparalleled, especially with such a vast base at their disposal. In the future, a mere portal could allow him to teleport from the center to the outside. Steward Sun's talent was truly the strongest support on the battlefield. Shen Feng eagerly anticipated Steward Sun's future achievements. Xiaqiu Chan, whom he had brought from university, had once exhibited hesitation in battle, only striking back when provoked. However, now her former timidity had vanished. She had undergone a complete transformation. With the traits of an empress, her strength would surely soar. What need was there for indecision in the apocalypse? What place was there for mercy or noble justifications for killing? If an opponent was not strong enough, they should not even have the right to stand before him. This was the essence of the end times. Finlar and Leona. Two others he had retrieved from the secret realm. Both possessed dual talents, one of wolf transformation and hurricane, the other of lion transformation and flames, both formidable indeed. Shen Feng's gains from that secret realm were substantial. It was no wonder it could drastically enhance the protagonist and Oppo's strength. He couldn't help but marvel at it. Simultaneously, his curiosity about the goblin's secret realm grew. Was it not fitting for the protagonist to lose one subhuman realm only to be gifted with a goblin realm by the heavens? Truly, they were favored by fate. The goblin realm promised treasures as well, and Shen Feng would not willingly relinquish them. He decided to postpone his exploration of that realm for a few days. Smiling at the thought, though Tang Shan had been left nearly shattered by Shen Feng, he believed that as long as Tang Shan drew breath, he would continue to survive, albeit it would take some time. Thus, Shen Feng was in no hurry to visit the goblin realm. Having been away from the base for 3 days, it was time to return and check in. Aside from the aforementioned individuals, Shen Feng had also acquired 3 more subordinates within this broadcasting building. However, He regarded Chao Mengting as a liability, almost a mere bonus in his eyes. The true assets were Fan Xiu and Wen Shui. Fan Xiu's all-encompassing enhancement made him exceptionally strong. Yet it was evident to any discerning observer that he lacked ranged attack capabilities. Therefore, if someone were to employ hit-and-run tactics, Fan Xiu would struggle to defend himself. As for Wen Shui, having a skilled chef was invaluable in the apocalypse, especially with the abundance of food in Xinfeng's base. Without a proficient cook, Xinfeng feared he might face despair in the future. Among the seven, Qiu Yu, Steward's son, Xiaqiu Chan, Finlar, Leona, Wen Shui, and Fan Xiu, each possessed diverse talents, and their fates, once perilous, had been altered by Xinfeng. Their future accomplishments were bound to be significant. Perhaps, aside from Qiu Yu and Steward's son, the loyalty of the others was questionable. However, Xinfeng did not intend to employ the Red Lotus Heartquery Flame prematurely. Some matters required patience. Among these seven, Xiaqiu Chan had joined the earliest, yet they had only known each other for 3 or 4 days. How could one expect her loyalty to be unwavering? Nevertheless, Xinfeng believed that as time passed, their perceptions would gradually shift. After all, he was convinced that he was the most suited to thrive in the apocalypse, and thus, the personalities of others should naturally gravitate towards him. After finishing their meal, the group took a brief respite. All right, let us proceed to the broadcast room, Xinfeng announced. Upon entering the broadcasting room, he turned to the expressionless and bewildered Chao Mengting and said, Chao Mengting, take your time to ponder, but for now, you must activate the equipment. Chao Mengting lifted her head, forcing a smile, then shook her head and replied, understood, though she still grappled with her thoughts. Xiaqiu Chan's words from the previous day had enlightened her to the true nature of Xinfeng's seemingly harmless demeanor. Master, shall we broadcast to a specific area or to the entire city? Chao Mengting inquired. Certainly, the entire city, Xinfeng responded. If it were merely a localized broadcast, there would have been no need for him to come to this central broadcasting building. After all, he had exerted considerable effort to arrive here, not simply for a regional announcement. Chapter 81. The Foolish Jin Cayenne. All right, young master. I understand. Chao Mengting nodded and began operating various instruments before her. If we wish to broadcast across the entire city, I will need to activate many devices. As I am currently alone, it will take approximately 10 minutes to complete the setup. Very well, take your time, Xinfeng replied, settling down with the others to wait patiently. Time was not a concern for him. Xiaqiu Chan leaned forward and inquired, is there anything I can assist you with? Chao Mengting shook her head, saying, Sister Xia, it's not that I underestimate you, but these instruments truly require a professional's expertise to operate. Ahaha. Xiaqiu Chan chuckled awkwardly and retreated, feeling embarrassed. It was indeed awkward to offer help only to be gently dismissed. The group remained idly by, watching as Finlar curiously followed Chao Mengting, observing her as she illuminated one device after another, deftly manipulating the controls on the screens. To Finlar, the entire process was fascinating. Riona was also intrigued, yet her personality restrained her from trailing closely behind like Finlar did. Approximately 9 minutes later, Chao Mengting called out, Young master, amp, oppos, ready. Quite efficient. Chao Mengting led Xinfeng to a microphone, pointing to a row of buttons ahead. Young master, press the green button to start speaking. And if you wish to stop, simply press the adjacent red button. Xinfeng nodded and asked, what medium will this broadcast utilize? Chao Mengting explained. I need to consult you on this. I can operate 2 broadcasting methods. One is to forcibly turn on all televisions in Qingping City that still have power, displaying both your image and voice. The other method involves activating all smart devices, such as smartphones, smartwatches, and smart refrigerators, which can either show your face or merely broadcast your voice. Which method would you prefer? Xinfeng was surprised. You can do that? Indeed, Chao Mengting affirmed. Generally, such measures to forcibly turn on devices are seldom used, but given the current circumstances, it seems no one would mind. Xinfeng was genuinely astonished. Realizing this was something he had previously been unaware of. However, a thought crossed his mind. What if something inappropriate was captured during the forced activation? Would it frighten the man in the midst of his business dealings? While he was curious, he recalled an incident when the radio in his off-road vehicle had gone haywire upon leaving the hospital. It seemed this was simply a method that had gone unused until now. With a smile, Xinfeng declared, regardless of whether it's televisions or other smart devices, activate them all. Let those that can show my face do so, and those that cannot should still broadcast my voice. Shinfeng had no qualms about appearing on screen. After all, he did not need to meet any fan quota, nor did he have anything to conceal. This time, he was openly recruiting assistants. Hence, the medium of broadcast was irrelevant. What mattered was its extensive reach, ensuring that all survivors in the city could hear him. Understood, young master. Chao Mingting resumed her operations on the computer screen. Shortly thereafter, she looked up and said, "Young master, it's ready. Once I press this confirmation button, all smart televisions and smartphones in the city will forcibly turn on and broadcast your forthcoming message." Shinfeng nodded, smiling. "All right, let's commence." Under Chao Mingting's guidance, a large screen suddenly appeared before Shinfeng and the others, displaying his figure. "Young master, this is the perspective of the viewers in front of the television, showcasing your posture on screen. You may use this to make any adjustments," Chao Mingting explained. Through this screen, Shinfeng could assess whether he was seated awkwardly or check his expression. It was akin to looking into a mirror. Shinfeng nodded. "I understand. So now, once I press this green button, everyone in the city will hear my voice, correct?" "Precisely. Oh, and young master, please put on those headphones. As long as there is an echo in the headphones, all external devices should be able to hear your voice unless the speakers are malfunctioning." "All right." Shinfeng grinned. Don the nearby headphones, and without hesitation, pressed the green button. At that moment, accompanied by a crackling sound, all survivors in Qingping City heard Shinfeng and Appo's voice. In a slaughterhouse on the west side of the city, Jin Kaiyan sat amidst a sea of carcasses, wielding a large cleaver, his body drenched in blood. However, do not be misled. Only a small fraction of those bodies were human, the majority being livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep awaiting slaughter. With trembling hands, Jin Kaiyan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke, satisfied. "Damn it, I'm exhausted. Finally cleaned out this den of beasts." He surveyed the surrounding remains and cursed. "What on earth were you all going mad for? Whether human or animal, if you see a living creature, you bite it. Have you all contracted rabies?" He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Clearly, Jin Kaiyan had not heard the earlier broadcast from Daxia, nor did he comprehend that these creatures were zombies. Despite his foolishness, Jin Kaiyan was not one to be easily subdued. Thus, when faced with these creatures intent on biting him, he unsheathed his cleaver and, over the course of 3 days, eliminated every monster in the slaughterhouse. What a ruthless individual! Suddenly, a television mounted on the wall behind Jin Kaiyan flickered to life. "Oh, why is this television turning on by itself?" he muttered, perplexed. On the screen, a man appeared before him. The man moved his lips, but no sound emerged initially. Then, as Jin Kaiyan watched intently, the man donned a pair of headphones, and with a crackling sound, his voice resonated. "Hello, hello. Okay, the rest sound. I trust all survivors can hear me. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you who can hear my voice, and welcome to the apocalyptic world." Chuckling maniacally, the man on screen elicited a puzzled frown from Jin Kaiyan. Is this guy mentally unstable? What is he laughing about? Chapter 82, The Machinations. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the apocalyptic world. While many might prefer to describe the current situation as the end of the world, I find such terminology unsuitable. For the world itself, this is far from an apocalypse, it is merely the demise of humanity. Jin Kaiyan scratched his head in confusion. Is there truly a distinction between humanity and Appo's end, and the world and Appo's end? On the television, the man continued. To elaborate further, I shall refrain from detailing it all. In essence, at this very moment, numerous monsters have emerged across the globe. The most fundamental of these, of course, are the zombies you are all familiar with. I trust that many of you have received the information disseminated by the Daxia. However, I must inform you that the world is not solely inhabited by zombies. There are also creatures known as predators and even larger beasts. Jin Kaiyan widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Monsters? The end of days?" Jin Kaiyan, with a naive grin, pondered aloud, "I may not fully understand, but surely I won't be deemed a murderer, right?" South of the city, in a hospital, Chu Mingwan gazed intently at the television where Shinfeng appeared, incredulously saying, "Humanity and Appo's apocalypse, rather than the end of the world? How intriguing." Chu Mingwan effortlessly grasped Shinfeng and Appo's implication. For the world, unless the entire planet explodes, events such as earthquakes, floods, and tsunamis hardly qualify as an apocalypse. These calamities merely signify the end for humanity. Dressed in a white coat, she raised her gaze, crossing her robust legs clad in black stockings, and smiled. "So, what are your intentions?" On the screen, Shen Feng displayed a charming smile and stated earnestly, "If you have been listening to the Daxiao broadcast, you would know that the military across the nation has suffered severe casualties. According to official reports, if this locality had a regiment, at most only 120 soldiers have survived. Though Qingping City boasts a large population and is likely to host 3 regiments, that still amounts to fewer than 500 soldiers. Do you truly believe that 500 soldiers can maintain control over an entire city?" A serious expression crossed Chu Mengwan and Appo's face as she furrowed her brow and replied, "It will be difficult. The military possesses a plethora of formidable weapons. In truth, exterminating the monsters is not as challenging as many envision. While grenades may be impractical to deploy, missiles can still be launched. A few missile strikes could wipe out the monsters throughout the city. However, the crux of the issue lies in the presence of survivors scattered throughout the city. The military must eliminate the monsters while simultaneously protecting the survivors, which precludes the use of particularly powerful weaponry, thus resulting in a severe manpower shortage." Chu Mingwan raised her head, fixated on the man on the screen, murmuring, "So what are your plans?" It seemed that Shen Feng suddenly remembered something. Slapping his forehead and saying, "Oh, my apologies, I have yet to introduce myself." Shen Feng smiled and continued, "Although I have remained silent for 3 years, I believe many of you still recognize me. Even if you do not, the internet remains operational, so you can look me up. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Shen Feng, chairman of the Shen Corporation." On the screen, Shen Feng displayed a confident smile. Indeed, few within Qingping City, let alone Tianshu Province, are unaware of the Shen Corporation. The legendary young chairman has left countless individuals astounded. Is it true? Shen Feng's 3 years of low profile had caused many to forget his appearance, prompting a flurry of individuals to retrieve their phones in search of his photo. Upon seeing the nearly identical images on their screens and the television, astonishment swept over them. Is it really him? Chu Mingwan too was momentarily taken aback, her ample bosom trembling slightly, capturing attention. Regrettably, her psychological consultation room was vacant save for herself, leaving no one to appreciate the alluring sight. As if struck by inspiration, Chu Mingwan exclaimed, "The base in the East City." She abruptly stood, revealing her impressive height of 1.7 meters, with her long legs measuring at least 1 meters. Those long legs are truly captivating. At this moment, Chu Mingwan stared at Shen Feng on the television, astonished, and said, "You knew 3 years ago? You intend for us to seek refuge with you. Even in the face of apocalypse, you cannot tolerate being relegated to a lower status. You wish to control us all, just as you once commanded the Shen Corporation, do you not?" In an instant, Chu Mingwan discerned Shen Feng and Appo's every intention. As a psychologist, she found herself utterly stunned. In the West City, within a bar, the brazen Zhang Junyi lounged, flanked by 2 women clad in sheer garments. He glanced at Shen Feng on the television and remarked, "Ah yes, young Master Shen once faced countless jeers and misunderstandings while constructing an apocalyptic fortress. Sigh, I too was among the detractors back then. Yet, in hindsight, it is evident that young Master Shen has proven himself superior." Zhang Junyi sighed, feeling a sense of trepidation at the sight of the young man on the screen. The 2 women beside him chimed in, playfully, "Young Master Zhang, you are no less impressive. To us, you are the most formidable. Indeed, even if young Master Shen constructed an apocalyptic fortress, what of it? If he lacks the strength, will he not merely be sewing garments for others?" Zhang Junyi frowned, abruptly pushing the 2 women to the ground. Oh dear, the women were not significantly harmed. Yet they feigned distress, presenting a pitiable appearance. A clash of egos. Zhang Junyi scolded furiously. Meanwhile, Shen Feng on the television continued, "I trust you all recognize me now and are aware of my establishment of an apocalyptic base in the East City. Ladies and gentlemen, I solemnly invite you to my apocalyptic base." Shen Feng spread his arms wide, appearing quite benevolent. However, those familiar with Shen Feng understood that he was never a benevolent individual. On the screen, Shen Feng wore a devilish grin, akin to a siren luring the heart. "Whether you come seeking assistance or harbor intentions to seize my base, I welcome all. I can assure you that within the base, I have stockpiled resources sufficient for hundreds of thousands to last for a century." In a certain sense, Shen Feng was not wrong. However, this applies only to ordinary individuals. As time progresses, can the dietary needs of Tier 3 or 4 individuals truly compare to those of Tier 1? Impossible. Thus, while Shen Feng's claims may be embellished, most fail to perceive the flaws in his rhetoric. Even those who do recognize the exaggeration find themselves unable to resist the allure. This is nothing short of an overt conspiracy. Chapter 83. 1,000 Faces. Zhang Junyi gazed at Shenfeng on the television. Sighing, he claims to welcome everyone. Yet how can one allow all to come without absolute assurance? Zhang Junyi was unaware of Shenfeng's true capabilities, but he understood the nature of humanity, greed. If he possessed an apocalyptic stronghold, what would he do? Conceal it. Keep it hidden from all. Perhaps he would only allow a few women inside. Beyond that, he would likely never leave the base. Yet Shenfeng? He boldly declared its existence and openly invited all to join. As the chairman of such a vast company, if he were truly benevolent, I cannot believe it. He must aspire to be a local tyrant. Zhang Junyi pondered. Perhaps his former subordinates would heed his call. But if that were the case, would he truly have the confidence to suppress tens of thousands? Therefore, he must possess some unique ability, just like me. Zhang Junyi raised his hand, faint sparks of lightning flickering between his fingers. He chuckled. As for me, before the apocalypse, I merely managed a venue. After the end, while I harbor ambitions, they are not grand. So, he stood and shouted, "Let us go. Let us pledge allegiance to the new leader." At that moment, all survivors in Qingping City were stunned. Televisions, smartwatches, intelligent refrigerators, smartphones, tablets. Who among them did not own one or two technological devices? Hence, 90% of the survivors in Qingping City heard Shenfeng and Appo's as proclamation. East of the city, an apocalyptic stronghold. Enough supplies for hundreds of thousands to last a century. These keywords captivated everyone's attention. Some were astonished. No way. Is this real? Enough supplies for hundreds of thousands for a century? How much would that be? I used to think that young Master Shun was deranged. Now it seems he has foresight. Let us hurry while the zombies are still weak. We must rush to join young Master Shan. Some were greedy. Ha ha ha. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. What does it matter that he is the chairman of the Shin Group? If he dares to publicly reveal the location of his stronghold, then it shall be mine. Brothers, let us go seize the Villa District base. From now on, we shall rule the mountain, feast heartily, drink deeply, sleep with the fairest women, and fight fiercely. Oh, charge, brothers. Some were contemplative. If it were me, I would never casually disclose the location of my base. 3 years have passed. Few are likely aware of it, just like I initially forgot about it. Yet now, Shenfeng has revealed it. Something must be amiss. What could be strange? He was the chairman of the Shin Group before the apocalypse, accustomed to a life of ease. So is he offering us refuge? He is merely seeking slaves. But even if I know this, what of it? In this world, merely surviving is a blessing. I plan to go. What about you? Let it be. As long as there is food, for now, the Daxia government lacks the power to save us. At least Shenfeng's base represents a glimmer of hope. Does it not? Let us go, let us travel together. Others expressed their anger. Damn it. Did he know the apocalypse would come 3 years ago? This person, so focused on creating his base, is utterly despicable and selfish. How could the heavens not punish him? He dares to invite us to his base. What audacity. If he knew the apocalypse was coming, he should have hoarded supplies and people. With the outside world so perilous, he ought to send someone to rescue us. 1,000 faces. Some wished to go for food, others sought to plunder. Some even hoped Shenfeng would come to save them. However, when the day truly arrives, they will undoubtedly regret their present actions. For then, they will be but mere laborers, and worse, breeding machines for Shenfeng. Perhaps some might think that for a man, being a breeding machine could be acceptable. However, would anyone genuinely believe that Shenfeng would treat beautiful women as breeding machines? Unless a woman, despite her beauty, possessed a vile character and provoked Shenfeng's wrath, he would have other plans for them. In other words, the women who would serve as breeding machines would either be unattractive or have erred. Do you wish for comfort? It is not impossible, but exceedingly difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave it to you. Whether to come or not, the choice is yours. On the television, Shenfeng flashed a devilish smile before shutting off the voice and video. The screen went black, yet at that moment, Qingping City seemed to come alive. The sounds of countless cars igniting erupted. People roared, screamed, and rushed out of their comfortable homes. While some chose to stay indoors, awaiting rescue, many others opted to take immediate action. Among them were the clever who set out proactively, and those compelled by scarcity to move. Nonetheless, regardless of their reasons, they all commenced their actions. And this was precisely what Shenfeng desired. With a population of 23 million, based on the officially announced minimum survival rate of 1%, only 230,000 remained alive. If even half of these survivors chose to act, it would suffice for Shenfeng. However, It is likely that a significant portion of those who venture forth will perish along the way, if they cannot overcome such trivial obstacles. What right do they have to enter my stronghold? Shenfeng smirked coldly, preparing to depart with the others. Inside a certain building in a toy store, two girls, one large and one small, shivered in the warehouse. The older one, Sun Lily, a young employee of the toy store, was likely working her way through school. The little girl, Li Yushi, was the same child Shenfeng had seen earlier in Wei Peng and Amp, Oppo's, S-panel. At this moment, both stared blankly at the smartwatch on the little girl's slender wrist. East of the city, the apocalyptic stronghold, supplies, Sun Lily murmured softly, swallowing her saliva with longing. The warehouse was filled with toys, with scarcely any food left. In just one more day, they would run out. Sister, should we go? Li Yushi asked, her voice sweet and clear. Sun Lily truly wished to go, yet she shook her head, replying, let us wait for your father to come. To venture forth alone, even Sun Lily might perish on the way. Hence, she remained motionless. Alas, I hope someone can rescue us. Sun Lily sighed. Chapter 84. The sound of gunfire in the broadcasting building at the heart of Qingping City. Shenfeng severed the signal transmission. However, all the residents of Qingping City who heard Shenfeng and Amp, Oppo's, broadcast were plunged into madness. Countless individuals took action at that moment, roaring and howling as if they had been invigorated, each resorting to various means to flee the city. Come on, the more, the merrier. Do not let me down. Shenfeng stretched lazily, a wicked smile gracing his features. Although the zombies were currently feeble, their numbers were indeed terrifying. Those who could safely reach the base under such circumstances were nearly all of considerable potential. Shenfeng welcomed them all. As for the possibility of them seizing power in the future, he regarded that with disdain. People are inherently treacherous. Seizing power? Betrayal? Rebellion? One merely needs to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, making them aware of your ruthlessness, and then provide them with sustenance to satisfy their basic needs. Two-pronged tactics. And how many would dare to resist? Of course, as the crowd swells, some may feel destined to lead, yet if one controls the majority, the thoughts and actions of that small minority become inconsequential. Shenfeng thought coldly. For the obedient, he was undoubtedly a benevolent ruler. Yet for those who defied him, he was indisputably a tyrant. Such was Shenfeng. To those who bore grudges or harbored animosity towards him, he was undeniably a demon. However, only those who complied would receive his benevolent smile. Young master, shall we return now? Steward Sun stepped forward to inquire. Of course. Shenfeng stretched again, chuckling. Though only 4 days have passed, it is indeed time for us to return. Despite having just revealed the location of his base, there were certainly others who had long been aware of its whereabouts. For instance, the leaders and employees of the Shin Group, as well as those following him online, and even the residents near the base. These individuals might already be residing in the fourth ring of the base. Shenfeng chuckled to himself, then looked into the distance. Those who fled on the first and second days of the apocalypse might not fully grasp its brutality. Thus, it was time to teach them a lesson. Shenfeng grinned wickedly and madly. Turning to Chao Mingding, he asked, is this the only room capable of broadcasting citywide? Chao Mingding, puzzled by his inquiry, nodded, yes. To be precise, only this machine before you can initiate a citywide broadcast. The others can only broadcast to limited areas. Shenfeng inquired again. Are there any other machines capable of partial area broadcast besides this room? Chao Mingding pondered for a moment before replying. There are, but they are all on this floor. Shenfeng understood, then commanded the others, go and smash all the machines on this floor. Xia Qiu-chan instinctively wanted to ask why. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she closed it again, turning to leave first. Wow, we get to cause destruction. Fen Lao exclaimed, asking, young master, can we destroy them however we wish? As Xia Qiu-chan reached the doorway, she paused, but all she heard from Shenfeng was a simple yes, feeling somewhat unjust. Xia Qiu-chan thought, why was I scolded for asking questions before? In a fit of pique, she huffed and slammed the door behind her. Meanwhile, with Shenfeng and Oppo's affirmative response, Fen Lao transformed into a whirlwind, dashing out. Oh. Fen Lao squealed with excitement, and a cacophony of crashing sounds ensued. Destruction was Fen Lao's specialty. In his wake, various machines were reduced to scrap metal, countless parts strewn across the floor. Unless one were a highly skilled engineering prodigy, these machines would be rendered nearly unusable. What is more destructive than fire? Riona clenched her fists together, and with a resounding boom, flames erupted. She laughed heartily before bursting through the wall. Subsequently, Riona opened her mouth wide, spewing flames as the machines exploded in the inferno, obliterated in an instant. If the machines Van Laer had damaged could still be salvaged, those destroyed by Riona had only one fate left, to be sold for scrap. When Shui and Fan Qiu exchanged glances and turned to attack the machinery on this floor, only Qiu Yu and Steward Sun remained by Xin Feng's side. Oh, and there was also Chao Mingding, though her potential was too low to count, as if she were non-existent. Boom, 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 bang, 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 Xia Qiu-chan, Fan Qiu, Wen Shui, and Riona were merely engaged in mindless destruction. Van Laer, however, was exuberantly shouting amidst the chaos. Chao Mingding glanced at Xin Feng, her mouth opening several times to speak. Yet she hesitated, clearly wanting to ask why he was doing this. However, the words from Xia Qiu-chan the previous night had left her reluctant to question him. After much deliberation, Chao Mingding closed her mouth, remaining silent. Whatever, as long as Uncle Fan is with him now, I'll just stay put. When I and Oppos am needed, I will step forward. If not, I'll simply serve as a decoration. From now on, no one shall be permitted to broadcast citywide again. Xin Feng resolved upon hearing the commotion around him. Perhaps in the future, with increased strength, someone could shout a command that would echo throughout the city, but for now, Xin Feng would not allow anyone else to broadcast citywide. He had no desire for anyone to imitate him and gather survivors in the same manner. In Qingping City, he was the sole deity. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by the faint whirring of helicopter rotors. Xin Feng furrowed his brow, moving toward the window. He beheld several armed helicopters approaching the city from outside, with 2 Gatling guns spitting fire from the open doors on either side of the central helicopter. How intriguing. A force of several hundred truly intends to cleanse the city of zombies. Xin Feng observed the gathering helicopters with a faint smile. Turning to the transparent figure, Chao Mingding, he inquired, is there a way to contact them? Huh? Chao Mingding appeared momentarily stunned before rushing to the machine that Xin Feng had not yet destroyed. Operating it with haste. I and Oppos, I'll give it a try. As long as they can receive messages, it should be possible. Xin Feng gazed at the helicopters in the sky, his face betraying a glint of greed as he commanded, let them come. Inform them that the mayor is here. Understood. Chapter 85, Communication Team 1. Be advised. There are hundreds of zombies charging from your left. Team 3, watch out for 2 lizard-like creatures on the high-rise to your front right. Team 8, you have ventured too deep. Slow your pace to ensure encirclement with the other teams and advance cautiously. A man with a square face issued commands with a grave expression from within a helicopter. It is worth noting that while Xin Feng broadcasted his message throughout the city, the military was fully armed and preparing to assault the zombies. This unfortunate timing meant that the military was oblivious to Xin Feng and Oppos' words. At this moment, the square-faced man remained unaware of the chaos unfolding within the city, where many were frantically fleeing in their vehicles. However, as the saying goes, those who stand high see far. The man on the helicopter quickly used binoculars to survey the situation within the city. To him, the sight of survivors escaping in their cars was nothing short of a nuisance to their operation. Damn it, why does it seem like they coordinated this? Why are they suddenly acting today? He shouted in frustration. After 2 days of resolving military issues, he had initiated reconnaissance in the city on the 3rd day and had swiftly drafted an offensive plan. But just as he was about to commence his operation, these civilians thwarted his strategy. All teams halt operations, the man declared bitterly, and immediately seek cover. Upon receiving the order, the hundreds of soldiers poised to charge from all directions were taken aback. Was this not a sudden change of command? However, they were elite forces, the best of the best who had survived the apocalypse. Thus, the teams promptly ceased their actions and began to seek shelter. Those with tanks drove into nearby buildings, while others in off-road vehicles rushed to underground parking lots. Their movements were swift, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. The thunderous sounds of gunfire ceased. Simultaneously, the square-faced man barked, warning. Survivors are fleeing for their lives, followed by a horde of zombies. Do not allow yourselves to be surrounded. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and with the military's dwindling numbers, he could not risk the lives of his men. Every soldier's life was invaluable in this dire situation, as they lacked the time for further training. Commander, an unknown signal source requests to establish contact. At that moment, a signal soldier with headphones exclaimed behind the square-faced man. Huh? He was momentarily taken aback, then commanded, connect, though he had no knowledge of who was behind the signal. Anyone who would reach out under such circumstances was likely no ordinary individual. Yes, the signal soldier immediately established the connection, and through a crackling sound, a voice came through. Hello, is this the military? The voice on the other end seemed to think it was a casual phone call. Well, okay, under the current circumstances. It is somewhat similar. This square-faced man responded, I am Colonel Zhou, the commanding officer stationed in Qingping City. Who are you, Colonel? The voice on the other end sounded relieved, as if they had anticipated this. It seems I was right. A densely populated city like Qingping cannot be guarded by just a regiment. The response came with a faint voice, suggesting the speaker was far from the microphone. Zhou frowned, growing impatient. Quickly report your location and the reason for establishing this signal. A woman in Apo's voice, tinged with nervousness, replied from the other end. We are currently at the city center of Qingping, at the broadcasting building. Additionally, the mayor and others are with us. We urgently need your assistance. Zhou remained silent. Deep in thought. Modern military officers are not illiterate or crude like those of ancient times, but their views on politicians remain largely unchanged. Thus, upon hearing the word mayor, his first thought was not one of relief but rather of trouble. He solely wished to save lives, avoiding entanglement in any political intricacies. Commander Zhou, why do you hesitate? Suddenly, the voice on the line changed. Zhou sighed and replied, please inform the mayor to remain calm. We will eliminate the zombies as swiftly as possible. And once the area is secure, we will dispatch rescue teams. Inside the broadcasting building, Shinfeng smiled, finding the colonel to be quite an intriguing individual. Shinfeng had anticipated that upon mentioning the mayor and Apo's presence, the colonel would immediately send men to assist, yet he hesitated. How fascinating. Shinfeng proceeded to ask Colonel Zhou, may I inquire as to why you wish to eliminate the zombies in the city? Zhou frowned and answered without hesitation, of course, it is to rescue the survivors. The people of Qingping City are suffering immensely, and as their commanding officer, how can I remain indifferent? Shinfeng paused for a moment before saying, Colonel Zhou, I kindly ask you to look up at the central broadcasting building. Zhou, somewhat puzzled, felt compelled by Shinfeng and Apo's voice, which seemed to possess a certain allure, to gaze upward at the broadcasting building. 3, 2. In the next moment, Shinfeng began a countdown. 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Zhou witnessed a shocking spectacle. A flame shot up from the rooftop of the broadcasting building, resembling a firework display. He immediately retrieved his binoculars and peered closer, only to see a somewhat weary-looking woman being assisted as she descended the building. How is this possible? Is it truly a human endeavor? Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Shinfeng's voice echoed once more. Colonel Zhou, I trust you have just witnessed that astonishing scene. What are your thoughts? Zhou sighed. If this were in the past, I would have thought you employed some sort of trickery. However, having acquired a certain ability myself, I know it to be genuine. But what exactly are you trying to convey? Furthermore, the mayor and Apo's presence with you must merely be a pretext, correct? Where is the mayor? Zhou and Apo's mind was quick. Since Shinfeng had not mentioned the mayor since establishing the call, the initial woman's reference to the mayor could indeed be a ruse. What then? Was Shinfeng's true intention? Chapter 86. The script of Zhou in response to Zhou's inquiry, Shinfeng replied nonchalantly, the mayor? If you had asked me 10 minutes ago, I would have been unable to answer you. However, just moments ago, I happened to notice a zombie downstairs that bears a striking resemblance to the mayor. If you wish to see for yourself, I can have this zombie brought to you. For reasons unknown, Zhou felt a sense of relief upon hearing this news. Then why do you want me to come over? He asked, raising an eyebrow suspiciously. Shinfeng chuckled. After all this discussion, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Shinfeng, the Shinfeng of Shin Group. Zhou was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming. The young chairman of Shin Group, the foremost capital in Tianshu province? It is an honor to be remembered by a brigade commander, even in other provinces. There are probably few who do not recognize your name, Shinfeng, Zhou remarked with a smile. Such trivial fame is hardly worth mentioning, Shinfeng humbly replied. You have yet to explain why you wish for me to come, Zhou pressed again. It's quite difficult to convey everything over the phone. How about you come for a meeting, Commander Zhou? Shinfeng suggested. Zhou pondered for a moment, uncertain. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene below, he could not help but let out a wry smile, murmuring, given the current circumstances, I have little else to do. It would be prudent to take a look. With that thought, Zhou agreed and ended the call, instructing the pilot to head toward the central building. The remaining armed helicopters landed on nearby skyscrapers, awaiting Zhou's command. In this post-apocalyptic era, fuel is a precious resource. As the helicopter roared past, Zhou gazed down at the bustling horde of zombies and sighed. Indeed, human plans often falter against the whims of fate. Why couldn't we have cleared the zombies first before taking action? Zhou Zhen's original strategy was to utilize the military's formidable firepower to eradicate the zombies on the streets before gradually clearing the creatures lurking within buildings and hidden areas. However, a multitude of survivors had emerged from the buildings, inadvertently attracting the attention of zombies throughout the city. Clearly, Zhou Zhen's plan had been thwarted before it could even begin. In the current situation, continuing with a firepower suppression strategy could very well lead to the demise of the survivors as well. As for using rifles for precise shots, what a joke. With hundreds of zombies surging forward, did they expect him to engage in point shooting? That would be madness. Thus, Zhou Zhen found himself in a predicament. Since Shen Feng had extended an invitation, he decided to attend the meeting. It truly is my fortune that I have not yet been destroyed. In the broadcasting building, Shen Feng did not anticipate the machine before him to be so effective. However, at this moment, it was also destined for destruction. He placed his hand on the machine, and in the next instant, a gust of wind swept through, shattering the device completely. After completing this task, Shen Feng casually placed his hands in his pockets and said, "Let us go greet the brigade commander." Under his lead, the group made their way to the rooftop of the broadcasting building. Moments after their arrival, a helicopter descended gracefully nearby. The whirling blades stirred the air, causing the garments of Shen Feng and his companions to flutter. A tall, robust man with a square face, clad in military attire, stepped down from the helicopter. At that moment, Shen Feng caught a glimpse of this man's life script. Name Zhou Zhen, level, First Order, level 8, talent ability, Shatter, Destiny, upright, purple. Big picture oriented, purple, strong and sturdy, blue, unrestrained, purple, affectionate towards soldiers, purple, life script, 7 days later. He will lead his soldiers to eradicate all monsters in Qingping City and establish a survivor base primarily governed by the military. However, while Zhou Zhen is a military talent, he is politically inept. During the development of the base, many began to secretly establish small factions. By the time Zhou Zhen discovered this, over 10 organizations had already emerged within the base. A month later, these factions began to vie for power against Zhou Zhen. Disheartened, he retreated with his soldiers and those willing to follow him back to the armory in the mountains, using it as a stronghold for survival. 2 months later, a tiger demon realm appeared within the mountains. Despite Zhou Zhen and his men possessing formidable weaponry, they ultimately faced total annihilation. Upright, conducting oneself openly and honestly, never resorting to conspiracies. Big picture oriented, sacrificing oneself for the greater good, though it may harm a few, it ultimately saves many. Strong and sturdy, having a robust physique from a young age, possessing greater strength than the average person. Unrestrained, eating and drinking heartily without concern for appearances. Affectionate towards soldiers, treating every soldier as a brother, difficult to part with. At the dawn of the apocalypse, Zhou Zhen wept and even fainted when issuing a massacre order. Previously, I refrained from detailing these specifics as there was too much, fearing it would disrupt the narrative pace. From now on, I will gradually begin to write about destiny abilities. Everyone, please help me brainstorm ideas. Thinking alone is quite taxing. Upon witnessing Zhou Zhen's life script, Shen Feng was momentarily taken aback. A military talent yet politically inept? How could he allow factions to form right under his nose? How foolish. Moreover, in the armory, they had an array of rifles and machine guns, not to mention tanks and artillery. There must be plenty. In Shen Feng's estimation, it was uncertain whether third-order beings could withstand modern weaponry, but second-order beings certainly could not. Were those tiger demons truly third-order or even fourth-order monsters? Otherwise, how could they face total annihilation with the backing of an entire armory? Shen Feng found this puzzling. As he scrutinized Zhou Zhen, the latter was also assessing Shen Feng and his companions. Powerful, Zhou Zhen thought to himself, although the apocalypse had just begun, and he was unsure of his own strength. Years of military service in a high position had endowed him with discernment. To Zhou Zhen, Shen Feng's group exuded a threat to his own life. The man at the forefront, undoubtedly Shen Feng, bore a cheerful expression that, while seemingly amiable, gave Zhou Zhen the unsettling feeling of facing a smiling tiger. Flanking Shen Feng were Qiuyu and Steward's son, both appearing relaxed, yet Zhou Zhen could see their muscles tensed, clearly ready to strike at a moment's notice. Anyone attempting to ambush Shen Feng would be intercepted by these two. Xia Qiu-chan, a martial arts practitioner, exuded an air of grace, though at this moment, she seemed more interested in the armed helicopter. Leona appeared somewhat weakened and was being supported by Fendler, yet the duo gave Zhou Zhen a sense of unease, akin to facing a wild beast. Amidst Shen Feng's entourage, only the recently joined Wen Shuai, Fan Qiu, and Chao Mengting appeared genuinely harmless. Chapter 87. Persuasion or Yu Shen Feng? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. though Zhou Jun was astonished by the strength of Shen Feng and his companions. He approached Shen Feng with a hearty laugh. "Commander, you are too gracious." Shen Feng responded with a smile, then candidly stated, "I presume you have many questions swirling in your mind at this moment, so I shall be forthright. I wish for you to serve me henceforth." Zhou Jun's expression faltered. The mirth that once graced his face immediately replaced by an icy demeanor. "By what right?" he inquired, casting a glance at those behind Shen Feng. Simultaneously, his hand began to rest upon the pistol at his waist. Should Shen Feng's group turn hostile, Zhou Jun was certain he would not prevail against them. Thus he braced himself for the worst. However, just as Zhou Jun's hand grasped his firearm, Steward Sun swiftly drew his own pistol, aiming it at Zhou Jun's head. "Don't move." At the same time, Qiuyu coldly scoffed, brandishing a rifle while regarding Zhou Jun with a steely gaze. The air thickened with tension as Chao Ming gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, that is a military bigwig over there. Are you certain about this?" "Curse it," he thought, feeling a tinge of fear while writing this part, aware of recent events that everyone understood. "I sincerely hope to replace this military designation soon. May this fire not reach me, the humble author." Thus began a tense standoff between the two parties. "Do not be so anxious," Shen Feng chuckled, gently pressing down the weapons of Steward Sun and Qiuyu. "And I implore Commander Zhou not to engage in any actions that may lead to misunderstandings." Shen Feng continued. "Today is merely a discussion. Should you not find my propositions favorable, I shall not compel you." Even though Shen Feng yearned to assert his will, he lacked the strength to do so against a military figure. Zhou Jun scrutinized Shen Feng's earnest countenance before removing his outer garment and casting it aside. "This is my sincerity," he declared solemnly. "Now, can we discuss how you intend to win me over?" Zhou Jun did not dismiss Shen Feng's aspirations as arrogance. In truth, he longed for a wise leader, fully aware that he was ill-suited for managing a faction, being far more adept at commanding troops. Thus, if Shen Feng could persuade him, Zhou Jun would not hesitate to align himself with him. Taking charge meant grappling with the complexities of faction development and the sustenance of his subordinates. How cumbersome. It seemed far more agreeable to find a leader, to offer his services and those of his soldiers, and to fulfill the role of a loyal soldier. However, despite Zhou Jun and Appo's inclination, he would not easily pledge allegiance. The other party needed to convince him, and they must possess some substantial assets. Still, Zhou Jun was not overly concerned about the latter. He had heard of Shen Feng's creation of the Doomsday Fortress. Thus he knew Shen Feng would not lack resources. Now, it remained to be seen if Shen Feng could indeed sway him. "Commander Zhou, come." Shen Feng beckoned from the balcony's edge, waving his hand for Zhou Jun to approach. Uncertain of Shen Feng and Appo's intentions, Zhou Jun strode forth with confidence. Observing Shen Feng and Zhou Jun in private, Steward Sun furrowed his brow, reluctant to let Shen Feng venture into peril. Yet, with Zhou Jun leaving behind his weapons, it seemed unlikely he would pose a threat to their master. On the balcony and Appo's edge, Shen Feng gestured towards the throngs of zombies in the streets and inquired, "What is your opinion of these creatures, Commander Zhou?" Puzzled, Zhou Jun replied, "They are quite weak. A shot to the head or a blow to the heart suffices to vanquish them. However, if one is unaware of these vulnerabilities, they may pose some difficulties to an ordinary person." Though Zhou Jun had not heard Shen Feng's previous broadcast, he understood the military's heavy casualties, and thus recognized the zombie strengths and weaknesses. Shen Feng nodded. "Indeed, quite weak. Do you believe an ordinary person could contend with a zombie?" Zhou Jun pondered, then responded, "Without a weapon, it would be somewhat troublesome. With arms, it should not present a significant issue. However, zombies typically operate in groups, making it unlikely for them to be isolated." Shen Feng pressed further, "Are you aware that zombies can also grow stronger?" "Of course. That is one of the reasons I hastily ordered the troops to enter the city and eradicate them." Zhou Jun feared the day zombies might become immune to firearms. Thus he wished to eliminate them swiftly. Yet, as fate would have it, plans had gone awry, thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Shen Feng continued, "And do you know that humans can also become stronger?" Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, shaking his head. "I am unaware of that. But what do you mean by it? Are you suggesting that with just these two questions, you expect me to follow your commands? What exactly are you proposing?" Zhou Jun regarded Shen Feng with confusion. With a gentle smile, Shen Feng replied, "Commander Zhou, if you were to glance at the history of the Great Xia, you would discover that when we are devoid of external threats, internal strife inevitably arises. Do you comprehend my meaning now?" Zhou Jun was taken aback, contemplating for a moment before raising his head in astonishment. "Are you implying that zombies are our external foes, uniting humanity, and that once I eliminate them, internal conflicts will ensue? Is that possible?" Could my decision to eradicate the city's zombies actually be misguided? Zhou Zhen regarded Shen Feng incredulously. He had believed his choice was made for the people's benefit, yet now it appeared to be a miscalculation, not necessarily erroneous. For should a more formidable external enemy arise in the future, the elimination of these wretched creatures could be justified. However, that moment was not now. Shen Feng shook his head. If you were to eliminate the zombies now, how would you maintain control over the remaining survivors, Commander? Zhou Zhen furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why must I control them? If I have slain the zombies, they may do as they please. Shen Feng chuckled lightly. Your perspective is overly simplistic. Human desires are akin to boulders cascading down a mountain. Once they begin, they cannot be halted. After you eradicate the zombies, the survivors may initially express gratitude. But as time passes, they will come to fear you. For you command the most formidable military force and possess numerous weapons. Additionally, some individuals will be consumed by ambition, wishing to carve out their own domain, and may even covet military arms to expand their power. Consequently, the survivors will band together to oust you from power. As he spoke, a sense of compassion welled within Shen Feng. Throughout history, while some founding generals have met favorable ends in the realm of the Great Xia, most have been eliminated by rulers under various pretexts. Although Zhou Zhen's current endeavors pale in comparison to such monumental undertakings, it is evident that his humanitarian efforts might ultimately prove to be a thankless and arduous task. Chapter 88. The Persuasive Shen Feng. Zhou Zhen pondered for a moment and concluded that this situation was quite likely to occur. He replied, So what? At worst, I can lead my soldiers away. As long as my conscience is clear. How naive he was, already contemplating a decision akin to that in the script. Shen Feng sighed and asked, May I inquire? Commander, when you cleanse the entire city, will there be no casualties? If you were destined to retreat, why did you enter in the first place? Zhou Zhen was left speechless. Indeed, if he was to leave eventually, what was the purpose of exerting himself to rescue others now? It was evident that Zhou Zhen's resolve was beginning to waver. However, in truth, Shen Feng's argument was somewhat fallacious. Can one forego nourishment simply because excretion is inevitable? Without sustenance, one might find oneself incapable of even that. Can one abstain from entering merely because one is destined to depart? Without the process of entering and exiting, can one even depart? In this world, perfection is an unattainable ideal. Being able to act with a clear conscience and striving for excellence is already commendable. As a soldier, Zhou Zhen's duty was to protect his homeland. In times of crisis, he must rescue the populace, regardless of what may transpire thereafter. Moreover, even if some betray him, there will be others willing to stand by his side. Humanity, by its very nature, is flawed. One cannot save everyone, but saving the majority, or even a few, is already a significant achievement. Yet now, Shen Feng laid bare this grim reality, leaving Zhou Zhen in a state of confusion. Let us not forget, Zhou Zhen had a deep affection for his comrades. He would not willingly sacrifice his soldiers for an endeavor destined for failure, risking their lives needlessly. Observing Zhou Zhen and Appo's contemplative demeanor, Shen Feng stoked the flames further. Commander, you mentioned over the phone that you have awakened your superpower. Do you truly believe the future world will resemble the past? Before Zhou Zhen could respond, Shen Feng shook his head. It is impossible. As time progresses, more and more powerful beings will emerge. While you may be able to command your soldiers, can you govern all people in this world? Zhou Zhen fell silent, contemplating whether his subordinates would still heed his command once they attained great power. The answer remained uncertain. Thus, it was evident that the future world would be one where the strong dominate. Shen Feng clenched his fists, summarizing, in light of this, Commander, are you suggesting I abandon my rescue mission? Shen Feng chuckled. Convincing you to forsake the rescue is one of my aims. Persuading you to join me is another. In that moment, Zhou Zhen and Appo's robust physique appeared diminutive. He stood on the edge of the rooftop, gazing sorrowfully at the desolate streets below, once bustling with life. The city now echoed with chaos. The throngs of people, once vibrant, now bore a sinister countenance, ravenous for blood. The city lay in decay. Humanity on the brink of extinction, a true portrait of hell. Formerly, Zhou Zhen had yearned to eradicate these monsters to save the survivors. Yet now, Shen Feng and Appo's words had caused him to falter. Standing beside Zhou Zhen, Shen Feng continued. What I have articulated thus far essentially circles back to my initial inquiry. Commander, what are your plans for managing those you rescue? When I posed this question earlier, you stated you would disregard them, yet as the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Humanity requires governance, and it must be the strong who oversee the weak. Otherwise, they will turn against each other and wreak havoc. Rather than allow them to engage in mutual conflict later, why not permit me to govern them from the outset? Shenfeng smiled at Zhou. In Zhou's eyes, Shenfeng's smile resembled that of a demon from the abyss, penetrating to the very core of one's being. Such sharp rhetoric. How persuasive. Zhou sighed and inquired. You previously mentioned that once the monsters are slain, humanity would lack external foes and thus would turn on itself. Should we simply watch as they perish? Although Zhou cherished his soldiers, he was a soldier himself. The notion of safeguarding his nation and prioritizing the people was deeply ingrained in him. Therefore, while he could not bear the thought of his soldiers dying in vain, he also could not stand idly by while lives were lost. In response, Shenfeng did not answer directly but instead posed a question. Commander Zhou, what motivates you to save lives? Zhou frowned and answered without hesitation, naturally. It is my military uniform. As a soldier, in times of peril, I must save the populace. You are correct. Shenfeng smiled. However, in my view, the essence of your rescue efforts is to prolong human life. Zhou paused, pondering the meaning of this statement. Shenfeng elaborated, in this world, those who live longer often possess inferior reproductive capabilities. Conversely, those with superior reproductive abilities tend to have shorter lifespans. Humanity, or rather, the human race, has historically held the belief that oppos, more children mean more blessings, and oppos. Although modern society has seen many reluctant to bear children due to financial pressures, this perspective is inconsequential to the human race as a whole. Shenfeng turned to Zhou and stated earnestly, in the legends of various nations, there exist tales of cataclysmic floods and other apocalyptic narratives, alongside the stories of Adam and Eve. From these tales, it is evident that during disasters, our priority must be the continuation of human life. We must ensure a viable ratio of males to females. Theoretically, we should be striving to save as many lives as possible, for as long as there are survivors. Humanity's reproductive capacity will ultimately allow us to rise again and reclaim this planet. Thus, from the perspective of the average individual, the imperative is to save lives in order to prevail through sheer numbers. They are fighting for the future. More precisely, they are striving for a distant future. However, Shenfeng paused, then continued, the Great Xia is vast, and its population is immense. Smaller nations with fewer inhabitants may adopt the strategy of victory through numbers. But for us, this is an exceedingly flawed approach. Even according to the lowest survival estimates by the Great Xia government, we still have millions alive. Do we truly need to save every one of them? Amid Zhou's astonished expression, Shenfeng coldly declared, no. Chapter 89. It's obvious how to choose. You. Zhou gazed incredulously at Shenfeng. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? We are speaking of millions, and yet you claim it is unnecessary for them all to survive? In response to Zhou's astonishment, Shenfeng continued. In the midst of calamity, a population of millions is, in fact, a considerable burden. Perhaps you, General, might suggest that we save them first and discuss the rest later. However, the reality is that most human beings possess a nature that repays kindness with malice. If you save them without providing adequate means for their existence, they may not express gratitude. Rather, they may harbor resentment towards you. So, are you truly prepared to sustain them? Shenfeng raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Furthermore, if you lack sufficient resources, the survivors will inevitably fight over the limited supplies, resulting in even greater casualties. Some honorable soldiers may even perish while attempting to thwart them. You say these soldiers are innocent, General? Zhou fell silent for a moment before responding. Yet, if I recall correctly, you constructed an apocalyptic base, did you not? While I cannot ascertain the quantity of provisions you have stored, I assume you possess enough to sustain hundreds of thousands for several years. Indeed, I possess such resources. Do not underestimate me, I have provisions for millions. Shenfeng nodded, then mockingly inquired, but why should I share them? They are mine. Zhou opened his mouth, intending to protest, but Shenfeng seemed to anticipate his words and waved dismissively. Before the apocalypse, there existed a rather amusing theory. If I own a cat, I do not even possess the right to kill it. Do you not find that notion laughable, General? Of course, some may argue that one can execute their cat, but should not abuse it. What sort of twisted reasoning is that? If I own a cat, what does it matter if I choose to mistreat it? Since it belongs to me, it must obey my commands. If it disobeys, then I shall punish it. And if it continues to defy me, I may choose to kill it. How I choose to do so is my prerogative. Who are you, a bunch of worthless beings, to question me? I shall not mistreat another and oppos, cat, nor will I harm a stray without an owner. yet I possess the right to treat my own cat as I see fit. It merely depends on whether I wish to exercise that right, Shen Feng stated with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhen closed his mouth, refraining from further comment. Although Shen Feng had not explicitly stated it, Zhou Zhen understood. Clearly, in Shen Feng and Oppo's eyes, those resources belonged to him. He could choose to share them or not. And no one could compel him otherwise. Zhou Zhen sighed and then said, "So, your intention is to allow these individuals to perish amidst the disaster?" Shen Feng pointed to the zombies scuttling down the street and laughed. "Do you not find that those who can be slain by these zombies are merely a collection of worthless beings who should not be alive?" Zhou Zhen fell silent once more. He was uncertain how to respond to Shen Feng and Oppo's assertion. To deny it would imply that these individuals were not indeed inept. After all, the average person is merely at the first level, while the zombies are at the first level as well. An adult being killed by an infant is hardly a testament to strength, is it? Yet to declare these individuals as worthless would carry poor implications if uttered by Zhou Zhen. Moreover, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. An adult surrounded by hundreds of infants might indeed face peril. Nevertheless, overall, Zhou Zhen found himself rather inclined to agree with Shen Feng's statement. As for the zombies below, barring any exceptional circumstances, the deceased were truly of no worth. Our military accommodation area is so densely populated, and yet so many have survived. How did these individuals succumb to just one or two zombies? Zhou Zhen was uncertain about the survival rates in other military sectors, but in the establishment he occupied, the survival rate had astonishingly reached 8%. This was 2 percentage points higher than the 6% reported by official sources. It is well known that places such as military bases, hospitals, and schools are packed with people. Initially, the mutation rate for zombies was 90%. Given this scenario, the fact that Zhou Zhen's military base could maintain an 8% survival rate was no trivial matter. The general may not voice it, but he surely understands the implications. Shen Feng did not press the issue further but shifted the conversation. Yet, I am not suggesting we abandon saving others. What I mean is, we should concentrate our primary efforts on those who truly merit rescue. I previously mentioned that millions are alive in the Great Xia. We need not be indiscriminate, like a small nation, but instead should seek out the elites among those millions. If 1% of those millions are indeed elites from various fields, that amounts to hundreds of thousands of exceptional individuals. We should prioritize saving the elites first and, when feasible, assist others thereafter. Surely, that is a sound approach? Shen Feng smiled at Zhou Zhen. Zhou Zhen pondered for a moment. This time, he contemplated for quite a while. Numbers are a remarkable tool, for they never deceive. In that moment, Zhou Zhen began to calculate. Qingping City has a population exceeding 20 million, with a 1% survival rate that equates to approximately 200,000 individuals. While this figure may not be entirely accurate, it is likely that the actual number of survivors is not far from it, perhaps only a small multiple more fortunate. The zombies are weak. Zhou Zhen understood this well, and if he resolutely commanded his soldiers to attack, they would ultimately slaughter these zombies. However, he had indeed overlooked one crucial aspect. After rescuing the individuals, he must also consider how to ensure the survival of at least 200,000 survivors. The logistics of feeding, housing, and caring for. The thought alone was overwhelming. But what if the number of survivors were reduced to 20,000? Or even 2,000? 20,000 seemed daunting. After all, he currently had only 400 soldiers. However, if it were merely 2,000, Zhou Zhen felt confident he could ensure their survival. Thus, Zhou Zhen found himself faced with two paths. The first path, save 200,000 individuals, yet be unable to guarantee their survival and risk internal strife and chaos. The second path, save a select few, ensuring their survival with a high likelihood of no unforeseen complications. This is a choice even a fool would recognize. Shen Feng smiled at Zhou Zhen. Were it another individual, Shen Feng might lack confidence. Yet Zhou Zhen was different. His care for his soldiers prevented him from wishing for their sacrifice in vain. His sense of the greater good aligned with Shen Feng's theory on population propagation. Furthermore, the notion of saving individuals only to become their target filled him with dread. Hence, Shen Feng felt a 70% certainty of persuading Zhou Zhen. I demand helicopters, tanks, heavy weaponry, even elite soldiers. Shen Feng clenched his fists. Chapter 90. Zhou Zhen's complete submission on the rooftop. Chao Mingting leaned closer to Xia Qiuchan and inquired, Sister Xia, do you believe the young master can truly persuade that brawny man? Xia Qiuchan glanced at Shen Feng and Zhou Zhen, who were not far away, and replied earnestly, the young master will undoubtedly acquire what he desires. if he fails to do so. She shook her head, opting not to voice the latter part of her thought. Perhaps through their shared experiences, Xiaqiu-chan had gleaned some of Shinfeng's and Appo's intentions. For Shinfeng, the military and Appo's combat prowess posed a substantial threat. Therefore, if these soldiers could not be utilized for his purposes, he would certainly devise means to eradicate them completely. Shinfeng could not tolerate such a formidable force in proximity to his base. Xiaqiu-chan's gaze drifted to the helicopter station nearby. Pondering, although the fate of the remaining soldiers is uncertain, the recent cacophony of gunfire was thunderous. It is likely that, at the dawn of this apocalypse, the military remains the strongest power. For instance, Zhoujin and Appo's unit was a brigade with a full complement of 5,000 personnel prior to the apocalypse. Although only 400 remain now, these are well-trained soldiers, thus making them quite formidable. With a wry smile, Xiaqiu-chan murmured, previously, he could not dominate Qingping City. But with the addition of these soldiers, he will undoubtedly become the sole ruler. Such tyranny, one wonders whether it is a blessing or a curse. For those capable and powerful, it may indeed be a boon. However, for the inept, Xiaqiu-chan shook her head, refraining from elaborating further. Yet her meaning was clear to all. Chao Mingting, observing Xiaqiu-chan's oscillating nods and shakes, seemed to understand her internal struggle. After some contemplation, she thought to herself, perhaps I should not overthink things. In this apocalypse, having food is already a significant blessing. In this age of information explosion, one advantage is that everyone's perspectives have broadened considerably. Thus, Chao Mingting comprehended the harshness of the apocalypse. Moreover, even if she had been unaware before, when that group in the conference room expelled her and Fan Xiao, she had gained clarity. One must look out for oneself. Why bother with so many thoughts? First, I must ensure my own well-being. On the edge of the rooftop, Shinfeng leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, and smiled. Director Zhou, would you care to join me? After considerable deliberation, Zhoujin had resolved to ally with Shinfeng. He was a straightforward man, not one to grasp intricate philosophies. Yet he found many of Shinfeng's assertions to be quite valid. Rather than rescuing the masses and leaving hidden dangers, it is wiser to save the elite. Our essence in saving lives is to ensure the survival of humanity. In a small nation with few people, quantity prevails, but in our populous nation, we can selectively choose superior genes. When zombies still roam, people unite. But once they disappear, humanity will inevitably turn on itself over scarce resources. Rather than internal strife, it is better to allow external threats to persist. Zhoujin's expression turned serious as he asked, may I pose one more question? Shinfeng patiently replied, ask away. How do you plan to manage your forces in the future? After a moment of contemplation, Shinfeng articulated, such matters will not rest solely on my shoulders. I will oversee the broader direction. However, I can inform you that soldiers will be of utmost importance within my ranks. Consider them first-class citizens. Researchers will be second-class citizens. Yet, if they fail to yield results in a timely manner, I may revoke their status. Skilled laborers, including tailors and cooks, will be classified as third-class citizens. The rest will fall into the fourth class. Fourth-class citizens are laborers, and their primary purpose will be to procreate. Oh, and this classification is merely my current perspective, so it may evolve in the future. Shinfeng stated matter-of-factly. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Shinfeng would undoubtedly categorize people into various tiers. Some may disapprove of his methods, yet one must ask, did the pre-apocalyptic society lack such hierarchies? Class distinctions have always existed, often concealed beneath the surface. Zhoujin frowned, discerning the militaristic aggression and the tyrannical view of humanity as mere breeding tools. Shinfeng chuckled, Director Zhou, allow me to pose a question. Would you prefer a force that is strong yet frail, or one that is weak and easily extinguished by others? Zhoujin found himself momentarily speechless. Shinfeng continued, to me, I would rather be militaristic, even if it leads to a fragmented nation. I would prefer that they emerge from their divisions sufficiently robust, rather than resembling some historical weak regime that must grovel and submit to others. A militaristic state may not necessarily collapse, but one that prioritizes culture over military might will never thrive. Even if its economy flourishes, it is but an illusion, easily shattered. Shinfeng's words were strikingly profound, rendering Zhoujin momentarily stunned. A militaristic approach may not lead to collapse, but prioritizing culture over military might will surely result in weakness. Zhoujin murmured, then knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Young Master Shan, from this moment forth, I, Zhoujin, along with my 413 soldiers, shall obey your commands without question. Zhou Zhen's duty was to protect his homeland, but in this apocalyptic world, where order had disintegrated, he found himself at a loss on how to rescue others. He would merely cast a wide net, hoping to catch fish. Thus, it was better to seek guidance from someone with clarity. From now on, he would focus solely on warfare, leaving the complexities of civilian life to others. It must be said, Zhou Zhen is a wise man. Witnessing Zhou Zhen's formal submission, Shen Feng felt a surge of pride and exhilaration. With these 400 soldiers at his disposal, Shen Feng's base would become impregnable. Furthermore, with their integration into his ranks, he held no fear of unrest. For as long as he controlled the flow of resources, they would have no choice but to heed his commands. Chapter 91. Astonishing Gains. Zhou Zhen. At your service. Shen Feng turned to Zhou Zhen and spoke earnestly. To avoid any suspicion, from now on, you shall be renamed the Guard Corps. You will serve as the commander-in-chief of the Guard Corps. Since you have over 400 men under your command, select 4 to lead 100 each, with the title of brigade leader. Below the brigade leader are the squad leaders, who will command 20 men. Under the squad leaders are the team leaders, who will oversee 5 men. From this moment forth, all soldiers will be collectively referred to as guards, Shen Feng proclaimed. In an instant, Shen Feng established the new ranks. Referring to soldiers as mere military personnel could lead to complications, hence the urgency to adopt a new nomenclature. Zhou Zhen clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Understood. For Zhou Zhen, this was not a daunting task. It merely involved renaming the existing ranks of platoon and company leaders. Congratulations, young master, on securing a formidable general. Steward Sun approached Shen Feng respectfully. Haraha. Shen Feng could not contain his laughter, a release of the excitement bubbling within him. With the Doomsday fortress secured and possessing various talents, he had now addressed the previously lacking combat capabilities within his faction. Such a flawless beginning left Shen Feng utterly bewildered as to how he could possibly fail. By the way, Zhou Zhen, what is the total armament resource available to your unit? Shen Feng inquired hastily. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhen promptly replied, 20 armed helicopters. There are no other aerial combat vehicles. Furthermore, aside from transportation and reconnaissance, these helicopters possess minimal combat capability. At this, Shen Feng's brows furrowed, and he could only sigh helplessly. The Great Xia army was indeed formidable, yet its air and naval forces were somewhat lacking, making it improbable to assign a significant number of fighter jets to every stationed military unit. 20 tanks, each equipped with a 125mm smoothbore cannon and an 88 Type 12. 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, with each tank carrying 50 rounds of ammunition and 400 rounds of bullets. Whoa, 20 tanks, and each with 50 rounds of ammunition? Shen Feng felt a rush of astonishment. Was it truly necessary to be so formidable? Yet Zhou Zhen continued to elaborate. And as one statistic after another unfolded before Shen Feng, he was left utterly astounded. 100 various machine guns, corresponding to approximately 50,000 rounds of ammunition. 3,000 rifles of various models, with around 300,000 rounds. 2,000 handguns, with roughly 100,000 rounds. 1,000 shotguns, with about 100,000 rounds. 100 grenade launchers, with 5,000 rounds. As Zhou Zhen recited these figures, not only Shen Feng, but also Steward Sun, Qiu Yu, and Xia Qiuchan were rendered speechless. No wonder only 400 men could clear an entire city of zombies in 3 days. What in the world was the magnitude of this armament stockpile? Shen Feng was completely taken aback. To be honest, Shen Feng had anticipated that the military would possess a plethora of weapons, but he had never imagined it would be to such an extent. Isn't your brigade composed of only 5,000 men? That averages to 500 rounds of ammunition per machine gun, 100 rounds per rifle, 50 rounds per handgun. When distributed, each of the 5,000 men could be armed with 10 grenades. With such an arsenal, do you truly expect me to believe you are merely a brigade? Yet Zhou Zhen continued. Approximately 50,000 grenades, 100 mortars with 1,000 rounds, 100 cannons with 2,000 rounds, 100 rockets. This was madness, sheer insanity. Zhou Zhen took a full 10 minutes to relay the entirety of their armaments. Once he finished, Shen Feng was overwhelmed with a singular thought. Could he not take his men and eradicate the small troubles at hand? With these weapons at their disposal, there was nowhere they could not go. In Shen Feng's base, there was an abundance of supplies, yet a deficiency of weaponry. However, with this revelation, well, there was nothing lacking now. Shen Feng was so astonished he found himself speechless. He was usually composed, but at this moment, The gravity of the situation transcended mere composure. When Xue, a veteran, exclaimed, "What the hell? Aren't we just a brigade? How can we possess so many weapons? With these arms, not only a brigade but an entire division could be equipped." Zhou tilted his head back and chuckled. "Although I may lack significant prowess to be anything more than a brigade commander, I have indeed toiled tirelessly to establish a military factory in the mountains." Fan Xiao, astonished, remarked, "Good heavens, you have quite the audacity. If this word were to spread, would it not be a death sentence?" Zhou scoffed. "Do you think those in authority are unaware? When has anything significant in our nation gone unnoticed?" When Xue, perplexed, queried if they are aware. "Why allow you to proceed with this?" Zhou Jin elucidated, "The rapid development of Qingping City in recent years has made them wary. Thus, they have turned a blind eye to my establishment of a military factory. Moreover, do you believe I am the only one with a factory? Every military unit across the nation likely has some hidden stockpile of weapons. This is not a coup attempt, but rather a tradition passed down from the older generation, an anxiety about insufficient firepower." Zhou Jin spoke with a sense of pride. Shen Feng listened in disbelief. An anxiety about insufficient firepower? This level of armament could surpass that of some small nations. Yet, here it was, simply the arsenal of a brigade. One could only wonder what resources the divisions and military headquarters possessed. This was overwhelming. He could think of nothing more. He had initially believed that the apocalypse would bring chaos to the world. However, it seemed that the Great Xia was far from descending into turmoil. With such military resources, chaos, not a chance. Shen Feng recalled the announcement made by Great Xia just yesterday. The Great Xia is facing an unprecedented and monumental change. Shen Feng felt at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a significant upheaval, given that at the onset of the apocalypse, 90% of the population had been transformed into zombies. However, now that he had learned of the military stockpile, he could scarcely believe that Great Xia would descend into complete chaos. With this arsenal, even without utilizing the firearms, a bombardment could eradicate the zombies within the city. Thus, it seemed the reason behind the announcement was aligned with Shen Feng's thoughts. At this moment, what Great Xia needed was not merely numbers but rather elites. After all, in this apocalyptic world, everyone had acquired extraordinary abilities. The future was destined to belong to the strong. For ordinary individuals, survival had become a daunting challenge. What a brutal decision. Nevertheless, Shen Feng believed that in a few days, Great Xia would commence formal actions. The elite must be saved. But so too must the ordinary people. Just as Shen Feng had posited, even the seemingly useless could be repurposed. At worst, they could serve as breeding vessels. Chapter 92. Returning to the base within the broadcasting building, all present, including Shen Feng, were taken aback by the military supplies mentioned by Zhou Jin. A fear of insufficient firepower? What a remarkable fear of inadequacy. A brigade had stockpiled enough military resources for an entire division. Could such a situation merely be attributed to a simple fear of insufficient firepower? Nonetheless, Shen Feng refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, this was advantageous for him. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Feng issued a direct command. Zhou Jin, you must immediately withdraw all your guards from the city. Ensure their safety. Each of your guards is invaluable to me. His expression was grave, and he genuinely believed this. While he had previously considered individuals such as chefs and researchers to be quite useful, in the apocalypse, sheer force was paramount. Everything else could only be developed on the foundation of strength. Without it, survival itself would be in jeopardy, let alone the pursuit of exquisite cuisine or a stable research environment. Thus, Zhou Jin's guards were of utmost importance. Zhou Jin nodded, smiling as he reassured, "Rest assured, young master, our men will not encounter any issues. Be cautious. You may not have encountered monsters beyond the zombies. I must inform you that certain creatures possess formidable individual strength, and overconfidence could lead to severe consequences." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin paused momentarily, then replied with a serious demeanor, "Understood." Zhou Jin and Appo's strength was merely at level 1, rank 8, while the predators wielded weapons around level 1, rank 9. Without firearms, Zhou Jin might not stand a chance against them. Even if he were exceptionally skilled, could the ordinary guards defeat a predator one-on-one? Furthermore, predators excelled in ambush tactics, making it essential for Zhou Jin to exercise utmost caution. Shen Feng continued, "Return to the military headquarters. While maintaining your pace, gather as many weapons as you can. You know the location of my base, correct?" Zhou Jin nodded, chuckling, "Indeed, I once mocked you with a few others, young master. Please forgive me." Such comments, unbidden by Zhou Jin, would likely remain unknown to Shen Feng. However, Zhou Zhen's acknowledgement allowed Shen Feng to perceive his loyalty more clearly. With a dismissive wave, Shen Feng responded, "That's of no consequence. I can be rather domineering, but I am not entirely impervious to criticism. If your observations are valid, I am willing to listen." He recalled how, in the past, his actions, mysteriously acquiring land, constructing a fortress, and stockpiling supplies, would undoubtedly appear eccentric to those who did not understand. "Oh, and you need not prepare any living supplies. A single meal for the journey will suffice. My base is abundant in food," Shen Feng added. Zhou Zhen chuckled before inquiring, "But, young master, we currently number only 400. It is impossible to transport all the supplies. What shall we do with the remainder?" Shen Feng replied, "Find a place to conceal them, ensuring they cannot be taken by others in any manner. We shall retrieve them later." He intended for Zhou Zhen and his men to make only one trip. The remaining supplies would be collected once their strength had increased. And with Butler's son and Apos' talent for long-distance teleportation, they could manage that later. Once the 400 returned, driving tanks and military trucks, they would surely be able to transport a significant amount of weaponry, sufficient for immediate needs. The rest would wait for Butler's son Zhou Zhen, understanding the orders of his superiors. Did not question further. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the others, he departed in an armed helicopter. Simultaneously, in various corners of Qingping City, squads began their retreat. Though they did not fully grasp their commander and Apos' orders, the principle of obedience was ingrained in elite soldiers. Unlike the protagonists of television dramas who defy orders and miraculously achieve success, no superior would appreciate such behavior. "It is better for you to follow my commands diligently than to have anyone feign compliance and act independently. Should such individuals arise in the ranks, they should either be dismissed or face a military tribunal. Achievements? Who cares about your accolades? Unless your deeds are exceptionally remarkable, such as inadvertently eliminating the leaders of Sakura or Eagle nations, prepare to face dire consequences." If every soldier disregarded orders, could the military function effectively? Thus, under Zhou Zhen and Apos' command, the soldiers commenced their withdrawal. However, given the distance, it would likely be tomorrow at the earliest before they reached Shen Feng and Apos' 9th Villa District. Once Zhou Zhen departed, Shen Feng stretched and remarked, "The rewards are increasingly bountiful. Just 4 days into the apocalypse, yet it feels as though months have passed. Moreover, the acquisitions have become increasingly extraordinary. Just days ago, I merely secured a few promising individuals, yet today, I have commandeered a guard unit of 400, alongside enough military equipment for an entire division. What a bonanza! Let and Apos' head home," Shen Feng called, waving his hand. "Ah, finally. We can return. Young master, I am eager for a bath," Qiuyu exclaimed, stretching her limbs. Shen Feng chuckled and replied, "The vehicle we sought holds little value now. Let us descend and find 2 operational cars." Butler's son interjected, "Young master, there is a truck parked on the adjacent street, ample enough to accommodate all of us. And its sturdiness will be beneficial against any zombies we encounter." "Oh, Butler's son is indeed thorough. Let us proceed and retrieve that truck," Shen Feng responded, smiling, and led the way outside. Clearly, Shen Feng was elated. Initially, he had come to the broadcasting building solely for the purpose of broadcasting, yet unexpectedly, he had acquired Fanqiu, Wenshui, and Chao Mingting. While Chao Mingting was merely an addition, the other 2 held significant value for Shen Feng. After securing these 3, he planned to stay for a day and depart, but to his surprise, the military entered the city the following morning. Through Shen Feng and Apos' persuasive words, Zhou Zhen resolved to join them. 400 elite soldiers. The mere thought was exhilarating. Overall, Shen Feng and Apos' endeavors could not be described as tumultuous. Rather, they were filled with delightful surprises. Returning to the base? Apart from Qiuyu and Butler's son, the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of curiosity and confusion. Individuals such as Wenshui, Fanqiu, Fanlair, and Leona were entirely unaware of Shen Feng's actions and had no inkling of the astounding nature of the home he referred to. Conversely, Chao Mingting and Xiaqiu Chan, being youthful and well-versed in the online world, were fully aware of Shen Feng and Apos' expansive apocalypse base covering 3,000 acres. It was said to have constructed several walls and boasted ample supplies. Thus, they were keenly interested in the destination ahead. However, as they walked, Shen Feng completely forgot about the presence of a certain little girl. Chapter 93. The Avengers. Alas, had I known this would occur. I would not have allowed Shojin to depart. It would have been far better for him to escort us back first. Shinfeng lamented. At this very moment, the group was seated within a heavily armored truck, crashing forward amidst a horde of corpses. How hasty I have been. Shinfeng was startled by the military equipment Shojin had described, instinctively urging him to swiftly bring the supplies and ensure the guards were adequately protected. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed a miscalculation. How much better it would have been for Shojin to return them first rather than clashing headlong against the throngs of zombies. However, it was too late for regrets. Shinfeng could not simply call him back now, as the broadcasting equipment in the tower had been destroyed by him, rendering any communication impossible. Never mind, the truck possesses sufficient power, and surely it will manage to break free from the city. At present, a significant portion of the survivors within the city had commenced their escape from the town, thereby drawing the attention of numerous zombies, resulting in a more dispersed distribution of the undead. This development, however, served as a boon for Shinfeng and his companions. The truck they commandeered boasted impressive strength. Unless faced with hundreds or thousands of zombies blocking their path, a mere handful would not suffice to impede its advance. These zombies, typically of the first to third tier in strength, would be effortlessly scattered upon collision with the truck, limbs severed and bloodshed abundant. Apart from Xiao Mingding, who shut her eyes in trepidation, the others regarded the scene with stoic expressions. Despite the apocalypse being only 4 days old, who among them had not stained their hands with blood? Thus, there was little to fear. Approximately an hour later, the group successfully fled the town and continued their journey, steering the truck towards the eastern side of Qingping City, where the 9th Villa District lay. Old son, take the wheel. Notify me when we arrive. Understood, young master. Shinfeng settled into the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his mind, contemplating the future ahead. Since he intended to establish a power base, it was imperative to set rules in place, alongside nurturing the aspirations of certain individuals. Nonetheless, Shinfeng only needed to concern himself with the overarching vision, delegating the finer details to Butler Sunday. After all, in this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme, rendering all else inconsequential. However, the matter of strength weighed heavily on Shinfeng and Appo's mind. Initially, upon discovering that the brains of zombies contained magic crystals, he had harbored hopes of gaining power. Yet, the leader of the subhuman tribe had informed him that these crystals merely restored physical stamina, devoid of any capacity to enhance strength. Thus, Shinfeng found himself at a loss regarding how to grow stronger. Of course, for others, there existed pathways to power, but for him, as long as he had enough women by his side, he would inevitably become stronger. The yin-yang harmony technique is indeed an extraordinary gift. Yet, a faction cannot thrive solely on the strength of its leader. Shinfeng was fervently eager to uncover the methods of cultivation in this post-apocalyptic era. Sigh, let it be. When we reach a mountain, a path shall surely reveal itself. First, I shall return to organize the base, and then seek out that goblin dungeon, perhaps within it I may find what I desire. One must consume food bite by bite, and tread the path step by step. Haste may lead to choking, and rushing could result in missteps. Therefore, certain matters should be approached with patience, without haste. One day prior, at the 3rd hospital, after Shinfeng and his companions departed, a group of survivors cautiously approached the room where Tang Shan resided. They were the survivors rescued by Zhao Guanghu from the 2 floors above. Among them were nurses, doctors, and patients. My goodness, this is too cruel, exclaimed one. His arm is broken, his leg is shattered, numerous bruises mar his back, and his internal organs are damaged. How is he still alive? Truly a miracle. The 3rd hospital was perhaps the place where Shinfeng had claimed the fewest lives, having only taken Tang Shan's. After Shinfeng's departure, the individuals rescued by Zhao Guanghu could no longer suppress their curiosity. They cautiously evaded the zombies and arrived at this chamber. In the corridor lay several corpses, blood pooling around them. Fear engulfed them, yet they pressed on to Tang Shan's room. Upon witnessing his injuries, they were struck with a mixture of astonishment and dread. They were awed by Shinfeng's ruthlessness and alarmed that Tang Shan could still cling to life in such a state. What should we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch him perish. A nurse lamented. The area outside is swarming with zombies, and the route to the emergency room is completely blocked. Given his condition, any movement might spell his doom. An elderly woman, appearing somewhat familiar, spoke up. Oh dear, such a fine young man. And he's on the brink of death? Though some elders may bear malice, many still possess kindness, viewing all youth through benevolent eyes. Witnessing Tang Shan and Appo's dire state, The elderly woman felt a surge of compassion. Suddenly, an unusual wave rippled through the air, followed by glimmering lights that coalesced. What on earth is this? Please do not frighten me. The elderly woman gasped, her heart racing. Had she not been steadied by a nearby nurse, she would have surely fallen. The others were equally astonished, voicing their bewilderment. What is this phenomenon? Is it a ghost? Damn, do not speak nonsense. We live in a harmonious society grounded in science. Where do ghosts come from? What utter nonsense? Can science explain the inception of the apocalypse? Can ghosts even manifest during the day? The individual's words became jumbled, leading to a diversion of conversation. Without awaiting further responses, the luminous forms in the air multiplied, and soon, a small, translucent figure, no larger than a hand, materialized before them. Is that not this child's sister? The elderly woman squinted at the figure, puzzled. Tang Shan offered a faint smile. Silently floating towards Tang Shan, her eyes glistened with tears, brimming with sorrow for her brother and Appo's plight. She raised her gaze, pleadingly looking at the elderly woman and the others. Do you wish for us to save your brother? The elderly woman inquired, perplexed. Despite her earlier fright, the elderly woman now managed a calm demeanor as she engaged with the sorrowful Tang Shan. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Tang Shan merely nodded, affirming the elderly woman's words. Observing this, the elderly woman sighed. Alas, your brother's injuries are too severe. We are unable to move him. In response, Tang Shan smiled gently, clasped her hands together, and bowed deeply. In an instant, the diminutive Tang Shan transformed into a beam of light, penetrating Tang Shan and Appo's body. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, and his injuries visibly improved. Yet, numerous scars remained, indicating that this was the extent of Tang Shan and Appo's capabilities. The nurse who had previously spoken examined Tang Shan and gasped in astonishment. My heavens, what is going on? Just moments ago, he was on the verge of death. But now, with timely treatment, he has a significant chance of survival. The elderly woman, seemingly enlightened, spoke with a sorrowful countenance. In that case, let us do our utmost to save him. Bang! At that moment, Zhao Guanghu on the wall stirred awake. Previously, Shen Feng had devoted all his attention to Tang Shan and Tang Chun, and after Zhao Guanghu was struck and sent flying, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. He did not awaken until after Shen Feng and the others had departed, thus Shen Feng had overlooked him. Otherwise, given Zhao Guanghu's commendable talent, Shen Feng would not have permitted him the opportunity to become an adversary. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhao Guanghu's first action was to expel a copious amount of blood. Fortunately, his physique was robust, and he quickly stabilized the chaotic energy within him. Upon grasping the current situation, Zhao Guanghu immediately lifted Tang Shan in his arms and led the others towards the emergency room. Damn it, I have suffered such a grievous loss. How can I simply endure it? Although he was unaware of what transpired during his unconsciousness, he knew that this man's sister had been murdered, and thus he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Shen Feng. In this light, having saved him, it was certain that Zhao Guanghu would stand with him against Shen Feng. With this thought, Zhao Guanghu devoted himself to rescuing Tang Shan. However, what he could truly provide was merely a safe environment. The actual rescuers were the nurses and doctors. Fortunately, the last vestiges of Tang Chun's strength had allowed Tang Shan to emerge from a critical state to one of severe injury. Thus the group remained hopeful for Tang Shan's recovery. A day later, as Shen Feng and his companions departed the city, the gravely injured Tang Shan finally regained consciousness. Sister. Tang Shan clutched his chest, feeling as if something vital had completely departed from him. What neither Tang Shan nor Shen Feng knew was that after Tang Chun's sacrifice, her soul still lingered, capable of attaching to the one she had sacrificed for. Therefore, as long as there was a way to restore Tang Chun to a corporeal form, she could indeed be resurrected. Although this was a formidable challenge, it still held a glimmer of hope. For someone like Tang Shan, who possessed extraordinary luck, even a mere zero, one chance was effectively equivalent to a certainty. This implied that, in the distant future, Tang Chun was destined to be revived. However, as Shen Feng forcefully compelled Tang Chun to sacrifice herself for him, she would naturally not allow her soul to bind to the malevolent Shen Feng. Thus, Tang Chun transformed her essence into specks of starlight, remaining here until Shen Feng departed. At which point she manifested and expended her final ounce of strength to save Tang Shan. Yet, in doing so, Tang Chun's soul was extinguished, rendering any possibility of rebirth forever lost. Regardless of Tang Shan's moral standing, one cannot help but lament the fate of his sister. Creak, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Zhao Guanghu gazed at the newly awakened Tang Shan on the bed, exclaiming, Hey, brother, Shall we seek vengeance together? Tang Shan, numbly glancing at Zhao Guanghu, then grimaced fiercely and shouted, Yes, absolutely. I want him to be buried without a trace. Chapter 94. Roadblock. At this moment, Shen Feng was unaware that a group had formed a league of Avengers. He had returned to the 9th Villa District, which 3 years ago had boasted picturesque scenery, but now stood behind a towering wall, majestic and imposing. The individuals accompanying Shen Feng gasped in astonishment. My heavens! Xia Qiuchan exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. The 30-meter-high wall loomed like a 10-story building. Furthermore, as they glanced to the left and right, the wall seemed interminable. Fenler, arriving from the secret realm, looked up in shock. What a high wall! He marveled. In the realm of the demi-humans, where centuries had passed, trees reached heights of over 100 meters, yet what lay before them was not the result of nature and Oppos, as hand but of human endeavor. Both Fenler and Leona were profoundly astonished. Leona glanced at Shen Feng and Oppos' silhouette and murmured, the clan leader was right. The hope for the salvation of our entire clan must lie with him. However, unbeknownst to Leona, at this very moment, Tang Shan, the harbinger of their realm and Oppos' destruction, was entirely oblivious to their existence. He was solely focused on following Zhao Guanghu, intent on bringing ruin to Shen Feng. But setting that aside, the individuals behind Shen Feng were left in utter shock, each more astonished than the last. Incredible! Is this the base established by the young master? Wen Shui shouted, his face awash with terror. Having served in the military and participated in flood relief efforts, he had witnessed many spectacles. Yet he had never seen a wall of 30 meters. From afar, they had even glimpsed a structure approximately 100 meters tall rising within the enclosure. Good heavens! The young master has truly prepared meticulously. Fan Qiu marveled. With a background as a humble villager and years of struggle culminating in the position of a security team leader, Fan Qiu was utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the towering wall, at a loss for words. Amazing! Xiao Mingding chimed in, equally astonished. She knew Shen Feng was the chairman of the Shen Group, and that he had begun constructing the Doomsday base 3 years prior. But she had no idea it would be so formidable. Everyone was astounded by Shen Feng and Oppos' grand undertaking. In just 3 years, had he truly erected such a formidable wall? Even if besieged by zombies, one might feel secure behind it. Unless the zombies were to gather en masse and employ a stacking strategy, the effort would surely be in vain, even if tens of thousands surrounded the area. Let us proceed, Shen Feng said softly, leading the way toward the western city gate. The base featured 4 towering walls, divided into 4 rings from inside to out. The first and second rings contained only 2 gates, the third had 4. And the outermost ring boasted 8 gates. The buildings, too, were constructed in a manner that transitioned from sparse to dense as one moved outward. Stop! What are you doing? As Shen Feng and his companions approached the western city gate, a group suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Oh, has someone arrived so soon? Shen Feng remarked, surprised. What is your purpose? Where do you hail from? Demanded the leader of the group, his expression grave. In a good mood, Shen Feng smiled and replied, This is my base. What do you think I am here for? Huh? Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? The leader scoffed. At that moment, a subordinate stepped forward, saying, Captain, this base indeed belongs to him. He is Shen Feng of the Shen Group, our superior and Oppos' superior. The captain and Oppos' brow furrowed as he scrutinized Shen Feng, and then he was struck with astonishment. Oh dear, I failed to recognize the young master. The captain and Oppos' demeanor shifted instantly from that of a fierce tiger to a docile kitten, bending his body in respect. Young master, please, with just this one address. Shen Feng found the encounter rather dull. Under normal circumstances, Wuden and Oppos, they have come to provoke him, perhaps claiming the base as theirs in his absence? Why then? Did they shrink back so readily? Can someone not restore the tension? Do you not wish to provide me an opportunity to showcase my prowess? Seemingly reading Shen Feng and Oppos' expression of confusion, the captain respectfully explained, Young master, our leader is Cui Peng. Ah, a familiar ally. Shen Feng suddenly realized. 5 years ago, when he entered the Shen Group, he was weak and vulnerable, especially after a certain incident left him nearly dead. In his fury, he swiftly assembled a security department. Though labeled as security, it was, in truth, a band of enforcers. He had not meticulously counted the number of personnel, but over the years, the security department had expanded significantly, likely encompassing thousands. In addition to retired soldiers, many robust ex-officials and even some foreign mercenaries seeking retirement had joined. Thus, Shenfeng and Amp, Oppos, as security team was indeed a veritable assembly of talent. Take me to meet Chui Peng, Shenfeng commanded. Of course, young master. This way, please. The squad leader responded with deference, guiding Shenfeng and his companions toward a nearby building. Chui Peng was the head of security whom Shenfeng had carefully selected after extensive observation. Strength, loyalty, cunning, and capability were all essential traits. However, he did have a knack for creating unexpected surprises. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a room under the captain and Amp, Oppos' guidance. Creak, the door swung open. And a voice rang out from within. Did I not say, do not disturb me unless it's urgent? The squad leader and Amp, Oppos' mouth twitched. Wanting to inform his superior of Shenfeng and Amp, Oppos' presence, yet he dared not utter a word in Shenfeng and Amp, Oppos' company. Unfazed, Shenfeng stepped inside, remarking, What? Must I report my arrival as well? Suddenly, a figure rushed forth, and upon spotting Shenfeng, dropped to his knees, sliding across the floor. The individual clasped Shenfeng and Amp, Oppos' legs, crying out, Boss. Chapter 95, The Three Major Forces Boss, you have finally returned. Those people have truly gone too far. Please. You must stand up for me. Looking at Chui Peng, who was clutching his legs and weeping profusely, Shenfeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Chui Peng had many commendable qualities, but this was his Achilles and Amp, Oppos' heel. In a sense, he resembled Zhoujin. Both were the type to follow orders with unwavering dedication. However, when left to their own devices, they could only manage to maintain the status quo. Thus, like Zhoujin, Chui Peng was an excellent soldier, yet not a capable leader. The difference lay in Chui Peng and Amp, Oppos' utter lack of shame. Just imagine if Zhoujin were to find himself in such an embarrassing predicament. All right. Get up quickly and stop making a fool of yourself. Shenfeng reprimanded. Chui Peng, ever obedient, immediately stood up, and the traces of tears vanished from his face. He straightened his posture and declared, Boss, please give your orders. What a lively character he was. Shenfeng shook his head and glanced at his life script. Name, Chui Peng, male, 23 years old, level, first stage, level 6, talent ability, gravity manipulation, awakened, destiny fate, early demise, black, unwavering loyalty, gold, intelligent and wise, purple. Life script. Early demise, black, expected to perish before the age of 20, yet he has defied fate. Unwavering loyalty, gold, once he pledges allegiance. He will never betray. Intelligent and wise, purple, regardless of his outward appearance, he possesses great intellect. An author struggling to come up with numerous fates simply added this for filler. Gravity manipulation? Shenfeng gazed at Chui Peng in astonishment. This talent was indeed formidable. Boss, how did you know I awakened gravity manipulation? Chui Peng asked, puzzled. He had initially intended to surprise Shenfeng, only to find that Shenfeng was already aware, which dampened his excitement. Show me your gravity manipulation, Shenfeng instructed. All right, Chui Peng replied with a grin. And without any visible effort, he soared into the air. The onlookers behind Shenfeng gasped in astonishment. He actually flew, Xiao Mingting exclaimed. Zhoujin and the others were equally taken aback, though they quickly regained their composure. Except for Xiao Mingting, everyone present possessed various talents, so they were less surprised. For instance, when Shui could even conjure objects from thin air. However, in the next moment, Boss, look, I can swim in the air too, ha 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 ha. Chui Peng exclaimed, flailing his limbs as if he were swimming in water. Yet, while others swam in water, Chui Peng was merely gliding through the air. Hey, that's gravity manipulation. Why does it look so childish in your hands? Behave yourself. Shenfeng and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened as he kicked him away. At that moment, Shenfeng regretted appointing Chui Peng as the head of the security department. Yet, his unwavering loyalty indicated that he had indeed chosen the right person. Sigh. This is quite troublesome. After being kicked away, Chui Peng spun in midair a few times before landing on a vertical wall like Spider-Man. Hey, boss, look. I can walk on the wall like Spider-Man. Chui Peng exclaimed, scuttling up and down the wall, even making his way to the ceiling and exchanging glances with the others. Shenfeng nodded, remarking, I never expected you could develop gravity manipulation to this extent. Quite impressive. In a short span of time. Shenfeng had thought of gravity manipulation primarily as a means to fly or enhance gravity to suppress enemies. To his surprise, Chui Peng had adapted it to exhibit abilities akin to Spider-Man. Hee. Chui Peng leaped down and landed back on the ground. It was only then that he noticed the others behind Shenfeng and quickly greeted, Hey there, butler. Sister Qiu Yue, you look even more beautiful today. Qiu Yue huffed, flatterer. Boss. I Haven and Amp. Oppos. T seen these people before. Did you find them after the apocalypse? Wow, what and Amp. Oppos. As the story with these big brothers and sisters. Are those ears real? Chui Ping and Amp. Oppos. S.I. sparkled as he glanced at Finler and Leona. The appearance of the demi-humans closely resembled that of humans, but like in anime, certain distinctive features remained, such as ears and tails. Additionally, when they transformed, they could choose to change specific body parts or undergo a complete transformation. Finler, feeling quite familiar, chimed in, hee. We're demi-humans, so of course these ears are real. Oh, and I have a tail too. Finler turned around and wagged her rear, revealing a wolf and Amp. Oppos. S tail behind her. Chui Ping gasped, my goodness, you even have something like that? Demi-humans? Boss, where did you find them? Shinfeng waved his hand and said, all right, enough about that. Let and Amp. Oppos. S discuss the current situation. Upon hearing this, Chui Ping and Amp. Oppos. S playful demeanor instantly shifted to seriousness, despite his penchant for antics. He was well aware of when it was appropriate to joke and when it was not. Thus, when Shinfeng inquired about the current situation, Chui Ping immediately adopted a serious tone. Boss, in summary, there are currently 3 major forces around us. The first force is my security department, which consists of 500 people. Shinfeng smiled, not bad. I can end Amp. Oppos. Do you believe so many have survived? Out of the original team of 10,000, 500 remained, equating to a survival rate of 5%, significantly higher than the 1% survival rate of ordinary individuals. Chui Ping, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Boss, please don't criticize me. Out of a team of over 10,000, only 500 remain. I feel quite ashamed. Shinfeng reassured him, Dawn and Amp. Oppos. T overthink it. I genuinely think it and Amp. Oppos. S quite impressive. Now, tell me about the other 2 forces. The security department was not located in a single area, as it comprised over 10,000 individuals. If they all gathered together, it would be easy for someone to report them. Therefore, Shinfeng had arranged for these individuals to be stationed across various neighborhoods, effectively serving as security guards. During leisure, they acted as guards. When needed, they became enforcers. Chui Ping continued, the second force consists of the enforcers and ordinary people. They seem to have escaped from the outskirts of the city, and if I'm not mistaken, those ordinary folks were likely rescued by these enforcers. Chapter 96. Heading to the second force. Boss. The second force has the largest number of people, nearly 2,000 men, women, and children combined. However, there are only about 100 guards, so they are not a significant concern. Shinfeng nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent. As Chui Ping had stated, the true combatants among the guards numbered merely 100, thus, there was little to fear. Moreover, most of these individuals were merely ordinary folk. When presented with the pros and cons, they would undoubtedly know how to choose. Perhaps a few would be stubborn, but that would serve as an excellent opportunity to make an example of them. Chui Ping continued, the third force is a gang of ruffians, totaling over 600 individuals. They all wield machetes, and the vast majority are robust young men, making them the most unruly faction thus far. Shinfeng chuckled, still refraining from comment. Ruffians? This would be easily dealt with. A mere display of firearms would suffice to intimidate them. Who would have thought that in just a short span of 4 days, less than 4 days, in fact, 3,000 people would gather? The 9th Villa District is situated at a considerable distance from the city, so Shinfeng was genuinely astonished by the influx of so many individuals. After contemplating, he declared, in that case, let us first pacify these people. Chui Ping inquired, Boss, should I call my men over? No need, just lead the way. Shinfeng shook his head. Although the opposing force was numerous, aside from the firearms held by the guards, the rest posed little threat to Shinfeng. If they truly intended to riot, let them remember that he still possessed 2 rifles and 3 handguns. Against this group that could hardly be considered soldiers, a single round of gunfire would surely send them fleeing. Furthermore, with both Shinfeng and Leona being second-tier powerhouses, they would effortlessly dominate these individuals, whose average level was around first-tier 5th stage, even if they faced a slight depletion of resources. It was worth noting that Shinfeng still had ample first-tier magic crystals at his disposal. Hence, Shinfeng was not being arrogant. He was 1,000% certain that even if the opposition refused to cooperate, he would emerge unscathed. All right, boss, where shall we head first? Chui Ping asked. Let us first check on the guards. They should be relatively easy to negotiate with. Understood, boss. This way, please. The group exited in a single file. Leading the way was Chui Ping, followed by Shinfeng, then Qiuyu, and Butler's son, followed by Xiaqiu-chan, Fanlar, and Leona. Lastly came Wen Shui, Fanqiu, and Xiao Mingting. A total of 10 individuals marched with great vigor towards the location of the guards and ordinary people. It is worth mentioning that the security department led by Cui Peng was situated near the West City Gate, responsible for managing the flow of personnel. The guards, accompanied by ordinary people, were located in the northern part of the city gate, while the ruffians resided in the southern part, a three-legged confrontation. The three forces occasionally clashed, yet none harbored intentions for large-scale conflict. The ruffians, though numerous, were poorly armed. The guards were equipped with handguns and rifles, decent weapons, yet they were outnumbered. Although they had many ordinary people under their command, they dared not recruit indiscriminately. As for Cui Peng's security department, despite being nominally just security, both Cui Peng and some squad leaders were armed with firearms, and they were well equipped with electric batons as well. Thus, Cui Peng and Appos, as security department, was the mightiest among the three forces, while the guards and ruffians were, in a sense, allied against Cui Peng. Sister Xia, what are we going to do? Xiao Mingting approached Xiaqiu-chan, inquiring. Xiao Mingting, a mere ordinary university student, lacked guile. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to step forward when Fanqiu was pushed out to face danger. However, Xiaqiu-chan was different. Although she had previously displayed a somewhat naive disposition, she was far from foolish, responding directly. To secure the outside, we must first stabilize the inside. These individuals have subtly formed three major factions, and aside from the security department led by this person, the other two forces appear unwilling to heed the young master's command. Thus, the young master cannot allow this to persist. Xiao Mingting questioned. But there are so many of them, and we are only 10. What if something goes wrong? Xiaqiu-chan shook her head. There are only 100 guards. While they may possess firearms, they will not recklessly discharge them. As for the remaining over 1,000 ordinary people, they are hardly a threat. Although the ruffians may possess superior physicality, their weapons are inadequate. Unless they strike true, their blades are merely scrap metal. Xiao Mingting nodded thoughtfully, observing her. Xiaqiu-chan was reminded of her former self and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, the young master is quite formidable. A mere few hundred are no cause for concern. Although Xiaqiu-chan sometimes harbored lingering doubts due to past events, she undeniably recognized Shenfeng and Appos as strength. Noticing this, Xiao Mingting said nothing further and dutifully followed behind Fanqiu. Fanqiu gazed at Xiao Mingting and Appos, as familiar yet youthful visage, a fond smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand as if to pat her head, but the next moment, his hand halted in midair before slowly lowering. You are not her after all, and the age difference is too great. Fanqiu shook his head, a sense of melancholy washing over him. He could not quite articulate his feelings for Xiao Mingting. Love? Probably not. Initially, it was merely her resemblance to the one he adored and her similar disposition that prompted him to protect her. Now, having joined Shenfeng's team, Xiao Mingting and Appos' safety was no longer his responsibility. It was better to maintain some distance. I am 39. She is only 22. She has a bright future ahead of her. Moreover, to be involved with me would be grossly unfair to her. After all, the one I have always cherished is the one who once ran alongside me in the fields. Fanqiu shook his head and stepped forward. However, he failed to notice that as he advanced, Xiao Mingting instinctively followed suit. The group did not conceal their intentions. Thus, when Shenfeng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the second force, 2 junior guards were already waiting for them. Greetings, everyone. Our sheriff has been expecting you for quite some time. Shenfeng smiled. Expecting us for quite some time? It has barely been half an hour since I entered the West City Gate. Is this what you call a long wait? The 2 guards were momentarily taken aback. Brother, you are not adhering to the usual conventions here. This is merely a polite expression. Must you take it so seriously? Chapter 97. This is a villain story. All right. Lead the way. Shenfeng waved his hand, not genuinely intent on dwelling on the matter, merely jesting lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The 2 constables also breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently escorting Shenfeng and his companions to a chamber. Within, a man with bloodshot eyes and a scraggly beard lifted his head. Young Master Shen? Sheriff Li Jun spoke, his voice weary and worn. Shenfeng smiled. Ah. It is Sheriff Li. Shenfeng was indeed acquainted with Li Jun. To describe him, Li Jun was a commendable officer, upright and devoted to the public. Alas, he lacked flexibility and the art of flattery. Otherwise, he would not have spent 2 decades still merely a district sheriff. Name Li Jun, male. 43 years old. Rank, level 1, level 5, talent abilities, none, destiny character, diligent and selfless, blue, upright and incorruptible, purple, devoted to the people, purple, mediocre, blue. Somewhat renowned, white, life script, rescued numerous citizens, yet unable to support the livelihoods of so many. Daily pondering how to procure resources and organize the lives of such a multitude. Ultimately, he succumbs at his desk. Diligent and selfless, blue regardless of the workload, he dedicates himself wholeheartedly, even to the point of exhaustion, to fulfill his tasks, the kind of worker capitalists adore. Upright and incorruptible, purple, he never yields. He will adamantly resist any wrongdoing he perceives. Devoted to the people, purple, rich or poor, I shall always stand with the underprivileged. Officials or citizens, I shall side with the populace. For I am a commoner, just an ordinary person. Mediocre, blue, a life wasted, unable to achieve greatness. Somewhat renowned, white in the eyes of the locals, he is a good man. Gazing at Li Jun and Appo's profile, Shen Feng felt a twinge of melancholy. However, he was not swayed by sentiment nor felt any regret. He was a villain. His principles were solely based on utilization. Thus, in Shen Feng and Appo's eyes, this Li Jun, should he perish, would be a consequence of his own choices. One must act within one and Appo's capacity. If you can manage the lives of 10, do not attempt to save 100, for in doing so, you jeopardize the 90. Some may argue that Shen Feng and Appo's perspective is fallacious, yet in truth, the casualties may not merely be 90, but all 100. I understand the purpose of your visit, young Master Shen. I can agree to your terms. I can even assist you in managing these nearly 2,000 individuals. However, I hope young Master Shen can also grant me a favor. Li Jun stated directly. Oh? Straight to the point? I appreciate that. Shen Feng replied, seated comfortably on the sofa before Li Jun. Pray tell, what is it? Li Jun took a deep breath and continued. I hope young Master Shen can fully accept these 2,000 people. Certainly. Shen Feng responded without hesitation. Eh? Li Jun was momentarily taken aback by Shen Feng and Appo's decisiveness, but the next moment, he heard Shen Feng instructing, Chui Ping, arrange for the complete takeover of the survivors under Sheriff Li and Appo's command and ensure they are accounted for. Yes, young master, Chui Ping replied. At that moment, Chui Ping bore no expression of jest, for he understood when to be playful and when to be earnest. Young master, what if someone causes trouble during this process? Chui Ping inquired. Shen Feng turned to Li Jun, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, and asked, Sheriff Li, what shall we do if someone stirs up trouble? I will personally persuade them, Li Jun asserted earnestly. Shen Feng chuckled, Sheriff Li, I offer you but one opportunity. Upon seeing the cold expression on Shen Feng and Appo's face, Li Jun felt an inexplicable chill within. Yet, since Shen Feng had already agreed to fully accept the 2,000 individuals, could anything unexpected still occur? Leaning back in his chair, Shen Feng nonchalantly remarked, Sheriff Li, since you have decided to join us, let your subordinates surrender their weapons. That is only proper. Li Jun did not find this request inappropriate, knowing well that Shen Feng could not place complete trust in his officers. In the following period, with Li Jun's persuasion, the officers dutifully surrendered their firearms, soon realizing their future fate. From this moment forth, their sole superior would be Shen Feng. Some felt discontent, for they had once dined at the master's table, only to suddenly find themselves working for a capitalist, leaving them quite unsettled. However, Li Jun's eloquence proved effective, and he truly managed to convince this group. Meanwhile, Chui Ping summoned the other security personnel, who were downstairs accounting for the remaining survivors. The first and second factions could merge, given ample time. In the previous chamber, the others had departed, leaving only Shen Feng, Qiuyu, Steward's son, and Chui Peng. The rest had either gone for a stroll or were aiding downstairs. Standing before the window, with his back to the others, Shen Feng spoke, Old son, I expect to remain at the base only a day or two. If all goes well, I may set out again the day after tomorrow. While factions are significant, in this apocalyptic world, strength is paramount. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Shen Feng must swiftly secure control of the goblin dungeon. Steward's son frowned, Young master, I wish to accompany you. Though Shen Feng had not explicitly stated it, Steward's son had discerned that Shen Feng likely did not intend to bring him along this time. Shen Feng shook his head. The base is bustling with affairs. One of you and Qiuyu must remain. As for Qiuyu, Shen Feng glanced at her. The latter part of his statement swallowed back. She is not suitable. Only with you, old son, can I feel assured. Qiuyu, displeased, interjected, Young master. What do you mean? I am not that inadequate, am I? Chui Peng chuckled. Qiuyu, spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. Can you manage such a vast base? Qiuyu fell silent. Indeed, she could not manage it. Old Sun, however, was different. As Shinfeng's steward, he often assisted Shinfeng with various matters. Thus, he could undoubtedly manage the base proficiently. Perhaps in the coming days, the number of people at the base would surge dramatically, but surely tens of thousands would suffice. The base possessed considerable weaponry, and with Cui Ping and Zhou combined, they could muster nearly 1,000 men, enough to suppress any unrest. Shinfeng's expression turned grave. Old Sun, what I previously discussed with Zhou was sincere, though there are certain matters I did not elaborate on. Chapter 98. The weak are unworthy of discussing human rights. In the room, Butler Sun attentively listened to Shinfeng's exposition. It was evident that what Shinfeng was about to convey would form the crux of the future management of the base. Shinfeng began, currently. The base is divided into 4 rings. In the first ring, only trusted individuals are permitted to reside. Moreover, if someone excels in research, they may also be accommodated within the first ring, but stringent oversight is imperative. The second ring shall house elite soldiers, specifically your subordinates, Cui Peng. Additionally, once Zhou and his group arrive, they too shall inhabit the second ring. Oh, and let us not forget the subhuman race. Upon departing from the subhuman secret realm, Butler Sun brought along the gateway to their domain, which is now conveniently situated within the base. The subhuman's prowess is formidable, indeed, when compared at the same level. Humans are somewhat inferior to them. Thus, with their assistance, Butler Sun's burden will be considerably alleviated. Old Sun, please place the subhuman's teleportation portal in the first ring, allowing them to reside in the second ring, and arrange for someone to educate them on basic knowledge. The third ring will accommodate artisans, laborers, and ordinary soldiers, while the fourth ring will be designated for the redundant populace. Furthermore, to facilitate management, 3 walls shall be constructed within the fourth ring to segregate the populace. The entire fourth ring shall be divided into 3 zones. The first, a women's area, which must exclusively house single women. The second, a men's area, likewise reserved for single men. And the third, a mixed area for couples and married individuals. Master, I comprehend. Butler Sun nodded, acknowledging his understanding. The first ring would consist of trusted individuals, the second ring of elite soldiers, the third of useful individuals, and the fourth of the ineffectual. It was indeed a stratification of survivors into hierarchical classes. Butler Sun harbored no concerns regarding potential chaos at the base. The subhumans could muster 1,000 warriors. And with 500 soldiers under Cui Peng and 400 under Zhou, there were ample hands to maintain order. Shinfeng then turned his gaze to Cui Peng, coldly asserting, disorder within the base shall not be tolerated. Should chaos ensue, Cui Peng, I demand indiscriminate slaughter. Cui Peng was momentarily taken aback, then uncertainly inquired, Master, does indiscriminate slaughter imply executing all involved, regardless of right or wrong? Precisely, Shinfeng replied with a chilling nod. Cui Peng inhaled sharply, disbelief etched on his face. Such a command would undoubtedly result in a bloodbath in the nascent stages of the base. After all, interpersonal interactions invariably lead to conflicts. While Cui Peng wished to counsel Shinfeng against this course, he understood the man's character all too well and thus bowed his head, replying, Yes, Master. Shinfeng surveyed the crowd below, remarking, The individuals who can be accounted for should have already been recorded. I notice there are still several hundred who remain obstinate. Go persuade them, Li Jun. A wicked smile crept upon Shinfeng's lips as he coldly declared, in 10 minutes, should they continue to adhere to their stubbornness. Execute them all. Cui Peng trembled slightly. Despite his previous involvement in dubious tasks for Shinfeng, he felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. Previously, Shinfeng had instructed them to document the survivors, ensuring that those who complied were relocated to other areas while those who resisted were barred from leaving the plaza below. Initially, Cui Peng had been perplexed, but at this moment, the purpose of Shinfeng's directive became painfully clear. Disobedience would lead to one inevitable outcome, death. How ruthless. Master, I shall descend immediately. Cui Peng clasped his fist and declared, relinquishing any pretense of defiance. As he was about to exit the room, Shinfeng added, after the execution, behead them and place their heads on the southern street. Cui Peng's primary faction was located near the west city gate, while Li Jun's group resided in the north, and the gang of ruffians occupied the south. Thus, Shinfeng intended to construct a pyramid of heads for the ruffians to behold. This was the true objective of Shinfeng, an act to intimidate. Understood, Master. Cui Peng affirmed, descending the stairs. Shinfeng gazed disdainfully at the group below who refused to register, muttering, once your heads are displayed, I shall see if those so-called ferocious ruffians possess the courage to confront me. 3 major factions? How laughable. Shinfeng sat in his chair, a look of contempt upon his face. Meanwhile, Butler Sun contemplated the future management of the base, while Chiao Yu approached him from behind, lifting her delicate hand to massage Shin Feng's shoulders. Below, Chui Ping's security personnel formed a subtle encirclement around the descenders in the plaza. As Chui Ping descended, the group shouted, "What do you intend to do? We refuse to register. Do you aim to force us? We possess human rights. We shall not divulge our personal information to you. Move aside. I wish to return to sleep." Chui Ping, however, paid their outcry no mind. He approached Li Jun with a forced smile, stating, "Sheriff Li, it is now your turn to intervene. Having entered our master's base, adherence to his regulations is non-negotiable." Li Jun responded promptly, "All right, I shall persuade them. Grant me a moment." He approached the dissenters, while Chui Peng summoned a subordinate, inquiring, "How many have registered?" The subordinate replied, "A total of 532 individuals have registered. Approximately 400 remain unregistered." Chui Peng nodded, "Understood. Inform the others to exercise caution when the time comes. We must avoid friendly fire." The subordinate hesitated before quietly asking, "Boss, are we too?" He gestured across his throat. Chui Ping nodded, "For now. Keep it discreet. Notify the others, and when I give the signal, act accordingly." The subordinate's face paled as he descended, filled with trepidation. Time passed swiftly. Chui Peng could even hear the escalating argument between Li Jun and the dissenters. "Officer Li, we were promised sustenance upon our arrival. Yet we have endured hunger for so long, and now we are compelled to register and follow their orders. What sense does this make? Are we to be treated as slaves?" "Indeed, Officer Li, we are human beings, not livestock or automatons. Why should we obey their commands? Just days ago, I was a junior manager at a company. I refused to live under someone else's roof." Amidst the crowd, Li Jun wore a weary expression. His face etched with fatigue as he attempted to reason with them, but to little avail. Only a handful of individuals begrudgingly stepped forward to register, while the majority continued to shout for their rights. Human rights? Absurd. From this moment forth, the weak are unworthy of discussing human rights. Chui Ping raised his hand to check his watch, muttering, 10 minutes have elapsed. He lifted his gaze towards the crowd, murmuring, "Your time of reckoning has arrived." Chapter 99. Carnage. As Chui Ping raised his hand, the security guards swiftly lifted their weapons, aiming them at the group before them. Among them were the officers' handguns and firearms they had brought along. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. "What is happening? Are you going to kill us? This is illegal. It is tyranny. It is dictatorship." The crowd was stunned, filled with fear, curses, and panic. Among them, Li Jun was equally dazed. He rushed forward, shouting, "Don't shoot. Please. Don't shoot. Give me a little more time. Young Master Shan has already said he will fully accept these 2,000 people." Chui Ping scoffed. "Our young master did say he would accept, but those who seek their own demise cannot blame our young master." Chui Ping's hand swiftly descended as he commanded, "Fire." "No. Don't shoot," Li Jun cried in despair. However, when he turned around, he witnessed blood splattering one by one, accompanied by the relentless gunfire. No, please. I am willing to register. Give me a chance, I beg you. Just one chance. I am willing to register." The cries of despair echoed. "Now you wish to register? It is too late." Shinfeng did provide opportunities. Voluntary registration was the first chance, persuading was the second, and the third. There is no third. These individuals were brought by Li Jun at the onset of the apocalypse, many of whom were utterly unaware of the current state of affairs. Shinfeng believed it was necessary for them to confront the reality of the apocalyptic world. Damn it, may you all suffer a miserable fate. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will not spare you. I truly know I was wrong. Please, give me one chance." The wails of anguish and pleas for mercy filled the air. Those who heard were saddened, and those who witnessed were brought to tears. Yet, Chui Ping's subordinates remained expressionless, continuing to fire. One after another, individuals fell into pools of blood. A minute, perhaps two, passed, and over 400 people lay lifeless on the ground. Blood even flowed to Li Jun's feet. Although Chui Ping and his men felt some sentiment, they said nothing. They had taken lives long before the apocalypse, and this time, the blood on their hands was merely more abundant. However, they had to act this way. It was the only means for survival within the base. They believed that as long as they obeyed Shinfeng and Appo's orders, their quality of life would improve. In life, some may chase after fame, but more pursue the essence of living, for everything experienced while alive is what one can truly grasp. Pairs of two, one beheads while the other stands guard. Chui Peng commanded. Under his orders, the security guards complied. Notably, among the 400, a few feigned death, but they were quickly dispatched. In a fit of rage, Li Jun sprang up, grasping Cui Peng's collar, demanding, "Why? Why must you do this?" Li Jun, exhausted and with dark circles under his eyes, was easily thrown to the ground by Cui Peng's shoulder throw. With a thud, Li Jun lay on the ground as Cui Peng pressed over him, looking down with disdain. "Why?" Cui Peng sneered. "Do you even understand what an apocalypse is? In this world, the weak have no voice. You lack even the right to question. Your only recourse is to hope the strong will grant you some mercy." Li Jun's eyes reddened in anger. "Nonsense. The strong should protect the weak. Has our young master not protected you?" Cui Peng retorted. "From what I know, you have no supplies. If you do not have enough food in the coming days, at least half of your 2,000 will starve. And now, nearly under 500 have died." Li Jun exclaimed, "Do you expect me to be grateful for the death of 400 people?" Cui Peng shook his head. "You should not be grateful to me, but to our young master." Cui Peng released Li Jun, straightened his clothes, and continued, "In truth, their deaths are partly your responsibility. For you lack the capacity to lead them. When one lacks ability, it is wise to refrain from actions beyond one's capability, for such endeavors often yield ill fates. You may accuse me of sophistry, but the reality is, you brought them here without the ability to care for them, hence our young master had to take over. Once he did, those who refused to heed his commands would naturally meet their demise." Li Jun, rising with a bitter smile, retorted, "So all these deaths are my fault?" Cui Peng shook his head. "Not entirely. You are indeed at fault, but the greater fault lies in their own arrogance. Businessmen? Management? Are they of any use in this future world? They failed to comprehend their true position, mistakenly believing our young master would cater to them, leading to this outcome." "Oh. By the way, when you were looking after them, did you not cater to their every whim?" Cui Peng suddenly inquired. Li Jun remained silent. Seeing this, Cui Peng burst into laughter. "Ah, so your guilt is a bit heavier. Most people are inherently flawed. They should not be indulged." Cui Peng laughed heartily as he departed. He still needed to take those severed heads to the southern street. Since the young master aimed to set an example, they might as well continue southward. With a total of 600 ruffians, now 400 heads resting at their doorstep, the thought alone was exhilarating. As the saying goes, like master, like servant. Shinfeng is no saint, and his subordinates are certainly no angels. After Cui Peng left, the remaining guards began to clear the square, simply disposing of the corpses outside the wall. They need not handle the bodies themselves, for the zombies would take care of that. In the past 4 days, there had been zombies wandering by, but Cui Peng's men stationed at the west gate could effortlessly deal with those straggling undead. Though being bitten by a zombie leads to transformation, it only applies to the living. If a person is already dead before being bitten, they do not turn into a zombie, but rather become sustenance for the undead. Chapter 100. Reactions from all sides. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Chow Mongding clutched Fan Shou's collar in fear, trembling as she spoke. "Uncle Fan." She pointed at the lifeless body before her, her face turning pale as she exclaimed, "They're dead, all of them, hundreds of people, just like that." Sighing deeply, Fan Shou replied solemnly, "From now on, do not oppose the young master. He aims to use their deaths as a warning to others, and we may not be exempt from that." "But," Chow Mongding stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In her eyes, Shinfeng was a gentle soul. How could he so casually slaughter over 400 individuals? Was this truly the same Shinfeng who wore a smile? On another side, when Xu Wei gazed at the sea of corpses, lost in contemplation, after a prolonged silence, he chuckled. "During my enlistment, I had the fortune to partake in an operation where death was rampant. Back in the broadcasting building, I personally ended the lives of about 20 individuals. Yet, in comparison to the young master, I realize how inexperienced I still am. One command, and over 400 lives extinguished. Who else could wield such ruthlessness?" Shinfeng, their master, was nothing short of a modern-day Bai Qi. Nearby, Xia Qiu-chan seethed with rage, turning to confront Shinfeng. While she could accept him taking lives, she could not fathom the scene before her. What had these people done? Was it merely a matter of failing to register? Why must they all be executed? Her fury boiled over. She demanded an explanation from Shinfeng. However, Leona approached with Findler, declaring, "If you take another step forward, Findler and I will end you." Xia Qiu-chan clenched her fists tightly, shouting, "Why?" Leona replied, "Butler's son has instructed me to keep an eye on you." Clearly, despite Xia Qiu-chan's change from her former self, Butler's son remained unconvinced of her intentions. One must ponder, what does the term savior truly mean? Is it not synonymous with self-sacrifice for the sake of others? This term has never implied a refusal to take lives. Yet, within the current online literature, a misguided group misuses this term, failing to grasp its true meaning. To claim that refraining from killing defines a savior is utterly preposterous. At this moment, Xiaqiu-chan may have shed her savior persona, yet she still could not accept the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Previously, at the third hospital, those individuals had intended to harm Shenfeng and his group, but what of the people before her now? They had merely declined registration. Why must they be slain? This left Xiaqiu-chan baffled. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Are you going to stop me?" Leona glanced at her and stated, "Your current emotional state is unstable. A conflict with the young master may arise, and thus I shall indeed obstruct you." Butler's son had been grooming Leona as a successor, imparting lessons on the importance of not allowing trivial matters to disturb the young master. To Leona, Xiaqiu-chan's intended actions seemed rather inconsequential. Xiaqiu-chan pointed at the security personnel still clearing the battlefield and demanded, "Then tell me, why commit such brutal murders? Over 400 lives. That represents 400 families. 400 parents, or perhaps 400 children." Her furious outburst attracted the attention of many. Leona shook her head resolutely, stating, "I do not know. I do not care who they were. I am indifferent to whether their deaths were justified or not. What I do know is that our race has acknowledged young Master Shenfeng as our leader. From that moment forth, we are but tools in his hands. We will do as he commands. We may ponder, but not when executing his orders." Leona raised her fist, flames flickering at her fingertips. "Should you persist in your defiance? I foresee a clash with the young master. His time should not be squandered on trivialities." Leona warned, "So, if you take another step forward, my brother, and I will end you right here." Finler grinned mischievously, saying, "The young master referred to you as the Sword Emperor, a master of the blade. Yet I am curious to see whether your sword is swifter than my claws." Finler also raised his fist, revealing a wolf's claw, its sharp talons glimmering under the sunlight. Xiaqiu-chan inhaled deeply, seething with anger, yet ultimately, she reluctantly unclenched her fists. She had retreated. Above, Shenfeng observed the unfolding scene, pondering for a moment before remarking, "She is not one of us." Xiaoyu chuckled beside him, asking, "Shall we eliminate her, young master?" Amused by the juxtaposition of laughter and the notion of murder, Shenfeng contemplated the true nature of their group. What does life mean to them? After a brief reflection, he concluded, "Fortunately, no conflict has arisen. While she has begun to accept the necessity of taking lives of the guilty, she cannot abide the slaughter of innocents. After all, she is a sword emperor. Should she mature, her strength will be extraordinary. Perhaps I shall grant her another opportunity." It was indeed a tedious affair. If only I possessed the power of deprivation. Shenfeng gazed down at the enraged Xiaqiu-chan, a glint of coldness in his eyes. In that moment, he yearned for a talent that would allow him to dispose of her without hesitation. Yet, to think of eliminating a sword emperor would be a grave loss. Xiaoyu, massaging Shenfeng's shoulders, remarked with a smile, "Young master, considering how much Xiaqiu-chan has transformed in such a short span, she has done remarkably well." Shenfeng nodded in agreement, reflecting, "You are correct. After all, it has only been 4 days since the apocalypse began. Some suggest that we should expect her to undergo a complete transformation in an instant. But is that feasible? She is but a living being. And to eradicate her savior tendencies in merely 4 days is quite commendable. To expect her to execute my commands without hesitation, like Cui Ping and Xiaoyu, is indeed a tall order. After all, her original nature still lingers." With this thought, Shenfeng chuckled, curiously, while our actions have garnered numerous followers. Only Xiaqiu-chan exhibits such indecision. The rest do not hesitate to take lives. He unconsciously overlooked Xiaomonting. Xiaoyu chimed in, "Humans, indeed, possess a tapestry of vibrant personalities." After contemplating for a moment, Shenfeng stretched and remarked, "I hope that when I next encounter her after departing the base, she will truly become a weapon in my arsenal." Chapter 101. Base arrangements. The thugs surrendered. An hour after the pyramid of heads had been displayed, the thugs emerged to capitulate. Indeed, the so-called 3 major forces were nothing more than a farce. Observing the mass of people below, Shenfeng summoned Cui Peng and instructed, "You will handle this group. Form a base security team centered around your 500 guards, and assign them to manage the 4th and 3rd ring areas of the base. My only requirement is order, no chaos, and absolutely no bullying of women." Shenfeng spoke with gravity. While he could indulge in such behavior, others, especially those of lower status within the base, were not permitted to do so. Cui Ping nodded, "Understood, young master." Shenfeng smiled and added, "Oh, by the way, the thugs have their own trivial desires, particularly for women. In the future, there will be plenty of women in the base, and you may leak a bit of information." Cui Ping quickly grasped the implication but still hesitated. "Young master, isn't that inappropriate? If word gets out, Will anyone still come to us? Shenfeng chuckled. If a woman has gone hungry for a day, she may vehemently oppose it. But if she has gone hungry for a month, she will disregard all notions of righteousness and propriety. Leaning back in his chair, he placed his legs on the desk, sneering, furthermore, many women are not virtuous by nature. If there are women capable of upholding their principles, you may await my arrival to deal with them. Those who are inherently promiscuous need not be discussed. You know how to handle such women. After a moment of silence, Cui Ping replied earnestly, Understood, young master. I will attend to these matters immediately. He departed. As of now, there were merely around 2,600 people in the base, 1,500 ordinary folks and guards under Li Jun, over 600 thugs, and 500 under Cui Peng. In the grand scheme of the vast base, this number was insignificant. Shenfeng did not need to intervene. Cui Ping and the steward's son could manage these affairs adeptly. Nonetheless, Shenfeng took a stroll through the crowd. What if there were unexpected surprises? Regrettably, after surveying the area, he found no golden fate signatures, and even the purple ones were few and inconsequential. Clearly, these individuals were utterly worthless. It was a privilege for them to labor during this apocalyptic dawn. Among the thugs, a few were duplicitous and treacherous. Shenfeng promptly instructed Cui Peng to devise a reason to eliminate them. Moreover, he advised Cui Peng regarding Li Jun. Let him serve as a captain for now and observe his performance. If he remains a soft-hearted fool, find a reason to dispose of him. I have no need for do-gooders. In this apocalypse, the virtuous should hasten their demise. In Shenfeng's view, do-gooders were unpredictable and could betray you at any moment, while the wicked, provided they received adequate benefits and strength, would remain loyal. As time passed, the 4th and 5th days of the apocalypse slipped by. During this period, numerous survivors flocked to the base, bringing the total population to 10,000. The security team under Cui Peng rapidly expanded, with each member now overseeing 2 individuals, resulting in a force of 1,500 guards. Cui Peng had no intention of further expansion for now, both due to sufficient manpower and a fear of drawing Shenfeng as suspicions. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Zhou and his group arrived at the base, astonished by the towering walls surrounding it. Simultaneously, the other residents were equally intimidated by the formidable weaponry possessed by Zhou's entourage. They were equipped with an assortment of rocket launchers, tanks, and heavy artillery, sufficient to wage a small-scale war. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, within a 100-meter skyscraper of the first ring, Shenfeng convened others. Over the past few days, he had gradually assigned corresponding duties to everyone. Sun, the steward, was responsible for overall planning, holding the second most authority after Shenfeng. When Shui was tasked with forming a logistics group to manage the provisions for the inhabitants. Cui Ping, as the captain of the security team, was to oversee the survivors and maintain order. Zhou, as the captain of the guard team, had no immediate responsibilities other than welcoming survivors and surveying the surroundings via helicopter. Despite the fuel consumption, there was ample supply in the basement. Miranda, the leader of the subhuman tribe, was instructed to follow Shenfeng's orders and learn the world's norms before assisting Sun in managing the base. Although everyone had encountered Finnar and Leona, they were still awestruck by the appearance of the other subhumans. Truly remarkable. The tribe included not only lion men and wolf men but also rabbit people and tiger people. Among them, the rabbit folk were the most popular, for reasons that were self-evident. Addressing the assembly, Shenfeng declared, I shall depart shortly. The base will be entrusted to you for the time being. He needed to swiftly discover a method for cultivation, and remaining within the base would not yield results. Shenfeng could only hope for a miracle within the goblin secret realm. Upon my departure, Sun will oversee all affairs. Zhou, you will continue to assist the survivors. Cui Ping, ensure the survivors remain orderly. Xiaoyu, and Wen Shui, I will take with me. Fan Qiu, you will temporarily manage the logistics group. Yes, the group replied in unison. Xiaoqiu-chan, Leona, and Finlar, you 3 will also head into the city to seek valuable information. Shenfeng added. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. What an unexpected combination. However, Leona stepped forward, declaring, Yes, young master. Last night, Shenfeng had briefed Leona thoroughly. Essentially, this small team was to operate under Xiaoqiu-chan's leadership, whether in rescue missions or otherwise. Yet, Leona was to exercise her judgment during the operation. If danger arose, she could escape with Finlar. Moreover, if any issues arose due to Xiaoqiu-chan's actions, Leona was not obligated to assist her. In summary, this trio was essentially tasked with monitoring Xiaoqiu-chan. This mission would either completely transform her character or lead to her demise within the city. Despite their past intimacy, Shen Feng's cold detachment revealed his true nature as a villain. After preparations were complete, everyone took up their respective roles. Xia Qiuchan, Leona, and Fimmler set off in an off-road vehicle, gradually disappearing from sight, while Shen Feng, Xiaoyu, and Wen Shuwei ventured in another direction. With Sun in charge at the base, Shen Feng felt assured. As Shen Feng and his companions departed, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the base: Thunder Force, Zhang Junyi, Psychologist, Zhu Mengwan, and the dim-witted, Jin Kaiyan. Chapter 102, The Desolate Goblin Realm. Young Master, are we really leaving just like this? Is everything all right? Xiaoyu inquired curiously from the off-road vehicle. Wei Shuwei, seated in the driver's seat, glanced over with equal curiosity. Shen Feng, reclining in the passenger seat, replied nonchalantly. In a world devoid of superpowers, numbers are paramount. However, in this apocalypse, where abilities exist, the significance of sheer numbers diminishes. As we progress, individual strength becomes increasingly crucial. Therefore, even if the base is seized, it matters little. Firstly, they cannot access the basement entrance, and secondly, as long as I remain powerful, I can reclaim it. Conversely, if I lack strength, staying at the base will not prevent my eventual loss. Wei Shuwei and Qiuyu nodded thoughtfully. In essence, it all boils down to power. In this apocalypse, strength equates to everything. Silence enveloped them as they swiftly re-entered the city, this time heading towards the south. It should be around here. Let us search for the entrance to the secret realm, Shen Feng declared. Through their relentless efforts, approximately an hour later, the trio discovered the entrance beneath a tree. Goblin Realm, I hope you possess the means to enhance one's strength. Shen Feng smiled faintly before leading the two into the portal. After a dizzying moment, Shen Feng opened his eyes to survey this new world. Why is it so desolate? He pondered, surveying his surroundings. In the realm of the demi-humans, towering trees flourished in breathtaking landscapes. Yet, in this goblin realm, desolation stretched as far as the eye could see. Not a single blade of grass was in sight. Young master, I sense the air here has a foul odor, Qiuyu remarked. Shen Feng frowned and commanded, just in case, don your gas masks. Although he had already attained the second tier of strength, he could not ascertain whether the air was toxic or if his physique could withstand poisons. Thus, the trio hastily retrieved gas masks from Wei Shuwei's large backpack. It is worth noting that Wei Shuwei's primary mission was to prepare meals for Shen Feng and Qiuyu. However, he was also responsible for carrying their supplies. His sizable pack contained provisions, a small iron pot, and various other necessities. Shen Feng and Qiuyu were fully armed, each equipped with 2 daggers and 2 handguns, totaling 6 magazines with 48 bullets, along with a rifle with 3 magazines holding 105 bullets. The handguns and rifle each possessed a magazine, while the remaining magazines were interchangeable. Though they had lost their crowbars, Qiuyu now wielded a frost blade, while Shen Feng carried nothing, as his second-tier strength rendered a crowbar unnecessary. Goodness, at this rate, this place will soon resemble a desert. After donning their gas masks, Wei Shuwei touched the barren ground and remarked, let us explore. Since this is the goblin realm, there must be at least one goblin around, Shen Feng stated. The trio did not disperse but moved together. Although Shen Feng was indeed audacious, he was wary of potential threats lurking within this realm. Much like the demi-human realm, where Leona was an undeniable second-tier warrior and the clan leader, Malada, possessed third-tier strength. While Malada's first strike resulted in death, one could only wonder how others would fare against such power. Thus, Shen Feng cautiously led Wei Shuwei and Qiuyu through this desolate landscape. However, after wandering for quite some time, the realm felt eerily lifeless, as if it were a ghost town devoid of any creatures. This is peculiar, Shen Feng frowned. Tang Shan discovered the Goblin King's treasure here, yet I have yet to encounter a single goblin. His perplexity deepened. Meanwhile, shortly after Shen Feng's departure, 3 formidable individuals arrived at the base. Hee, I come seeking refuge. Will this place provide ample food? Jin Kaiyan cheerfully exclaimed, brandishing a massive cleaver. Ah, another newcomer. Please register, the security guard at the entrance said, visibly annoyed. Jin Kaiyan glanced at the registration form, which contained minimal information, name, talent, and previous occupation. After a brief perusal, he grinned foolishly, I can't read. The guard sighed, face-palming, let me assist you. What is your name? Jin Kaiyan. Good name. It suggests you are destined for greatness. However, I advise you to familiarize yourself with common characters in the future, all right? I get a headache when I see words. Jin Kaiyan chuckled. Very well, your physique will suffice for manual labor. You 1T starve. By the way, do you possess any talents? Talents awaken after the apocalypse, and you will know if you have one. Talent? Jean Kian scratched his head and replied, I believe so. He raised his enormous cleaver, and flames suddenly erupted from it, engulfing the entire blade. Boom. Jean Kian swung down fiercely, and the flame shot forward in a straight line, displaying immense power. Fortunately, despite his lack of intellect, he directed his attack away from anyone. Fire? Quite an impressive ability. Someone, escort this individual to the third ring. The guard immediately commanded. While the guards had been registering newcomers at the western gate, their irritation was tempered by the understanding that even the rarest of awakened individuals could pose a threat. Jean Kian was led away, but before departing, he inquired, Hey, you still haven't answered my question. Will I be able to eat enough? I have a huge appetite. As long as you possess strength, you can eat whatever you desire. The guard replied, Is it true that those with talent receive preferential treatment? As the guard turned, he was met with the sight of long, shapely legs. Looking up, he beheld a stunning woman, her beauty overwhelming. The guard could hardly contain his astonishment. He had registered thousands of individuals, but none compared to the beauty before him. The crowd around Chu Mingwan gazed at her in awe. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. Chapter 103, The Flourishing Base. Upon hearing the sound of those around him swallowing nervously, the security guard seemed to regain his composure and quickly spoke up. Even if you lack talent, you can still be treated favorably. Someone, take her away. Chu Mingwan paused for a moment, then covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Am I not walking into the lion's den? Her smile was enchanting, captivating all who beheld it. The security guard dared not gaze too long, hastily waving his hand. Think what you will, but perhaps the life you disdain is one that some women yearn for but cannot attain? With a light chuckle, Chu Mingwan swayed her hips and followed the guard into the city. She did not enter the third ring, but directly advanced to the second. Clearly, in the minds of the onlookers, Chu Mingwan had already become one of the young masteress concubines. In truth, the guards would have preferred to escort her straight to the first ring. However, before Shen Feng's return, Steward's son would not permit anyone into that area. Thus, even though Chu Mingwan might one day join Shen Feng's harem, they could only allow her to temporarily reside in the second ring. As they walked, Chu Mingwan looked up, astonished by the expressions of shock around her. The towering walls, rising 30 meters high, were truly magnificent. Had this been before the apocalypse? She might have deemed Shen Feng insane for squandering so many resources, manpower, materials, and finances over 3 years. Yet now, she was compelled to acknowledge, his foresight was extraordinary. When Chu Mingwan was brought to the second ring, the security personnel at the West City Gate continued to register other survivors. Some may have come with aspirations of ruling, yet few dared to boast once they arrived. The 400 severed heads previously displayed to intimidate the ruffians had been moved to the vicinity of the West City Gate by Cui Peng. Over the past few days, there had been those who stirred trouble upon arrival, as well as conflicts arising among residents. Cui Peng strictly adhered to Shen Feng's orders, ruthlessly eliminating anyone who caused disturbances. And their heads were piled here. Before the side of the pyramid formed by nearly 1,000 severed heads, every newcomer felt their courage wane. While some might dare to take a life, managing to kill 1 or 2 was commendable. To slay more than 10 would brand one a murderer, and to exceed 100 would be seen as madness. Yet now, with 1,000 heads quietly resting before them, who would still dare to cause a scene? At times, combat is not the sole solution to problems, but no one can deny that, in any circumstance, it remains the most effective means of resolution. Beep, beep, beep. As the guards took a respite, a sudden horn blared from afar, followed by a cloud of dust appearing before them. Upon closer inspection, a delivery truck emerged from the haze. The ruckus from the truck's occupants is quite something, one guard chuckled. Let us call the escort team. I see quite a number of zombies trailing that vehicle. All right, old 3, go fetch the escort team. Approximately 10 minutes later, around 20 fully armed escorts appeared near the West City Gate, and the truck drew nearer. Perhaps sensing their proximity, a loud horn blared from the truck. Hey, hey, hey. Brothers, come quick. I need help. There are a bunch of zombies behind me. I'm going to die. Upon hearing this, the guards at the West City Gate burst into laughter. This fellow is rather amusing. Hey, look, there are several hundred zombies following that truck. He might just be a talent. Until now, the most any of us had trailing behind were about 50. This guy has multiplied that record several times over. The guards chuckled, paying little heed to the hundreds of zombies. Zhang Junyi, the driver of the truck, noticed the group at the West City Gate and murmured in astonishment. Are those soldiers? Wow, the future boss has even brought the army into the fold? Zhang Junyi was taken aback, then drove the truck straight through the West City Gate. He swiftly parked, calling out to the guards nearby, "Brothers, I don't know why these zombies have been following me. Shouldn't you close the gate quickly?" Zhang Juni adopted a humble demeanor, despite having awakened his superpower. He understood that his current lightning ability was not formidable. If he exerted himself completely, he might be able to incapacitate 4 people. But any more would only leave them stunned, not dead. Thus, he did not consider himself invincible and kept his humility intact. The guards replied with a grin, all right. It's nothing major, even if the numbers are a bit excessive." Tap, tap, tap. As the guards finished speaking, the escorts sprang into action. Bullets erupted from their firearms. And Zhang Juni even witnessed 2 cannonballs soaring through the air. In a mere minute, hundreds of zombies lay lifeless. "Wow!" Zhang Juni exclaimed in disbelief. Instinctively shouting, "With such fierce firepower, why not eliminate all the zombies in the city?" Seeing the serious expressions of the surrounding guards, Zhang Juni quickly waved his hands. "Oh dear, my apologies for my loose tongue. This must surely be young Master Shan's command, right? Young Master Shan must have everything well in hand. How could we mere mortals fathom his thoughts?" One guard looked at Zhang Juni with surprise, then stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder, saying, "You, my friend, are quite interesting." In the eyes of the onlookers, if Zhang Juni possessed any talent, he might indeed ascend to great heights in the future. Zhang Juni forced a smile and then added, "By the way, brothers, I swept through a butcher shop on my way here. This truck is filled with meat I brought along." The guards expressed their astonishment. "You really came prepared. Come on. Let us get you registered." "All right, whatever you say, brothers." "Thunderous power?" "Sure, you're the boss. I'll rely on you from now on." "What are you talking about?" "Although I awakened my powers early, you brothers might awaken too. The order of arrival doesn't diminish your status as brothers. Once young master returns, you'll surely ascend swiftly in rank. Do take care of me then. Someone, take this lad to the second ring." "Brothers, may I ask something? I have 2 ladies with me. Do you think I can keep them here?" "Of course, I'm more than willing to hand them over if required." "That's your own business. As long as those 2 are willing to follow you, they're yours. We may be dictatorial, but we are not entirely unreasonable." Zhang Juni immediately beamed. "All right, I'll take my leave now." Chapter 104. The son of the dwarf clan leader, Goblin's secret realm young master. "Have we entered a completely desolate secret realm?" Chiyoyu remarked, perplexed. The group had been traversing this secret realm for nearly an hour. Yet they had encountered not a single living creature. "Where have all the goblins gone?" Shinfeng furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. According to Tang Shan's script, Shinfeng had learned the location of the goblin's secret realm. Could it be that aside from the goblin's secret realm, there existed a barren wasteland? It seemed implausible. At that moment, when Shiwei suddenly crouched down, listening intently, he then looked up and exclaimed, "Young master, there are people in that direction. Let us go." Shinfeng's eyes brightened, and the group swiftly moved toward the direction indicated by Wen Shiwei. Approximately 10 minutes later, they finally spotted the inhabitants of the secret realm. "My goodness, young master, is that a goblin? It is exceedingly ugly." Chiyoyu scoffed. Indeed, a group of goblins appeared not far from them, their bodies entirely green, with sharp features, brandishing wooden sticks. They looked quite menacing, yet in Chiyoyu's eyes, they were simply grotesque. When Shiwei noted, "Young master, it seems these goblins are transporting dwarfs?" He hesitated, uncertain. Shinfeng nodded, affirming they must be dwarfs. The goblins before them advanced like a convoy escorting prisoners. And within a few carts were the classic dwarves familiar from games and animations. "Remarkable. It turns out this secret realm holds dwarves in addition to goblins." Chiyoyu exclaimed. "Should we rescue those dwarfs? Isn't it said that dwarves can forge weapons?" Shinfeng replied with a smile, "Let us rescue them first. If they can indeed forge weapons, we shall keep them. If not, their existence holds little significance." Shinfeng and Chiyoyu took action, while Wen Shiwei, burdened by a large backpack, found it cumbersome to join. "Intruders! Intruders!" the goblins shouted upon spotting Shinfeng and Chiyoyu. Fortunately, Shinfeng could comprehend their language, which was not the nonsensical chatter he had expected. Despite their numbers, around 40 to 50, the goblins were only at level 6 or 7, posing no substantial threat to Shinfeng and Chiyoyu. In about 5 minutes, the goblins were dispatched. Shinfeng lifted his gaze to the dwarves within the carts. There were 3 carts in total, containing approximately 20 dwarves. They resembled elderly men, their long beards not white but rather dark. Moreover, their height was quite compatible with that of the goblins, standing just over a meter tall. Curiously, Chiyoyu sliced a goblin in half and exclaimed, "Wow, young master, look. The insides of this goblin are quite similar to those of a human: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, all present. However, this creature's blood is green. Shinfeng found himself at a loss for words, while when Xiuwei cast a peculiar glance at Xiuyu, thinking, you are a woman, must you be so uncharacteristic? Even a girl studying medicine should feign terror in front of others, right? As for being overly delicate, that need not be pretended. Genuine emotions will suffice. Who are you? A somewhat youthful dwarf approached the cart, inquiring of Shinfeng. Shinfeng glanced at him. Name, Edward, age 13, male, level, first stage. Level 5, talent ability, forging, destiny. God of forging, gold. Approaching death, black. Innocent and curious, purple. Life script, captured by goblins while out exploring. Subsequently sent to the capital and imprisoned in an underground dungeon. When Tang Shan stole the Goblin King's treasure, he inadvertently stumbled into the underground prison. Edward helped Tang Shan evade the goblin search but met a tragic end at their hands. God of forging, gold once he matures. He could forge even divine artifacts. Approaching death, black, driven by curiosity, he sneaked out of the dwarf kingdom and was captured by goblins, ultimately leading to his demise. Innocent and curious, purple, his curiosity about everything might be the reason he possesses the destiny of the god of forging. Unfortunately, talented individuals often meet untimely ends. Shinfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Incredible! The god of forging? You could forge divine artifacts? While such creations are a future endeavor. What is the level of a divine artifact? 9th stage? Or perhaps even higher? It will take time for me to reach the corresponding level. Shinfeng resolved to ensure the dwarf clan's inclusion in his plans, even if it were just this singular dwarf. Clearing his throat, Shinfeng stated, we are outsiders. Outsiders? What does that mean? Edward asked, bewildered. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves before discussing further. Shinfeng smiled at Edward. Edward appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied, oh. My apologies for my rudeness. I am Edward, the son of the dwarf clan leader. The son of the clan leader? The other dwarves in the cart were incredulous upon hearing this, promptly kneeling and exclaiming, we greet the son of the clan leader. Shinfeng observed this scene with interest. A kneeling ceremony? So the dwarves still abide by a feudal society? Edward, looking somewhat embarrassed, said, I apologize. I have always loathed such cumbersome formalities. Nonetheless, no matter how I protest, they will inevitably act this way. When one lacks the ability to break free from a circle, it is best to adhere to the rules of that circle. Shinfeng chuckled. Edward paused, then bowed his head in contemplation. A few moments later, he suddenly raised his head and earnestly said, thank you for your guidance. It is truly enlightening. Xiuyu interjected, young master. Perhaps we should quickly ascertain from them where the Goblin King is located. The Goblin King? You wish to go to the Goblin capital? Edward exclaimed, astonished. Shinfeng smiled. The Goblin King has taken something of mine, and I intend to retrieve it. When Xiuwei and Xiuyu exchanged shocked glances with Shinfeng. Young master. Should you perhaps reflect on what you just said? The Goblin King took our belongings? What could that possibly be? Isn't this our first visit to the Goblin secret realm? When Xiuwei chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Regardless, they had all come to seize the Goblin's treasures. The specifics of the narrative mattered little. Chapter 105, Journey to the Dwarf Kingdom. When Xiuwei and Xiuyu were acutely aware that their arrival was primarily aimed at seizing the Goblin treasures. However, it was evident that Edward, despite his decent education, had not been exposed to much cunning or deceit. Thus, he genuinely believed Shinfeng's earlier statement. With the assistance of Shinfeng and his companions, the dwarves leapt from the prison cart. Edward, rubbing his arms marked by the bindings, exclaimed, the Goblin King is truly despicable. Despite possessing so many treasures, he still resorts to stealing from others. Shinfeng chuckled. So, can you lead us? Edward shook his head. Then added anxiously, it's not that I don't wish to guide you, noble benefactors who save my people, but rather, I have no idea where the Goblin capital is. To be frank, this is my first time leaving the Dwarf Kingdom. Shinfeng pondered for a moment and suggested, then how about taking us to the Dwarf Kingdom? Edward nodded. Please, follow me. However, just as Edward was about to lead Shinfeng and his companions, a dwarf suddenly sprang forth, exclaiming, these individuals are of unknown origins. What if they are criminals? Edward tapped the dwarf on the head and retorted, criminals? You look more like a criminal to me. If they were indeed criminals, they would have no need to rescue us. Besides, what does our dwarven race possess that others would covet? Edward scoffed. I've read in the library that our dwarven ancestors were once master forgers, but what about now? Throughout my life, I have yet to see a single metal hammer. So what could they possibly want from us? Just a bunch of drunken fools, perhaps? Though Edward had not encountered much treachery, his extensive reading allowed him to grasp certain realities. The dwarves had no need to speculate about others' intentions, as they had already lost their competitive edge. He understood that dwarves were naturally gifted forgers, yet this territory was so impoverished that they could not find a single piece of metal. They had regressed from craftsmen to mere farmers. Without resources, even the most talented individuals were rendered powerless. The dwarven race, now characterized by drunkenness and lethargy, had little to offer that would attract the envy of others. The humiliated dwarf protested, "Even if we are drunks now, just give us a piece of iron, and we can quickly unleash our talents." Edward retorted, "That requires someone to provide you with iron." Upon hearing this, the chastised dwarf fell silent. And even Shinfeng and Qiuyu paused momentarily. This naive innocence seemed somewhat out of place. Shinfeng mused. Initially, he thought Edward was oblivious, but it appeared he was quite astute. He understood that leading Shinfeng and others into the dwarf kingdom was a gamble. He recognized that without taking risks, they would continue to lack metal. In this light, Edward was not as ignorant as he pretended. Shinfeng regarded Edward with newfound depth. In reality, Shinfeng might have misjudged Edward, mistaking his innocence for foolishness. Edward held a childlike sincerity towards the world, but that did not imply he was a mere puppet to be manipulated. "Dear friends, while I may not know the location of the goblin capital, I am aware of the entrance to the dwarf kingdom." Edward looked at Shinfeng and his companions with eager anticipation, especially eyeing their firearms. "Lead the way," Shinfeng replied with a smile. For Shinfeng, there was no fear. Upon reaching the second tier, he was confident that even a third-tier powerhouse would struggle against the onslaught of a rifle. Although a third-tier warrior might be swift, it was undeniable that with rifles in hand, Shinfeng and his companions could pose a lethal threat to such formidable foes. At this juncture, even if a third-tier warrior appeared, they would likely strike only once, as had the leader of the beast men. As long as Shinfeng and his group could withstand or evade that initial blow, they would not even need to fire a shot. The powerful adversaries would likely be felled themselves. In the desolate secret realm, Shinfeng and his companions trailed behind Edward for an extensive period. Eventually, Edward revealed a stone cave at what appeared to be an ordinary spot on the ground. To their astonishment, the dwarf kingdom lay underground. The group entered in succession and continued walking for quite some time until an underground kingdom emerged before Shinfeng's eyes. Goodness, to construct such a kingdom underground. "The dwarf's forging talent is indeed remarkable," Shinfeng exclaimed. Though the structures appeared somewhat aged, the ability to build a city underground was no small feat, not achievable by just anyone. While Shinfeng's base had a vast underground chamber, he had the advantage of utilizing large machinery during its construction. The dwarfs, on the other hand, relied solely on their hands. Truly breathtaking. When Shiwei expressed his astonishment, the underground kingdom appeared extensive, with what seemed to be luminous pearls adorning the walls, illuminating the subterranean city as if it were an eternal metropolis. While Shinfeng and Wen Shuai were awestruck by the dwarven underground city, Qiuyu scoffed. "Living underground all the time? Aren't you afraid of suffocating?" Qiuyu's concern about suffocation was not merely about the depletion of oxygen. She believed that such a vast underground city must possess an oxygen circulation system. Rather, her concern stemmed from a sense of boredom. Edward interjected, "Indeed, it can be rather dull, which is why I often sneak out." Not long after their arrival, a dwarf suddenly appeared before them, standing in front of Edward, exclaiming, "Oh, young master, you have finally returned. If anything had happened to you out there, what would we have done?" Edward's lips twitched as he replied, "This is my guard. I apologize, but had it not been for these individuals, I would have certainly fallen into the hands of the goblins, and my guards would have met a dire fate as well." "What, young master, you were captured by goblins?" the guard exclaimed, looking anxiously over Edward's body. Chapter 106, A Realm of Drunkenness. "Young master, are you uninjured?" the anxious guard exclaimed. Edward brushed aside the guard's concern, replying, "It's fine. I'm unharmed, thanks to these individuals. Otherwise, I surely wouldn't have made it back." Upon hearing this, the guards sprang to their feet, bowing deeply to Shinfeng, saying, "We are immensely grateful for your kindness." Enough with the pleasantries, Edward interrupted. "Take us to the palace, and search the tavern for my father, the clan leader. Bring him here." At this proclamation, Shinfeng and Qiuyu exchanged bewildered glances, utterly taken aback. "You just mentioned that your dwarf clan is composed entirely of drunks. Were you not jesting?" they thought. Given the time, it was roughly noon, and to assert that the clan leader was still wallowing in drink was utterly preposterous. Edward seemed aware of the absurdity of his statement and turned to Shinfeng and the others, apologizing. "I regret to inform you that the dwarf clan has not touched metal in over a century, leaving them idle and enamored with alcohol." Shinfeng fell silent. uncertain of how to respond. According to the game's lore, dwarves were inherently fond of drink, yet Edward's description indicated a prior aversion to it, or at least a moderation that had vanished over the past century due to the depletion of metal resources. The dwarves, now devoid of purpose, had transformed into inebriates. It was truly beyond words. Ultimately, Shinfeng could only chuckle lightly, stating, "It matters not. My primary purpose for coming here is to ascertain the location of the goblin capital." Edward smiled. "While I cannot pinpoint the goblin capital's whereabouts, my father and the other elders of our clan undoubtedly possess that knowledge." He glanced at the guard standing nearby and kicked him, commanding, "Hurry, go fetch my father." The choice of words was indeed strikingly apparent. Shinfeng and his companions fell into a contemplative silence. Nevertheless, this was a family matter best left unspoken. Gulp. Gulp. "Ah, what splendid wine." The group traversed the subterranean kingdom of the dwarves, where the streets were filled with dwarves sporting crimson faces from excessive drinking. "Is this black gold? Watch me demonstrate." A nearby dwarf raised his fist and, with the force of a hammer, smashed it against a nearby wine vat. The vat shattered, leaving the dwarf's hand swollen and bruised. Simultaneously, the broken vat revealed little wine remaining, indicating it had been nearly drained. Upon closer inspection, a dwarf was discovered nestled within the vat. The dwarf slowly lifted his head, bleary-eyed, and glanced at the one who had smashed the vat, saying, "Come on, keep drinking." "Goodness, are you from the Northeast? If you can't drink anymore, it's perfectly fine not to." Such absurdities were not isolated incidents. One individual stumbled while drinking from a gourd, colliding with a wall before collapsing into slumber. Youthful exuberance, indeed, yielded restful sleep. Another, for reasons unknown, ascended to the rooftop only to misstep and plummet down. Observing these dwarf revelers, akin to a circus, Shinfeng couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Edward appeared to sense the gravity of the situation and remarked, "Well, our uncles and aunts are simply so bored that they can only drown their sorrows in drink." Shinfeng interjected, "Your subterranean kingdom astounds us, and your kin equally perplexes us. Is this what you consider drunkenness? If one were to draw blood, it would surely be alcohol-infused." Edward sighed. "Alas, it is inevitable. Dwarves are born masters of forging, and without metal, our existence feels akin to death. Thus, we resort to alcohol to numb our senses." As they ambled onward, they soon arrived at a palace that exuded opulence. Upon entering, they found an individual already seated upon the throne. The group surmised this was the clan leader, yet the sight was rather peculiar. The clan leader, flushed and belching, was soaked in alcohol, with droplets trickling from the throne. Goodness, he truly had been fished out from a vat. When Shui remarked, "Young master, this is not quite what I envisioned." Shinfeng nodded in agreement. "I thought your clan adhered to traditional customs. Is this truly how one presents oneself at court? You arrive reeking of liquor and soaked through? Remarkable." Edward sighed deeply, disheartened by the prospects of the dwarf's future. Yet perhaps it was Edward's sigh that roused the current clan leader, Brady. Brady raised his head, bleary-eyed, surveying Shinfeng and the others below. At that moment, only Shinfeng, Chiyoyu, Wen Shui, and Edward stood in the palace, as the other rescued dwarves had already sought solace and drink upon entering the kingdom. Shinfeng felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "So, your capture was inconsequential, and survival was of no importance?" No wonder the dwarves had offered no gratitude when the goblins were slain. They seemed indifferent to their own lives. Brady regarded Edward and said, "Son, you have returned?" Edward bowed. "Father, I was nearly captured by the goblins, but these outsiders rescued me." The emphasis on outsiders was palpable, yet Brady appeared to disregard it entirely. Waving his hand dismissively, "Oh, do express your gratitude to them." With a flick of his sleeve, he departed. Gone? Shinfeng and his companions were utterly astonished. While it seemed Brady had ignored Shinfeng, he felt inexplicably unperturbed. Perhaps it was the complete absence of vitality among the dwarfs? It was akin to being disregarded by a beggar on the street, unless one were unwell. Why would one feel angered by a beggar's apathy? Edward sighed. "I apologize, dear friends. Please bear with us for a few days." Shinfeng shook his head, asserting, "I simply wish to know the location of the goblin capital." The goblin capital? Just as Brady had exited, he suddenly returned. Chapter 107. Why not bring a Gatling gun? Because the author doesn't allow it, Brady gazed intently at Shinfeng and inquired, "What brings you to the Goblin King's capital?" Edward interjected, "The Goblin King has taken his possessions." Brady paused momentarily, then cast a surprised glance at Shinfeng. Brady was no fool. It was impossible for the creatures within this secret realm to be unaware that Shinfeng and his companions hailed from the outside world. For centuries, only two races had existed in this realm, goblins and dwarfs. It was evident that Shinfeng and his companions were not dwarfs, and as for goblins, well, that was even less likely. Thus, Edward's remark left Brady momentarily bewildered. How could the Goblin King possibly steal from you? There was neither opportunity nor capability. However, Brady quickly regained his composure and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, the Goblin King is nothing but a despicable thief." Shinfeng was not interested in the rationale behind Brady's statement. He was solely eager to ascertain the location of the Goblin King's capital. He was fervently curious about what treasures might reside in the Goblin King's vault. Let us not forget that the journey through the Beastman's secret realm had bestowed upon Shinfeng a plethora of benefits. Therefore, he harbored similar expectations for the Goblin realm. After a couple of hearty laughs, Brady's expression turned serious as he regarded Shinfeng. He continued, "I can reveal to you the whereabouts of the Goblin King's capital, and I can even rally all the dwarves to assist you in your assault on the Goblin King's stronghold." Conditions? Shinfeng inquired succinctly. He did not believe for a moment that Brady would offer his help without recompense. "Straightforward," Brady replied with a grin. "The Goblin King has stolen our dwarven artifact, the Dwarven Hammer. I hope that once you vanquish the Goblin King, you will return the Dwarven Hammer to us." Shinfeng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Deal. Though he was uncertain about the number of goblins residing in the Goblin King's capital, launching an attack with just the 3 of them would indeed be challenging. Thus, the assistance of the dwarves would be most beneficial. As for the agreement with Brady, a smirk crossed Shinfeng's face. After conquering the Goblin King's capital, the dwarves would have to serve under him. Otherwise, not only would he withhold the Dwarven Hammer, but he might even seek to eliminate them. Shinfeng was no saint. Although the assault on the Goblin King's capital was mutually advantageous, what would come after? Would he truly return the Dwarven Hammer to them? Would he allow them to stand on their own? Absolutely not. As he journeyed, Shinfeng observed that while the dwarves he encountered on the streets were often drunken louts, they bore a saying: upon contact with metal, they could swiftly become masters of forging. Clearly, Edward was correct. The dwarves possessed remarkable talent in this craft. With this in mind, how could Shinfeng possibly spare the dwarves? Naturally, he could not. "When shall we commence the battle?" Shinfeng asked. The dwarven leader, Brady, contemplated briefly before responding earnestly. "Tomorrow. Let us hope you do not keep me waiting too long," Shinfeng replied coolly. Brady shook his head. "Of course not. Please, esteemed guests, grant us a day's time." Shinfeng nodded and followed a dwarf to his quarters. The room appeared satisfactory, likely having been tidied by the dwarves in advance. When Shui placed his bag on the floor and asked, "Young master, can we trust the dwarves?" Shinfeng chuckled. "Ordinary dwarves are quite honest and generally trustworthy. But Brady and Edward are different. They are quite astute. However, precisely because they are clever, they will know how to act." Xiaoyu chimed in cheerfully, "Young master, it seems our base will soon have an influx of dwarfs." When Shui blinked in surprise before quickly grasping the meaning behind Xiaoyu's words, the base would likely become quite lively. When Shui couldn't help but express his thoughts. Just a few days had passed, and the base had already welcomed beastmen and dwarfs. What might the future hold? Would other races also make an appearance at the base? When Shui suddenly found himself intrigued by the prospect. Could their base evolve into a veritable United Nations, inhabited by countless races? The mere thought was exhilarating. Reclining on the bed, Shinfeng murmured, "Let us set those matters aside for now. When Shui, until the battle concludes, you shall oversee our food safety. Exercise utmost caution, although most dwarves are rather simple-minded. One cannot rule out the possibility of encountering a few oddities." "Understood, young master. I shall be vigilant." When Shui nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, within the palace, after Shinfeng and his companions departed, Edward looked at Brady with a puzzled expression and asked, "Father, why the sudden turn? The goblin race possesses far greater strength than we dwarfs. Are we truly going to assist these 3 outsiders? What if we fail?" Brady sighed heavily. "I am uncertain whether this decision is correct, but I sense a deadly power emanating from their strange long-barreled weapons." "What?" Edward exclaimed in shock. "Father, you are a Tier 3 Level 2 warrior, on par with the Goblin King." Edward was aware that the firearms wielded by Shinfeng and his companions were formidable, yet he had no idea that they could pose a threat to his father. However, did this not imply that Shinfeng and his companions possessed the capability to slay the Goblin King as well? "Father, do you intend to use them?" Brady, with a grave expression, nodded. "Only in this manner can our dwarven treasure, the Dwarven Hammer, return to our hands," Edward exclaimed anxiously. "But those 3 slaughtered dozens of goblins without so much as blinking. Collaborating with them would be akin to courting disaster. Brady nodded. I am aware. But for the sake of our dwarven treasure, I must proceed. Edward voiced his concerns. Father, must it truly be this way? Once war breaks out, no one can predict the victor. Even if our dwarves emerge victorious, we will suffer great losses. Moreover, while you may be utilizing those three, they too are likely leveraging you. After all, despite the potency of Shen Feng and his companions' weapons, they are merely 3 individuals, while the Goblin King's capital boasts at least 5,000 to 6,000 inhabitants. Thus, for Shen Feng and his companions to breach the capital, they would indeed require the dwarves to divert the goblins' lower-tier forces. In this scenario, both parties are merely using each other. Brady's face reflected reluctance, yet he resolutely stated, Gather all dwarven youths under 30. They are the hope of our race. Dwarves typically live for about 200 years. So a 30-year-old dwarf would equate to approximately 15 years in human terms. Clearly, Brady was beginning to plant the seeds for the future of the dwarven race. Upon hearing this, Edward understood that Brady had made up his mind, and thus ceased his attempts to persuade him. He went to gather the young dwarfs. Meanwhile, Brady began issuing a series of commands. Chapter 108. Guess the color of the goblins I insulted early the next morning. Shen Feng and his companions were awakened by a cacophony of noise. In this unfamiliar place, the thought of potential danger kept them from sleeping apart. They each occupied a single bed under the same roof. Upon hearing the uproar from outside, Shen Feng approached the window, astonished. Goodness. Have they already begun dismantling this underground city? With the outbreak of war, the need for equipment was paramount. Yet, crafting such gear required metal. And from where would this metal be sourced? Naturally, it would come from the last reserves of the dwarves, their very homes. It was evident that Brady had resolved to fight to the bitter end. In this battle, it was either the complete annihilation of the goblins or the doom of the dwarven race. Remarkable, Shen Feng mused, the dwarves possess quite the audacity. Sometimes, when a balance is struck, even the slightest external weight can shatter it. Clearly, Shen Feng and his companions were that external weight at this moment. In truth, Shen Feng held no particular disdain for goblins, nor did he harbor fondness for the dwarfs. However, comparisons can be perilous. In terms of appearance, goblins were undeniably more grotesque. In capabilities, the dwarves excelled in forging, and in temperament, the goblins reveled in cruelty and slaughter. Given the malevolence of the goblins, what justification did Shen Feng have for allowing them to survive? Ultimately, these reasons paled in significance compared to his primary objective, to seize the treasures of the Goblin King. And the Goblin King would undoubtedly not sit idly by. Thus, Shen Feng was determined to obliterate the goblin race. Let us depart, he urged. Time is of the essence in this post-apocalyptic world, and it would be prudent to set out at the earliest opportunity. He was the first to exit the room, followed closely by Wen Shui and Qiu Yu. I trust you have all rested well? Upon arriving at the palace they had visited the previous day, the dwarven chieftain, Brady, approached with a smile. Shen Feng returned the gesture, inquiring, Let us dispense with idle chatter. Are your dwarves prepared? Brady nodded, stating, after a night of preparation, We have dismantled all the metal from our homes and forged 2,000 sets of armor and weapons. However, I must ask for your understanding. As our total number is merely 567, which means only 500 can partake in battle. Shen Feng cast a sidelong glance at Brady, asking, Do you know how many goblins reside within their king's domain? Only 1,000 dwarves remain, Brady confessed, and to be honest, Shen Feng found Brady's ruthlessness quite striking. If all were to perish, the dwarves would surely be left in disarray. Nevertheless, Brady's actions confirmed that, at least until the battle's conclusion, he was genuinely intent on joining forces with Shen Feng to eradicate the goblins. That is sufficient, Shen Feng acknowledged. Brady continued, The combined goblin forces number approximately 6,000. Often, one's enemy possesses a deeper understanding of oneself, and thus the dwarves were well aware of the goblins' approximate strength. Shen Feng further inquired, Do the goblins possess armor and weapons? Brady promptly replied, Indeed, though in limited supply. In fact, 2 centuries ago, we dwarves were the masters of this secret realm. Shen Feng's lips twitched as he suppressed the urge to express his disinterest in their history. However, since the 3 had yet to dine, they decided to eat while listening to Brady's narrative, consider it a tale worth hearing. In summary, one fateful day, the apocalypse descended upon the world, and the strongest of the dwarves severed a part of their world, hoping to shelter their kin within. Unexpectedly, a handful of goblins stealthily infiltrated the sanctuary as the dwarves sought refuge. Qiu Yu, intrigued, asked, So, it seems you dwarves are the rightful owners of this secret realm? Wen Shui, perplexed, added, a mere dozen goblins managed to bring you to this state? According to Brady's account, the dwarves once numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The trio was left speechless upon hearing this revelation. Hundreds of thousands of dwarves, bested by a mere dozen goblins? Such incompetence was astonishing. Sighing, Brady lamented. Goblins are a profoundly wicked race. They can mate with the vast majority of humanoid beings in existence. Chiyoyu shuddered at the thought, goosebumps prickling her skin. Brady described how, after mating with female goblins, male creatures would produce goblin offspring. In turn, male goblins mating with female beings would also yield goblins. The goblin genome was undeniably potent. When Chiyoyu questioned, that still seems implausible. Even with the goblins' reproductive prowess, they were but a dozen, surely your numbers should have prevailed? Sighing. Malata interjected, goblins have a remarkably short growth cycle. Within a year, they achieve reproductive capability, and a male goblin can sire offspring for at least 20 years. Thus, it is not a mere multiplication sequence but a terrifying reality where, given sufficient female beings, goblins can reproduce exponentially in a short span. Although Malata refrained from voicing it. Shinfeng and his companions couldn't help but envision a rather unsavory scenario. The concept of motherhood, in a biological sense, held no significance for goblins. Once a goblin reached maturity, that maternal figure became merely a vessel of reproduction. What chaos! Shinfeng's perspective shifted. Disliking goblins? Preposterous. Goblins were utterly vile. Who could possibly have any affection for them? Malata, gritting her teeth, declared with fervor, initially, we paid little heed to these goblins. As our population was historically vast, hundreds of thousands strong. In such numbers, the loss of a mere dozen or even hundreds seemed trivial. Thus, by the time we recognized the goblins' presence, they had already swelled to over 10,000. Had their numbers not grown so large, we might still be oblivious to their existence. With a wistful sigh, Malata's expression turned nostalgic. You must have noticed the desolation of our secret realm during your travels. Yet, in the beginning, this place was not so barren. It was once alive with vibrant flora and fauna. How I longed to witness that beauty again. Malata's face radiated longing, clearly reflecting the world as it was when he was born, a world that had long since faded into ruin. Thus, he gazed upon the splendor of the past with a heart full of yearning. Chapter 109. Divided into 3 paths, the subsequent events became significantly simpler. Our dwarven clan and the goblins commenced a conflict spanning thousands of years. Initially, we dwarves held the upper hand. However, the goblins, being rather cunning, would retreat when they could not prevail, seizing our female dwarves to breed their kind. Brady's face contorted with anger. Upon reflection, Shinfeng and his companions felt a similar ire. Perhaps they had never encountered such circumstances in reality, yet surely they had experienced them in the game? It is all too familiar when adversaries, unable to defeat you, retreat to recover their health, only to return when they are fully rejuvenated, leaving you with no time to recuperate. Just thinking about it is disheartening. Sigh. Brady lamented, stating that if such a situation were to persist, it would merely be a nuisance, as goblins were still inconsequential wretches. However, 200 years ago, everything changed. Brady continued. Exasperated, the dwarven chieftain at that time believed that sparing the serpent would ultimately lead to harm. The dwarves, by their reluctance to act decisively, allowed the goblins to bully them. Consequently, the chieftain led all the able-bodied dwarves away from the city, not anticipating that, despite their significant losses, the goblins still retained formidable strength in secret. In a surprise attack, the dwarven leader and his elite warriors perished in a certain hillside, and the dwarven treasure, the dwarven hammer, fell into the hands of the goblins. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng furrowed his brow. This tale sounds strikingly familiar, doesn't it? A thriving situation was disrupted by a leader who unwisely sent out his elite soldiers. Alas, isn't this reminiscent of my brother, the god of war? Shinfeng spoke, somewhat incredulously. So, the current goblin capital is actually your dwarven capital? Brady nodded bitterly. Had it not been for my grandfather's decisive action to lead some dwarves away from the royal city, perhaps all dwarves would have perished there. Since then, the dwarven royal city has become the goblin capital, and we, the defeated, can only dwell underground. Brady clenched his fists, his aged visage filled with fury. He then lamented. The dwarven clan's promising situation was squandered in one fell swoop. Although some soldiers survived, they can merely defend themselves. If that were the extent of it, it would be bearable, but this realm has descended into chaos under goblin rule, for goblins are a malevolent species that knows only destruction and not cultivation. Under their unchecked proliferation, the goblin population surged, utterly obliterating the realm's sustainable ecological environment. As the ecosystem deteriorated, the creatures within the realm began to perish. Leading to the current dire situation, Brady's face was laden with sorrow. Yet, Shinfeng did not take all of Brady's words to heart. They were not related by blood, and their current association was solely due to their mutual adversary. Perhaps what Brady recounted was indeed true, but to Shinfeng it held no significance, whether true or false. His current objectives remained twofold: to annihilate the goblins and to reclaim or obliterate the dwarven clan. Everything else seemed trivial in his eyes. Having dined and listened to the tale, let us gather our belongings and prepare to depart. By the way, since the goblin capital was once yours, do you not possess any tunnels? Shinfeng inquired. Brady affirmed, indeed. There are 4 tunnels beneath the capital. 2 were destroyed during our escape, while the remaining 2 lead to the core of the royal city and an outer region within it. After contemplating, Shinfeng asked, how do you intend to engage them? Without hesitation, Brady replied, we shall strike with 3 simultaneous assaults. Clearly, Brady had contemplated this battle strategy throughout the night, and thus, when queried by Shinfeng, he promptly articulated, we will divide everyone evenly into 3 teams. 1 team will launch a frontal assault, while the other 2 will enter via the tunnels. As far as I know, the Goblin King and I share similar strength, both at the 3rd tier, 2nd level, and there are approximately 500 2nd-tier goblins. Brady's expression darkened as he grimaced. However, I must inform you that our dwarven 2nd-tier warriors number only around 300. Moreover, I am uncertain whether the goblins harbor hidden strongmen. For the past century, the dwarves have largely succumbed to drunkenness, apart from cultivating land and growing crops. They have spent their time brewing and consuming alcohol. In such circumstances, to still possess 300 2nd-tier dwarves is, in some respects, a testament to their exceptional talent. Upon hearing Brady's strategy, Shinfeng shook his head and remarked, that is rather superficial. Furthermore, your approach is nearly guaranteed to fail. Brady was taken aback, then frowned. What do you propose? How should we proceed? This was a strategy one devised after much contemplation, yet you dismiss it in a mere moment? Brady's expression reflected his discontent as he regarded Shinfeng. Unperturbed by Brady's demeanor, Shinfeng pondered for a moment before stating earnestly, dividing into 3 paths is indeed wise. But we must rearrange the numbers. First, did you not mention that you have 300 2nd-tier warriors? We shall take 250 of them, along with you. To enter the heart of the royal city, we shall be the main assault team. Next, the remaining 50 2nd-tier dwarves should each take 3 capable 1st-tier dwarves, forming groups of 4. Upon entering the royal city, their primary responsibility will be to ignite fires and create havoc, without the necessity to kill, only to generate sufficient commotion. This will be our distraction team. Finally, the other dwarves will remain outside the royal city. They need not engage in combat but should vociferously hurl insults to attract the attention of the majority of goblins. This will serve as our bait team. At these words, Brady was utterly dumbfounded. Compared to his original strategy of an even division among all participants for a simultaneous assault, Shinfeng's plan undoubtedly appeared more prudent. The main assault team, the distraction team, and the bait team. Goodness, after a night of contemplation, you devised a superior strategy in mere minutes? Brady gazed at Shinfeng with newfound admiration, akin to beholding a divine being. At that moment, Shinfeng suddenly inquired, by the way, can your dwarves construct catapults? Chapter 110, The Catapult. What is a catapult? Brady inquired with a perplexed expression directed at Shinfeng. Shinfeng, covering his forehead with one hand, replied exasperatedly, is it not true that your dwarven kin are born masters of forging? Surely, you do not limit yourselves to crafting solely in metal, lacking any skill in woodworking? With a defiant posture, Brady asserted, of course. We are blacksmiths. How could we stoop to the crude labor of carpentry? Shinfeng, rendered speechless, continued. If you wish to see fewer of your kin perish, it would be prudent to construct a catapult. Brady's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly asked, what is a catapult? How do we build one? Despite his disdain for woodworking, the prospect of saving lives would undoubtedly compel Brady to embrace the craft. To be honest, the concept is quite straightforward. It merely employs the principles of leverage. As for the specifics of construction, I am unsure, but I can certainly explain the underlying principles. Brady attentively listened as Shinfeng elucidated the principles of leverage. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, I see. I understand now. I shall construct a catapult at once. Brady dashed out, rallying several fellow dwarves, and promptly began to dismantle a nearby building. In truth, the grand underground city that Shinfeng and his companions had encountered upon their arrival had now been reduced to ruins. Thus, it was more accurate to say that Brady and his compatriots were salvaging timber from the debris rather than merely demolishing structures. Under the watchful eyes of Shinfeng and his companions, within approximately 30 minutes, Brady had fashioned a rudimentary catapult, while lacking in detailed schematics. It bore a striking resemblance to ancient catapults from the Great Xia dynasty. Quickly, fetch a stone. We must test the distance, Brady urged excitedly. Once a stone roughly the size of a basketball was procured, Brady utilized the newly constructed catapult to launch it. However, the distance covered was a mere 50 meters. Somewhat underwhelming. It should be capable of more, Brady mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before seizing a nearby piece of wood, enthusiastically modifying the catapult. After approximately 10 minutes, Brady attempted another launch. To Shinfeng's astonishment, this time the catapult propelled the stone an impressive 100 meters. Remarkably, catapults from the spring and autumn period were said to achieve a maximum range of merely 200 steps, if one step equals 1 meter. That amounts to a mere 200 meters. Yet, the development over time was significant. Young master, it seems we've stumbled upon a treasure, exclaimed Qiuyu, her mouth covered in astonishment. Shinfeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Although he found it puzzling, it appeared that this dwarven clan still resided in an era akin to the Bronze Age of Great Xia. He wondered if, with modern education, they might create even more potent firearms. Brady, still engrossed in his work, declared, No, it can be improved further. Lowering his gaze, he pondered for a moment before making further enhancements to the catapult. This time, the device launched a stone an astonishing 150 meters. Remarkable. Apologies, but this is the best I can achieve for now. However, given a little more time, I am confident I could extend its range to 300 meters. Murata gazed at Shinfeng with a hint of sorrow. Unbeknownst to him, Shinfeng was already astonished. He had merely hoped Murata could construct a functioning catapult. Yet here they were, achieving 50 meters on the first test. In just a few minutes, Brady had improved the catapult to reach 150 meters. Truly, he was a genius. Murata's claim of potentially reaching 300 meters was nothing short of impressive. That is already quite remarkable, Shinfeng remarked earnestly. While not well-versed in the capabilities of modern carpenters, he believed that these dwarves possessed an unparalleled talent. Looking at the catapult before him, Shinfeng instructed, have the dwarves construct as many of these catapults as possible, and do not forget to gather ammunition, both large and small stones. Once the catapults are completed, we shall commence our assault. Murata's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he glanced back at the freshly crafted catapult, his confidence in the success of their venture growing. Previously, he had estimated their chances of victory to be a mere 10%, primarily due to the dwarves' inferiority to the goblins. However, with Shinfeng and his companions' advanced weaponry, they had managed to bolster their odds. Now, having heard Shinfeng's strategy and witnessed the catapults, Murata felt their chances had risen to 30%. It was now a matter of executing the plan smoothly. Murata relayed the specifics of the catapults to the other dwarves. And soon the underground city buzzed with industrious activity as the dwarves eagerly engaged in carpentry. One by one, catapults took shape, and within 2 hours, 500 had been constructed. For ease of transport, Brady even modified the catapults to be disassembled and reassembled. Once everything was prepared, Shinfeng declared, with that settled, we can commence our operations. While we shall split into 3 groups, the order of our attacks is crucial. Allow me to outline the specific plan. In the course of constructing the catapults, Brady had also selected 4 leaders from among the dwarves. These 4 dwarves would pair up to oversee the second and third teams. As for the first team, with Shinfeng and Brady present, there was no need for additional leadership. Addressing the appointed leaders, Shinfeng began issuing commands. First, the third team, the decoy squad, will initiate the attack. Do not engage directly. Instead, employ a strategy of taunting, striking, and defending. Once you arrive, assemble a group to insult the goblins, striving to capture their attention, then unleash a barrage on the city walls with the catapults. Most goblins possess only first-tier strength, and the catapults can certainly inflict damage upon them. Shinfeng had formed some understanding of the various strength tiers by now. Generally speaking, second-tier individuals were considered non-human. Yet even they could not withstand firearms, only third-tier warriors could offer any resistance. However, third-tier warriors could only endure smaller caliber firearms. Rifles would still pose a significant threat. Chapter 111, Positioning. In the temporary conference room, Shinfeng continued, once the third team launches their attack, if the goblins possess even a modicum of rational thought, they will undoubtedly rush to defend the city walls. Consequently, the streets may be filled with goblins darting about. At this juncture, the second team must remain concealed. When the goblins on the streets have dispersed or are significantly diminished, the second team will spring into action, aiming to ignite chaos in every corner of the city. It is imperative that while the second team may engage in eliminating goblins, their primary objective is to incite turmoil within the city. Thus, even if you harbor intentions to slay goblins, you must ensure there is sufficient disorder in the city. Shen Feng spoke with utmost seriousness. In Shen Feng's strategy, the actions of the second and third teams were of paramount importance, given the overwhelming number of goblins, an impressive 6,000. Although Shen Feng's strength was not formidable, the firepower at his disposal was sufficient to mitigate the minor numerical disparity. Therefore, the second and third teams must draw the attention of a substantial number of goblins, thereby enhancing the likelihood that the first team, led by Shen Feng, could breach the royal city. In truth, both Qiuyu and Wen Shui contemplated advising Shen Feng to reconsider, for on the surface, the dwarves appeared far from capable of contending with the goblins. However, a saying rings true. If capital is poised to yield a 50% profit, it dares to take risks. If it promises 100% profit, it dares to trample upon all earthly laws. If it offers a 300% profit, it dares to commit any crime, even at the peril of execution. The treasures within the goblin storerooms held the potential to greatly enhance the protagonist's capabilities, suggesting that for Shen Feng, the potential profits might indeed exceed 300%. Thus, it was clear that Shen Feng could not afford to overlook the goblins. Nevertheless, the thought of the explosives wrapped up by Wen Shui provided a slight sense of reassurance to both Qiuyu and Wen Shui. Before departing, Shen Feng visited Zhoujin and procured 100 high-explosive grenades along with a single rocket. Had the Gatling gun not been so cumbersome, Shen Feng would have desired to bring a machine gun as well. With these grenades in hand, regardless of victory or defeat, they could carve a path through their foes. Very well, the plan is set, Shen Feng concluded. At 6 o'clock this evening, the third team will initiate the taunts, followed by the second team seeking opportunities to incite chaos within the city. When the turmoil reaches its peak, the third team will launch a full-scale assault to draw fire. And then we shall see if the first team can vanquish the goblins' elite forces. Brady nodded repeatedly, finding Shen Feng's plan far superior to his previous lackluster strategy of dividing into 3 groups. Thus, the dwarves commenced their preparations. Given that this realm had been rendered nearly lifeless due to goblin devastation, the goblins rarely ventured outside. However, even if some goblins were to appear, the third team, with its considerable numbers, would swiftly overwhelm and eliminate any isolated goblins they encountered, thereby alleviating some of their pressure. As time progressed, the 3 teams, under Shen Feng's meticulous arrangement, each fulfilled their respective roles and arrived at their designated positions. War was imminent. In this desolate realm, nearly all that remained were the goblins and dwarfs. The cities had dwindled to 2, a beleaguered underground metropolis of the dwarves and the imposing goblin capital. Beyond that, all other structures lay in ruins. Within the goblin capital, the goblins lay sprawled upon the ground, appearing as if they had not eaten sufficiently. This was hardly surprising, as the dwarves still managed to cultivate the land while the goblins, consumed by their penchant for destruction, produced nothing and relied solely on plunder. Without sustenance, they were effectively starving themselves. It was perhaps this very condition that allowed Tang Shan, the fated protagonist, to infiltrate the goblin treasury. However, today, the goblins suddenly sensed the earth trembling beneath them. Thunderous sounds echoed. What was that? The goblins lifted their heads, scanning their surroundings. The next moment, an enemy attack. Clang, clang, clang. The shrieks of goblins erupted from the city walls, accompanied by the resounding tolling of bells. With a rustling sound, the goblins sluggishly rose and made their way to the walls. Meanwhile, thousands of dwarves had dispersed and completely encircled the goblin capital. Disgusting and hideous goblins, return our dwarven stronghold, they shouted. You wicked beings that should not exist in this world, come forth and fight. Laughter erupted as they jeered. Look at your frail forms. Perhaps you cannot even lift your weapons. Come, you thieving scoundrels, face your dwarven elders in a fair fight. The dwarves surrounding the capital hurled insults. If Shen Feng were to hear this, he would be taken aback by the unexpected bravado of these drunken dwarves. In truth, the dwarves had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the goblins. It was the goblins who had transformed their once thriving realm into its current state of decay, forcing the dwarves to seek refuge underground. For centuries, the dwarves had longed to launch an offensive, yet their attempts had been limited to small skirmishes. Given their frequent defeats in these minor confrontations, they hesitated to instigate a full-scale assault. However, the arrival of Shen Feng and his companions provided Edward with a glimmer of hope, prompting him to rally the dwarves for a decisive strike. What Shen Feng remained unaware of was that Tang Shan's ability to access the goblin storerooms was indeed attributable to the goblin's current weakness. But it was also a consequence of the dwarves' impending offensive. Yes, indeed, the dwarves' assault on the goblins was an inevitable occurrence, merely hastened by Shen Feng's arrival. Under the original timeline, the goblins and dwarves were destined to suffer mutual destruction. Why did the goblins stand idle atop the walls? They mocked. Ha ha ha, after all these years. Surely you starving goblins are on the brink of starvation, aren't you? Oh, but do not be so quick to judge. Goblins are a base breed. And as far as I know, they have even resorted to cannibalism. What? Cannibalism? Oh my heavens, is there truly such a repulsive intelligent species in this world? The dwarves exchanged barbs, inciting fury among the goblins on the walls. The next moment, the gate swung open, and the goblins roared as they charged forth. Chapter 112. The great battle commences upon witnessing the goblins emerging in droves. The dwarves' expressions brighten with joy as they hastily shouted, "Prepare the catapults." Though Shen Feng's initial intention was for these catapults to bombard the city walls of the royal capital to achieve the goal of breaching the city, at this moment, in the hands of the dwarves, the catapults had transformed into formidable artillery, launching direct assaults on the goblin soldiers. The dwarves understood that this was the final showdown, leading them to dismantle much of their underground city. The metals from the buildings were repurposed into weapons and armor, while wood was utilized to forge catapults, and stones were naturally transported to serve as ammunition. In this instant, the once prosperous underground metropolis was reduced to mere memory. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by the sounds of launching. Stones of varying sizes soared through the air, crashing against the city walls. What is this? How can they hurl stones so far? Are the dwarves all third-tier warriors now? Impossible. If they had all reached the third tier, they would not resort to such methods. It must be related to those wooden machines before them. The goblins were thrown into disarray, utterly baffled by the dwarves' ability to launch stones at such distances. Evidently, these creatures from another realm may have once enjoyed a glorious past. However, at this moment, they were akin to the ignorant peoples of ancient Western civilizations. It is worth noting that our Grand Xiao had possessed such contraptions over 2 millennia ago, had it not been for a certain inept dynasty's isolationist policies, which caused our nation to miss 2 industrial revolutions. How could we have faced modern humiliations? It is infuriating to ponder. What relation do we have with the Mongol Empire or the Ming dynasty? The shame of modern Xia is entirely the fault of the Qing. Returning to the present, the goblins were in a state of utter panic while the dwarves radiated exhilaration. Ha ha ha, splendid. The catapult our chieftain had us construct is indeed a marvelous treasure. Sons, we have plenty of stones, let us take shifts and bombard them without rest. Yes. The dwarves cheered, eagerly commencing their assault on the goblins with the catapults. Though they had little prior experience with such machines, the dwarves were not foolish. They swiftly devised a relay strategy. Each trio of catapults would launch in succession. After the first catapult fired, the second would follow shortly after, and then the third, while the first would be reloaded in the meantime. This method maximized their efficiency. Ha ha ha, look at those cowardly goblins scurrying about. Come out and fight us in the open. You wretched creatures. Oh wait, I forgot. You're too busy trying to save yourselves to even step outside. The first group of dwarves did not neglect their responsibilities. Their primary duty was to hold the goblins at bay. Thus, they transformed into provocateurs, drawing ire from the goblins atop the walls, whose eyes reddened with fury. Damn dwarves. The goblins, being sentient beings, understood the insults hurled at them. Their anger surged, yet a rumbling sound echoed, causing both the goblins on the walls and the walls themselves to sustain significant damage within a brief span of time. The dwarves, however, were rather unscrupulous. Large stones were hurled directly, capable of reducing a goblin to mere pulp upon impact. Yet, they also employed smaller stones, which were bundled together for efficiency. Moreover, with a slight modification, these smaller stones would disintegrate mid-air, creating a broader impact area. Those small stones might not inflict severe injury unless they struck the head. This tactic was, to the goblins, a profound humiliation. The goblins atop the walls found themselves unable to engage in battle under the relentless onslaught of the catapults. They were overwhelmed and rendered helpless. Clearly, the first group of dwarves had executed Shen Feng's earlier directives with perfection. Meanwhile, within the royal city, a stream of dwarves emerged from the sewers, cautiously taking refuge in the alleyways. These goblins may be intelligent creatures, but their only inclination is destruction. They have no sense of order. Truly, they are the disgrace of sentient beings. The dwarves cursed vehemently. It is a common truth that not all beings in this world merit the title of living. In our reality, many individuals idolize foreign cultures. oblivious to the fact that those whom they idolize often represent mere agents of chaos. Such individuals hardly deserve admiration. Indeed, some are intrinsically shackled by the chains of servitude. Unworthy of being called human. Within a mere 2 centuries, the sewers had become a fetid mess, reeking of decay, and had it not been for the dwarves' numbers, they might not have been able to forge a path to the city in time. One dwarf lamented, "The goblins have turned the sewers into a refuse dump. Had it not been for our substantial numbers, we might have been blocked by the refuse." However, upon observing the goblins darting through the streets and hearing the distant rumbling, the dwarves breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, they had not arrived too late. "The number of goblins on the streets is dwindling. It seems we can commence our operations," proposed one dwarf. "All right, let us disperse and fulfill our respective roles," a dwarven leader declared solemnly. "Friends, I know we often drown our sorrows in drink, yet deep within, we harbor a profound hatred for the goblins. This time, it is total war. Our primary objective is to ignite chaos and further hinder the goblins. Buying time for our chieftains." The dwarven captain's expression was grave. The goblins, as wretched beings, may be oblivious to the concept of hatred, but the dwarves would never forget. Once the masters of this realm, they had not oppressed other beings but instead aided the weaker in their coexistence. Yet, with the emergence of the goblins, everything had changed. The dwarves lost their homes, other beings lost their lives, and now, even the realm itself was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 113. Full bloom. The dwarves harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the goblins. However, in this moment, they suppressed their inner fury and solemnly declared, "Captain, we understand. We shall ignite the flames first, then eliminate the goblins." The dwarf captain nodded, commanding, "Very well, let us commence." The dwarves poured out in an orderly fashion, swiftly dispersing in all directions within the city. In the streets, numerous goblins scurried about, for they were not industrious and possessed no awareness of defensive fortifications, leading to their scattered presence throughout the city. As the first squad of dwarves launched their assault, the goblins within the city rose to aid their comrades atop the walls. But this required time. Thus, many goblins remained in the city, scrambling to provide support. The dwarves lurking in the shadows observed the goblins with expressions of rage. Their tightly clenched fists revealed their desire to charge forth and tear the goblins apart. Yet, in the interest of executing their plan smoothly, they stifled their wrath. Once the goblins had moved away, they ignited a nearby building. "If my grandfather's words were accurate, this house seemed to belong to me," one dwarf, after setting the fire, wore a bitter expression. The dwarf beside him scoffed, "Enough with the sentimentality, as long as we slay all the goblins. We shall not fear the rebuilding of our capital in the future." The former nodded, gritting his teeth. "Indeed, this time we must annihilate the goblins." Such occurrences were not isolated incidents. Although the dwarves had been away from the royal city for centuries, their lifespans surpassed those of humans, allowing many to trace their ancestral homes through oral tradition. While they felt sorrow as they burned the houses, witnessing the devastation wrought by the goblins intensified their hatred. Thus, the second squad's plan progressed flawlessly. Creak. The fire blazed, the city was engulfed in flames. The goblins shouted in panic, their heads seemingly ready to explode. Outside the city, dwarves utilized a mysterious machine to hurl stones, crushing many goblins. Now, a group of dwarves appeared within the city. Upon spotting the goblins, they would only engage if the numbers were few enough to resolve swiftly. Otherwise, they turned and fled, avoiding combat altogether. The goblins, beleaguered, appeared as if they had crashed in a digital realm. With attacks on the walls and fires raging within, chaos reigned. Boom. A squad of dwarves outside engaged in a relentless bombardment, eschewing close combat entirely. In a sense, they reveled in the experience of overwhelming firepower, a striking contrast to the costly munitions typically employed beyond the secret realms. The adage, "When the cannon sounds, gold flows," was not merely rhetoric. Yet, the catapults utilized mere stones as ammunition. Not only had the dwarves dismantled the underground city, but they had also gathered ample stones along their journey. Moreover, the lifeless secret realm had rendered the land parched, the soil hard as stone. Thus, the dwarves had an inexhaustible supply of ammunition. The dwarf captains assigned some of their kin to bombard the city while dispatching others to collect more stones. The goblins atop the walls faced dire tribulations. Bombard them. Obliterate those wretched creatures. This is exhilarating, the dwarf captain shouted. The first squad appeared less engaged in battle and more like players in a demolition game. The goblins sought to open the gates and engage in combat, yet the dwarves refused to entertain close quarters, relishing their bombardment instead. Consequently, the dwarves blocked the gates with stones, leaving the goblins trapped as mere targets. The second squad, though smaller in number, operated as a cohesive unit, infiltrating like ants and thereby restraining mini-goblins. Shen Feng's strategy was not particularly elaborate, if compared to thousands of years of schemes in the Great Xia. It would hardly rank as noteworthy. Yet, one could not deny that such a simple plan deftly manipulated the goblins. Boom. The outside was engulfed in chaos, while flames illuminated the interior. It was a scene of indescribable turmoil. From above, it appeared as a fierce defense of the royal city, with the goblins retreating at every turn. As the first and second squads achieved remarkable success within a chamber at the heart of the royal city, a section of the floor slowly shifted, revealing several figures emerging. In an instant, the room filled with people. After all, Shen Feng had brought a formidable force of no less than 250 dwarven warriors. Brady whispered, "What if the Goblin King sends all his minions out?" Shen Feng remained silent, instead pressing against the door to observe the surroundings. Autumn Rain interjected, "The issue is not merely one or two goblins. We must eliminate the Goblin King. Once we slay him, the remaining goblins shall fall one by one. So, if the Goblin King dispatches his forces, we can seize the opportunity to take him down." Brady pondered this and nodded. "Very well, I have already blocked the dwarf's path. Let us proceed as you suggest." Shen Feng surveyed the environment and inquired, "What of the palace's layout? Can we ascertain the Goblin King's location?" Brady replied, "At the very center of the palace lies a grand hall. If all goes as expected, the Goblin King resides there. Surrounding the main hall are 4 auxiliary chambers, presumably occupied by the Goblin King's 4 strongest subordinates. Beyond that, there is little of note." Shen Feng acknowledged, "Understood. So, the final boss is the Tier 3 Goblin King, with 4 mini-bosses preceding him, followed by approximately 400 goblin warriors?" Brady paused for a moment, then nodded. "That sounds about right." Chapter 114, The Artificial Source Crystal. It is rather troublesome, Shen Feng muttered to himself. The overall strength of the goblins surpasses that of the dwarves by a considerable margin. Typically, there should be over 400 second-tier goblin warriors within the palace. But given the current circumstances, that number is uncertain. Perhaps the Goblin King has ordered some of those strong goblins to depart? Even if some second-tier goblins were to leave, it is likely that the 4 formidable goblin warriors would remain, Shen Feng mused. According to Brady, there are still 4 peak second-tier warriors under the Goblin King, each at level 10 of the second tier. They are known as the Beast Goblin, the Berserker Goblin, the Iron Goblin, and lastly, the Magic Goblin. Each of these goblins possesses unique abilities, yet they all exhibit immense power. Presently, the dangers both inside and outside the city are not exceedingly severe. Thus, the Goblin King is unlikely to send these 4 strong warriors away. Consequently, if we wish to execute a beheading plan, must we first eliminate these 4 goblin warriors? Is there truly no covert route into the main hall? Shen Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Brady shook his head, responding, "How could the main hall possibly have hidden paths?" Shen Feng sighed in resignation. Indeed, the main hall resembles the ancient palaces of the Daxia dynasty. How could it possibly harbor hidden routes? It seems that from this moment onward, we can only charge in headlong, Shen Feng declared solemnly. The Goblin King is the strongest among them, if possible. Shen Feng would prefer to deal with the Goblin King first before gradually taking care of the other goblins. However, plans rarely survive contact with reality. Had he known this, he should have inquired more about the situation within the city before coming. "Do you know what abilities these 4 goblins possess?" Shen Feng inquired again. Brady nodded, explaining, "The Beast Goblin is akin to a wild beast, adept at attacking with its claws and possessing remarkable speed. The Berserker Goblin has the ability to enter a frenzied state. When berserk, this goblin turns a fiery red and its combat power doubles. The Iron Goblin possesses a hardening ability, rendering its body even tougher than steel, making it virtually indestructible. The Magic Goblin wields magical powers. I am not entirely certain, but it must possess one or more of the 4 elements: water, fire, earth, and wind." With Brady's explanation, Shen Feng gained a certain understanding of the 4 mini-bosses. However, a question arose. How do you know their abilities? Shen Feng frowned and asked. According to Brady, the dwarves were driven underground hundreds of years ago. During this time, the dwarven leadership has changed several times. How does he know the specific capabilities of these goblins? Can it be that goblins have long lifespans and have survived all this time? Brady sighed, because the powers wielded by these 4 goblins are not their own, but rather derived from a kind of artificial source crystal created by our dwarven ancestors. Artificial source crystal? Shen Feng, Qiuyu, and Wen Shuai were momentarily taken aback. What is this? Brady explained, The artificial source crystal is a malevolent object created by a fortuitous encounter of my ancestors from the Dwarven clan. It grants ordinary beings a special power. Originally, there were 9 artificial source crystals within our Dwarven clan, representing the powers of Beast, Frenzy, Iron, Magic, Radiance, Moonlight, Thunder, Thorns, and Shadow. However, over the years, the other 5 crystals have mysteriously vanished, leaving only these 4. Alas, we have brought shame upon our ancestors. These 4 treasures fell into the hands of the goblins hundreds of years ago, along with the Dwarven hammer. Shinfeng and the others exchanged astonished glances. Goodness. Is your Dwarven clan truly so impressive? 9 artificial source crystals capable of bestowing superpowers upon ordinary individuals. How could you create such a thing? Shinfeng felt it necessary to elevate his perception of the Dwarven clan. Yet, that can't be right. Goblins must eventually die, right? Can the source crystals truly be reused? Xiaoyu pondered aloud. Brady nodded. Yes, the source crystals can indeed be reused. Hiss. Shinfeng and the others gasped in astonishment. The notion of such an object being capable of inheritance is utterly bizarre. However, this object is malevolent. Brady continued. When the bearer of a source crystal dies, it leaves no corpse behind. As the crystal reverts to its crystalline form, it absorbs all flesh and bones of the individual. Consequently, when the next person consumes the source crystal, they will be afflicted by an indescribable aura of horrifying slaughter. The lesser will lose their sanity, while the greater will be transformed into sustenance for the crystal. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Shinfeng frowned. The goblins must have passed down at least 3 generations, right? If what you say is true, how did the goblins withstand that overwhelming desire? Alas. Brady sighed, saying, in a certain sense, the source crystal is akin to a living being, as long as it is sufficiently fed. The next individual who absorbs it can do so safely. Shinfeng suddenly grasped the meaning behind Brady's words. The goblins, as a species, are indifferent to the lives and deaths of their kin. Therefore, they can easily feed the source crystal with their numbers before allowing other goblins to consume it. Goodness. How ruthless. The source crystals are truly malevolent, and the goblins are no less so. Furthermore, it is possible that at the outset, the Goblin King was reluctant to adopt such a method of absorption, but as time has progressed, the survival conditions in the secret realm have become increasingly harsh. Thus, it is not surprising if the goblins have contemplated reducing their numbers through such means. Meanwhile, when Shui remarked, I now understand, your Dwarven clan is entirely innocent, yet bears the burden of possessing such treasures. With the Dwarven hammer and the artificial source crystals at your disposal, it is likely that if any other intelligent beings were to inhabit this secret realm, they would have attempted to seize them from you. Moreover, I would like to ask, do you dwarves possess any other treasures? This inquiry from Wen Shui struck a chord, although no one was aware of the specific purpose of the Dwarven hammer. Did Brady not mention that it is a treasured artifact of the Dwarven clan? If it is indeed a treasure, it must hold significant value. Additionally, the source crystals are quite formidable as well. Your Dwarven clan managed to misplace 5 even more extraordinary ones. In response to Wen Shui's question, Brady sheepishly replied, well, the only one that enhances combat power is the artificial source crystal. The Dwarven hammer is only useful in the hands of our clan. However, we do possess a spatial ring. Huh? Wen Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 115, The Squad Destined for Countless Casualties. Could it be the kind of spatial ring I am thinking of? Wen Shui exclaimed. Brady nodded. It should be just what you were imagining. Wen Shui inquired, how vast is the internal space? I am not entirely certain, but our Dwarven history records it as boundless. Brady replied. Wen Shui was taken aback. An infinite storage ring? By the heavens, are you dwarves akin to Santa Claus or Doraemon? Every treasure is more astonishing than the last. Beside them, Shinfeng and Xiaoyu wore expressions of disbelief. Goodness, I hadn't inquired much before, but it appears the dwarves possess remarkable prowess, Xiaoyu remarked, unable to restrain her thoughts. With such an abundance of treasures, how could they be overthrown by goblins? It truly defies reason. However, upon reflection, it was entirely the dwarves' fault. The spatial rings, while invaluable to them, lacked combat capability. Although the source crystal significantly influenced fighting strength, it was toxic. And the dwarves certainly wouldn't resort to feeding their kin to it like the goblins did. As for the Dwarven hammer, even if it remained a mystery to the crowd, it likely related to their forging skills. Hence, it becomes evident that while the dwarves may have treasures aplenty, their utility is limited. Coupled with the goblins' extraordinary reproductive abilities, the dwarves' defeat is hardly incomprehensible. Brady scratched his head. a sheepish expression gracing his face. In truth, the dwarves had initially underestimated the goblins. Had they adopted a more aggressive stance from the onset, seeking to eradicate the goblins entirely, the latter would not have flourished. Thus, it is a combination of the dwarves' treasures being largely ineffective in battle and their initial hubris that led to their current plight. Shenfeng shook his head. Let us not dwell on such matters. Our immediate priority is to address the challenges before us. While the dwarven treasures are indeed impressive, should they fall victim to the goblins, all talk of treasures will be moot. The magical goblins' precise abilities remain unknown. The steel goblins possess formidable defenses that cannot be swiftly resolved, and the beastly goblins exhibit alarming speed, complicating matters further. Thus, only the enraged goblins remain. Shenfeng mused silently. Though the enraged goblins double their strength upon entering a frenzy, if one possesses sufficient speed, they could be eliminated swiftly, couldn't they? Shenfeng began to assess the strength of his group. Among the trio, he alone boasted the highest power, having reached the second tier, level 3. Xiaoyu and Wen Shui remained within the first tier. Although accompanied by numerous dwarves, only their leader Brady had attained a third tier, while the rest lingered in the second tier. With such a multitude, a head-on assault was unfeasible. Thus, they must rely on an elite strategy. Leader, how many peak second-tier dwarves do you have among your ranks? Shenfeng asked. Brady sheepishly replied, only one. Huh? Shenfeng was left speechless. The goblins had at least 4 peak second-tier members, yet the dwarves had but 1? Brady retorted, having 1 is already commendable. Shenfeng sighed in exasperation. It was a miracle the dwarves had survived the goblins' onslaught thus far. What about second tier, level 9? He inquired further. Dwarves of insufficient strength would be of little use. So Shenfeng hoped for a greater number of second tier, level 9 dwarves. Brady muttered, for level 9, we have around 10. 10 Shenfeng murmured, feeling a headache approaching. The goblins possessed an overall strength 3 times that of the dwarves. While this might only reflect numbers, the disparity in high-tier combat capability was profoundly significant. Despite his dismay, Shenfeng steeled himself for action. He promptly issued battle commands. Leader, bring that second tier, level 10 dwarf along, and select 4 second tier, level 9 dwarves. Let us hope this combined effort can vanquish the enraged goblin. Otherwise, I may have to resort to using my most powerful explosives before even encountering the Goblin King. The remaining dwarves were divided into 3 squads, each led by 2 second-tier, level 9 dwarves, and directed towards the other 3 auxiliary halls. Do not rush. Wait until the sounds of our battle have ceased before you commence your assault. Shenfeng instructed. Although we do not fully grasp your strategy, we shall adhere to your plan. The dwarves responded. Just follow the orders. Shenfeng nodded, refraining from further elaboration. Compliance was all that mattered. The Goblin King resided in the main hall, and to reach it, one must traverse through one of the 4 auxiliary halls. Such palace designs are indeed quite secure, for any external threat would swiftly alert the main hall. Moreover, should one merely damage an auxiliary hall, the others would promptly converge on the main hall, arriving nearly simultaneously with the intruders. Thus, the main hall remains well protected. Of course, if the invaders are powerful enough to obliterate the goblins, then all considerations are rendered moot. In such scenarios, no fortress, regardless of its fortification, would suffice. Move out. Shenfeng signaled, directing the remaining dwarves onward. The force of over 200 swiftly mobilized. Under normal circumstances, such a large group would have been easily detected by the goblins. However, the bombardments outside the walls and the chaos within had posed significant threats to the goblins, resulting in a notable decrease in their numbers within the royal city. Perhaps this may count as the sole positive development amid the current turmoil. As they departed, Wen Shui glanced back at the 3 squads of dwarves. Sighing inwardly, in a sense, these 3 squads are akin to a suicide squad. The dwarves stationed outside to draw fire were, in a manner of speaking, the safest, as they merely needed to operate their catapults. A dimensional strike is not easily countered. Thus, even if casualties occur, they likely won't be extensive. The dwarves within the city, tasked with igniting chaos, would similarly remain relatively unharmed, provided they exercised sufficient caution. Those who perished were likely unfortunate enough to be captured by the goblins. Yet the circumstances for the 3 squads were markedly different. They would not be alone, and in a direct confrontation, the dwarves would undoubtedly fall short against goblins of equal standing. Therefore, these 3 squads are merely a delaying tactic, a means to buy time for Shenfeng. The fate of these 200 dwarves is likely to be grim. Alas, when Shui shook his head, reflecting. After all, they are merely a group of dwarves. Though they bear a semblance to humanity, they are ultimately not part of the human race. Thus, their demise is of little consequence. Surely, the young master intends to subjugate the dwarfs, and in that case, it would be prudent to weaken their strength. Chapter 116. The Slaughter of the Frenzied Goblin in a Grand Hall. A corpulent, pig-like frenzied goblin lay sprawled on a chair, snoring loudly. In the corner, several figures gradually materialized, none other than Shen Feng and his companions. Observing the slumbering goblin not far away, Shen Feng devised a plan and signaled to Wen Shuai with a few gestures. Understanding the unspoken message, Wen Shuai gestured back, then cautiously approached the frenzied goblin with 3 grenades in hand. It is worth mentioning that aside from the grenades, the other contents of the pack on Wen Shuai's back held little value, which Shen Feng had left in the underground city of the dwarfs. Under the watchful eyes of his comrades, Wen Shuai carefully positioned himself beside the sleeping goblin and placed the 3 grenades, with their safety pins removed, beneath the creature. These grenades could be pressed down, and if released, they would detonate within a mere 10 seconds. As Wen Shuai set the grenades in place, he did not flee immediately. Instead, he calculated silently while cautiously retreating. At the 8-second mark, he pivoted and leapt back into the corner of the hall. Boom! Simultaneously, a tremendous explosion resounded, accompanied by a torrent of smoke. Shen Feng and his companions instinctively covered their ears, while the dwarven warriors nearby stood in stunned silence. What on earth is this? Such overwhelming destructive power. Surely the frenzied goblin must be dead. Though the dwarves felt their ears ringing, they cast fearful glances at Shen Feng and his companions. In their perception, Shen Feng's group was inferior in strength, yet the might of the grenades had utterly astounded them. Even Brady stood with his mouth agape, taken aback. He was aware that Shen Feng's group possessed some weapon that could threaten his life, but he had not anticipated such terrifying power from the grenades, with such explosive force. Even most third-tier warriors would struggle to withstand it. Brady's expression brightened, feeling that collaborating with Shen Feng was indeed the wisest decision of his life. Simultaneously, his confidence in slaying the Goblin King and reclaiming the Dwarven Hammer surged. However, the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired that left everyone present utterly astonished. From the smoke where the grenades had detonated, a roar echoed, snapping everyone back to reality. "This is impossible," Brady exclaimed in disbelief. In his estimation, the explosive force of those grenades could have easily killed him. How could a frenzied goblin, not even a third-tier warrior, have survived? Roar! A growl emanated from the dissipating smoke. Shen Feng furrowed his brow, equally incredulous as he murmured, "3 grenades couldn't kill you?" Meanwhile, Wen Shuai and Xiaoyu swiftly raised their rifles. In the goblin's secret realm, their powers were not particularly formidable, and at this moment, their only source of security lay in their firearms. As Xiaoyu watched the smoke clear, she muttered, "These goblins are truly unlovable. Remember when young master visited the subhuman realm? They rolled out the red carpet for him. What nonsense! The subhumans did not roll out the red carpet. It was more akin to giving everything away." As the smoke dissipated under the gaze of the onlookers, a robust goblin, bloodied and battered, emerged before them. "You invaders!" The frenzied goblin bellowed, lifting its head to glare at Shen Feng and his companions. In response, a nearby dwarf stepped forward, mocking, "Nonsense! Who are the real invaders here? You hideous and despicable goblins!" Roar! The goblin let out a furious roar and charged towards Shen Feng and his group. However, after only a few meters, it collapsed with a thud. Seeing this, Brady exhaled in relief, saying, "I knew you should not have survived. If the frenzied goblin could endure such an onslaught, I would have been thoroughly embarrassed." It appeared that the frenzied goblin had merely been putting on a brave front. Shen Feng cast a glance at the fallen creature. A blood-red crystal began to emerge from its body. "Is that the source crystal the dwarf spoke of?" Wen Shuai inquired curiously. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the crystal hovered above the goblin's corpse, and a crimson light enveloped the frenzied goblin entirely. In the next moment, the body of the goblin melted away as if it were ice subjected to intense heat, with its blood flowing slowly into the crystal. Gasp! Xiaoyu inhaled sharply, utterly shocked. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. Even though the crystal absorbed merely a goblin, the spectacle was horrifying. Throughout their journey, Xiaoyu had taken many lives and witnessed countless gruesome scenes, yet that moment left her skin crawling. "This object is truly sinister." Shen Feng frowned, but the next moment, he relaxed and grasped the crystal in his hand. "Yet, I am the villain." Shen Feng smiled and waved his hand, urging everyone to advance swiftly. What of evil? Is not the combination of a villain and such a nefarious item a match made in heaven? Although this object required a biological sacrifice for nourishment, did Shen Feng truly care for the lives of others? As time passed, the base would inevitably attract unwitting souls that could be used to hasten the crystal's cooldown. and then the item could be bestowed upon those who performed well. Was that not a splendid plan? Moreover, Shenfeng harbored another curiosity: what would happen if it were nourished with zombies? He was indeed intrigued. Young master, I never expected we would so easily slay the frenzied goblin, Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. Shenfeng shrugged nonchalantly, saying it was merely an ambush, nothing noteworthy. And do not forget, that goblin endured quite a while even after 3 grenades exploded. If it had come to a direct confrontation, even if we emerged victorious, it would likely have been a Pyrrhic victory. The combat prowess of the frenzied goblin was undeniably formidable. Shenfeng even suspected that the 3 goblins yet unseen were inferior to it. Though he remained unaware of the true strength of third-tier warriors, this particular frenzied goblin, once enraged, was certainly stronger than Brady, who was a second-level third-tier warrior. To have stealthily slain it was indeed a stroke of luck, Shenfeng mused. With that, the group hurried onward, swiftly reaching the main hall. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle echoed continuously from the other 3 directions. Chapter 117, The Scholarly Goblin King. When Shenfeng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the main hall, they were astonished to find that the Goblin King was already there, awaiting them. During his prior conversation with the leader of the demi-human tribe, Murata, Shenfeng had learned about 2 races, the demi-humans and the beastmen. The former predominantly exhibit human-like appearances, often adorned with additional racial features such as ears and tails, transforming into beasts during combat. In contrast, the latter primarily manifest as upright beast forms, akin to the werewolves frequently depicted in film and television, belonging to the beastman race. Thus, one could argue that goblins, in certain respects, are also a subset of the beastman race. The dwarves, on the other hand, are a branch of the demi-humans. You are the invaders? The Goblin King, adorned with a crown and towering at 4 meters tall, spoke slowly. Shenfeng felt a shiver run through him as he gazed at the imposing figure of the Goblin King. How formidable! Previously, when Brady mentioned that the Goblin King was of the same caliber as him, Shenfeng had assumed it was an exaggeration. However, standing face to face now, he realized that if one were to compare their strengths, this Goblin King could possibly defeat 3 Bradys. Damn it, I misjudged his power. Shenfeng felt a wave of tension rising within him. At that moment, Brady took a few steps forward and shouted, Goblin King, cease your pretentious manner of speaking. You know better than anyone who the true invaders are. The Goblin King sneered coldly and retorted, Indeed, we were once invaders. However, that does not absolve you of your current status as invaders. Most goblins know only 2 things in life, destruction and debauchery. It was evident that this Goblin King was perhaps a product of genetic mutation or had a mother from a particularly superior lineage. This had led the current Goblin King to have an avid thirst for knowledge. Thus, over the past few decades, he had perused all the tomes left behind in the secret realm. The knowledge gained was invaluable. Brady, infuriated, exclaimed, Nonsense. It was your goblins who plundered our dwarven capital and resources centuries ago. We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. The Goblin King mocked, reclaiming? How laughable. In this secret realm, the highest level of strength barely reaches the initial stage of the 3rd tier, a level whose lifespan does not even extend to 200 years. Therefore, even if there were grievances, they pertain to a bygone generation. What concern is it to you or me? At least in my memory. Since the day I was born, this royal city has belonged to us, so, to me, you are the true invaders. Brady was panting heavily, a stream of labored breath escaping his nostrils. He shouted, You're twisting the facts. A thief steals our belongings, and merely a few centuries later, they become yours? The Goblin King laughed. If you cared for them, they would not have become ours. At this, Shenfeng felt a jolt of realization. He recalled a dismal dynasty in the recent history of Daxia that conspired with outsiders to seize and distort the great literary works of the Han people, leading to a complete loss of confidence among the Han, who then became predominantly influenced by Western culture. But what genuine culture did the West possess? Their so-called Renaissance, what culture was actually revived? Did those so-called Western nations have history or culture worthy of revival a few centuries ago? One must not simplistically attribute this to warfare, for in Daxia, the echoes of conflict have persisted for millennia. Yet, how did we uncover the traces of history? Why could the West not find anything of value in their past? Moreover, in astronomy, Western texts even recorded stars invisible to them. Did they somehow teleport to the East to observe them? Aside from that, in fields such as medicine, mathematics, and navigation, with careful scrutiny, one can discern that the so-called Western literature is hardly worth examining. Thus, the recent disgraceful dynasty of Daxia is more detestable than Qin Hui. If one argues that there is no evidence for these assertions, then consider this. When did Western dominance truly begin? It was during the two industrial revolutions. The timelines of these revolutions are well documented, both occurring during the reign of that disgraceful dynasty. Therefore, this dynasty is undeniably contemptible. Anyone attempting to justify or whitewash it is either foolish or malicious. Returning to the present, Brady glared furiously, nearly exploding with rage. He had never encountered such audacity. You stole our belongings, and now you claim them as your own? Do you have no shame? Brady opened his mouth to say more, but at that moment, Shenfeng extended his hand and halted him. It is futile to argue. This world is one where strength reigns supreme. The goblins defeated you centuries ago, so it is only natural for them to assert ownership over these belongings. If you wish to reclaim what is yours, there is but one path. You must defeat them all. Shenfeng spoke with gravity. Why engage in reasoned discourse with thieves? They are already a band of rogues. Can you expect them to possess any semblance of decency? Thus, if you wish to take back what is yours and convey to future generations that these treasures are indeed ours, words will hold no weight. The only effective means is through combat. Defeat them all, and they will naturally submit. In this world, while combat and slaughter are not the sole solutions to problems, it is undeniable that they often serve as the most effective means. All right, then, how do we proceed? Brady asked, his voice low. Shenfeng replied. All of you dwarves must charge together. The three of us will look for opportunities around you. Brady muttered, but I can't defeat him. He was acutely aware of his limitations. In terms of combat prowess, he was no match for the Goblin King. For centuries, the dwarves had largely drowned their sorrows in drink, leaving little time for training. Moreover, the Goblin King's raw power surpassed his own. Hence, without Shenfeng's grenades, Brady would certainly be unable to contend with the Goblin King. If you do not go, I shall turn and flee, Shenfeng said coldly. At those words, Brady gritted his teeth and then waved his hand decisively, shouting, Let us go, follow me. This was the last opportunity for their dwarven race, and thus he had no choice but to take a gamble. Chapter 118. The Battle Against the Goblin King. Upon witnessing the valiant charge of Brady, the Goblin King sighed. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. From where do you wretched curs derive your audacity to challenge me? The Goblin King, a learned creature, spoke with an eloquence that set him apart. After the dwarves lost their royal city, their culture became a mere oral tradition, rendering them incapable of matching the Goblin King's rhetoric. This indignation stirred a fierce anger within each of them, prompting them to bellow as they rushed toward the Goblin King. You bandits, return what is ours. Goblin King. This day next year shall mark your demise. Goblin King, today, either you shall perish, or we shall. The dwarves shouted in fury, brandishing an array of weapons as they charged at the Goblin King. Although Brady's combat prowess was inferior to that of the Goblin King, among those present, he was the strongest, tasked with confronting the Goblin King directly. The other 5 formidable dwarves were to distract and harass the foe. Meanwhile, Shenfeng lifted his gaze to scrutinize the Goblin King's status panel. Name, Barrack, Goblin King, level, 3rd stage, level 3, talent ability, life drain, fate destiny, wisdom, blue. Ruthlessness, black, life script. A grand battle unfolds between the dwarves and goblins. During this conflict, the Goblin King faces 100 dwarven warriors alone. The battle concludes with the Goblin King's victory, albeit at the cost of severe injury. At that moment, Tang Shan emerges from the treasury and effortlessly claims the Goblin King's life. Ah, Tang Shan's fortune is indeed remarkable. Upon perusing the Goblin King's life script, Shenfeng marveled at the serendipity bestowed upon this destined child. Speaking of which, where has Tang Shan been these past few days? The thought of Tang Shan reminded Shenfeng of the last time he glimpsed a line in Tang Shan's panel regarding his parents' demise. In this world, Shenfeng shared a close bond with his parents, initially believing that their deaths were merely an accident. Yet, he soon realized there were deeper secrets, igniting his anger. Had it not been for the desire to uncover the mastermind behind it all, Shenfeng would have dealt with Tang Shan directly. As Shenfeng became lost in thought, Brady had already engaged the Goblin King in combat alongside the other dwarves. To Shenfeng's eyes, the Goblin King exuded immense strength, effortlessly fending off the dwarven onslaught. This was hardly surprising. Previously, Brady had claimed the Goblin King was merely a second-stage fighter, yet witnessing the reality left Shenfeng incredulous. Was this truly a second stage? It was undoubtedly a 3rd stage, level 3. Shenfeng once believed the Goblin King could defeat 3 Bradys. Now it appeared he could vanquish 10. Xiaoyu, when Shui, spread out and find an opportunity to strike the Goblin King from the shadows. Shenfeng commanded. It was impossible to defeat the Goblin King in direct combat. Such tactics were not typical of the righteous, yet Shenfeng had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. The Goblin King's panel indicated a ruthless fate, akin to Shen Feng's own nature at times. To achieve one's goals, one must be unyielding. Yes, young master. When Shui and Qiuyu swiftly dispersed, raising their weapons in search of an opening, the Goblin King, brimming with confidence, had not arranged for other goblins to protect him. Otherwise, Shen Feng and his companions would not have been able to position themselves so easily. Not far away, the dwarves were entangled in combat with the Goblin King. The essence of third-stage strength was clear. An initiator could shatter a stone sphere approximately 1 meter in diameter with a single punch. Thus, the third stage was often referred to as the stone-shattering realm. In contrast, the first stage was known as the mortal realm, the second as the wood-splitting realm, and the fourth as the iron-crushing realm. From the Goblin King's demeanor, it was evident that he was unconcerned by the dwarves' assault. He engaged in banter while fending them off. I fail to understand why you dwarves have chosen to venture out. Is living not preferable? Brady remained silent, wielding his great sword, ready to strike. With a clang, the Goblin King parried Brady's blow with his iron-braced arm and continued, "You dwarves can cultivate the land. Thus, your survival must be assured, while we goblins cannot." The Goblin King shook his head. "I once attempted to farm, following the instructions as per the books. Yet my crops failed to bear fruit, which vexed me greatly. Therefore, let us strike a bargain. I shall ensure your survival and prevent other goblins from attacking you, in exchange for you cultivating food for us goblins. What say you?" Brady scoffed. "After this battle, either the goblins shall be exterminated, or the dwarves shall perish. There is no third option." The Goblin King frowned. "Are you determined to refuse my offer?" Brady retorted. "When your kind plundered our dwarven women and forced them to bear your grotesque offspring, did you speak of cooperation then?" The Goblin King explained. "There is no need to dwell on past transgressions. Our population was scarce, necessitating actions that harmed other races. Besides, the goblins of that time knew nothing but procreation and destruction. How could they be compared to me? In this world, cooperation for mutual benefit is the ultimate truth." Brady coldly replied, "You consider yourself clever, do you?" The Goblin King nodded. "I suppose I am a tad more astute than the average goblin." Brady laughed derisively. "Yet, in my view, you selectively present only the advantageous aspects of your kind, neglecting to mention the flaws of the goblin race. Amidst the relentless assault from the dwarfs, the Goblin King skillfully evaded, but upon hearing Brady's words, he lowered his head in contemplation for a brief moment. Bang! Went Shui, Qiuyu, and Shen Feng seized this opportunity, firing at the Goblin King. If possible, they would aim for his head, but with the other two only at first stage strength. They opted to target the goblin's chest for better accuracy. Upon hearing the gunfire, the Goblin King instinctively attempted to dodge, despite not knowing the source of the sound. However, it was too late. Had the Goblin King not been distracted, he could have evaded with his third-stage prowess, but now he could not react in time. In the next instant, 3 gunshots rang out, leaving 3 bloody holes in the Goblin King's chest. Chapter 119. Guardian of the Crown. With a furious roar, the Goblin King, his face contorted in a grimace, bellowed, "If you refuse to cooperate, then perish." Like a frenzied bull, the towering figure of the Goblin King charged directly at the dwarven chieftain, Brady. Observing this, Brady sneered, "You goblins are much more appealing in your grotesque, wrathful, and destructive nature." Fuming with rage, the Goblin King retorted, "Words are futile. Watch as I tear you apart." Enraged, he plunged into the circle of dwarfs, seizing 2 of them in his massive grip. With a sickening squelch, those dwarves were crushed like jelly in his hand. "Cook! Babblin!" Brady's eyes blazed crimson as he roared in fury, raising his colossal axe to strike the Goblin King. Yet, in the next instant, the Goblin King flung the remains of the 2 dwarves at Brady. Unable to harm his own kin, Brady instinctively dodged. In that moment, a wicked grin spread across the Goblin King's face as he disregarded the sharp edge of Brady's axe, lunging to snatch it from him. Not far away, Shen Feng cursed under his breath, "Fool, 2 dwarves are dead, and you still care about them? If you won't strike, at least keep your weapon steady." The Goblin King, previously unarmed, now possessed a massive axe. "Are you a traitor?" Shen Feng shouted at Wen Shui and Qiuyu. "Do not concern yourselves with ammunition loss. We must eliminate him today." Although Brady had erred, Shen Feng was now trapped in a precarious situation. During his prior search in the underground city, he found no trace of a secret realm portal. In this secret realm, the only other location with life, apart from the underground city, was this royal city. While there might be a portal in the wilderness, the goblins had practically excavated every inch of this secret realm. Thus, if a portal existed, it would undoubtedly be within the goblin's treasure hoard. Shen Feng had to vanquish the Goblin King today. Otherwise, he would be unable to escape this realm. Understood, young master. What Shui and Xiuyu replied earnestly, then began firing rapidly. Bullets flew from their guns like fiery serpents, striking the Goblin King. However, a third-tier warrior could withstand gunfire. Although the weapons wielded by Xin Feng's group were more powerful than ordinary handguns, the Goblin King, whether due to his tough skin or some dwarven artifact, managed to trap the bullets within his flesh. Damn it, it seems our hopes rest on grenades. Xin Feng gritted his teeth. He realized that the Goblin King's strength far surpassed that of Chieftain Brady. Had it not been for the other dwarves distracting fire, Brady would have been reduced to bones in no time. Roar. The surrounded Goblin King howled defiantly, then turned to Xin Feng and his companions, cunning little men. Do you only know how to harm others with hidden weapons? Xin Feng coldly replied, do you even qualify as a being? Your arrogant kind, purportedly intelligent, is truly repugnant. Mutual disdain. I find your kind of goblins equally loathsome. Xin Feng retorted while continuing to pull the trigger. Yet, observing the Goblin King's body riddled with bullet wounds yet scant in blood, Xin Feng felt the battle was indeed agonizing. Damn it, after leaving the Goblin instance, I want to engage in instances for a while. I'll focus on building a harem and enhancing my strength. Xin Feng mused. The yin-yang harmony technique allowed one to gain strength through dual cultivation with female beings. Should a female possess greater strength through unique traits, the enhancement would be proportionately greater. Wait a minute? Xin Feng realized a critical point he had previously overlooked. The technique specified female beings. Why, despite the tension of the moment? Did his mind wander to this talent? To his astonishment, he discovered that his gift was not aimed at humans, but specifically at female beings. Does that mean Leona could partake? Damn it, I must try this when I return, he resolved. At that moment, a dwarf whose name Xin Feng did not know leapt high and thrust his right hand into the Goblin King's mouth. With a crunch, the Goblin King bit down, severing the dwarf's hand. Hiss. This dwarf warrior, a true man, endured the pain without a scream. In the next instant, he propelled himself off the Goblin King, soaring backward. When the dwarf landed, boom, a tremendous explosion resonated in everyone's ears. It turned out that before the attack, Xin Feng had given each dwarf 2 or 3 grenades and instructed them on their use. The dwarf had not merely offered himself as a meal but had stuffed a grenade down the Goblin King's throat. Well done, Xin Feng exclaimed excitedly. The Goblin King had formidable external defenses, but could its insides possess such terrifying resilience? Like a crocodile, its exterior might be tough, but internally, it was merely flesh and blood. Seeing the dwarf use himself as bait to introduce a grenade into the Goblin King's body filled Xin Feng with elation. Boom. The surrounding dwarves, witnessing this, hastily pulled the pins from the grenades Xin Feng had provided and hurled them at the Goblin King. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, and the thick smoke swiftly enveloped the Goblin King. Damn it, we've probably used nearly 20 grenades so far. Xin Feng cursed. In the early days of the apocalypse, even with an armory, it would take time to operate normally. Each grenade was a precious resource. Though Xin Feng felt a pang of regret, he quickly recalled that these munitions were supplied by Zhoushan. Roar. Just as Xin Feng reveled in excitement, a chilling roar emerged from the smoke. How are you still alive? Xin Feng gasped in astonishment. As the smoke cleared, the Goblin King appeared before them, drenched in blood. Yet the crown atop his head had shattered completely. What in the world have you dwarves created? Xin Feng exclaimed in anger. It was evident that the crown had been a valuable artifact, one that had allowed the Goblin King to withstand such a ferocious explosion. Chapter 120. The death of the Goblin King. At this moment, Xin Feng found himself in a state of profound conflict. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the dwarfs. Yet he could not help but admire their formidable prowess. However, one could not help but wonder how, despite possessing such powerful treasures, they had been so thoroughly vanquished by goblins centuries ago. Though Xin Feng was brimming with sarcasm, he had no time to dwell on it now. As the smoke dissipated, a blood-soaked goblin emerged before the crowd, its fury palpable. You wretched dwarfs, the Goblin King snarled. Today, I shall rend you asunder. With a thunderous roar, 3 grenades detonated around him. Xin Feng cursed. You think I will let you prattle on unchallenged? Strike while the iron is hot. Bombard him. Though many dwarves had already hurled their grenades, Brady and a few others, having been repelled by the Goblin King, had not thrown theirs immediately. Upon hearing Xin Feng's command, they wasted no time in launching a second wave of bombardment. In a mere 2 seconds, Xin Feng, Wen Shui, and Xiuyu each tossed 3 grenades, adding to the barrage with Brady's grenades, resulting in a cacophony of explosions surrounding the Goblin King. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Xin Feng, glancing at the smoke, muttered, I refuse to believe you possess another guardian crown. While he had no knowledge of the crown's creation, he suspected its immense value and therefore doubted the Goblin King could have a second. When the smoke cleared, Shen Feng was relieved to find the Goblin King indeed lacked a second guardian crown. However, the vitality of this third-tier warrior was astonishing. Despite being drenched in blood and with bones protruding, the Goblin King's heaving chest attested to its continued existence. "Brady, lead the charge," Shen Feng commanded, lifting his rifle to commence firing. As the saying goes, fortune favors heavy firepower. If circumstances allowed, Shen Feng would have preferred to throw every grenade at the Goblin King to obliterate it in one fell swoop. Yet, having already utilized over 30 grenades, he had less than 70 remaining. Setting aside the uncertainties of what awaited them after leaving the Goblin realm, he knew they still had to contend with 3 minor bosses: beasts, steel, and magic. Thus, conserving ammunition was paramount. Suddenly, he recalled Brady's mention of a spatial ring and resolved, once I acquire the spatial ring, I must raid the armory to stockpile more firearms. If only I had ample elixirs, I wouldn't be so frugal. Regardless of the cost, I'd unleash a relentless barrage. Yet, for now, his impoverished state and the nation's stringent control over firearms dictated otherwise. Shen Feng grimaced at the thought. "Charge. Brothers, the time for vengeance has come. We shall slay the Goblin King and reclaim the Dwarven Sovereign." Though the dwarves were severely wounded, none had perished thus far. At Shen Feng's command, they raised their weapons and surged toward the Goblin King. As blades flashed, the Goblin King's body was pierced, resembling a hedgehog, with a sickening cough. It spewed forth a torrent of blood, the weapons embedded in its flesh acting as conduits for the crimson liquid. "You despicable dwarfs," it glared. But before it could finish, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet severed its head from its shoulders. "Why should I grant you the privilege of a last word?" Shen Feng scoffed. "As a monster, you shall meet your demise without further ado." Often in films, characters merely bleed profusely upon being shot, collapsing seemingly unscathed. In reality, the impact of a bullet is far more devastating, leaving visible wounds. Previously, the Goblin King had been able to withstand bullets primarily due to the Guardian Crown. Now, stripped of it, its body could no longer endure the onslaught of firearms. "Quickly, search for the Goblin King's treasury," Shen Feng urged. Even with the Goblin King vanquished, 3 minor bosses remained. Though these foes were only second-tier level 10, their combined strength might rival that of the Goblin King. Thus, Shen Feng needed to investigate the treasury swiftly to seize any potential power. However, he surmised that grenades would likely play a crucial role. No matter how plentiful the treasures in the Goblin King's vault, it was improbable they could elevate him from second-tier level 3 to level 10. "I know where the treasury is," Brady interjected, fully aware that this was not the time for respite. "Lead the way," Shen Feng commanded. Given that this palace had once belonged to the dwarves, it was entirely reasonable for Brady to be aware of any hidden passages within. Under Brady's guidance, they arrived at the thrones within the palace. To their surprise, they discovered that the wall behind the throne was a hidden door. They entered in single file and descended a staircase. The stairwell was shrouded in darkness, save for the sound of their footsteps. On either side of the walls, luminescent orbs, possibly luminous pearls, illuminated the path at intervals. Shen Feng marveled at the dwarves' treasures, noting that even these glowing orbs had surely existed for centuries and were far from ordinary. Recognizing the urgency, the group quickened their pace, soon reaching what could only be described as the Goblin King's treasury, or more accurately, the dwarven underground storeroom. An array of astonishing treasures lay haphazardly scattered within the vast hemispherical space. "Is that a mountain of gold?" When Shui exclaimed, pointing at a shimmering mound to the left. Brady chuckled. Previously, this realm was rife with various species. The goblins collected gold and other treasures after slaying them, alongside various ores. As Shen Feng surveyed the area, he felt as though he had stepped into a dragon's lair from a comic book, surrounded by glittering treasures. Yet there were no magic crystals in sight. Chapter 121, The Heart of the Giant. With the aid of the system, Shen Feng swiftly discerned the more significant treasures among the clutter before him: a ring, a hammer, armor, and a heart. The ring and hammer required no further elaboration. One was an almost limitless storage ring, while the other was the coveted dwarven hammer long yearned for by Brady. The former was directly claimed by Shen Feng, who then proceeded to store all items, including the dwarven hammer, within the ring, right before the eyes of the onlookers. After a moment's hesitation, Brady inquired, "Might we have the dwarven hammer returned to us?" Shen Feng replied with a smile, "The war is not over, and it would be impractical for you to possess it right now, so it is best left in my care for the time being." Brady frowned in response, indignantly retorting, "Are you suggesting that you, a mere human, are untrustworthy?" Shin Feng clicked his tongue, his expression inscrutable as he remarked, "As I understand it, the dwarven hammer merely enhances your kin's success rate in forging. Why then do you urgently demand it now?" In Shin Feng and Appo's view, the hammer and Appo's properties were as follows: Dwarven hammer. Description: a treasure of the dwarfs. When wielded by a dwarf of royal blood, it bestows the accumulated forging experience of all prior wielders throughout dwarven history. Additionally, it greatly increases the success rate of forging and offers a certain probability of producing enhanced items. Thus, it was evident that the dwarven hammer possessed little in the way of combat prowess. Even though it was a hammer, it could not significantly augment one's combat capabilities in a short span. Therefore, Shin Feng was perplexed by Brady's immediate insistence on reclaiming the hammer. After a moment of silence, Brady conceded, "Very well, but you must promise to return our treasured dwarven hammer once the war concludes." Shin Feng replied with a grin. "A promise made is a promise kept." With that, the group chose not to vacate the treasury but instead settled down to rest upon the ground. The battle against the Goblin King appeared straightforward. However, beyond Shin Feng and his companions, the other dwarves had sustained various injuries. Rather than conducting their final confrontation within the palace, it was far more prudent to do so in this repository, where they could at least regain some strength. What scheme lay behind this? As the others rested, Shin Feng narrowed his eyes, casting a wary glance at Brady. In truth, Shin Feng had never fully trusted Brady from the outset. Numerous anomalies surrounded Brady throughout their journey. For instance, how could the dwarves, capable of forging numerous artifacts, have never encountered such rudimentary weaponry as a catapult? Furthermore, having been expelled from the royal city for 2 centuries, how could they possess such intricate knowledge of the palace's construction? Moreover, Shin Feng recalled his initial meeting with Edward. Was that encounter merely a coincidence? It was curious that, within this realm devoid of any other beings save goblins and dwarves, the goblins were unproductive, while the dwarves thrived in their subterranean cities. Under such circumstances, how could the chieftain's son, Edward, have fallen into the goblins' grasp? Youthful exuberance, perhaps? Even if the dwarves were notorious for their indulgence in drink, it was implausible that the chieftain's son could wander freely beyond their territory. Additionally, there was one glaring suspicion. Tang Shan. Once more, Shin Feng's thoughts returned to this individual. Tang Shan had played a pivotal role in Shin Feng's arrival in this secret realm. According to Tang Shan's narrative, upon entering this scenario, the conflict between the goblins and dwarves had already erupted, and he had fortuitously stumbled into this warehouse amidst the chaos. Tang Shan was the chosen one, his luck seemingly boundless, yet it was evident that the clash between the dwarves and goblins was inevitable. Let us consider, had Shin Feng not arrived, what would have triggered the war? The answer was singular: the capture of the chieftain's son. This incident could easily serve as the spark to ignite war. Yet by sheer happenstance, Shin Feng had rescued Edward. Theoretically, the course of the secret realm should have been altered, and the war ought to have been averted. Yet what was the outcome? Brady had invoked the war, claiming that Shin Feng and his companions might lead the dwarves to victory and reclaim the dwarven hammer. This was all exceedingly strange. Previously, as both parties shared a common goal, Shin Feng had not dwelled on these thoughts. However, upon reflection, he felt an unsettling intuition that Brady seemed intent on instigating this war. Shin Feng squinted, observing Brady, who rested not far away, filled with perplexity. What was your true objective? Shin Feng furrowed his brow, puzzled. As one endowed with a system, Shin Feng perceived no oddities in Brady's narrative. In fact, Brady's original script should have been initiate war, battle the Goblin King, and subsequently perish. Yet now, Brady's panel had morphed into a question mark, indicating a change in his script. But Shin Feng could not fathom why. Was it truly Brady's intention to instigate conflict only to meet his demise? Sighing, Shin Feng dismissed such thoughts. The beings within this realm were, at most, of the 3rd tier, and even if Brady harbored ulterior motives, they could not withstand the relentless barrage of grenades. Shin Feng shook his head, ceasing his contemplation, and redirected his focus to the other 2 treasures that appeared significant. The armor was a form-fitting soft armor, possessing growth potential, as long as it was fed an adequate amount of equivalent magical crystals at each stage. It would ascend to the next level. Shin Feng had anticipated discovering an abundance of magical crystals within this treasury, akin to those in the realm of the demi-humans, thus enabling him to elevate this soft armor to the 3rd tier. However, to his bewilderment, there were no magical crystals stored within this warehouse. How peculiar. It was evident that the goblins he had slain possessed magical crystals within their heads. Why then was there not a single crystal to be found here? Did the goblins collect ores but neglect magical crystals? Or had they utilized the magical crystals to nourish that sinister artificial source crystal? Shen Feng was at a loss, his mind racing when his gaze fell upon the heart in his hand. Giant's heart, description, the heart of the giant race, upon consumption. It greatly enhances one's physical attributes and grants the innate talent of divine strength. This heart, originally nearly 4 meters in height, shrank to a size that fit comfortably in Shen Feng's palm upon his touch. He turned to Brady and inquired, "Chief, are there giants within this secret realm?" "Giants?" Brady frowned, contemplating. "The term rings a bell. However, I can assure you, there are no giants in this secret realm." Shen Feng was left in a quandary. If giants did not inhabit this realm, from whence did this heart originate? With a flick of his wrist, Shen Feng stored the heart within his spatial ring. Acquiring a talent was no simple feat. Thus, he resolved to absorb the talent only after dealing with the 3 formidable goblins. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase above, growing steadily closer. Chapter 122. First, slay one under the watchful gaze of the crowd. 3 goblins abruptly emerged from the dimly lit staircase. "Ah, so you are all here," exclaimed a goblin, its body covered in fur and resembling a wild monkey. "Did you truly manage to slay that brat?" inquired another goblin, its tough exoskeleton gleaming. "Enough chatter, let us dispatch them first. And then we shall swiftly select the next goblin king," declared the last goblin, wielding a ball-headed staff. Aside from that, it appeared no different from an ordinary goblin. Perhaps even more grotesque. These 3 goblins were the last remaining formidable goblins, the beast, the iron, and the magic goblin, faced with the predatory trio. Shen Feng remarked with a smile, "From your tone, it seems you are not particularly concerned about who becomes the goblin king, are you?" The magic goblin replied, "You, human, are attempting to buy time, aren't you? But even if you delay, it is futile. With the 3 of us united, escape is impossible." The iron goblin clenched its fists and expressed curiosity. "By the way, that brat was quite powerful alone. How did you manage to defeat him?" The beast goblin chuckled. "Before coming here, I heard the sound of an explosion. It seems the dwarves have created some new contraption." Brady, the leader of the dwarves, observed the 3 goblins and sighed heavily. From the moment the goblins appeared at the staircase, he had already foreseen the fate of the 3 dwarf squats. In truth, he had known from the beginning that Shen Feng's plan was to sacrifice those dwarf squads, yet he could only acquiesce, for he needed to commence this battle. As for who would emerge victorious, Brady was indifferent. Upon hearing the goblin's comments, Shen Feng inquired with a grin, "When you select the goblin king, will it be from among yourselves or from other goblins?" The magic goblin stated, "Human, it is not just a few goblins who enjoy reading. I understand you wish to sow discord among us, correct?" Shen Feng grimaced. "Ah, you have seen through me?" Suddenly, the iron goblin interjected, "Big brother, third brother. Why waste words with him? Should we not charge at them directly?" The beast goblin pondered for a moment and turned to the magic goblin. "Indeed, big brother. Shall we not simply rush them?" To these 3 goblins, Shen Feng and his companions appeared weak. Although they were unclear on how Shen Feng's group had slain the goblin king, they presumed that together, they would pose no threat. The magic goblin squinted, eyeing the smiling Shen Feng. After a moment of contemplation, it commanded, "Fourth, you take the front. Third, you flank from the side. I will look for an opportunity." Though they perceived Shen Feng's group as feeble, they were cautious not to underestimate them. The beast and iron goblins laughed heartily, responding, "Understood, big brother." The iron goblin, towering at nearly 3 meters with a rugged appearance, clenched its fists together with a resounding thud before stepping out from the staircase. However, in the next moment, a sharp crack echoed unexpectedly. The sound resonated crisply, starkly contrasting the atmosphere of the underground warehouse. Then boom! A tremendous roar reverberated as smoke billowed from the spot where the 3 goblins had stood, debris cascading around them. Whoosh! A figure emerged from the smoke, landing with visible injuries, the beast goblin roaring furiously, "Damn it! What in the world are you?" Thud, thud, thud. From amidst the smoke, a figure barreled forward like a bulldozer. "Damn! Their defenses are incredibly robust," Shen Feng muttered under his breath. The beast goblin bore numerous wounds, bloodied and battered, while the iron goblin appeared virtually unscathed, save for a face covered in dust. Grenades were ineffective. How could they possibly fight now? Seeing this, Shen Feng's heart sank. The treasury indeed housed numerous treasures, yet none could augment his strength in the short term. Most were merely functional artifacts. The only relatively promising item was the heart of the giant, which could grant him the innate talent of divine strength. However, Acquiring such a talent was not a matter of seconds or minutes. If the absorption took too long, by the time he was ready, the three goblins would likely be upon him, leaving him devoid of any means to resist. Thus, he could only wait for a safer moment to utilize it. In essence, Shinfeng was left with only the 70 grenades he had remaining to confront them, while the group rested earlier at Shinfeng's behest. When Shuei had modified 20 of the grenades into touch trigger mines, it should be noted that fewer than 30 grenades had been needed to slay the Goblin King, largely because the Goblin King possessed the Guardian Crown, which had allowed it to endure an extra round of attacks. Yet, Shinfeng never anticipated that the Beast Goblin would leap out unscathed from the explosion of 20 grenades, while the Iron Goblin remained virtually unharmed. How could they possibly proceed now? And what of the Magic Goblin? Shinfeng looked hopefully toward the dissipating smoke. If the Magic Goblin had also survived, perhaps surrender would be the wisest course. However, to his dismay, as the smoke cleared, the Magic Goblin had been reduced to nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Big brother! Big brother! The Beast Goblin and Iron Goblin cried out in unison, their voices filled with sorrow, truly heart-wrenching. Humans, I shall tear you apart. You wretched humans and dwarves, I will see you dead. In the next instant, the two goblins charged furiously toward Shinfeng. With a sigh, Shinfeng remarked, Leader, the fate of your kin rests in your hands. In addition to setting the mines, Shinfeng had also briefed the other dwarves on the battle strategy. It was nothing elaborate. He simply equipped each dwarf with 2 grenades and instructed them to stuff the grenades into the mouths of the goblins, much like one particular dwarf had done previously against the Goblin King. I have lived long enough. Let me take the lead, Brady declared, charging directly at the Iron Goblin. Dwarf, I shall avenge my brothers, bellowed the Iron Goblin, seizing Brady by the sides of his body. Chapter 123. The battle concludes. The Iron Goblin roared loudly, exerting force with both hands. At that moment, Brady opened his mouth and spat 2 grenades deep into the Iron Goblin's belly. Ugh. The Iron Goblin felt nauseated, yet his throat instinctively convulsed, and he swallowed the grenades whole. Cunning dwarf, what are you up to now? The Iron Goblin suspected that the 2 objects he had ingested were no good, but he dismissed the thought and forcefully tore Brady apart, showering the area in a rain of blood. In his final moments, a sinister smile crept across Brady's lips. Chief. Brady disintegrated into a storm of blood and flesh, prompting the remaining dwarves to scream in horror and rush one after another towards the Iron and Beast Goblins. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, 2 explosions erupted from the Iron Goblin's abdomen. Their brother. Watch out for their circular device. The Iron Goblin groaned in pain, clutching his belly and shouting. However, it was too late, for dwarves immediately pinned down the Beast Goblin, shoving a total of 8 grenades into its mouth. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. These dwarves were of a similar level to the goblins, so they momentarily managed to subdue the Beast Goblin. Had the Beast Goblin been given enough time, it could have used its speed to eliminate these dwarves one by one. Yet, the initial explosions had inflicted considerable damage, leaving it vulnerable to capture. Upon hearing the Iron Goblin shout, it instinctively attempted to expel the grenades from its mouth. But one of the dwarves blocked it with his own body. Run! You must survive. The dwarf who chose to sacrifice himself shouted. Boom. In the next moment, the Beast Goblin had exploded into fragments. Following the demise of the Magic Goblin, the Beast Goblin too had met its end. However, the cost was steep. The dwarf clan leader Brady was dead. The sole second-tier level 10 dwarf had become a one-armed warrior in the previous battle. And of the remaining 4 second-tier level 9 dwarfs, 1 had been killed in the explosion while the other 3 were severely injured, though only the Iron Goblin remained. Shinfeng's expression was grim. Damn, the defense of this Iron Goblin is exceedingly formidable. 2 grenades detonating inside it did not kill it? Before Shinfeng could give any orders, the remaining dwarves seized grenades from his hands and charged at the Iron Goblin once more. Beside him, Chiyoyu spoke, Young master. If these dwarves are so spirited, why were they so thoroughly defeated by the goblins in the past? When Shuei replied, was it not due to the eagerness of the young dwarf king? Yet, to have such an elite force utterly annihilated by goblins, that dwarf king must have been quite formidable. Chiyoyu remarked, I recall there was indeed such a figure in our history. A god of war emerging from a dynasty spanning 200 to 300 years. Shinfeng replied somberly, what we understand comes from Brady's account. But do you truly believe what he said to be the truth? Could the dwarves also lie? Chiyoyu and when Shuei exchanged puzzled glances at Shinfeng's words. One must guard against betrayal. Shinfeng stated, if there are so many diligent individuals among the brutal goblins, how can we be certain that there are not a few deceitful ones among the dwarfs? Upon hearing this, Chiyoyu and when Shuei fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, the other four dwarves, with a mindset of embracing death, successfully stuffed grenades into the Iron Goblin's body. Indeed, the Iron Goblin's defense was formidable, but in contrast, its attack power and agility were lacking. With so many grenades exploding inside, even its strong defense could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, after a brief conversation among Shen Feng and the others, the Iron Goblin was reduced to mere fragments. The one-armed dwarf fell to his knees, lamenting, "Our dwarf clan has finally avenged our grievances." In the next moment, his head tilted, and he died. How strange, Shen Feng frowned. The dwarves' strength pales in comparison to that of the goblins. If I hadn't brought so many grenades, they would have been completely wiped out. So why did they initiate this battle against the goblins in the original timeline? Shen Feng found himself perplexed, while other issues could be explained in various ways. The reason for the war eluded him. Logically, given that goblins do not produce, and dwarves thrive in their underground cities. If they simply held on for a few more years, the goblins would have collapsed on their own. Yet, according to Tang Shan's panel, the dwarves still engaged the goblins in battle. Why is that? Knowing the mountain has a tiger, yet choosing to walk into its den, is it? Young master, all of the elite dwarves have perished. What shall we do next? Xiaoyu inquired. Shen Feng frowned, unable to comprehend the dwarves' motives for war. But with the dead now beyond his understanding, he moved on. 3 crystals appeared atop the bodies of the 3 goblins, and with a wave of his hand, Shen Feng collected them. Subsequently, he led Xiaoyu and Wen Shui out of the warehouse, leaving a scene of carnage behind. However, soon, the blood and flesh on the ground began to writhe ominously. Let us finish off the remaining goblins as well. The dwarves are born smiths. While they may not be immediately useful, such a profession is vital for establishing a base. Under Shen Feng's guidance, the trio began to hunt the remaining goblins. Upon entering the city, the dwarves had divided into 3 teams, one to harass outside the city, one to hold back within. And the main attacking force led by Shen Feng. The main attack team, aside from Shen Feng and his companions, suffered catastrophic losses. In fact, Shen Feng found it odd that Brady, the clan leader, seemed indifferent to the dwarves' well-being. Could this merely be his misconception? With doubts growing, the immediate priority remained the goblins. Now that the elite goblins were dead, only those of a power level comparable to the dwarves remained. Shen Feng and his companions hardly needed grenades. With their rifles, they could decimate numerous goblins. This battle stretched from dawn until deep into the night. Chapter 124, The Strange Incident. With a heavy sigh, Shen Feng collapsed onto the ground, feeling that the day had been remarkably eventful. Initially, the dwarves were no match for the goblins in combat. However, with the aid of catapults, they managed to hold off the goblins for a considerable duration. Once Shen Feng and his companions joined the fray, the tide of battle began to turn. By the end, the goblin ranks had been decimated, leaving only 10 remaining goblins, who appeared to be mere infants of their kind. Young master, why do you wish to spare these 10 goblins? Xiaoyu asked, perplexed. She found it hard to believe that Shen Feng was acting out of compassion, wishing to preserve the goblin lineage. Nevertheless, Shen Feng resolutely decided to protect the 10 goblins. With a smile, he remarked, though goblins are indeed wicked, do you not see their potential virtues? When Shui and Xiaoyu exchanged bewildered glances, clearly confused. What virtues? They chorused. Shen Feng glanced at the trembling goblins confined in a cage nearby and chuckled. I am constructing a base, and inevitably, there will be transgressions. Do you not think these goblins serve as a rather fitting form of punishment? Punishment? When Shui paused, utterly baffled. However, as he contemplated the goblins' indiscriminate appetites and their ability to procreate with any creature, he shuddered, incredulously stating, Young master, you cannot mean. Shen Feng nodded affirmatively. Just as you surmise. When Shui inhaled sharply, astonished, Xiaoyu, though not entirely naive, quickly grasped Shen Feng's implication. The women in the base must be exceedingly cautious. They both thought simultaneously. Once the battle concluded, despite the lack of detailed accounts of the skirmishes, the losses were devastating. The dwarven clan had initially numbered 3,500, with 1,000 old, weak, and women abstaining from the fight. Among the 2,500 who took to arms, approximately 1,500 perished. This left the dwarves with merely around 2,000 survivors. Although the most formidable fighters had fallen, the remaining dwarves were easier to manage, Shen Feng mused. Shen Feng had never been a benevolent soul. His initial intention for this secret realm expedition was merely to seize the goblin's treasure trove. However, upon discovering the existence of the dwarves, he began to contemplate how he might incorporate them into his plans. There is an ancient adage, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who reaps the benefits. With the goblins annihilated and the dwarven population significantly reduced, the situation was quite fitting. When Shen Feng returned underground with the 1,000 dwarves, he would first have Edward appointed as their leader, simplifying subsequent matters. As long as Edward was not foolish, he would naturally align himself with Shen Feng. It appeared that his influence could expand once more. With this thought, Shen Feng smiled and instructed Qiuyu and Wen Shui. You shall guard me while I absorb the heart of the giant. Furthermore, have the dwarves clear the battlefield and locate the entrance to the secret realm. Wen Shui nodded. Understood, young master. Shen Feng selected a relatively clean chamber and retrieved the heart of the giant, consuming it directly. As the heart approached his lips, it inexplicably shrank, transforming into a small orb that Shen Feng swallowed with ease. Though the act of consuming a heart was somewhat distasteful, Shen Feng cared little. In the face of impending doom, gaining strength was paramount. Who cared about the means? After ingesting the heart of the giant, Shen Feng closed his eyes and settled into a meditative position on the bed. Approximately an hour later, when Qiuyu returned to the chamber, his expression troubled. What troubles you? Qiuyu inquired, noting his pallor. Is there something amiss? When Qiuyu replied gravely, do you recall our earlier discovery of a lack of magic crystals in the treasure vault? Qiuyu nodded. I am not senile. I cannot forget what transpired moments ago. When Qiuyu continued solemnly, while the dwarves were clearing the battlefield, I discovered that the goblins possessed magic crystals nestled within their skulls. Well, if they exist, let them extract them, Qiuyu instinctively remarked, only to realize the implications too late. Wait, you mean to say that magic crystals are found within the goblins' brains? Then why were there none in the vault? She asked, astonished. When Qiuyu did not respond immediately but added with gravity, not only the goblins. While the dwarves were clearing the battlefield, I secretly dissected a deceased dwarf and found magic crystals within its brain as well. Qiuyu gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. While they were unaware of the realm's history, it was evident from what Brady disclosed that it had once been home to numerous creatures. If both the goblins and dwarves contained magic crystals, what of the other beings? Surely, they must possess some as well, given the centuries of conflict. How could no magic crystals have been accumulated? It seemed that significant mysteries lurked within this secret realm. Qiuyu's countenance darkened. During their time in the Aryan realm, Shen Feng had amassed an unfathomable number of magic crystals, at least in the tens of thousands. By comparison, one would expect a similar, if not greater, number within the goblin realm. Yet they had found not a single one. According to the Aryan clan leader, Malada, while magic crystals represented the essence of a creature's power, they could not be absorbed and were solely used for healing. Could it be that the goblins had utilized all their magic crystals? Unthinkable. Qiuyu's expression grew grim. It appears that the secret realm harbors even deeper secrets. Quickly, she continued, hasten and instruct the dwarves to locate the entrance to the secret realm. If we can control the entrance, we shall dominate the comings and goings within this realm, ensuring our invincibility. When Qiuyu nodded, I have already sent the dwarves to search. Results should come swiftly. Stay here and watch over the young master. I shall assist in the search. When Qiuyu turned to leave but returned shortly afterward. Seeing the dark expression on Wen Shui's face, Qiuyu understood that trouble had arisen once more. Wen Shui spoke nervously. I instructed the dwarves to extract the magic crystals from the goblins' brains and gather them, but when I checked, all the crystals had vanished. Moreover, all the bodies of the fallen, be they goblins or dwarves, have disappeared. Upon hearing this, a chilling breeze swept over Qiuyu, leaving her restless and anxious. What secrets lay hidden within this secret realm? Chapter 125, Second Order, Level 8. As when Shui and Qiuyu felt a sense of unease due to certain occurrences within the secret realm, our protagonist, Shen Feng, found his consciousness transported to a mysterious space. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens. Shen Feng had no time to ponder the nature of this place before witnessing an indescribable and brutal battle unfolding before him. Towering giants, massive apes, and colossal birds blotted out the sky as countless titanic beings sought their adversaries amidst the chaos. Lowering his gaze, Shen Feng observed various other races scrambling beneath these gigantic creatures. Well-equipped dwarves, agile subhumans, and frenzied, bloodthirsty orcs all showcased their unique racial talents on the battlefield. Moreover, winged beings soared through the skies, intensifying the scene of horror and conflict. This was a war beyond description. A cataclysmic clash where all life on this planet was embroiled in strife against grotesque monsters exuding malevolence. Among these abominations were the multi-armed slashers, bloodthirsty predators reminiscent of anteaters, malevolent bat demons with wings, and titanic tyrants that loomed like mountains. It was a protracted battle, a fierce struggle between good and evil. The earth quaked, ocean surged, The sky darkened, and day turned to night in a chaotic reversal of nature. After an undetermined passage of time, the war concluded, with the myriad races symbolizing justice emerging victorious. However, the planet lay in ruin, desolate and lifeless, now unfit for habitation. Each race began to seek refuge. And under Xin Feng's watchful eyes, the powerful among them tore apart the fabric of reality, giving birth to myriad small worlds. Could this be the secret realm? Xin Feng marveled. He had long pondered the essence of the secret realm, only to realize it was, in fact, a fragment of the blue star, forcibly severed long ago by formidable beings. As he recalled the prior battle, a surge of fervor welled within him, whether representing justice or embodying evil. Each faction was immensely powerful, capable of monumental destruction with mere gestures. In that moment, Xin Feng understood that this was the strength he sought. One day, I too shall become as formidable as you, he declared with a clenched fist. Simultaneously, the scene before him did not dissipate. He beheld the giant race, along with many others, entering a secret realm. Frowning, Xin Feng mused, if all goes as expected, they must be entering this very secret realm. Yet, Brody mentioned that no giants resided here. His eyes narrowed, and a grim expression crossed his face as he contemplated. Indeed, Brody is lying. With a serious demeanor, Xin Feng scrutinized the figures of these races. Soon, he spotted a dwarf, burdened with a moderately sized pack and displaying an expression of panic. It appeared that the truth was about to unfold. Xin Feng smiled knowingly. Time passed, and the world underwent profound transformations. Xin Feng witnessed the entirety of the secret realm's evolution as if he were living it himself. Finally, with brightened eyes, he softly murmured, "So this is how it is." Inside the secret realm, in a certain chamber, when Shiwei spoke gravely to Qiuyu, the dwarves outside are now in a state of panic. When Shiwei had not concealed his actions, thus the dwarves were fully aware of the situation, even faster than when Shiwei himself. The disappearance of so many magic crystals and corpses had left them utterly stunned. Consequently, when Shiwei proposed, "We should leave here with the young master at once. There is something amiss about this palace." Qiuyu frowned and replied, "But the young master is currently absorbing the giant's heart. Previously, when we were in the subhuman secret realm, everyone fell into a deep slumber, and when I awoke, I was already attending to Xin Feng alongside Xiaqiu-chan. Hence, she was unaware of Xin Feng's experiences. What if he cannot move while absorbing the talent?" When Shiwei, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "I do not know why, but I feel as though a powerful heartbeat reverberates in my ears, causing my heart to race. We must leave now." Qiuyu sighed. "I sense it too. It feels as if something terrifying is being birthed within this palace." However, Qiuyu was torn, pondering whether movement should be allowed during the absorption of talent. Much like in martial arts novels, practitioners often require solitude and tranquility during their meditations. Why? Because the presence of others could lead to a disastrous diversion from their path. Qiuyu dared not gamble. When Shiwei sighed deeply, then sat cross-legged on the floor, stating, "Very well, let it be so. At worst, we shall perish together here. Fear not, with me here, how could you possibly perish? You say we won't die, but, wait, young master, you are awake?" When Shiwei instinctively exclaimed, his body trembling as he abruptly looked up in astonishment at Xin Feng, who had just opened his eyes. "Young master." Qiuyu's face brightened with a radiant smile. Xin Feng returned a gentle smile, declaring, "I have uncovered the hidden secret of this realm. Let us go meet the true boss." The true boss? When Shiwei and Qiuyu were unaware of Xin Feng's meaning, yet they followed closely behind him, heading towards a certain part of the palace. Along the way, Qiuyu curiously inquired, "Young master, how has your strength progressed?" Before entering this secret realm, Xin Feng was at second order, level 3, but after absorbing the giant's heart, his strength surged to second order, level 8. Xin Feng chuckled lightly. Gasp. Qiuyu inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. "Young master, you advanced 4 levels in the subhuman secret realm, and now in this goblin secret realm, you have risen 5 levels? Anyone familiar with gaming knows that as one progresses, leveling becomes increasingly arduous. Yet, what is the situation now? At first order, Xin Feng had utilized yin-yang harmony to leap 4 levels, and now at second order, he has achieved a 5-level jump? This is unparalleled." Xin Feng smiled. "The realms cannot be compared. In the subhuman secret realm, I acquired the yin-yang harmony talent. Akin to a long-term boon, the more women I have, the greater the aid it provides. The giant's heart, while endowing me with innate divine strength, will not facilitate rapid leveling in the future, making it a one-time transaction. Thus, who prevails and who falters?" After elaborating, Shen Feng added. Oh, by the way, this secret realm is neither the goblin realm nor the dwarf realm. It ought to be referred to as. Chapter 126. The Truth. The Secret Realm of the Giants? Qiu Yu and Wen Shui exclaimed in astonishment, completely bewildered by Shen Feng's words. However, this time Shen Feng chose not to elaborate, instead guiding them slowly forward, returning to the treasury within the royal city. What in the world is happening? Upon descending the staircase, Wen Shui was utterly stunned. When they had departed earlier, the warehouse had been filled with numerous corpses, yet now they had vanished, replaced by a large, fleshy mass resembling a heart. This grotesque mass hung eerily in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by countless fleshy tendrils extending outward like spider silk, connecting to the walls. The once spacious warehouse now appeared exceedingly repulsive. Thump, 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 the massive fleshy orb pulsated with a dim red glow, flickering ominously, akin to the rhythmic beating of a heart. What is this thing? Qiu Yu and Wen Shui gasped in shock. The tendrils connecting to the walls shimmered with faint lights, suggesting that something was being transported to the central mass. Could this be the culprit behind the disappearance of the corpses in the royal city? Shen Feng's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the heart-like mass, stating, "This is the source of it all, the Crimson Blood Demon." The Crimson Blood Demon? Qiu Yu and Wen Shui looked at Shen Feng in confusion. This time, Shen Feng did not hold back but spoke directly, countless ages ago. A cataclysmic battle erupted on this planet, one so horrific it defies description, and this Crimson Blood Demon is one of the malevolent entities involved. This creature is particularly unique. Upon its death, as long as a fragment of its flesh survives, it can resurrect itself, what we call blood rebirth. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu and Wen Shui were taken aback, exclaiming, "Incredible." Shen Feng continued, "Under normal circumstances, the forces of righteousness might have been able to gradually eliminate its flesh and blood. However, the scale of that war was so vast that no one could attend to the remnants of flesh in the corners. Thus, this demon possessed a dwarf and took control of him. This secret realm was opened by the giants, and beings like dwarves and other races are merely borrowing its space. Alternatively, one might say they are sheltered beneath another's roof." Shen Feng waved his hand dismissively, adding, "Who can blame the dwarves for lacking powerful beings capable of opening a secret realm?" When Shui and Qiu Yu felt somewhat numb, realizing that Bloody had indeed been lying. "Young master, what happened next? Why are there no giants present now? Though it's unclear, the giant race should be formidable, right?" When Shui inquired. Shen Feng nodded. "Indeed. The giants are immensely powerful. Do you remember the 9 source crystals Bloody mentioned?" Qiu Yu gasped. "Young master, those source crystals couldn't possibly belong to the giants, could they?" Shen Feng smiled. "You guessed correctly. Those source crystals are indeed from the giants. To be precise, they were created by the dwarves after refining the bodies of the giants." When Shui inhaled sharply, feeling disgusted by the dwarves. "They are dead, yet you use their remains to create source crystals? How shocking. These dwarves, appearing kind with their thick brows and gentle expressions, possess such a vile nature?" Understanding Wen Shui's thoughts, Shen Feng shook his head. "You are misjudging the dwarves. They did not intend to do this. However, the dwarf chieftain was taken control of by the Crimson Blood Demon. This demon was quite cunning. It secretly brought several goblins into the secret realm, and the underground kingdom was, in fact, established by it for the goblins. Subsequently, it exploited the goblins' grotesque reproductive abilities to decimate the other creatures in the realm, all for its resurrection." Shen Feng turned his gaze back to the pulsating crimson heart. "Resurrection? Young master, you mean it can come back to life?" When Shui asked urgently. Qiu Yu chimed in. "Did you forget what young master just said about blood rebirth? Of course, it can resurrect." When Shui quickly exclaimed, "Young master, we must use grenades to blow it up. If it truly resurrects, it certainly won't be a mere third-tier strength, right?" Though they were still alive, without sufficient grenades, they would stand no chance against the Goblin King or the 4 Goblin elites. And after surviving for so many years, the Crimson Blood Demon must be far stronger than a third-tier being. In response, Shen Feng chuckled. "Fear not. It has effectively played itself to death." "What? Played itself to death?" Qiu Yu asked, perplexed. "Young master, please stop teasing us and explain." Shen Feng produced 4 source crystals, Beast, Fury, Steel, and Magic, and smiled. This Crimson Blood Demon deemed itself too weak, and thus sought to enter this secret realm to seize the power of giants to enhance itself. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu and Wen Shui stood dumbfounded. "Goodness, This crimson blood demon truly embodies the notion of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Although they were unaware of the giant's true strength, how could a mere remnant of a demon dare covet the power of giants? Shen Feng continued. It first devised a plan to eliminate all the giants, then discarded their corpses into a furnace, hoping to concoct an elixir akin to the ancient emperor's quest for immortality. Yet unexpectedly, it produced 9 source crystals and a giant heart that could not be melted, no matter the heat applied. At this point, Shen Feng couldn't and Oppos help but marvel at the giants and Oppos' might. Even in death, their corpses possessed such remarkable properties, truly astonishing. Although unexpected events transpired, it believed that absorbing these 9 source crystals would grant it the power of giants, leading it on the path to invincibility. However, it did not anticipate that with each source crystal absorbed, it would need to instigate a grand war. Ultimately, having nearly exterminated the creatures of the secret realm, it had only managed to absorb 5 source crystals, which is why I say it has effectively played itself to death. Upon hearing this, when Shui, Kuden, and Oppos helped but laugh. Does this count as a glutton overindulging and meeting its demise? Xiao Yu also marveled. Fortunately, its appetite was smaller than its ambitions. Otherwise, if such a malevolent entity had acquired the power of giants, it would indeed be terrifying. Chapter 127. The conclusion as Shen Feng casually detonated a grenade, obliterating the Scarlet Heart and acquiring the remaining 5 artificial source crystals, when Shui and Xiao Yu were utterly convinced of the reality before them. No one had anticipated that such a formidable fiend lurked behind this secret realm. Had it not been for the sinister machinations of the Crimson Blood Demon, perhaps this realm would have flourished like that of the demi-humans, replete with melodious birdsong and fragrant blooms. It might have even been grander. After all, the rightful owners of this domain were the giants, whose architectural marvels ought to have towered magnificently. Yet, at this very moment, all had turned to dust. Apart from the giant heart absorbed by Shen Feng and the remaining 9 source crystals, no trace of the giant race remained. What a pity! If the giants were still alive, my power would surely be unassailable. Shen Feng mused, his heart heavy with regret. Who could have imagined that the mighty giants would ultimately fall to the hands of the diminutive goblins? Who could foresee that a mere piece of flesh would precipitate the tragic demise of this secret realm? Nevertheless, one must always look forward. Though Shen Feng felt a twinge of sorrow, the path ahead was clear. In this apocalyptic world, to reign supreme and be invincible was his destiny. I, Edward, willingly serve as master to the young lord. When all was said and done, Edward successfully ascended as the next chieftain of the dwarves. Edward was astute. He understood that should the war culminate in failure, the dwarves would remain perpetually subjugated. Yet, if they triumphed, they would still be unable to regain their autonomy. Thus, he chose to align himself with Shen Feng's forces. Shen Feng smiled and remarked, "Do not despair, thinking you lack freedom. Given the state of your dilapidated realm, it will likely serve only as a storehouse or a prison in the future. Once I return to base and release you, you will realize how wise your decision truly was." Following the battle, only 2,000 dwarves remained, many of whom were elderly or infirm. Yet Shen Feng felt satisfaction. His current demand for equipment was not excessively high. These dwarves would first hone their skills and subsequently craft high-quality gear. 2,000 dwarves would surely suffice. However, this expedition to the secret realms left Shen Feng with mixed feelings. In the demi-human realm, there were over 8,000 demi-humans, excluding other creatures within the realm. In stark contrast, the giant realm boasted only 2,000 dwarves, aside from the 10 goblins Shen Feng had intentionally spared. The disparity was indeed striking. Edward pondered for a moment and stated earnestly, "Young lord, our dwarves are not adept in deceit or fond of bloodshed. As long as you provide us with basic living conditions, I will ensure that my kin furnish you with formidable equipment." Shen Feng replied candidly, "You may not fully grasp the external circumstances, so let me clarify. As long as your dwarves do not betray me, I am quite generous." Before long, the dwarves located the portal of the secret realm. Prior to departing, Shen Feng instructed, "Keep a close watch on those 10 goblins. Do not allow anyone to release them. I have matters to attend to, so remain here temporarily in the secret realm. However, the royal city is of no further use. Dismantle it and use it to practice your skills. Once we emerge, I shall certainly exploit your labor." Upon hearing this, Edward chuckled, "Rest assured, young lord. The dwarves have not seen metal in years. If you can provide us with ample metal for practice, we could work tirelessly for a week." "Haha, splendid. Aye. As a capitalist, appreciate your industriousness. Shen Feng laughed heartily before departing the secret realm with Wen Shui and Xiao Yu. Upon returning to the real world, Shen Feng smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "It's already night. Why the rush to leave? We should have rested a night inside." He stored the portal in his spatial ring and then, accompanied by Xiao Yu and Wen Shui, found a nearby inn to stay. That night, as Xiao Yu lay in Shun Feng's embrace, she curiously inquired, "Young lord, what abilities do the other 5 source crystals possess?" Shen Feng, feeling no need for secrecy, responded directly, "The abilities are Radiant Sun, Moonlight, Thunderstorm, Verdant Thorn, and Shadow. I am still uncertain of their specific effects." Xiao Yu counted on her fingers as she recited the 9 source crystals, then gasped, "Goodness! How powerful must the giants have been in their prime?" Each of these 9 source crystals is an unparalleled treasure with immense capabilities. If the giants had still been alive, they would have been truly terrifying. Shen Feng sighed. The giants were indeed formidable. As we mentioned, their extraordinary strength is rare among humans, yet every giant possessed such prowess. Xiao Yu was left in awe. In truth, after absorbing the giant heart, Shen Feng acquired an innate gift of divine strength, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. His power had grown increasingly formidable. "I wonder what level of strength Tang Shan possesses now," Shen Feng mused with a wry smile. Tang Shan is the true child of destiny. Everything Shen Feng had acquired should have belonged to him, yet it had all been seized by Shen Feng. The fortune of a destined one is beyond my imagination. Thus I have never forgotten my intention to eliminate him. Xiao Yu then asked, "Young lord, what shall we do next?" Shen Feng contemplated for a moment and replied, "Having come this far, we cannot return so soon. I brought Wen Shui along not only for his culinary skills, but also to assist him in avenging his grievances. Thus, we shall actively seek out trouble. In the capital, Chu Ziki, Zhou Guanglong, who had fled from Qingping City, and Yi Longhao of the Yi family were beyond our immediate grasp. As for Zhao Wangkai, he had already met his demise at the hands of Wen Shui, leaving only the magistrate Wang Zheng and the deputy government head, Xiang Yidong." Xiao Yu, undaunted, asked, "Young lord, which shall we pursue first?" After a brief reflection, Shen Feng responded, "Xiang Yidong is a mere glutton, insignificant in comparison. We can confront him anytime. However, Wang Zheng possesses some capabilities, so we shall seek him out first. The magistrate's office is armed. If we allow Wang Zheng too much time to prepare, he may rally the guards, and that would complicate matters. Therefore, it is imperative that we eliminate Wang Zheng first." Chapter 128. The rascals above. While Shen Feng and Xiao Yu engaged in conversation, a group of men on a certain floor of the inn were huddled together, deliberating over something. "Brothers, just a moment ago, Sangu and I noticed 3 individuals checking into the 5th floor, 2 men and 1 woman. I tell you, that woman is breathtakingly beautiful. Just gazing at her exquisite figure nearly left me breathless." "Sangu, could it really be that exaggerated?" "Wu Di, I dare say, had you seen that woman, you might have reacted even more fervently than I did. Is that truly the case? Can it be as outrageous as you say? Big brother, what should we do? Shall we capture them?" The group turned their attention to a bald man seated in the main position. This man was somewhat rotund, a long scar etched across his face, rendering him particularly menacing. He took a hearty bite of a large piece of lamb leg and, while chewing, inquired, "Did you just say these 3 are from outside?" "Yes." "What of it?" the others asked, puzzled. "What of it?" The bald man scolded. "Are you all brainless? Look outside. Zombies roam freely, and various formidable monsters hunt. If they manage to enter from outside, their strength cannot be underestimated, and you dare to lay hands on them?" "Ah!" The group immediately fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. The leader was right, although they were unaware of the intentions of these 3 newcomers. Anyone bold enough to roam outside in such perilous times was surely not someone they could easily target. "Big brother," the 4th member reluctantly spoke, "even if they are strong, they are still just 3 individuals. We are 6 seasoned survivors of the underbelly of society. Surely we can overpower them?" Initially, this group comprised 20 to 30 members. Regrettably, prior to the apocalypse, they had been incarcerated for brawling, and after the world ended, only 6 of them had survived. The bald man had been their leader even before the catastrophe and had since gained formidable powers, thus being elevated to his current status. The others ranked according to age and strength. The remaining members frowned in agreement. "Yes, big brother. Even if they are strong, they are merely 3. 6 of us against 2 shouldn't be an issue, right? The bald man scoffed. Do you think this is pre-apocalypse? Back then, aside from those who were martial artists or exceptionally gifted, 2 against 1 could easily defeat most. But what is the situation now? We are in a world where supernatural abilities abound. Who among you dares to claim that 2 of you could best me? At this, the group fell into contemplative silence. They were acutely aware of the bald man's extraordinary prowess. Not only could he handle 2 opponents, but he could likely contend with 3 without issue. It was doubtful that even all 5 of them combined could achieve a stalemate, let alone victory. Thus, they were astonished that their leader held such trepidation towards the newcomers. The youthful and hot-tempered 6th member interjected, "Big brother, how could their strength possibly surpass yours?" "Yes, big brother. You shouldn't inflate their worth at the expense of your own reputation." With a sigh, the bald man responded, "I, too, wish to belittle them. But can't you all think for a moment?" Lao Shan mentioned that the woman is exceedingly beautiful. In this apocalypse, what beautiful woman would venture outdoors without reason? Therefore, either she possesses formidable strength herself, or she has powerful allies. In fact, he continued, if she is strong enough on her own, I wouldn't feel as threatened. But if she relies on her companions for protection, do you grasp how strong those 2 men must be? The group plunged into deep contemplation. Upon further reflection, the leader's words rang true. If the woman were merely strong, it might not pose a significant threat. However, if she relied on her 2 companions for safety, it signified a terrifying reality. Those men could navigate a perilous world teeming with zombies while safeguarding a fragile woman. Such an idea was indeed alarming. Lao Shan lamented, "Alas, it's a pity. That woman is so stunning. I have never had the pleasure of being with someone so beautiful. If only I could experience her beauty a few times, I would gladly meet my end." Lao Lu, brimming with youthful fervor, retorted, "That woman is nestled against a young man. Why does he get to possess such a beauty? Damn it, the world is simply unfair." Lao Wu shook his head. "Let us not discuss fairness. If we are to speak of injustice, consider the 4 women we captured and locked away in that room. They would certainly find their situation far more unfair." Upon hearing the mention of the room, Lao Si stood up, declaring, "I need to relieve some pressure." He entered the room, and soon cries and pleas for mercy echoed from within. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu chuckled. These women are truly energetic. After all this time, they still haven't acclimated? The bald man, gnawing on his lamb leg, spoke in a low tone. "Lao Shan, Lao Lu, despite your age difference, you both share an insatiable appetite for beauty. We haven't even seen what that woman looks like, but if she can incite such admiration from you 2 lecherous souls, she must be extraordinarily beautiful. Yet those 3 are undoubtedly formidable, so if you truly need to vent, use those women and do not provoke them." Lao Shan could only sigh in resignation. "All right, I'll heed your words, big brother." Lao Lu lamented, "I had hoped for a change of pace, alas." Images of Chiao Yu's beauty and grace swirled in Lao Lu's mind, igniting his heart and stirring his blood. Though he could not indulge in the woman he desired, he still felt the need to relieve his pent-up frustrations, prompting him and Lao Shan to enter the room as well. Noticing this, Lao Air whispered to the bald man, "Big brother, are you certain they won't retaliate? Am I unaware of those 3? The bald man scoffed. "Each of them is a lecherous fool, entranced by beauty. And given my earlier warnings, they are likely to act recklessly. So prepare yourselves. Tonight, they will surely seek their own demise." Lao Wu remarked in surprise, "Big brother, should we bind them? It appears that those 3 are merely here for a night's rest. They might leave by morning." The bald man shook his head. "While I suspect they are powerful enough to wander the streets without fear, what if they are simply fortunate? Let Lao Shan, Lao Si, and Lao Lu test the waters." Lao Wu frowned. "But what if they are indeed strong? Wouldn't that put Lao Shan in danger?" Before the bald man could respond, Lao Air interjected with a laugh. "Wu Di, you are overthinking it. In the early days of the apocalypse, most still adhere to the remnants of law and order. Murder is not something they would undertake lightly." The bald man added, "If Lao Shan and the others truly fail, I shall apologize and save face for them. And then there will be no issues. But should they succeed, well, that would be quite amusing." Chapter 129, Reluctance to Name, referring to the 6 rascals. While the eldest, 2nd, and 5th were scheming against the other 3 brothers, the 3rd, 6th, and 4th were indulging in a decadent room. The youthful 6th exclaimed, "I believe the elder brother is merely bolstering others' ambitions while undermining his own authority." Is it reasonable to think that anyone could possess the strength of our elder brother so casually? The fourth concurred. What the sixth said is true. Those three must simply be fortunate to have arrived here. As the third savored the warmth of a woman's lips, he remarked, perhaps so, but that woman is truly beautiful. Even reminiscing about Chiu Yu's visage ignited a fervor within him. The sixth, eager, whispered, third brother, what if we? The third, aware of the sixth's intentions, shook his head. I think it's best to refrain. If the elder brother were agreeable, perhaps we could manage, but it would be perilous with just the three of us. The fourth scoffed. Are you afraid, third brother? The third replied, it's not a matter of fear. We are in a dire situation. As long as we follow the elder brother, enjoying the fruits of our endeavors will be inevitable. So why rush? The sixth flipped the woman beneath him and continued, third brother, while there may be more women in the future, it's unlikely we will encounter another as stunning as her. The third nodded, that may be so, but I still find it rather precarious. Unless you can provide a flawless plan, I shall not partake. The third was the most lascivious among them, yet to the surprise of the sixth and fourth, he remained the calmest at that moment. They exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Third brother, we happen to possess some enchanting incense. Enchanting incense? The third was taken aback. Where did you procure such a thing? The fourth coughed twice and explained, were we not in the holding cell? The sixth, and I overheard the guards mention they had recently confiscated a batch of it. The sixth added, they intended to dispose of these illicit items the following day. But then the apocalypse struck, and as we escaped, we each grabbed a handful. The third chuckled, you two are quite audacious. With this, we can indeed take action. Meanwhile, as the six rascals each harbored their own schemes upstairs, Shinfeng calmly spoke in his room. Xiang Yidong only seeks power and suppresses his rivals. Such a person is inconsequential in this apocalypse. However, we must exercise caution regarding Wang Zheng, for he possesses both skill and cunning. In my investigations, he ought to have been promoted long ago, yet he prefers to be a big fish in a small pond, remaining here as a local tyrant. Therefore, we must eliminate Wang Zheng first. Chiu Yu nodded thoughtfully and inquired, but, young master, with Qingping City being so vast, how shall we locate him? Shinfeng replied with a smile, though his abilities are notable, finding him is quite simple. We need only visit 3 locations to surely encounter him. First, the largest nightclub in Qingping City, located in the southern part of the city, called Tianshang Rinjian. Second, his residence, situated in the southern 4th Villa District, Villa number 3. Third, the government headquarters. While not in the southern area, it lies on our return route to the base. Upon hearing this, Chiu Yu comprehended the plan. So, the young master came here not only to seize the giant secret realm, but also to aid Wen Shui in avenging him. The 3 locations for finding Wang Zheng are all in the south, making it convenient to return to the base after our search. How fortuitous. The two embraced and exchanged whispers before preparing for sleep. Yet, the next moment, Shenfeng heard a series of noises at the door. About 5 minutes earlier, the sixth asked, third brother, fourth brother, we have the enchanting incense, but how do we get it inside? The third replied with a grin, sixth brother, have you forgotten what I am capable of? The fourth patted the sixth on the shoulder, saying, remember, our third brother can crack even a bank vault. A mere hotel door is trivial. The sixth's face lit up with excitement. Ah, that is splendid. As long as we are cautious, we can open the door, toss the incense inside, and wait for them to fall asleep before we make our move. The third nodded. Precisely, let us go. The trio stealthily approached Shinfeng and Chiu Yu's room and began to knock gently at the door. If they were ordinary individuals, they might have succeeded unnoticed. But Shinfeng's strength had already reached the second tier, level 8. While it might be an exaggeration to say he could hear every rustle, the distinct knocking was unmistakable to him. In truth, the 3 chose to act at 1 in the morning, a time when most would be in deep slumber. However, Shinfeng and Chiu Yu, having just emerged from the secret realm, were far from weary and were only now preparing for rest. On the bed, upon seeing Shinfeng's serious expression, Chiu Yu asked, young master, what is it? Shinfeng replied with a smile, there are mice attempting to pry open the door. Mice. Chiu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing pry open the door, a cold expression crossed her face as she reached for the Qing Shuang sword on her bedside table. Shinfeng had acquired both a sword and a dagger from the subhuman secret realm, the Qing Shuang sword and the flame blade. Upon leaving the base, Chiu Yu had taken the Qing Shuang sword, while Shinfeng entrusted the flame blade to the butler. In truth, Shin Feng wished to give the flame blade to Wen Shui. After all, some chefs possess multiple knives, each imbued with elemental power. Was it excessive for a chef like Wen Shui to wield a fire blade? Not at all. However, Wen Shui had developed a preference for kitchen knives over long blades during his culinary career, so Shin Feng had to leave the flame blade at the base. Outside the door, the sixth exclaimed, "It's open! It's opened!" The fourth hissed, "Keep your voice down." The sixth waved dismissively, "Oh please, it's late. They must be sound asleep by now." The third cautioned, "Better to be safe. What if they wake up?" The fourth tossed a lit piece of enchanting incense through the door crack, just as the door suddenly swung open with a bang, knocking the crouching third brother to the floor. Chapter 130. Overestimating one's capabilities in the astonished expressions of the third, sixth, and fourth brothers. Shin Feng's figure appeared before the crowd. "Can anyone tell me what this is?" Shin Feng asked with a grin, holding the mesmerizing incense that had just been tossed in by the fourth brother. That is. The fourth brother was utterly terrified and dared not utter the name of that item. "Young master, it seems we have encountered some fools," came the voice of Qiuyu from within the room. Upon hearing this, Shin Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he mockingly replied, "Indeed, they are fools." Since the apocalypse had descended, it seemed that very few had dared to provoke him. Yet these three individuals before him had the audacity to employ mesmerizing incense. Although Shin Feng had never used such a thing, he had heard of it being frequently utilized in bars. However, to his knowledge, those who used it typically employed high-grade versions, such as perfumes that incapacitate with a single spray or cards that incapacitate upon contact. When did they stoop to using such low-end goods? To hell with it. Since we've been discovered, third brother, fourth brother, just kill him. The young sixth brother exclaimed decisively. As Qiuyu gradually appeared behind Shin Feng, the fourth brother finally understood why the sixth and third brothers were so agitated. After all, Qiuyu had been with Shin Feng since childhood, handling various affairs within the company, thus inevitably exuding an air of nobility. Moreover, her long-standing martial arts training lent her a striking and commanding presence. Noble, imposing, breathtaking. A woman like this was, to men of their social standing, an insurmountable temptation. "Damn it, do it!" the fourth brother shouted, throwing a punch at Shin Feng. The third brother, wishing to dissuade him, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Given the current situation, it was akin to an arrow already released from the bow. There was no turning back. Any excuse would likely fail to convince the man before them. So at this moment, they could only hope that the three of them, united, could subdue the man and woman before them. "Fourth brother, I shall assist you." The third brother charged towards Shin Feng with determination. Seeing this, Shin Feng chuckled softly and disdainfully remarked, "You overestimate yourselves. These individuals were utterly unremarkable, their strength merely at the common first-level fourth tier. To strike at such people felt beneath Shin Feng." Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind echoed. Qiuyu swiftly closed the distance between herself and Shin Feng, launching both fists directly into the abdomen of the third and fourth brothers. Puff! The advancing figures of the third and fourth brothers halted, their bodies bending in a bow as they half knelt on the ground. How can you be so strong?" The third brother and the fourth brother were dumbfounded. How could a woman possess such immense strength? That punch had left them feeling as though their insides had been shattered. Regret flickered in the eyes of the third brother as he murmured, "The boss was right. You few are indeed formidable." The sixth brother, positioned behind the third and fourth, was utterly bewildered. Being slightly further back, he had been slower to react, and to his astonishment, within mere moments, his third and fourth brothers had been taken down by Qiuyu. His legs trembled uncontrollably as the sixth brother stammered, "Impossible. How can you be so strong? Even the boss couldn't knock down the third and fourth brothers in one punch." "In truth, I could, but as we are all brothers, I previously refrained from shattering your confidence." A voice suddenly called from behind. The sixth brother turned around in confusion, his eyes lighting up. "Boss, you're here?" He hurried over to the bald man, pointing at Shin Feng and exclaiming, "Boss, No, wait, it's that woman. She knocked down the third and fourth brothers. You must avenge us." At the doorway, Shin Feng glanced at the bald man, chuckling lightly. "Oh, are you their leader? Do you wish to seek vengeance?" Hearing this, the bald man's mouth twitched, almost wishing to slap the sixth brother senseless. "Are you really that dim-witted? Do you possess no sense at all? While I could easily put you down, that woman could as well. Did you not hear how she referred to this man? Young master, this woman is merely a servant to him, a maid. If she possesses such terrifying strength with such a status, How formidable must this young master be? Do you expect me to avenge you? What a farce. I now find myself hoping he will spare me. The bald man kicked the sixth brother to the ground and politely said, "This brother, my 3 little brothers have erred in their judgment and offended you. Could you spare their lives?" Shen Feng disdainfully replied, "You think I would spare them simply because you asked? Do you believe you have such influence over me?" The bald man sighed. They did indeed intend to harm a brother, but ultimately, they did not succeed, did they? Given the apocalypse, with zombies rampant, it is in our best interest to unite as humanity. Oh, are you attempting to morally bind me? Shen Feng chuckled. The bald man's implication was clear. Since no irreversible harm had been done, he hoped Shen Feng would show mercy. However, I have no desire to engage in idle talk. I stand here because of my strength, not because you chose to let me go, Shen Feng coldly stated. Had we lacked strength, I need not remind you of what we would have encountered tonight. Upon hearing this, the bald man instantly understood. He had assumed that the thinking of these 3 was still rooted in the pre-apocalyptic mindset, yet it seemed they were more rational than anyone. If Shen Feng and his companion lacked strength, what fate awaited them? The most likely scenario was that Xiaoyu would be used as a pawn, and Shen Feng would be treated as mere bait or cannon fodder. Suddenly, the third brother, kneeling before Shen Feng, spoke up. "It is our fault for being blind and reckless. But this is our matter, and it has nothing to do with our boss. Please do not involve the innocent." Shen Feng replied with a smirk, "You are indeed a loyal dog, but I do not believe your boss is truly innocent. If he were, how could he arrive so swiftly?" The third brother was momentarily stunned. Some matters were not beyond comprehension, but rather had not been contemplated in that light. He understood the implication behind Shen Feng's words, yet he shook his head and said, "The boss saved me, so I will not let my troubles implicate him. Please grant me a swift end." Shen Feng remarked, "You are quite loyal, though I cannot discern whether it is genuine or merely a tactic to gain my forgiveness. Regardless, you all must perish." The bald man quickly interjected, "Brother, do not rush. I can exchange a piece of information for their lives." The bald man did not wish for his 3 subordinates to perish, as he needed manpower in the apocalypse. However, Shen Feng shook his head and replied, "The information you wish to convey, I already know." Chapter 131. The location of Wang Zheng aim. Qiu Honglai level, first tier. Level 6, talent ability. Power amplification, destiny fate. A nameless nobody, gray. Insignificant, gray. Impending doom, black. Life script, 3 days hence. He will visit the Southern Night Club, having just acquired a handgun, only to be slain by Wang Zheng. I am already aware of what you wish to convey. Shen Feng chuckled. It was evident that the bald man named Qiu Honglai had learned of the clandestine arms stash at the Southern Night Club. However, upon obtaining the handgun, he met his demise, truly a case of fortune intertwined with misfortune. In response, the bald man exclaimed in astonishment, "What I intend to reveal is the precise location of several firearms. How could you possibly know? Your fates have long been laid bare before me." Shen Feng smiled, then shifted his tone, adding, "Yet, you have indeed rendered me a considerable service." Shen Feng was aware that Wang Zheng would certainly appear in 3 locations. Yet the specifics eluded him. Unexpectedly, the arrival of 3 foolish individuals led to the revelation of Wang Zheng's exact whereabouts. How fortuitous. Qiuyu, eliminate them all. Shen Feng turned and nonchalantly returned to his chamber. "Understood, master." Qiuyu replied calmly, then unsheathed the Qing Shuang sword, dispatching the group one by one. The following morning, as when Qiuyu stepped out, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, how did 6 corpses appear overnight? Had he been in the military previously?" Even the slightest disturbance would have roused him. However, he was aware of his master's formidable prowess and felt no need for protection. Furthermore, he suspected that Shen Feng and Qiuyu were enjoying a delightful evening together, prompting him to maintain a respectful distance. Due to various factors, when Qiuyu remained oblivious to the events of the previous night, and upon rising, the sight of the bodies in the corridor left him momentarily stunned. Creak, the door swung open, and Qiuyu and Shen Feng emerged slowly. Noticing the astonishment on Wen Shui's face, Qiuyu smiled, saying, "Wen Go, no need to be concerned, merely a few insignificant pests. However, through these individuals, we have uncovered the whereabouts of one of your enemies." Enemies? When Shui was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly morphing into one of fury. He would never forget those individuals, the manipulative Jiao Wangkai, the case-revoking Wang Zheng, the power-abusing Xiang Yidong, the coercive Zhou Guanglong, the economically punitive Yi Longhao, and the wicked femme fatale from the capital, Chu Ziki. Among these 6, Jiao Wangkai was dead. Chu Ziki was elusive, Zhou Guanglong had fled Qingping City, and Yi Longhao's stronghold lay elsewhere. Thus, only Wang Zheng and Xiang Yidong remained. When Xu Wei raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at Shen Feng. "Thank you, master." Though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable anger, they also sparkled with deep gratitude. Were it not for Shen Feng, he might have perished at the broadcasting building instead of seeking vengeance upon his foes. Shen Feng replied with a smile. "We cannot embark on this journey merely to indulge in a secret realm. Let us proceed. The enemy we shall confront is Wang Zheng. He resides within the nightclub. I know this man to be lecherous, yet I did not expect him to still be found in a nightclub amidst the apocalypse," Qiu Yu remarked disdainfully. Shen Feng shook his head, saying, "The concepts of good and evil should not be rigidly defined. In matters of relationships, the significance often shifts with time. If you pay a woman to accompany you for a year, it is termed a kept relationship, perhaps indicative of poor moral character. Yet, if you pay for her company for a single night, it becomes a crime. Is there truly any fundamental difference between the two scenarios? This world is rife with double standards, from top to bottom, inside and out." As the trio departed the temporary residence, they remained unaware of the tearful. Naked women huddled on the floor in an upstairs room. A glance from Shen Feng would reveal something particularly intriguing about one of them. In a city bar, a burly man laughed boisterously. "Ha ha, what a stroke of luck." This man was Zhao Guanghu, whom Shen Feng had spared earlier. Shen Feng's primary objective in the hospital had been to coerce Tang Shan's sister, Tang Shan, into sacrifice, leading to Zhao Guanghu being incapacitated. After regaining consciousness, he allied with Tang Shan in a quest for vengeance. Zhao Guanghu turned his gaze to the sullen youth beside him and jested, "Tang Shan, did you hear? There are firearms at the Southern Nightclub. If we can seize those weapons, our revenge will be at hand." Tang Shan, his demeanor cold and radiating a sense of annihilation, managed a strained smile at the mention of firearms, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, vengeance is imminent. Carbon-based life forms cannot resist thermal weapons, so we must hasten to the Southern Nightclub." Zhao Guanghu concurred. "Indeed, we must act swiftly. While carbon-based beings are unlikely to withstand thermal weaponry, the adversary possesses terrifying strength. Should we obtain some advantage in the coming days, we may very well become immune to such weapons. Thus, we must not delay in acquiring them to annihilate him." It must be noted that Zhao Guanghu possessed a modicum of intelligence. However, he remained blissfully unaware of Shen Feng's current strength. Moreover, even if they possessed firearms, did Shen Feng not possess them as well? "Shen Feng." Tang Shan's eyes darkened, his heart seething with rage as he declared, "This time, I shall see if you can still best me." Tang Shan, having suffered torment himself and lost his sister, felt that vengeance was a matter of honor. Tang Shan and Zhao Guanghu promptly set forth towards the Southern Nightclub. Shortly after their departure, a similarly vengeful woman arrived at the bar. Several survivors remained, and it was from them that Zhao Guanghu and Tang Shan had learned of the firearms hidden within the nightclub. Nightclub? Firearms? The woman absorbed the information and glared in the direction from which Tang Shan and Zhao Guanghu had departed, vowing, "I will not allow you to succeed. You two beasts." Chapter 132, The Gathering at the Nightclub. In the southern part of the city, the once magnificent and bustling nightclub now lay in disarray and chaos after the apocalypse. As fear gripped the hearts of the people, a figure emerged, Wang Zheng. "Listen to me. I am Wang Zheng, the chief officer of the Qingping city government," he declared. "In these perilous times, survival is a challenge, and we must unite our limited strength to endure together." Wang Zheng's authority was indeed imposing. Although the populace often harbored doubts about officials, in times of crisis, they had little choice but to place their trust in them. His status was impressive. Despite the presence of many wealthy heirs in the nightclub, most could never hope to interact with someone of Wang Zheng's caliber. Thus, the survivors immediately rallied behind him. However, the nightclub was overrun with zombies. A week passed, and Wang Zheng and the others barely managed to clear the establishment. "Friends, the most difficult times are behind us. The apocalypse has descended upon us, and we must all take it seriously," Wang Zheng proclaimed. "Now, let us thoroughly search the corners of the nightclub to ensure no zombies are lurking in overlooked areas." During the past week, Wang Zheng had successfully indoctrinated a dozen or so survivors. He possessed real abilities and was not merely a figurehead. Yet, he was acutely aware that certain matters were beyond his authority, which led him down a path of corruption prior to the apocalypse. Now, confronted with the reality of the end times, his desires swelled. Historically, even a beggar could ascend to the throne. Why could he not do the same? Thus, He devoted himself to brainwashing others and guiding them toward collective advancement. Even among the survivors, he refrained from confining the young women, understanding that some matters require patience. As the group began a meticulous search of the nightclub, a commotion arose as someone rushed in, calling out to Wang Zheng, "Brother Wang. Two individuals have arrived at the entrance." Who are they? Wang Zheng inquired urgently. "I don't know, but they took down two of our men at the door." The messenger replied. "How dare they challenge me, Wang Zheng?" He bellowed, rallying the others to follow him outside. As a former official, he was accustomed to commanding respect. And the audacity of these newcomers infuriated him. "You're the one in charge here?" Zhao Guanghu shouted upon spotting Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the burly Zhao Guanghu. "Is it appropriate to resort to violence upon arrival?" he questioned. Sensing Zhao Guanghu's strength, Wang Zheng decided against immediate confrontation. However, with his men already attacked, doing nothing would undermine his authority. "What's appropriate or not? Spare me the pleasantries. We come for firearms. Just one will suffice," Zhao Guanghu insisted. Wang Zheng frowned. "Who told you that? Possessing firearms illegally is against the law. I would never engage in such activities." Stepping forward, Tang Shan, whose demeanor was shadowy, whispered, "You are the chief officer of Qingping City. Even if there are none here, surely you have some on you." Wang Zheng's expression hardened. It was clear that their intentions were anything but benign. "Brothers, they've dared to confront us. Can we endure this insult?" "No, we cannot," the young men shouted in unison. "Damn it, just two of them, yet they have the audacity to strike. Brother Wang, what should we do? Enough talk. Let us take action." Wang Zheng smiled coldly at Tang Shan and Zhao Guanghu. "You see, we have the numbers. If it comes to a fight, you will surely suffer. Apologize, and I shall let you go." Zhao Guanghu scoffed, his fist colliding with a thunderous sound. "Try it. If numbers mattered, I wouldn't be here." Zhao Guanghu was determined to seize the firearms within the nightclub. He believed that with weapons in hand, even the formidable Shenfeng would be rendered powerless. Tang Shan, maintaining a stern countenance, declared, "Don't test our patience. Hand over the guns, and we'll leave peacefully. Otherwise, we will unleash chaos." "Damn it. Who do you think you are?" The young men behind Wang Zheng shouted angrily. All were in their 20s, a fiery age where no one wished to yield easily. The brazen attitudes of Tang Shan and Zhao Guanghu ignited their fury, and they longed to confront the intruders. Yet, under the strict order Wang Zheng had established in recent days, no one dared to act without his command. Resorting instead to taunts, "Who gave you the courage to provoke us? You too, a mere child and a muscle-bound fool. What makes you so arrogant? Brother Wang, we can't take this anymore. Let us fight," they implored, glancing at him for direction. Wang Zheng, however, fixed a piercing gaze on Zhao Guanghu, questioning, "Have you awakened your abilities? What? That musclehead has powers too?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, lamenting the unfairness of fate. They were aware of the existence of abilities. For their leader, Wang Zheng, was an ice element wielder. Yet, no one else among them had awakened such powers. "Indeed, I possess the power of enhancement," Zhao Guanghu admitted with a smirk. "In this early stage of the apocalypse, I doubt anyone is stronger than me. Except for that freak," Zhao Guanghu silently added, reflecting on Shenfeng's unnaturally formidable strength. It defied logic and reason. Chapter 133, Irresistible Soul. "You have awakened your abilities and now believe yourself invincible?" Wang Zheng exclaimed. Zhao Guanghu sneered, "Regardless, I am certainly stronger than you." "How bold?" Wang Zheng retorted angrily. "It seems this battle is inevitable. Brothers, I shall take care of this person. You focus on overwhelming the other." Wang Zheng understood that only he could confront Zhao Guanghu. As for the individual beside Zhao, surely the combined strength of so many would suffice to deal with him, right? It would be unjust if I were the sole ability user among over 10 individuals while you both possess powers. "Ah, all right, boss. We've long been itching for this. Damn it, we must take them down." The crowd behind Wang Zheng roared with fervor, immediately encircling Tang Shan. "Damn it, two of them dare to provoke us. Brothers, let us go all out. If we don't defeat them today, how can we continue to enjoy the good life with Brother Wang? Indeed, we must eliminate both of them today." Tang Shan raised his head, his expression icy, and declared, "You are courting death. I intended to take the firearms and leave. Yet you dare to resist. A bunch of worthless trash. How dare you claim you can kill me?" With a heart full of wrath, Tang Shan pondered why these individuals would oppose him. A collection of detritus, they should simply relinquish the firearms to him. Shouldn't they? "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Arrogant? Damn, truly insufferable. "Brothers, charge." The crowd surged forward, encircling Tang Shan. In the face of their assault, Tang Shan smirked, mocking. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well, forever ignorant of the vastness of the world. Tang Shan raised his hands in a scratching motion. In the next moment, blood began to ooze from his hands, swiftly transforming into a pair of scarlet blades. Damn it, he is also an ability user. The realization struck fear into the crowd. No wonder he is so fearless. He too possesses powers. What now? A moment of panic ensued, but soon someone shouted, "Damn. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. Even if he is an ability user, he cannot defeat us all." Exactly. What if he has abilities? We have the numbers. Wang Zheng's subordinates, in a self-affirming manner, puffed out their chests and charged toward Tang Shan. However, Tang Shan merely uttered, "I crave blood." Whoosh, like a gust of wind, Tang Shan advanced rather than retreating, rushing toward Wang Zheng's subordinates. Not far away. Wang Zheng's pupils constricted with fear as he beheld the crimson blades in Tang Shan's hands. Damn it, these two are indeed ability users. How is this fair? Out of over 10 individuals in this nightclub, I am the only one with powers, while both of you possess them. This is dire. Wang Zheng's expression turned grave as he mused. Zhao Guanghu scoffed, "Return and fetch the firearms for me, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhao Guanghu wished to subdue Wang Zheng directly to interrogate him, but the nightclub was vast. A single handgun was as insignificant as a sesame seed in such a large area. Besides Wang Zheng, who else knew where the firearms were? Although capturing him could lead to answers, what if he resolved to take the secrets to his grave? Thus, it was best if Wang Zheng could simply present the firearms. Once violence ensued, the situation could spiral out of control. Yet, as the chief officer of Qingping City, how could Wang Zheng be intimidated by Zhao Guanghu's mere words? "If you possess the capability, come and take it." Wang Zheng simmered with rage. Individuals like Zhao Guanghu had never been worthy of his consideration before the apocalypse, and now this man dared to threaten him. What a profound humiliation. Damn it, how dare you disrespect me? If so, I shall take you down, Zhao Guanghu bellowed, charging at Wang Zheng like a bulldozer. At this point, peaceful resolution was impossible. All hope lay in subduing Wang Zheng to compel him to reveal the firearms location. Boom. Zhao Guanghu's powerful fist hurtled toward Wang Zheng. Seeing the approaching fists, Wang Zheng knew he could not withstand this blow. Crack, crack, Wang Zheng raised his head, a small ice shield appearing before him. However, his current strength was woefully inadequate. Such a flimsy barrier could hardly protect him. With a resounding thud, Zhao Guanghu's fist struck Wang Zheng's abdomen. In truth, Zhao Guanghu had aimed for Wang Zheng's head. But he was acutely aware of his own strength and feared he might inadvertently kill him. Now, delivering a fatal blow was challenging, but causing a concussion was still quite possible. Wang Zheng's body arched painfully, his eyes bulging. In this early apocalyptic phase, physical enhancement abilities were overwhelmingly potent, especially those that amplified strength. Damn, too powerful. Wang Zheng seethed, feeling both anger at his own inadequacy and indignation that Zhao Guanghu dared to strike him. What have I struggled all my life for? To one day rise above and command respect? Yet, Wang Zheng had barely enjoyed his newfound status before the apocalypse struck. He had once believed that with his powers, he could dominate, only to find his ambitions thwarted by this unforeseen calamity. Where did these two come from? How did they possess such strength? Wang Zheng fell to his knees, struck by Zhao Guanghu's blow. Not far away, Tang Shan moved through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, unstoppable. Swish, ah! Blood splattered through the air as one after another, Wang Zheng's subordinates fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Yet, Tang Shan bore no trace of joy upon dispatching them. Once the skirmish concluded, he raised his hands, gazing at the claw-like blades, reminiscent of Wolverine but lacking luster, with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "Sister, rest assured, I shall avenge you." Tang Shan had expended her soul's energy to save Tang Shan. Afterward, he was astonished to discover that he too possessed abilities. At that moment, Tang Shan was engulfed in anguish, pondering that had he awakened his powers sooner, perhaps his sister would still be alive. But it was all too late. With each passing day, he felt ensnared in an endless cycle of rage. He sought vengeance. He must kill Shenfeng. Chapter 134. A Surprise. As Wang Zheng watched his brothers fall one by one at the hands of Tang Shan, his eyes turned crimson with rage. "Damn it, you two beasts!" Zhao Guanghu coldly retorted. "If you had surrendered your weapons earlier, none of this would have happened. They died because of you. That's absurd. You are the one robbing us. And now you shift the blame onto me?" Wang Zheng shouted in fury. Zhao Guanghu and Tang Shan had not only slain his subordinates but had also shattered Wang Zheng's ambitions of conquering the Central Plains. At that moment, he was consumed by unbridled rage. However, Wang Zheng had not anticipated that the forces and subordinates he had painstakingly nurtured over the past week would be so easily vanquished by Zhao Guanghu and Tang Shan. In truth, this was hardly surprising. The individuals behind Wang Zheng were mostly at the 4th level of the first stage, while he himself was merely at the 5th level of the first stage. In stark contrast, Zhao Guanghu stood at the 7th level and Tang Shan at the 8th. Although their growth and strength was not as rapid as Shen Feng's, for an ordinary person, their progress was unfathomable. One wielded the power of enhancement, while the other bore the blade of slaughter, both formidable abilities at the onset of the apocalypse. How could Wang Zheng possibly contend with them? He was utterly helpless. As Tang Shan approached Zhao Guanghu and Wang Zheng, he spoke, "Enough with the idle chatter. Let him hand over the weapons quickly. He is the chief officer of the bureau, and if there are indeed firearms in the nightclub, he must know their whereabouts." Zhao Guanghu nodded and squatted before Wang Zheng, saying, "Brother Wang, I suggest you reveal the location of the weapons promptly. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences awaiting you. That punch you received must have been quite painful, right? Rest assured, I will control my strength to avoid killing you." Upon hearing this, fear crept across Wang Zheng's face. His ability was merely ice manipulation, and while it might grow formidable later, it was far from impressive in the early days of the apocalypse. Although he could not discern what that crimson claw of Tang Shan's truly was, he recognized that neither he nor Zhao Guanghu was a match for them. How infuriating. "I will speak." Wang Zheng felt a deep sense of frustration, pondering why he hadn't kept the weapons on his person. In the early apocalypse, even if their strengths were formidable, surely firearms could counter them, right? But it was too late for regrets. The firearms are. Wang Zheng began indignantly. Suddenly, a round of applause interrupted his words. "I never expected you, Tang Shan, to dare appear before me." Wang Zheng looked up to see 3 figures approaching Shen Feng and his companions. Shen Feng had not anticipated that his impulsive visit to find Wang Zheng would lead him to encounter Tang Shan here. "Very well. Let us see if your panel has undergone any changes." Shen Feng's gaze shifted to Tang Shan. Sure enough, fate had bestowed upon him a new narrative. Name, Tang Shan, level, 1st stage, level 7, talent ability, blade of slaughter, awakening unachieved, slow healing incomplete, destiny, hero's aura, gold, deep fortune, gold, stubbornness, gold, grandiosity, gold, hypocrite, gold, charming appearance, gold, celestial tragedy, black, life script, 10 days hence, he will rescue a young boy named Ningyi from Wang Zheng's clutches, who will become the father of magical crystal weaponry in future generations. To earn Ningyi's loyalty and gratitude, Tang Shan will help him annihilate Wang Zheng's forces. 20 days later, he will journey to Qingping Mountain in the southern city, discovering the secret realm of the tiger demon and reaping abundant rewards. Upon exiting the realm, Tang Shan will unexpectedly find 2 exits. After much contemplation, he will choose the second one leading to an unknown territory. Time will reverse, and Tang Shan will realize he has left Tianshu province, arriving in Tianxian province. At that moment, he will recall that his mother, Yin Hui, resides in the city of Gui Tian within Tianxian province. 30 days later, Tang Shan will reach Gui Tian city. 40 days later, he will uncover the truth about his father's death from the Yin family. How intriguing. Shen Feng's eyes narrowed as he chuckled. This latest script of Tang Shan had unveiled a wealth of valuable information. First and foremost was the young boy named Ningyi. Although Shen Feng was unclear about the significance of the title father of magical crystal weaponry, it was evident that this individual would hold immense importance for any faction. Indeed, Qingping City was brimming with talent. Tang Shan was the protagonist, and Ningyi was the father of magical crystal weaponry, both destined to thrive in the future. Moreover, there were others like Xia Qiuchan, the Sword Emperor, and Wen Shui, the culinary god, along with sharpshooters, all formidable figures. Although their original scripts should have led to untimely demises, Shen Feng had saved them all. Could it be that the City of Heroes was blessed with such auspicious energy that strong individuals gravitated there? Perhaps, but ultimately, it would all benefit Shen Feng. Aside from Ningyi, this was the second time Shen Feng had heard of the Tiger Demon secret realm. Previously, during his meeting with the military commander, Zhou Jin, he had encountered it in his script. Now, he had come across it again through Tang Shan's narrative. It seemed prudent to prioritize the Tiger Demon secret realm. Shen Feng mused. Although Tang Shan's script did not divulge the reasons behind Shen Feng's parents' tragedy, he had acquired a new target, Tianxian province, Gui Tian city. The Yin family. If Shen Feng were to traverse on foot, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. However, Tang Shan's script provided him with a shortcut. To his surprise, the secret realm had more than one exit. Shen Feng smiled at Tang Shan, saying, "Every time I see you, good fortune seems to follow. Indeed, each encounter with Tang Shan had brought Shen Feng good fortune. Once more, he was presented with the father of magical crystal weaponry in the Tiger Demon secret realm, an endless stream of surprises. Truth be told, Shen Feng had little desire to kill Tang Shan. He was akin to a treasure trove, providing abundant rewards with each visit. However, Tang Shan wished to avoid Shen Feng. Every time I see you, misfortune befalls me. Tang Shan gritted his teeth. Shen Feng replied with a smile, rest assured, this will be our last meeting. He was already aware of the next step to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise. Thus, there was no need to allow Tang Shan to remain. If Tang Shan could ascend to the 8th level under such pressure from Shen Feng, what might he achieve by traversing the Tiger Demon secret realm to Tang Shan province? Such future troubles must be eradicated. Tang Shan must perish. Chapter 135, The Astonishing Wang Zheng. Young Master Shen, how dare you show your face before us? Zhao Guanghu spat through clenched teeth. Both Tang Shan and Zhao Guanghu harbored animosity towards Shen Feng, yet it was Tang Shan who bore the deeper grudge. After all, Shen Feng had taken pleasure in beating him each time they crossed paths, and tragically, he had even killed Tang Shan's sister. This enmity was so profound that Tang Shan longed to consume Shen Feng's flesh and drink his blood, while Zhao Guanghu's hatred was less intense. Having never experienced defeat throughout his life, he too held resentment towards Shen Feng. It appears both of you have made significant strides in strength. One at level 7, and the other at level 8 in the first tier, impressive. Shen Feng remarked, eliciting a moment of stunned silence from both Zhao Guanghu and Tang Shan. They were aware of their improvements but had no grasp of their true levels. How could Shen Feng so easily discern that one was at level 7 and the other at level 8? Tang Shan narrowed his eyes and murmured, it seems you possess knowledge beyond ours. I know much, yet words are futile. Today, you shall both meet your end here, Shen Feng retorted with a cold smile. Unexpectedly, the very individuals he wished to eliminate had converged. Tang Shan needed no further explanation. Zhao Guanghu should have perished back in the hospital. Yet amid the chaos of orchestrating Tang Shan's sacrifice, Shen Feng had overlooked the man who had been punched through a wall. How foolish of you to believe you could escape death, only to swagger about like a fool. Very well, you shall perish today. Beside him stood Wang Zheng. Although Shen Feng had no personal grievances with him, his affiliation with Wen Shui made him an enemy. How fortuitous, Shen Feng mused. Xiaoyu, why don't you entertain our old acquaintance? Certainly, young master, Xiaoyu replied with a grin. Be cautious, do not underestimate him. He shares your level, Shen Feng advised. For a protagonist, not to engage in battles beyond their level would be a travesty. Thus, despite Xiaoyu and Tang Shan being comparable in strength, Shen Feng held little faith in Xiaoyu's chances. Next, he turned to Wen Shui. Wen Shui engaged with Zhao Guanghu. His ability is strength enhancement. So avoid direct confrontation as he outclasses you by a tier, though Wen Shui had only reached level 6 in the first tier. His background as a retired soldier meant he had once possessed formidable training. Additionally, with his powers of flame and materialization, unexpected outcomes could arise. Very well, young master. Wen Shui nodded, striding directly towards Zhao Guanghu. Tang Shan frowned. Tiger brother, be wary. Though Wen Shui appears portly, I sense a vast energy hidden within him. Zhao Guanghu scoffed, if I cannot defeat Shen Feng, how could I possibly lose to one of his underlings? Throughout his life, Zhao Guanghu had relied on brute strength. And after the apocalypse, he awakened a power that drastically amplified his abilities. He was undoubtedly among the stronger individuals, save for a few exceptional characters. Yet, it was regrettable that most of those he encountered were indeed exceptional. Xiaoyu raised his Qing Shuang sword, pointing it at Tang Shan. Come forth if you seek death. Such arrogance. Tang Shan retorted angrily, then stomped his right leg into the ground and charged at Xiaoyu. In the midst of his charge, however, he cast a fleeting glance at Shen Feng. Though his heart burned with the desire for vengeance, he was not entirely consumed by rage. Despite Shen Feng's nonchalant demeanor, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. He has grown stronger, Tang Shan thought, a mix of fury and fear coursing through him. Although Shen Feng had been relatively weak in the secret realm, here in the real world, his theoretical strength was unmatched. While Tang Shan stood at level 8 in the first tier, Shen Feng had advanced to level 8 in the second tier, an entire tier above him. Thus, it was safe to say that Shen Feng was virtually invincible in one-on-one combat. Not far away, Wang Zheng was bewildered. What was happening? He could not comprehend the unfolding scene. Just as he was about to face death, Shen Feng and his companions made a grand entrance. Within moments, they were engaged in combat with Tang Shan and Zhao Guanghu. What kind of absurdity was this? Though he was unclear about the situation, It was evident that Shen Feng's arrival had saved him. He approached Shen Feng cautiously. "You are Shen Feng, chairman of the Shen Corporation, aren't you?" Wang Zheng exclaimed, astonished. Individuals like Wang Zheng often disregarded the plight of beggars on the street or the identity of supermarket clerks, but they could not overlook powerful business figures. Despite Shen Feng's long absence from the public eye, Wang Zheng recognized him immediately. Shen Feng turned to glance at Wang Zheng and smiled, remained silent, and observed the spectacle. "Did you think I came to rescue you? Once they finish their battle and Tang Shan meets his demise, you will follow him into death." Shen Feng's gaze returned to the two battlefields, leaving Wang Zheng in a state of shock. He had never anticipated encountering Shen Feng here. Nor could he fathom how easily Zhao Guanghu had dispatched him or how effortlessly Tang Shan had eliminated so many of his subordinates. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Feng's companions seemed capable of holding their own against them. This was truly astonishing. In the distance, Zhao Guanghu and Wen Shuwei clashed violently. Zhao Guanghu, reckless and unrestrained, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wen Shuwei. In response, Wen Shuwei smiled and deftly dodged, his corpulent form surprisingly agile. "My master stated that your ability is strength enhancement and that you hold a tier advantage. Why would I engage you directly?" Wen Shuwei sidestepped. As flames ignited around his right hand, which he hurled towards Zhao Guanghu. Fire affinity? Wang Zheng gasped in shock. While Zhao Guanghu's strength was formidable, Wen Shuwei's fire affinity was inherently opposed to him. Chapter 136, Blade of Carnage. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Wang Zheng, Wen Shuwei hurled a flame directly at Zhao Guanghu. The searing heat caused Zhao Guanghu to leap about, desperately trying to extinguish the flames licking at his body. Although Zhao Guanghu possessed the strength of a first-tier level 7, he remained within the realm of humanity, thus fire burned hot and ice chilled cold. However, in comparison to ice, the flames inflicted far greater harm upon Zhao Guanghu. He could easily shatter ice with brute force, yet fire demanded his attention to extinguish, inevitably scorching his clothing and skin in the process. Damn it, it's a fire ability. No wonder he dares to provoke me. Zhao Guanghu lifted his head, his gaze stern as he regarded Wen Shuwei. To his surprise, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of 2 kitchen knives in Wen Shuwei's hands. "What the hell? When did you conjure those knives?" Zhao Guanghu exclaimed in astonishment. Wen Shuwei, with a slight smile upon his plump visage, replied, "Why should I tell you?" While Zhao Guanghu was busy extinguishing the flames on his body, Wen Shuwei was not idly sitting by. He was manifesting 2 kitchen knives through his talent of materialization. Often, skills and talents require repeated use for mastery, and thus, Wen Shuwei had reached a point where he could manifest exceptionally sharp knives without the need for further refinement. Though Zhao Guanghu was oblivious to how Wen Shuwei had produced the knives, he felt little fear. 2 mere kitchen knives? As long as they don't strike me, they are of no concern. Zhao Guanghu bellowed, charging once more towards Wen Shuwei. Not far off, Wang Zheng stood with his mouth agape, bewildered as he watched Wen Shuwei. While Zhao Guanghu had missed the earlier spectacle, Wang Zheng had witnessed it all. Wen Shuwei's hands had indeed been empty, yet as Zhao Guanghu extinguished the flames, the knives had materialized in his palms as if from a 3D printer. Wait, isn't his ability fire? Wang Zheng gasped in astonishment. Shen Feng chuckled. Who told you that one can only possess a single talent? Wang Zheng inhaled sharply, utterly shocked. Even Tang Shan, who was entangled with Qiu Yu not far away, was momentarily stunned. Dual talents? Tang Shan squinted, contemplating Wen Shuwei's evident fortune. However, Tang Shan himself possessed 2 talents as well. One allowed him to create weapons at will using his blood energy, the Blade of Carnage, and the other, a gift from his sister, facilitated slow healing. How bold to dare to divide your focus while battling me, Qiu Yu shouted, seizing the moment of Tang Shan's distraction to strike at his right hand with her sword. Damn it, Tang Shan roared, swiftly attempting to evade her attack. However, the revelation of Wen Shuwei's dual talents had delayed his reaction. The Qing Shuang sword sliced through Tang Shan's right arm, leaving a long, deep wound. Damn you. How dare you harm me? Tang Shan bellowed, his left hand brandishing the crimson blade towards Qiu Yu's face. Let us see if your master will still care for you when you are disfigured. Tang Shan shouted in a mix of fury and envy. In truth, beyond Shen Feng's actions, Tang Shan harbored resentment towards him due to Shen Feng's status. Why should he enjoy boundless wealth while Tang Shan toiled at society's bottom? Struggling for mere subsistence? Why did beautiful women flock around him while Tang Shan lost relationships due to financial inadequacy? He yearned for revenge against those lofty individuals in this unjust, ugly world. Thus, Tang Shan sought not to end Qiu Yu's life but to ruin her appearance. Yet, as Tang Shan launched his attack, Qiu Yu did not flinch. She continued to swing her sword towards his right hand. Damn it, Is she seeking mutual destruction? Tang Shan thought. At that moment, Tang Shan's crimson blade was poised to strike Qiuyu's face. However, if he were determined to mar her beauty, the sharp Qing Shuang sword would surely sever his right hand as well. Disfigurement or amputation, which is worse? No, I refuse to believe you are indifferent to your appearance. Tang Shan shouted, his left hand descending rapidly with 5 sharp claws aimed at Qiuyu's delicate, snow-white face. Yet, the next moment, a shocking event unfolded before him. Qiuyu's face was suddenly covered in frost. This was not merely a change in expression, but genuine frost forming thickly. The ice blocked Tang Shan's claws and even encased his crimson blade. At that moment, the Qing Shuang sword ascended with swiftness, severing an arm with a swift motion. Ah! Tang Shan cried out in pain, disbelief etched across his features. He had not anticipated that Shen Feng's companions were also endowed with extraordinary abilities. When Xu Wei wielded the powers of fire and materialization, while Qiuyu commanded the force of ice. Moreover, their strength and battle experience far surpassed his own. You. Tang Shan stuttered, his right hand severed and his left encased in a massive block of ice. Yet, the agony of his severed limbs was overshadowed by the anguish in his heart. After awakening in the hospital, he had strived to grow stronger, yet here he was. Bested not by Shen Feng himself, but merely by a servant of his. He could not accept this. Qiuyu scoffed, your master claims you are formidable, yet to me, you are nothing impressive. With that, she swung her sword, severing Tang Shan's left arm. While Yanghua had merely lost a hand, Tang Shan now faced the loss of both arms. How tragic indeed. Spare my life. However, just as Qiuyu prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Tang Shan's head, a female voice suddenly rang out. Qiuyu was not one to be swayed by an ambiguous voice, continuing her assault with her sword poised to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, a surge of blood gushed forth from the severed stumps of Tang Shan's arms, 2 blood-red limbs emerging before Qiuyu. Qiuyu's last strike was abruptly halted by the sudden appearance of the crimson arms. Witnessing this, Shen Feng narrowed his eyes amused, the blade of carnage. Intriguing. Shen Feng had initially assumed the blade of carnage to be merely a knife or some form of dagger. However, he was taken aback to discover it was a perfect manipulation of blood within the body. How fascinating indeed. Chapter 137. The conclusion, a woman, shrouded in darkness, suddenly appeared beside Shen Feng. The words spare their lives had just escaped her lips. Approaching Shen Feng, she expressed her apologies, I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate that he would still possess the strength to retaliate. Shen Feng lifted his gaze to behold the woman before him, astonished by her impressive talent. Name, Wang Xin level. First order, 4th rank, talent ability, shadow escape, fate destiny. Life script. Wang Xin's talent, shadow escape, suggested she could meld into the shadows, an ability that could prove advantageous for both ambushes and escapes. With a fierce expression, Wang Xin inquired, may I personally dispatch them? Her face was ablaze with anger, as if she bore an unquenchable grudge against Tang Shan and his companion. Shen Feng queried, do you harbor animosity towards them? Of course. Wang Xin retorted angrily. In the hospital, they exerted great effort to rescue Tang Shan. Despite Tang Chun's final sacrifice, Tang Shan was on the brink of death. Had it not been for them, he would have surely perished. Yet, no one foresaw that upon his resurrection, Tang Shan would conspire with Zhao Guanghu, using our group as bait to draw the zombies. Witnessing my companions fall one by one ignited a blaze of fury within me, awakening my shadow escape talent, which allowed me to flee. Throughout her journey, Wang Xin had remained hidden in the shadows, fixated on Tang Shan and Zhao Guanghu. She vowed to eliminate them, fully aware that she could not achieve this alone and thus sought an opportunity. Now, that opportunity was within her grasp. Shen Feng responded with a smile, killing is killing. If you wish to slay them, then I grant you that privilege. He directed his gaze towards 2 distant battlefields. Although Wen Shui was a retired soldier with the advantage of dual talents, his level was still 1 tier below Zhao Guanghu. Zhao Guanghu's strength-enhancing talent rendered him as powerful as a bull, making it exceedingly difficult for Wen Shui to subdue him. It appeared that Wen Shui would only manage to cause Zhao Guanghu a modicum of trouble, unlikely to capture him outright. Conversely, the battle between Qiuyu and Tang Shan unfolded differently, with Qiuyu seemingly gaining the upper hand. It seems the protagonist is not all that remarkable, Shen Feng chuckled. However, he overlooked a critical detail. Since the apocalypse, he had relentlessly pressured Tang Shan, while he and Qiuyu had been steadily enhancing their own abilities. Qiuyu. With her Ice Queen fate, could certainly contend with Tang Shan, and given the circumstances, it was commendable that Tang Shan had managed to hold his ground for so long. As time wore on, the battles reached their conclusion. Indeed, Zhao Guanghu overpowered Wen Shui, while Qiuyu subdued Tang Shan. Ha! Did you think you could simply send some random fools to dispose of me, Shinfeng? Is that too? Bang! In the midst of Zhao Guanghu's revelry, gunfire erupted, and a bullet pierced his forehead. Damn it! Their SA gun! Upon witnessing this, Tang Shan gritted his teeth, abruptly pushing Qiuyu aside and attempting to flee. But could Shinfeng allow such an escape? He had already discerned where to seek further information, and he would not let Tang Shan slip away. With two sharp reports, blood erupted from Tang Shan and Appo's legs, and he collapsed to the ground. Tang Shan roared defiantly, unwilling to accept his fate. Ultimately, however, it was Wang Xian who effortlessly severed his head. A protagonist felled by a mere supporting character. A true disgrace. Shinfeng marveled at the turn of events. At the moment Tang Shan perished, the heavens darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder roared, as if the very sky were enraged. Damn it, if you possess such power, strike me down with a lightning bolt. A worthless protagonist has caused my parents' demise, and I have yet to exact my vengeance upon you. The life of a protagonist is precious, while that of others is not. Is it? Boom. Lightning crackled, and in the next instant, a bolt as thick as a house descended from the sky, striking Wang Xian. The thunderous roar obliterated her, leaving no trace behind. Shinfeng, caught in the collateral damage, was also affected. However, he was far enough to survive with severe injuries rather than succumbing to death. Young master. Qiuyu and Wen Shui exclaimed in alarm, rushing to embrace Shinfeng tightly. Young master is still alive, and his heart beat strongly. It seems he is in the process of healing. Wen Shui assessed Shinfeng's condition and quickly conveyed his findings. Tears welled in Qiuyu's eyes as she lamented, had I known it would come to this, I would not have let young master stand so close. If Shinfeng were conscious, he too might have felt a twinge of regret. Damn it, I've killed the chosen protagonist. It's only natural that the heavens would seek retribution against me. Nevertheless, the primary target of heavenly wrath was Wang Xian, allowing Shinfeng to narrowly escape death. With the aid of rapid healing and the heart of the giant, he did not perish but briefly fell into unconsciousness. Moreover, the wrath of the heavens might endow Shinfeng with unique abilities. Without delay, Qiuyu and Wen Shui hurriedly transported Shinfeng back to the base. Before departing, however, Wen Shui swiftly dispatched Wang Zheng with a single strike. It was a mere matter of time. Upon their return to the base, Butler's son was left bewildered. What has happened to the young master? Qiuyu, her voice trembling, replied, I am unsure. Butler, please have the medical equipment examine him at once. After a series of thorough examinations, the group felt a measure of relief. Shinfeng was merely in a state of unconsciousness. Although his injuries were grave, they were not life-threatening. They understood that Shinfeng possessed the talent for rapid healing, and the heart of the giant he had consumed in the giant's secret realm would grant him formidable recuperative abilities. Thus, his recovery was only a matter of time. Despite Shinfeng's unconsciousness, the base remained orderly. The chaos that typically ensues when a superior falls into a coma or goes missing did not occur. For the true authorities within the base were Shinfeng's loyal subordinates. Others, regardless of their strength, could not stir significant unrest as the food supplies remained firmly in Butler's son's control. A month later, Shinfeng awoke, though he had been unconscious for an entire month. He had fortuitously acquired the power of thunder, truly a stroke of luck. His next endeavor would be to devise a plan to stir trouble for the Yin family in Gui Tian city of Tian Shan province.